My father is clearly a great hero who sacrificed himself for the nation. Yet I am labeled as the son of a traitor. Not only was my S-class beast master talent stripped away, but I was even beaten into a life-threatening vegetative state. However, my beast forcibly sacrificed its life, bringing me back from hell, making me a 3S hell-level disaster beast master. Those departed souls will be revived, becoming my most powerful beasts. Rise, my subordinates. With only 6 months left, heavy snow fell from the sky. A woman knelt on the ground, howling in despair. Where is the Alliance's justice? Where is the protection of the martyr's family's dignity? He carried a heavy plaque on his back, nearly buried in the snow. The plaque, made of insufficient material, bore the bold inscription, National Special Merit Award. Next to this woman lay a young man, his eyes vacant, bearing a resemblance to her. At 17 or 18, he was now on the brink of death. The ice and snow felt like salt as I slowly awakened, unable to move. I had been reborn as a vegetable, with a gaunt old black dog by my side, who sensed my change and stood up, wagging its tail. "Ma'am, please get up. This is a war zone hospital." A security guard hurriedly stepped forward to persuade her, but the woman remained kneeling, her voice hoarse from shouting, filled with emotion, grief, and injustice. The crowd around her began to murmur, "The Alliance has always treated martyrs' families well. How could this happen? A national hero. I remember now. The honor of National Special Merit has only been awarded to 3 people, and the only fallen national hero today is Shin Yunhai." Shin Yunhai. I remember now. This is Lu Hui, the president of Yunhui Company, which has always abided by the law. Yet somehow, they have provoked a local tyrant company and are in grave danger. It's a pity that the son of a hero has also been brain damaged and turned into a vegetable. Many people unconsciously showed sympathy. The security guard's expression changed repeatedly. Just as he was about to use force, he was suddenly intimidated by indifference. A figure stationed nearby walked past, and upon seeing the 3-star insignia on his shoulder, he quickly stood to the side and saluted respectfully. General Wu Wang, the highest-ranking officer in the Alliance, stood tall. There are only 9 generals in the Global Alliance, and Wu Wang had graying temples and piercing eyes. "Rise, martyr. I am Wu Wang. You can tell me anything you need." The woman understood the status of the man before her, especially seeing the respectful attitude of those around and the medals on his shoulder. Wu Wang raised his hand and spoke slowly, "No need to rush. Let's go inside and talk." "But, General, you must make a decision for us." Wu Wang frowned slightly, anger gradually showing in his eyes. "All right, you stand up and speak." The woman wiped her tears, and upon hearing his words, Wu Wang's expression changed. "Is it him? What goes around comes around. Shin Yunhai, you have your day now. After oppressing me for so long, I never expected your wife and daughter would come to plead with me." Looking at the two, Shin Yunhai's eyes shifted. "I truly apologize, but this is a civil dispute, and we have no right to intervene. So please return from where you came." Who doesn't know that Shin Yunhai is a national hero? He was a force that suppressed an entire era, not just a clan, but even the geniuses of his world. Now that his wife has come to me, I should ensure they receive special treatment. The woman clearly did not expect such a rapid change in him. Disrupting national military affairs and disturbing the people's peace, Silver Gate Beast, are you just idle? With a roar, the 2 gate beasts standing at the door immediately charged forward, roaring as they trampled toward the mother and son. The Silver Gate Beast is at a 3rd tier level, while the black dog is only at 1st tier. The gap between them is too vast. The old black dog's tense body suddenly burst forth, seemingly swelling slightly as it burned its last life to protect its young master. With a casual kick, the dog was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. Beside Wu Wang, the guard rushed out, attacking the old woman with lightning speed. Unexpectedly, the black dog was faster, instantly positioning itself in front of the woman for protection. "The dead dog is still here. I will make you remember the consequences of offending a general." After an unknown time, the guard wiped the blood from his shoe, spat disdainfully, and then turned back to General Wu Wang. Looking at the nearly dying old dog, he felt some admiration. It was as tough as that bastard Shin Yunhai. If Shin Yunhai were still around, he would probably come to fight him. Too bad he has long since gone to hell. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended, locking onto him like a heavy bell tolling in a storm. The Silver Gate Beast was forcefully pressed into the ground, unable to move. The aura vanished in an instant. Wu Wang's expression changed, and he quickly turned to leave, followed by the powerful figure departing as well. The old black dog, covered in wounds, finally succumbed to its injuries and collapsed in the woman's arms. "Big Black, don't scare me. Shin Yunhai, you bastard. Why aren't you protecting us from the heavens?" The road is crying. The rain falls like pear blossoms, snow covers the blood-soaked ground, the black dog closed its eyes. Meanwhile, on the ground, I was surrounded by strange currents of energy, slowly rising to my feet. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, my gaze burning red. I had seen everything that just happened. Wu Wang, you dog thief, I will remember you. Lu Hui rubbed her eyes repeatedly, unable to believe that her son, diagnosed as a vegetable, had actually stood up. Is this a dream, Tian Ke? Our family is finally going to reunite in hell. Saying this, the woman fainted completely. I hurriedly held my mother and cradled the little one in my arms. A voice from the system rang in my ears, pre-sale system binding successful. The host is believed to have automatically evolved into a hell disaster pre-sale master. Messenger from hell, bring forth endless rage and painful disasters to the mortal realm. As soon as the words fell, my powers surged violently, emanating a dense black aura. Winds howled around me, and a faint roaring sound echoed. My eyes were filled with an unprecedented black and white light. Congratulations, host, on successfully changing your class. Hell Disaster Beast Master, capable of reviving the dead and transforming beasts and dark souls. As the surging power descended, my injuries were instantly healed. Feeling everything around me, I was momentarily dazed. Is this my ability? Did the old black dog sacrifice its life at the last moment to save me? Black and white light surged in my eyes as I raised my hand majestically. Old Black, return home. Before me, countless winds howled, and several figures appeared, both human and beast among these spirits. A black dog walked out, its gaze dull and sluggish. Loyal and courageous in protecting its master, would you be willing to follow me again? The black dog trembled, a spark of spirit flickering in its eyes. It nodded. Countless spirits surged wildly around it, merging into the dog, and amidst a flash of light, a roar echoed. The black dog had undergone a tremendous transformation, its size swelling more than twice, bizarre crimson patterns shimmering on its black fur, as it roared fiercely. Its body burned with black flames, drenched in blood, resembling a messenger from hell. Congratulations, host, the Desire Beast has evolved. Desire Beast with a myriad of heads, attributes of Mastiff, fire, and darkness, possessing perfect quality and two abilities, flame and shadow concealment. Feeling the power within me, I immediately approached my mother, carefully merging my strength with hers. The revival of life could bring back all those who had died. My mother, Lu Hui, fell into a coma due to the strain of the past few months combined with her recent experiences. As soon as the energy entered her body, it began to continuously heal her wounds and stabilize her breathing until all injuries were mended. To fully restore my current strength is still far from enough. Thinking this, I turned to my beast, the Hellhound, and a system panel appeared before me. Materials required for the Hellhound to increase its strength. For every evil person it consumes, it gains an additional head. Truly a Hellhound, its evolution is remarkable. With the system by my side and my own strange abilities, surpassing that general is only a matter of time. Opportunities will surely come back around. I then carried my mother step by step toward home, and suddenly stopped in the alley, calling out behind me, "You followed for so long, aren't you coming out?" A few figures darted out from behind, the leader looking at me with surprise in his eyes. "You little brat, I clearly remember knocking you out. It would take at least 3 years for you to wake up. It seems you've gained quite a bit of fortune, hand it over to me honestly." Looking at the people before me, I suddenly recalled some events from before I came to this world. There was an arrogant young man followed by someone else, the mastermind who put me in a coma. Ignoring them, I walked aside, while the person next to me continued chattering. "What? You think you can get lucky and escape with your mother? You don't really think I'm easy to bully, do you? Hand over your fortune quickly. And the things from your family, who knows, I might spare your life." Behind him, a ball of intense flames emerged. I calmed my eyes as information appeared before me. A professional elemental mage from the south of the city, strength at the novice level, with the ability of a low-level fireball spell. The related information of the others behind him also appeared before me. I slowly set my mother down, looking at the people before me. As I opened and closed my eyes, black and white light surged. I had no place to vent my anger. When heaven has a path you refuse to take, yet you barge in through hell's door. As my words fell, a giant hellhound leaped out, its body ablaze, eyes dark green as if endless, surging forth without leaving a single one behind. I won't take it, and before you know it, this place will be a battlefield strewn with corpses and splattered with blood. Alright, let's talk. I pressed my foot firmly on the opponent's shoulder, my gaze darkening. No, no, no. Chen Nan's arms were mangled and bloodied, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before this, even when the protagonist awakened, he was indecisive. This was one reason he bullied others. But now he seemed like a different person, decisive and powerful, exuding an aura as if he had returned from hell. "You only have one chance." Chen Nan emitted a stream of liquid, his eyes full of fear. He had no doubt that if he said one wrong word, he would be instantly wiped out. Just as Qin Jinhai's brush had yet to fall, a blood mark appeared on his neck. I rubbed my forehead, my mind a muddle. The Qin family of Lingyun, one of the 4 great families, was exactly as its name suggested, tyrannical in power and the wealthiest among them. Rumor has it that they host quite a few Tier 3 and Tier 4 powerhouses. At that level, they are the backbone of the city. The only others of comparable stature online are the City Lord and General Wu Wang. These are merely the visible aspects. Who knows how many other existences lie hidden? The disparity between the two sides is vast. I looked at my mother, sleeping beside me. My eyes were no longer fierce but softened with tenderness. No matter how he faced their pursuit alone, what he truly worried about was always his mother's safety. The disappearance of the young master of the Qian family and his lackeys would soon point back to me. In just half a month, reaching Tier 3 or Tier 4 status, even with a system, I wouldn't dare to gamble, especially as a beast master. The advancement of strength is exceedingly long, so I wouldn't dare to gamble, much less risk our lives on something so uncertain. Although my current strength isn't formidable, among my peers, whether in age or potential, I can be considered among the best in Lingyun City. During the 3 months I was in a coma, I heard various rumors about the outside world, particularly regarding the most successful awakened ones. There are only a few of them. Among them, the most distinguished is rumored to be a disciple of a sect who came down to hone their skills. However, this person is only a Tier 2, on par with me, yet already 21, while I am just 18. In terms of age, potential, and strength, I seem capable of surpassing this so-called exceptional individual. Thinking this, a spark of calculation emerged in my eyes. If that's the case, why not treat myself as a commodity for trade? It is said that during the transfer ceremony, there will be leaders from the military district, city guards, and school officials present. In 2 days, there will be a nationwide transfer ceremony. Among these leaders, only the military district leader has the most influence and can decide the fate of the awakened ones post-transfer. With my current potential, I am sure to catch the military district leader's eye. By using myself as a catalyst for protection, I can naturally resolve this trouble. Even if the Qian family is one of the 4 great families of Lingyun, they must still follow the rules. With my mind made up, I formed a plan. I looked at my mother and then at our home, my eyes revealing a resolute light. No matter what, I must gain the military district's attention. In 3 days, the nationwide transfer ceremony will take place at Lingyun No. 3 Middle School. Students who are 18 years old can transfer upon awakening. What do you think Senior Chen Jun will transfer to? Senior Chen Jun has a sword spirit by his side, so he might transfer to the extremely rare swordmaster. Not only that, but Senior Lingxi might also transfer to the rare pure elemental mage. I hope you haven't forgotten about Senior Qin. Are you talking about Senior Qin, the first beast master to transfer in the history of No. 3 Middle School? Yes, that's right. Senior Qin became a vegetable 3 months ago but still wants to transfer. The students chattered loudly. At that moment, a figure appeared, causing everyone to fall silent, and the arena was momentarily quiet. Xingtian was there to transfer. The crowd stared at the figure on stage, many of them shocked to the point that their jaws could drop an egg. This figure was known to all, the youngest transfer student in the history of No. 3 Middle School and even Lingyun City, who awakened their profession before the transfer ceremony. No way, is that really Senior Qin? I can't believe it. Wasn't he in a coma for over 3 months? How is he here? I knew Senior Qin would be fine, those were just rumors. As soon as I appeared, the crowd erupted into cheers and discussions. At that moment before the awakening ceremony, the 3 leaders were present. Military District Leader Chun Qingfeng looked at the figure before him, his gaze darkening. This kid, why does he always give off a strangely familiar vibe? The principal, although middle-aged, was younger compared to the other 2, yet his cultivation and experiences were no joke. He was a man who fought his way back from the front lines. It was rumored he had retired to a secondary role due to injuries, but regardless, the insignia on his shoulder proved his extraordinary status. This leader is the most outstanding genius in the history of No. 3 Middle School. Before the transfer ceremony, he had already become a beast master. Although his beast is just an ordinary black dog, still, he is young. Hearing the principal's words, Chen Qingfeng said nothing, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. What was his surname? His surname is Qin, and his father is the hero Qin Yunhai. Upon hearing the name Qin Yunhai, Chen Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He fixed his gaze firmly on the other person. Murmuring, he realized it was the older brother's son. No wonder he looked so similar. Even I almost thought I was mistaken. As he looked at the other, he suddenly recalled something. So, 3 days ago, there was a commotion at the military hospital. The city leaders beside him nodded in agreement. This family had already sent people to settle the matter, and we had handled it properly. Hearing this, Chun Qingfeng's excitement grew even more. The older brother's son. Yet amidst his excitement, a trace of hatred arose. No wonder the silver shock beast had bullied him. It was Lin Han's doing. Humph, Did he really think no one was behind him? During the awakening ceremony, I waved my hand, sending ripples through the air, a surge of heat. A jade beast emerged, engulfed in flames, as if returning from hell, with 3 massive heads. My voice was loud and commanding, my presence overwhelming, my eyes filled with cold determination. The Desire Beast, a 3-headed hellhound, now a Tier 2, had evolved after consuming those 2 punks, sprouting 2 additional heads, becoming a 3-headed hellhound. In the arena, the crowd erupted in waves of gasps and jealousy. How could his beast have transformed from a black dog into a hellhound? Indeed, his future seemed boundless. At that moment, Chen Xingfeng, who had been watching the awakening ceremony, slowly stood up and led the applause. What a remarkable Tier 2 hellhound! Truly, the student surpasses the master. Principal, I report that Qing Tianke has been using all means to collude with the dark teachings. Once the storm was stirred, everyone turned to the speaker. Chen Xingfeng scrutinized the figure walking through the crowd, their expression unreadable, but their face was somewhat grim. The newcomer was of similar age to Qing Tianke, their face marked by a hint of scheming. Isn't that Senior Shangguan? Could he be from the Shangguan family? That's right, he's the only son of the Shangguan family, one of the 4 great families. I can't believe Senior Qin knows someone from the Shangguan family. What you may not know is that Shangguan Ling and Qin Tianke have always been rivals. 3 months ago, Senior Qin was the first to awaken a profession in Lingyun City, which naturally drew Senior Shangguan's attention. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. I also looked at this person, a hint of peculiarity in my gaze, as memories of Yuanshan surfaced. It turned out he was Yuanshan's nemesis at this school and also from one of the 4 great families. I suddenly felt a headache. Why do I keep running into people from the 4 great families? My luck is truly abysmal. However, I looked at the other person with a hint of interest. I was quite curious about what this offspring of the Shangguan family intended to do. Leaders, you may not know, but 3 months ago, Qing Tiang's beast was just an ordinary black dog, yet now it has become a so-called 3-headed hellhound. How is that possible? To enhance one's strength in such a short time and even change the species of his beast, I suspect he must have used forbidden techniques, which is why I suspect Qing Tianke is colluding with the dark teachings. His words were powerful and impassioned, as if he was about to convict Qing Tianke with just a single statement. You from the Shangguan family, don't exaggerate. The charge of colluding with the dark teachings is a serious one. Hearing Senior Shangguan say this, it really did seem possible that Qing Tianke had done so. Who could change their beast in such a short time? The crowd buzzed with discussion. I crossed my arms, my eyes glinting with cold fury, glaring at him. You keep insisting that I collude with the dark teachings. How about this? I turned to the gathered crowd and then to Chen Xingfeng. I ask all present and the military district leaders to bear witness. This person has no evidence. If you slander my name in public, then I challenge you to a life and death battle. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. What the hell? What did I just hear? Life and death battle? Is it for real? In a life and death battle, once accepted, one side must die. So cruel. Qin Tianke is so arrogant. No way, right? Senior Shangguan hasn't spoken for a long time. Could it be that he's scared? Ha ha ha, always slandering others. But now he doesn't dare to face the opponent in battle. Is this the style of the 4 great families? The students' encouragement rose and fell like waves. Like sharp swords, they pierced Shangguan Ling's heart. Looking at the beast beside the opponent, Shangguan Ling's heart trembled, and he cast a pleading glance at one of the 3 leaders across from him. The 4 great families belonged to the urban area, and he was familiar with the other party. After seeing the other party nod in agreement, and hearing the encouragement from those around him, Shangguan Ling immediately spoke up. So arrogant. Fine, I accept your challenge for a life and death battle. Today, I will slay you, the traitor of the alliance, right here. Streams of energy began to gather around Shangguan Ling. A precious magic wand appeared in his hand. It was evident that this person was a magician. When he saw the fireballs ignite around the opponent, the flames surrounding the 3-headed ghost hound burned even more fiercely. Then, it pounced forward. Fireballs flew and exploded around Shangguan Ling. The flames surged, quickly engulfing the 3-headed ghost hound. Under his current fireball technique, even a second-tier beast could not escape unscathed. Purple energy began to spread around him. He now possessed both fire attribute magic and thunder attribute attacks. With the combination of these 2 powers, the opponent was bound to lose. Thunder Seal, Heavenly Punishment. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, erupted from the wand. Its power was immense and its speed astonishing. But just as this attack landed on the opponent, it triggered a series of massive disturbances. The 3-headed ghost hound actually withstood the force of the lightning, its speed undiminished, charging towards the opponent. At close range, the magician showed many flaws. With a roar from the 3-headed ghost hound, 3 heads erupted with a stench and a bloody desire, biting towards the opponent's head. In a life-and-death battle, both victory and death were determined. So even if the three-headed ghost hound devoured the opponent, there would be nothing wrong with that. Suddenly, a sound came from afar, instantly pushing the three-headed ghost hound back. Student Shin, show mercy. Student Shin, he is the last hope of the Shangwan family this generation, please spare his life. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianke immediately looked at the urban leader beside Chen Xingfeng. The ruthless look in his eyes did not diminish. In a life-and-death battle, both victory and death are determined. Death can be avoided, but living crimes cannot escape. Shin Tianke issued a reprimand. The three-headed ghost hound swiftly tore off the opponent's arm. In an instant, blood flowed like a river, and screams filled the air. This scene happened too suddenly. Even the urban leader did not react in time. However, he could only give up after seeing Chen Xingfeng casting an admiring glance at Shin Tianke. What a decisive killer! Chen Xingfeng's smile did not fade as he stood up and spoke to Shin Tianke. Young friend Shin, come with me. Military District. Chen Xingfeng's office. This was Shin Tiang's first true visit to the military district, and he was filled with curiosity about this place. Looking at the leader in front of him who was making tea, he showed a hint of unease. The previous actions of Wu Wang had made him distrust the entire military district. There's no need to be nervous. Actually, you should call me Uncle Chen. Your father, Shin Yunhai, was my elder brother. The other party took out a group photo from his pocket. In the group photo, two people were seen with their arms around each other's shoulders. Even after many years, Shin Tianke could still recognize one of them, his own father. Shin Tianke did not expect that this leader actually knew his father, and was even his father's former junior. His thoughts coincided with what he had just considered. Shin Tianke was unsure how to feel. To be honest, he had just been filled with suspicion towards the person in front of him. After all, the events that had happened to his mother and him were unforgettable. I already know about the matter between you and your mother, since we both want Wu Wang to suffer a bit. Back then, your father single-handedly suppressed our era. In his eyes, Wu Wang was just a minor character. Chen Xingfeng's face was filled with excitement, but suddenly turned desolate. Since your father passed away, he has begun to hold all the power. The power struggles behind him are so great that I find it hard to intervene. I've long disapproved of that kid's style. However, now we are on the same front. At some point, the other party had produced a very special token. This item can protect you from a full-force strike from a 4th-tier expert. Consider it a gift from me to you. As Chen Xingfeng spoke, his eyes had become slightly moist without him realizing it. I have already investigated the matters you and your mother went through. It's just a pity that I wasn't in Lingyun City back then. As for your sister-in-law's matter, I will personally take charge for you. Chen Xingfeng's eyes were filled with anger. Upon hearing this, and looking at the other party, Shin Tianke pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Uncle Chen. But, there's no need to trouble Uncle Chen with this matter. If Uncle Chen intervenes, it would violate military district rules. I want to seek justice for myself. Chen Xingfeng's gaze sharpened as he looked at his nephew. In that moment, he seemed to see his elder brother's shadow. For a child of such age to have this kind of thought, this kid, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. Chen Xingfeng's voice was calm, yet firm. If you want to make a scene, go ahead, the military district will back you up. This statement was enough to show the seriousness of the other party. Shin Tianke felt a wave of relief in his heart. Chen Xingfeng smiled broadly. The atmosphere between the two eased considerably. Do you know about the Alliance's transmigrator selection? Such an unfamiliar term made a look of doubt appear on Shin Tiang's face. The Alliance's transmigrator selection is aimed at outstanding youth under 25 from the entire Alliance. Each city can recommend 5 people to participate in the selection. In the Alliance selection, those who rank higher can receive rewards and even be granted military ranks. The old guy who made things difficult for you and your mother had several geniuses selected from his city. I want you to participate in the Alliance's transmigrator selection and give those geniuses a good run for their money. Shin Tianke silently calculated in his heart. Being able to be granted a military rank and making that old guy suffer a loss, this was a sure win for Shin Tianke, no matter how he looked at it. Alright, Uncle Chen, I want to participate. Great! Although each city can only select 5 people, our military can directly recommend one person into that group, and that unique recommendation spot is yours. Hearing this, Shin Tianke was somewhat taken aback. Of course, before that, let me see your strength, and let them see it too. Chen Xingfeng strolled over to the window, looking down in the direction of Shin Tiang's gaze. Shin Tianke had already seen the neatly arranged soldiers below. Looking at the other party's smile, Shin Tianke couldn't help but feel a strange thought arise in his heart. Why did it feel like he was about to be tricked? In the military training ground, Shin Tianke looked at the soldiers in front of him, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, he knew that this guaranteed spot wasn't so easy to obtain. Su-kun, a tall man in military uniform, stepped out from the crowd. I have already given the guaranteed spot for the military district's selection of all alliance transferees to him. Let's see if he has the qualifications. Hearing this, the tall man looked at Shin Tian-K, his eyes filled with heat and desire. Many soldiers felt the same way. Come on, what qualifications does this kid have to be personally awarded a guaranteed spot by the leader? Looks like he's some rich kid trying to show off his strength with this opportunity. Since when did rich kids dare to step into our military camp? Too bad he picked the wrong person. Sergeant Su-kun broke through to the second tier half a month ago. What qualifications does a second-tier lightning mage have to fight Sergeant Su? Hearing the discussions around him, Shin Tian's mouth twitched. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. Su-kun walked up to Shin Tian-K, his gaze full of disdain. It seems you've put in a lot of effort to get this guaranteed spot from Chief Chen, but unfortunately for you, you won't pass my test today. Let me show you that money isn't everything. Ha! So he thinks of himself as a rich kid? Shin Tian-K couldn't be bothered to argue with him. However, his words ignited Shin Tian's competitive spirit. He looked at the person before him, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Chattering away, let me see what strength you have. Upon hearing this, Su-kun did not hide the aura he released. At the same time, a staff surrounded by lightning appeared beside him. Second-tier lightning mage, second-tier beast master. In battles between transferees, one usually announces their profession and level before starting the fight. This little guy is actually a second-tier mage? A hint of surprise flashed in Su-kun's eyes, but he quickly understood. This person must have achieved this level through family resources. A waste who sits idly by. He could never compare to the skills honed on the battlefield. Lightning began to gather in his staff, and then bolts of electricity as thick as a bowl shot out. Compared to the similarly lightning-affiliated Shangguan Ling, his strength was far superior. However, Shin Tian-K remained calm. With his hands in his pockets, an indifferent expression, and his clothes billowing, a peculiar magic circle began to spread beneath his feet. Within the magic circle, a giant beast emerged, ready to withstand the lightning in an instant while letting out a roar towards the opponent. This thunder was indeed domineering and powerful, but unfortunately, the ghost mastiff had a special attribute. Ordinary lightning or flames could not cause any damage. The three-headed mastiff fearlessly advanced step by step through the sea of lightning towards the opponent. Watching this scene, many soldiers in the audience showed expressions of terror. What kind of strange creature is this? Not only does it have 3 heads, but its body is also covered in flames. It can even withstand their sergeant's lightning head-on. How terrifying is this guy's beast mastery? Su-kun's eyes glowed with purple light as he began to unleash powerful lightning magic. But those attacks dissipated the moment they hit the opponent, as if striking a sheet of iron, without any effect. After witnessing this scene, Chen Xingfeng beside him raised his chin. Looking at that figure, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia. The son of his elder brother truly had the same style as his brother back in the day. Perhaps his achievements would surpass his brother's. The 3-headed mastiff had already crossed the heavy lightning pool and stood before the opponent. 3 pairs of eyes gazed down at Su-kun. Just the hot breath exhaled from its nostrils was enough to drive him back. "Thank you, Sergeant Su," Shin Tian-K said after finishing this sentence. He immediately recalled the 3 mastiffs. For the magician, getting close meant losing combat capability. Not to mention that this thunder had no effect on him at all. The outcome of this battle was evident. At this moment, Shin Tian-K still did not know that his name would soon resonate throughout Lingyun City. Su-kun's identity was quite extraordinary. At just 21 years old, he was already a sergeant. He could be considered a true genius of the military in Lingyun City. He was also recognized as a candidate for the military quota in the alliance selection, one of the 4 great families. In the conference room of the Qian family, the list for the alliance's job transition selection, and Su-kun's name is actually missing? Many elders in the clan had already received the list for the job transition selection in Lingyun City. Su-kun is a second-tier powerhouse and a rare thunder-type magician. How could his name not be on the list? What is the name of the military replacement for Su-kun? Shin Tian-K? That name sounds unfamiliar. Shin Tian-K, I remember now. Everyone looked at the elder from the Qian family who spoke. What you don't know is that just a few hours ago, Shin Tian-K had a feud with the Shangguan family. He severed an arm of their only heir. Oh, not only did it have no repercussions, but he even gained the appreciation of the military leaders. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions turned strange. They were contemplating what choice to make. I think we should make friends with him first, no matter what means he has. As long as he is valued by the military, it's still worth befriending him. After hearing this, many nodded in agreement. At that moment, another elder from the Qian family spoke up, his voice tinged with fear. The third young master has a grudge against Qin Tianke. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Under the pressure of the crowd, the elder from the Qian family slowly recounted some events. The head of the Qian family, a middle-aged man in his 40s, frowned upon hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. No matter what happened in the past, we must befriend him, even if it costs us. All debts must be forgiven, and we should secretly support Qin Tiang's family's business. This matter must be handled well. The head of the Qian family looked serious. Being selected for the alliance's job transition selection meant that his future could very well soar. Such a person could only be befriended, not made an enemy. Meanwhile, aside from the Shangguan family remaining silent, the other two great families almost simultaneously expressed their intention to befriend Qin Tianke. As soon as Qin Tianke returned home, he saw his mother on the bed. His heart ached. "Mom, why are you up? Go back to bed and rest." His mother had worked hard for him over the past few months, running around. Now her hair had turned a bit gray, and her face showed signs of wear from the years. Lu Hui smiled, looking at her son without saying a word, just smiling. As long as he could wake up, it was worth any effort. A woman may be gentle, but a mother is strong. By the way, Tianke, these are gifts from the Qian family, the Lin family, and the Li family, congratulating you on getting some quota. What happened? Did something go wrong with your job transition? Qin Tianke had already seen a row of congratulatory gifts on the floor as soon as he entered. A look of contemplation crossed his face. He then shared the news of being appreciated by the military leaders. Upon hearing the name of that leader, Lu Hui's face showed a hint of contemplation. She then nodded. Your father was indeed very powerful, and among those who were close to him, his best friend was someone named Chen Xingfeng. I also looked for Chen Xingfeng back then, but he was always out on missions. After hearing this, Qin Tianke slightly nodded. He didn't want to remind his mother of those tragic events from the past. His mother had been through so much, and now that he had awakened, it was time to repay her properly. Alright, Mom, you just rest well. I'll handle this myself. Lu Hui looked at her son, her eyes inevitably filled with tenderness. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, her son was lying in bed wishing to become a vegetable, but now he was full of life right in front of her. Moreover, he had received quite a bit of flattery and praise from many people. It seemed her son was quite exceptional. He even had a hint of his father's demeanor from back in the day. Qin Tianke looked at the numerous congratulatory gifts before him, a hint of contemplation on his face. These things did not attract his attention. What truly intrigued him was the reason behind the gifts. The news of his victory over Su Koan must have spread quickly among those families, but the Qian family had previously targeted them so aggressively, yet now they were bowing and scraping to present gifts. The turnaround was too swift. There had to be some hidden agenda. After all, they had previously brought down his mother's company and had always been scheming. As one of the four great families, what could the Qian family possibly desire so desperately? Qin Tianke quietly calculated some of his own conditions. Soon, he pinpointed the root of the problem. He himself did not possess the ability to attract such attention. His mother did not either, but his father did. His father was a national hero, a true figure who suppressed an entire era. His relics would be of great interest to these people. Following the memory of where his father's relics were stored, Qin Tianke arrived in front of a bookcase. As he opened the bookcase, he quickly saw many items scattered within. They were mostly medals or maps. Even though these items were rare, they were not enough to warrant such actions from the Qian family. Qin Tianke immediately began to search. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. It seemed something on the side of the bookcase had popped up. Upon opening it, he found a curved dagger and a roll of parchment. The moment he laid eyes on the dagger, it captured Qin Tianke's attention. The material of the dagger was very special, and he could even smell a faint hint of blood from the blade. Although it was subtle, for Qin Tianke, this scent was anything but simple. Just swinging the curved dagger in the air produced a series of sharp, piercing sounds. Whether it was the means of concealment or the material itself, this was definitely a treasure. Item: curved dagger, flowing moon. Quality: perfect level. Description: long subjected to the baptism of blood, the blade is incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud, with a unique edge, suffused with blood energy, capable of explosive blood energy, and can fight above its level. It seemed this was the weapon his father had used. Qin Tianke was quite satisfied with this and quickly shifted his gaze to the parchment. As the parchment slowly unfurled, he scanned the text left above, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment and confusion. The bloodthirsty earth, the sky of death, the cycle of the dead, I will dwell here, my child, do not come looking for me. Regarding the place described above, Shin Tian-K had no related memories. However, the last sentence indicated another situation. His father might not be dead. Upon careful thought, it seemed that the Alliance had only said they could not find the body. But that did not mean death, it could also mean missing. His father was still alive. A wave of joy surged in Shin Tian's heart. His father was still in this world, although from the situation on the parchment, it seemed his father was trapped somewhere. But no matter what had happened in the past, as long as his father was still alive, he had to go see him. That night, under the sparse stars, Shin Tian-K lay in bed, deep in thought. After the joy and excitement, a sense of calculation arose in his heart. Now, with his father's situation unclear, he needed immense combat power to find him. According to Uncle Chen, he would meet with 4 others in half a month. At that time, they would go together for the selection of the entire Alliance's job changers. Therefore, it seemed that whether he wanted to find his father or participate in the selection, the biggest challenge before him was to enhance his strength. The improvement within Lingyun City was not significant for him. To increase his combat power, especially to advance the 3-headed mastiff, he needed a constant supply of flesh and blood. Thus, outside the city was undoubtedly the best place. After a night of deep sleep, the next morning, he hurriedly packed his belongings and, after bidding farewell to his mother, Shin Tian-K set off on this journey. Of course, before leaving, he also reminded Uncle Chen to take care of things at home. After receiving a reassuring response, Shin Tian-K finally felt at ease. As he ventured out alone, the one he was most concerned about was his mother at home. Half an hour later, Shin Tian-K arrived in front of a magnificent and grand building, the Job Changer Alliance. The 5 characters gleamed with brilliance. To enhance his strength, he can only join the Job Changer Alliance and enter a team to explore the battle ruins. The so-called battle ruins were places where job changers fought against alien races many years ago outside the city. All job changers in the world had established a global Job Changer Alliance. This global alliance had set up 46 cities below. The distance between these 46 cities was vast. The spaces in between were the battle ruins. In other words, outside these cities lay a desolate wasteland, remnants left after battles with alien races. It was highly likely that there were still remnants of alien races in those places, as well as many monsters residing there. This place was extremely dangerous, but it also offered extraordinary rewards. At the very least, the treasures of fallen job changers would be hidden within, and the Alliance would also collect some alien corpses from those who went to explore. These items could be exchanged for certain rewards, even for enhancement manuals. Shin Tian-K had just defeated Su Koan not long ago. Even after a night, not many people in the city knew his name. Shin Tian-K registered his identity information at the front desk. During this time, he saw quite a few job changers. Among them were swordsmen wielding heavy swords, shield bearers clad in armor, and wizards holding staffs. Among these people, there were also a few beast tamers. Once he registered his identity, he could go to the recruitment hall to choose his team. Tyrannosaurus Battle Team, 2 more people needed to set off, requires 2 shield bearers. Wizard Search Team, 3 more needed, swordsmen or shield bearers. In the center of the hall was a large display screen. The screen constantly popped up information about the personnel needed for various teams, refreshing every 5 minutes. It was a dazzling array. Shin Tian's eyes were almost dazzled. However, among this information, he quickly found the team he desired the most. Following the address above, he arrived at the entrance of the recruiting team. Black Tiger Team needs a beast tamer or swordsman, 1 shield bearer, strength above 1st rank. Surrounding the display screen were circles of entrances, each leading to a different team. They would wait here for someone to come and showcase their strength before setting off together. As soon as he approached, Shin Tian-K saw a black tiger over 3 meters long lying there. The tiger lifted its head, lazily glanced at him, and then lowered its head again, seemingly snoring. Beside this black tiger, several people were sitting together. Shin Tian-K quickly scanned them, and their relevant information popped up before his eyes. Beast Master, Healer, Swordsman, Shield Bearer. In Shin Tian's eyes, this group could only be described as average. But Shin Tian-K needed such a team. Hello, I'm here to apply. Upon hearing this, one of the 4, a burly man in a black coat, stood up and walked towards Shin Tian-K. Shin Tian-K promptly handed over his information badge. After scanning it with the device in his hand, the man's expression showed a hint of appreciation upon seeing that Shin Tian-K was also a beast master. Could you let me see your beast? This question drew the attention of the other 3 in the team. With a wave of his hand, Shin Tian-K conjured a special magic array in front of him. 3 hounds sprang out from it. The black tiger, which had been lying quietly, immediately stood up and began to assess the 3-headed beast before it. In terms of size, the black tiger was slightly longer, but it was not as large as the 3 hounds, nor did it have the layer of burning black flames that surrounded them. After seeing the beast, The burly man in the black coat smiled even more broadly. 3 heads and black flames, isn't this the hellhound? No, this is actually larger than a hellhound. It doesn't have the intimidation of an adult hellhound. Even a typical juvenile hellhound doesn't have this size. What kind of beast is this? My beast is called the 3-headed hound, Shin Tian-K replied, and at that moment, the hound ignited with a layer of scorching flames, seemingly responding. Shenhu stepped forward and extended his hand to Shin Tian-K. It's your first mission, right? No worries, we're just looking for some herbs in the outskirts. It's not a difficult task, so relax. Shin Tian-K nodded and recalled his beast. My name is Shin Tian-K, a second-tier beast master, with a 3-headed hound. The team consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman spoke first. I'm Chen Jing, a first-tier healer. A man wearing a scarf and carrying a sword crossed his arms, his gaze cold. A Feng, second-tier swordsman. A burly man in armor, standing over 2 meters tall, smiled as he rubbed his bald head. Just call me Old Yang, second-tier shield bearer. The man who shook hands with Shin Tian-K spoke in a slow voice. I'm Chen Hu, the captain of the Black Tiger Squad, a 3rd-tier beast master, and as you can see, my beast is right here. Shin Tian-K looked at this small team and felt a good impression. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. As Shin Tian-K stepped into the team, many eyes in the hall had been focused on him from the start. They quickly averted their gazes and entered a private room. Just as young Master Shangguan predicted, he has joined the squad. This operation is commissioned by the Qian family. The dozen or so people continued to exchange the information they had gathered. In that case, everyone should form an alliance. Then you can each return to claim your rewards. The group became familiar with each other, exchanging their information. Meanwhile, Shin Tian-K was following the Black Tiger Squad as they left the Transmigrator Alliance in a special vehicle. The Transmigrator Alliance was located at the very edge of Lingyun City. Leaving from here meant officially exiting the city. This was his first time leaving Lingyun City. He wondered what the world outside would be like, and what were the legendary other races like. Shin Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a sharp stop. Chen Hu's voice came through. Old rules. Upon hearing this, Shin Tian-K was momentarily stunned, but he soon saw them all getting out of the vehicle one after another. Old Yang waved to Shin Tian-K. Come on, Shin, little brother. Shin Tian-K felt a bit dazed but still followed behind them. The vehicle had been modified. There are not many scenes visible from the outside, limited to a small window. Shin Tian-K did not doubt that the other party wanted to kill and rob. After all, who would want to rob a beast master who had just joined the Transmigrator Alliance? Beast masters rank among the top professions among transmigrators, but his beast mastery skills were merely average. Even if there were some special traits, they were far from being as powerful as Chen Hu. Therefore, Shin Tian-K did not believe he had the potential or possibility of being robbed by the other party. As soon as he landed, he felt an extremely hot breath. Flames rushed towards him, and the air seemed to be boiling and burning. It was as if he had suddenly arrived in a desert. Some of those alien races can sense breath, while others can track traces. The overall strength of these alien races is not too strong, but they are numerous, and the roar of their vehicles is too loud. Once provoked, it is very likely to attract them all, so generally, after driving a few kilometers out of the city, they will proceed on foot. Shin Tian-K was still puzzled when he heard Chen Hu's explanation. He saw a few of them start to put on a piece of equipment. It was a kind of silver-white armor. Shin Tian-K also received one. Weighing it in his hand, it was somewhat heavy, but not too much. Looking at its configuration, it was somewhat similar to the legendary Woodvine Divine Armor. Although it did not achieve the effect of being immune to all poisons and arrows, it could still be considered a defensive weapon. This silver chain armor is to avoid close encounters with the alien races. Their physical bodies are strong, and even their bones and nails can be used as weapons. This is your first time here, so it's better to be cautious. Listening to advice is wise. Shin Tian-K obediently put on the silver chain armor. It didn't feel too heavy in his hands, but wearing it was somewhat cumbersome. He then followed the troops as they moved forward. Perhaps because they had arrived at a battlefield ruin, the faces that had been cheerful on the road suddenly changed. Everyone stood ready, marching in formation towards their destination. Chen Hu, as the squad leader, was the first to summon his black tiger beast to walk at the front of the team. Following closely was the swordsman A Feng, then the healer Chen Jing. Shin Tian-K summoned 3 mastiffs to follow behind them. Finally, there was the stealth master, Old Yang. Shin Tian-K knew that the Black Tiger Squad had come here only to search for herbs that existed only outside the city. These herbs, due to their special growing environment and mild medicinal properties, were very beneficial to many transmigrators. Moreover, because a large quantity was needed, they had to travel quite far. Looking around at the desolation, there were still many remnants of broken walls in the distance. The road was filled with swirling sand. It seemed that no matter how long one walked in such a place, they could not see any greenery. As the team slowly crossed a hill, Shin Tian-K finally saw the scene in the distance. Below the horizon was the broken wall he had seen before, as if a city had been forcibly cut off. Despite the lack of life, one could still see the prosperity of the past from afar. From that city downwards, there was a winding river that stretched all the way to where they were. The surroundings were filled with sand, but some green grass had emerged from the ground. This place was strange. Despite the extremely hot air and the yellow sand all around, plants could still survive. After a rough scan, Shin Tian-K continued to move forward with the others. During this process, Shin Tian-K also saw the so-called alien races. They were a type of creature with a very unique physique. They looked human but were 2 to 3 meters tall, with slender limbs, as if built from bamboo segments. Their bodies were entirely black and dull yellow, revealing a tough exoskeleton. Their hands looked more like 5 blades stitched together. Even a slight movement revealed a chilling gleam, accompanied by the sound of the wind howling. The reason the team chose to advance in this manner was primarily to clear obstacles on the road at the least cost. The profession of a healer is highly sought after everywhere, especially in the exploration of battle ruins. Whenever someone is injured by an alien race, a healer is needed for treatment. Thus, healers are treasures that every team must have, and they must never be exposed to the enemy. Chen Hu, as the peak of combat power, would clear away any sudden appearances of alien races at the forefront. During their journey, they also found the herbs they needed to collect for this operation. Shin Tian-K also picked some along the way. These items were supposed to provide some enhancement for beast tamers, but the 3-headed mastiff did not require them. Its nature was already extremely special. To enhance it, it only needed to eat more evil beings. Shin Tian-K stored these items one by one and handed them to Chen Hu. The other team members were still gathering items in their respective areas. Having completed his task, Shin Tian-K leaned against his beast, watching the distant scene. This place was truly desolate, with nothing around. Yet, alien races kept emerging endlessly. He wanted to enhance his strength here, but it seemed quite difficult. How strange, there was a small hole continuously protruding in this area. Wait, no! Shin Tian's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up. He saw something approaching them from beneath the sand dunes, breaking through layers of soil, as if a gopher was burrowing. There are aliens! As soon as Shin Tian-K finished speaking, more than 10 alien creatures appeared around them without anyone noticing. These aliens were slightly different from those Shin Tian-K had seen before. Their hands did not seem to be claws but rather hammer-like objects. It's a lurking type of alien, Chen Hu exclaimed. The overall strength of these aliens was around the 2nd tier. Although they lacked 3rd-tier combat power, lurking-type aliens were fast and liked to hide, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The black tiger roared and charged forward, crushing those aliens underfoot. As it roared, the black tiger's size multiplied several times. In comparison, those aliens were like little ants, instantly crushed. The swordsman and the stealth master struck almost simultaneously, rushing to the side to crush the aliens. At that moment, one alien suddenly burrowed underground. The ground began to rise with special protrusions. The direction it was heading was towards the center of the team. The others were too focused on the battle to notice what was happening behind them. Their formation was intentionally spread out from Chen Jing at the center, but now, with each being restrained, this alien burst out from the ground. Its shadow gradually enveloped Chen Jing. A pair of red eyes drew near. The sound of claws slicing through the air echoed. Chen Jing's eyes were filled with confusion. Apart from a layer of silver chainmail, she had no other defensive measures. As a healer, she could not practice other offensive techniques. Now, facing the impending strike, she could only pray that the silver chainmail could absorb the damage. Panic filled her beautiful eyes. But as soon as she moved, she collapsed backward, her legs weak with fear in such a situation. Just at that critical moment, black flames began to gradually ignite around the alien. At the same time, a roar echoed. A massive shadow loomed, crushing the alien with a single paw. Chen Jing stared in shock at the 3-headed mastiff engulfed in flames. Shin Tian's figure quietly appeared beside her. Seeing the alien now stirred something in his heart, especially when he thought of his father, who had gone missing after fighting these creatures. Anger surged in his eyes. Leave none alive, kill them all. The 3-headed mastiff let out a roar. Immediately, it charged forward. Wherever it passed, black flames continuously burned and collided, incinerating all the corpses. Die! The appearance of the 3-headed mastiff was too sudden. The swordsman and the escape armor master, who were still in battle, changed their expressions upon seeing this beast. This beast was larger than the black tiger, but it was not as long. The flames burning around it seemed to have lethal power against the alien races as well. Those aliens in its path were all scorched by the flames, and then either crushed by a paw or bitten through the spine by the three-headed mastiff. The speed was astonishing, the means brutal. In just a moment, under the watchful eyes of many, the three-headed mastiff had slaughtered all the dozens of aliens. After the aliens died, only a pile of skeletons and blood-soaked flesh remained. The place was already reeking. Old Zhang touched his bald head, murmuring, "Goodness, what on earth is this guy's beast?" Chen Hu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in his eyes. From the beast of the opponent, he could sense a stronger power. Although both were beast masters, his own beast seemed only powerful in its third-tier strength compared to the opponent's. In contrast, in terms of size and ability, it seemed like a joke. However, after the surprise, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. The opponent was only executing a mission for the first time and could react fearlessly at a critical moment. Their team had recruited newcomers before, but each had been scared out of their wits by these suddenly appearing aliens. Some couldn't even cast the most basic magic, let alone protect their lives. Originally, Chen Hu thought he had misjudged this time and recruited a newcomer. But unexpectedly, the opponent had such strength. It seemed his choice was extremely correct. The gazes of several people unconsciously turned towards the man. Some affirmed Qin Tiang's strength, while others felt jealousy. The swordsman Feng slowly sheathed his sword. When he looked at Qin Tianke, his eyes narrowed slightly, filled with disdain and contempt. Did a newcomer want to show off his achievements in front of the captain like this? How foolish. A waste who only knew how to hide behind his beast was not worth his effort. Qin Tianke cupped his fists to the others, revealing a hint of regret in his eyes as he looked at the alien corpses. He had already tried. Killing these things did not enhance his strength. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the aliens were inedible. This was completely outside his hunting range. It was truly a headache. If consuming alien corpses were useful, he would have raised his strength to the maximum here. Ah, good, Qin Feng, I thought you would be like those previous newcomers. Chen Hu laughed as he stepped forward and pulled Qin Tianke beside him. The Transcender Alliance only required that one not be a member of the Dark Church for identity verification. As for name information, Qin Tianke could not use his real name. The name he left here was Qin Feng. A simple, honest smile appeared on Qin Tiang's face. Captain Chen, what you said is just luck, merely luck. After Qin Tianke revealed his strength, he had gained unanimous recognition from everyone. However, that swordsman seemed to maintain a cold attitude throughout. Qin Tianke did not mind. Changing oneself for others' opinions was sheer foolishness. The team adjusted for a moment and then set off again. However, Qin Tiang's gaze fell not far away. The three-headed mastiff, being a mastiff, had significantly enhanced its sense of smell. In that place, he had already seen a team of no less than 10 people. If he were to say they were the same squad, Qin Tianke did not believe it. The aura emanating from the other party made the three-headed mastiff very eager. Moreover, when searching for the squad earlier, the three-headed mastiff had sensed these auras. Now it could be considered as corroborating the three-headed mastiff's thoughts. With such villains appearing in this borderland, Qin Tiang's suspicion about their identities deepened a few more points. If they were following the Black Tiger squad, then their only target seemed to be himself. It seemed they should be from the Shangguan family or the Chen family. It was also possible that both families had jointly dispatched them. To send so many people just to eliminate him, they were indeed quite willing. A cold light flashed in Qin Tiang's eyes. Since it was already confirmed, he can only invite them into the trap. Right now, he had no suitable reason to leave the squad, nor did he have full confidence in being able to deal with them. But with them around, the three-headed mastiff's advancement was just around the corner. Therefore, he had only one choice before him: to cast a long line and catch a big fish. The squad set off again. Along the way, Qin Tianke had seen the starkly different landscapes of these places. One moment he was in the yellow sand, and the next he turned to find himself among the mountains and forests. The Black Tiger at the front of the team suddenly paused. His nose twitched, and a thought was conveyed to Chen Hu. Chen Hu's expression changed. Immediately, the team stopped moving. Chen Hu lowered his voice and spoke to a few people. Within 10 meters ahead, there is an alien beast. Alien beast? Another unfamiliar term. Qin Tianke felt a strange darkness in his mind. No, he must deepen his knowledge in this area when he returns. Otherwise, he would seem too backward. Unlike Qin Tianke, the other three were all excited. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianke felt even more darkness in his mind. Captain, this alien beast is... Before Qin Tianke could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a Feng beside him. Alien beasts are extremely rare even among aliens. They are more like mounts owned by those with status among the aliens. These alien beasts can be said to be treasures. Their flesh can be consumed to enhance the physical body of the transmuters. Their bones can be crafted into weapons, with an extraordinary sharpness. These alien beasts can be said to be treasures. Every part of their bodies can be utilized to the fullest. Even though we have survived in the ruins of battle for so long, we have only seen a few. As Chen-Hu spoke, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. This alien beast's strength is only equivalent to the second tier. Seeing the looks of the others, Qin Tianke instantly understood their thoughts. They wanted to take down that alien beast. I have no objections. How should I cooperate? They had been moving through these battle ruins for an unknown amount of time. Naturally, they had a tacit understanding among themselves. Qin Tianke, now interjecting, was unclear about their strength arrangements and team coordination. Chen-Hu glanced at Qin Tianke. Then he looked at everyone. He immediately began to devise a strategic plan on the ground using some small stones. This alien beast is a centaur. Centaurs have an extremely strong desire to annihilate humans and are very fast. Black Tiger and I will be responsible for the strong assault to attract the centaur's attention. Afong and Lao Yang, you two take the opportunity to strike. Afong, you must chop off the centaur's 4 legs. Xin Jing, you just need to enhance a Feng's speed. As for Qin Tianke, your beast controlling ability is powerful, so temporarily act as a backup and ensure Qinjing's safety. Qin Tianke had no objections to such an arrangement. After all, he had just joined this organization, and if he were to complete any task in cooperation with them, he truly could not guarantee it. After all, there was no tacit understanding or coordination between the two sides. Alright, let's move. A few people began to organize their equipment. Suddenly, a ball of deep blue light emerged from Chen Jing's palm. As soon as the light rose, it transformed into a small orb that spread over a Feng's body. Circles began to ripple around his surface, forming a uniquely beautiful blue wave, as if he were wrapped in a veil. Qin Tianke had never seen such a thing before, but he had heard of it. Healers were not merely for simple healing, they were more like enhancers. The so-called healing was just a restoration of the body under the enhancement effect. Similarly, the enhancement could extend beyond just healing the body. Just like now, this blue halo clearly had the effect of boosting the opponent's speed. This ability was something Qin Tianke was witnessing for the first time. It seemed that this outing had indeed broadened his horizons. The group began to move. Qin Tianke followed them to a nearby hillside. Below the hillside was a yellow sand hollow, or a collapsed palace lay, with broken walls and remnants of flesh. There was a pungent smell in the air. Qin Tianke crouched on the hilltop and soon saw a massive creature below, continuously tearing at something. The creature stood over 5 meters tall, with the upper body of a male human, muscles bulging with explosive power, while its lower body was that of a horse. Its hooves stomped, making unusual sounds. Qin Tianke looked at this strange being and immediately activated the system for identification. Alien beast, centaur. Strength, second tier. Ability, Gale, Earth Surge. He had never encountered such a creature before and felt as if he were watching a movie. In his line of sight, the centaur suddenly paused for a moment, casually lifting its head to look ahead. Directly in front of it, the black tiger was slowly approaching. On its back, its beast master sat. The two locked eyes, and the air was thick with tension. In an instant, the centaur let out a sharp roar. Then, its 4 hooves began to stomp wildly, charging straight at the opponent. Its speed was astonishing. At the same time, as it raised its hand, the surrounding yellow sand surged, giving rise to peculiar long spear-like spikes that shot towards Chen-Hu in the distance. The black tiger was incredibly fast. Even while dragging its beast master, it still unleashed impressive speed, continuously dodging these attacks while closing in on the opponent. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter. Just as they were about to make contact, the yellow sand suddenly rose, instantly obscuring the centaur's vision. Behind Chen-Hu, 2 figures appeared abruptly. The sound of blades being drawn seemed to herald the end of life. A flash of silver light flickered. In an instant, this silver light left a mark beneath the hooves. With a soft thud, the centaur's 4 hooves were severed in an instant. Its body slumped, the center of gravity swaying, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Right beneath it, Old Yang had already set up his iron shield. Although the shield was meant to block attacks, it could also serve as a weapon. The lower edge of his shield was extremely sharp, rivaling that of swords. At such close range, the centaur had no time to react before it came crashing down. A loud bang echoed as its body slammed onto the already erected sharp shield. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and in the chaos, the centaur's body was cleaved in 2. The battle ended so quickly. Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel astonished. The process of this battle was too swift, wasn't it? Even their strongest combatant hadn't made a move, and they had already dealt with the opponent? Was he perhaps dreaming? Don't be surprised, their cooperation has always been good. It's just a pity that my current abilities are only healing and acceleration, and I can't provide them with much enhancement. Chen Jing seemed to sense Qin Tiang's confusion and spoke lightly. Shin Tian-K was still thinking that his three-headed mastiff could step in if necessary, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. However, that was fine, it saved some energy and could still yield rewards. At that moment, Shin Tian-K suddenly noticed something. His expression changed abruptly as he looked in a certain direction. Not just him, below, Shin, who suddenly realized something and, along with his beast, looked in the same direction. This place was a mountain hollow, with steep terrain. In the middle stood a half-buried palace. They were currently fighting to the left of the palace, and what they were looking at was the right side of the palace, which was behind their battle. That area was originally a stretch of yellow sand, but now several figures were gradually appearing. One after another, 6 people emerged from the yellow sand. The 6 approached from a distance. Shenhu narrowed his eyes, focusing on the dark staff held by the leader. The staff was very special. Even from afar, one could sense the thick aura of death emanating from it. This feeling was something he had only sensed once before, from a newcomer who had just joined their team. The aura the other party exuded was extremely dangerous. Not just him, the others also noticed the scene and became alert. This centaur is ours. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Among the 5, a burly man wielding a machete stepped forward. This man, 2 meters tall, wore only a tank top, yet his muscles seemed ready to burst through. The machete in his hand resembled a massive door plank. Shenhu stepped forward, looking at the other party, then glanced at his own side, and then cupped his fists in greeting. This friend, we are the Black Tiger Squad. How about we each take half of this centaur? Shin Tian-K lay on the mountaintop. Fortunately, they had not prematurely revealed their presence. They were currently hiding in the shadows. He was also certain that the 6 people below had not discovered them. Chen Jing was lying beside him, cautiously speaking. Her eyes were even more fearful than when facing the alien creature earlier. It's them, the Marauders. Marauders? The battle ruins belong to a no-man's land. The military won't interfere, the city won't intervene, and the Transmigrator Alliance won't meddle. Because of this, there are many opportunists who take the chance to rob the Transmigrator teams they encounter, claiming all the spoils for themselves. These people rarely show up in the Transmigrator Alliance and never reveal their true identities. Those who recognize them by their true faces are called Marauders. They have already set up camp in the battle ruins. Shin Tian-K instantly understood. So these are the so-called bandits? Looking at these people, Shin Tian's eyes were filled with a hint of joy. He had already suppressed the movements of the 3-headed mastiff within him. The 3-headed mastiff was always sensitive to the aura of evil. Just like now, he could already confirm that each of the 6 people below was a notorious villain. From Chen Jing's words earlier, it seemed these bandits were quite common. So these people were the reason he entered the battle ruins. This way, the 3-headed mastiff could eliminate evil and also enhance its strength. As his eyes opened and closed, all the information about these people popped up. 1 giant sword warrior, 3 mages, 1 beast master, and 1 sacrificial mage. Shin Tian's gaze lingered heavily on the term sacrificial mage. In the system's explanation, a sacrificial mage is an extremely dangerous existence. Sacrificial mage, dangerous profession. For every level up, a life of the same kind must be sacrificed. At the brink of life and death, one can sacrifice their life to gain superior combat power. But the effect is time-limited. No wonder Chen Hu spoke in such a low tone, given the circumstances. This group of bandits had no sense of justice whatsoever. As long as they set their sights on someone, they would fight fiercely for that person, making them extremely dangerous individuals. Dealing with such people, being able to leave alive would already be considered a great fortune. Before the burly man with the giant knife could speak, the figure leading from behind had already walked over slowly. His body was shrouded in a tattered robe, obscuring his face. However, one hand gripping the staff had already transformed into a skeletal form. Beneath the robe, a pair of red eyes glimmered with an unusual light. I want them all. After saying this, his cloak suddenly fell away, revealing a ghastly face. It was a middle-aged man's face, but in some places, the flesh had been partially eroded. He looked like a living corpse. You all, don't think you can live. As soon as the words fell, 3 magical arrays lit up behind him. Within the arrays, flames, lightning, and frost, 3 pure elemental attacks rushed forward with a thunderous roar, directly eroding towards the centaur's corpse, seemingly aiming to obliterate it. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly surged forward. He still had Chen Jing's speed enhancement on him. Coupled with his own sharpness and reflexes as a swordsman, he instantly arrived in front of the opponent. His long sword swung out abruptly. At such a distance, as long as the mage was approached, death was certain. However, before he could strike with his sword, a roar came from behind. A shadow rushed closer, and a giant knife swung down towards him. The power of this strike was overwhelming, even the wind seemed to split apart. In midair, a phone could not evade. He could only rely on his instincts as a swordsman, twisting his body to block the blow with his sword. A crisp sound rang out. A Feng's body was sent tumbling backward. After rolling on the ground for a moment, he finally regained his balance. The blade in his hand had been broken in two, and there was a massive footprint on his chest. Blood welled at the corner of his mouth. Just as he landed, Old Yang had already arrived in front of him, shield in hand. A swordsman losing their sword would greatly diminish their combat power. This was the first time a Feng encountered such a situation, but fortunately, he still had two other swords on him. However, his gaze was fixed on the giant knife guard, astonished. Shenhu, seeing this scene, understood there was no room for negotiation. The black tiger roared, its size instantly increasing. After reaching the third tier of beast mastery, it gained the ability to grow in size. Just like now, after a roar, in just a few steps, its size had already more than doubled. Its current size was not much different from that of the centaur before. With a roar, the black tiger lunged towards their strongest combatant. The sacrificial mage showed no emotion in his eyes upon seeing this. Or rather, the face of a living corpse could not display any so-called expression. A ghostly blue flame began to swirl in his palm, the fire dancing forward as he retreated, drawing the opponent away from this battlefield. At this moment, Shin Tianke was crouched atop a hill. The enemy was in the open while he was hidden. He would only have one chance to strike. After that, he must achieve the best possible outcome. They will definitely suffer a heavy blow. How to act for maximum benefit? He was calculating. The strongest combat force on the opposite side, that third-tier sacrificial mage, had already been held back. The furious giant blade warrior would likely be dealt with by a Feng and Old Yang together. The remaining three mages were perfectly positioned, so the only one left was that beast master among them. Shin Tianke looked at the opponent. In an instant, he understood his adversary. Sister Jing, wait for us here. Shin Tianke immediately summoned three mastiffs. He mounted them. After running, the three mastiffs suddenly vanished from sight. This was the ability of the three mastiffs, shadow escape. They could conceal themselves in the shadows without revealing their bodies. A shadow was surging from below this mountain, bypassing the fighting individuals, and arriving behind this group of bandits. Ha ha ha, come, 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 laughter echoed. The enormous figure swung the giant blade in his hand, which was as large as a door, and slashed at the two in front of him. Each move displayed overwhelming might. The two opponents were suppressed, constantly dodging. This person was able to single-handedly force the two into a position where they could not resist at all. Even if they could block the attacks, it was only in a flustered manner. Pang! Even with such a shield, he was still knocked back several meters by the opponent's immense strength. Old Yang looked at the numerous scars already left on his shield, and a look of vigilance and surprise emerged in his eyes. He had thought the opponent would be strong, but he never expected this giant blade warrior to be so powerful. The giant blade warrior profession could be said to combine the abilities of his stealth master and a Feng swordsman profession. This profession was extremely special. They were absolute defense. Those in this profession primarily trained their physical bodies. Just as their profession suggested, the giant blade was their method of cultivation. It served as both an offensive and defensive means. With the combination of these two methods, this person's size and strength unleashed a power beyond imagination. It was something he could not withstand. A Feng looked at the scene before him, anger flickering in his eyes. He saw the azure winds around him continuously gathering. At the same time, the sword blades in his hands had already shown some signs. Yet, excitement erupted in his eyes like never before. He let out a furious shout. Whirlwind slash! A Feng kicked off with his legs. His body began to spin in mid-air. The two sword blades formed a small tornado as they rotated with his body, slashing hard at the opponent. Under such an offensive, the original speed of the sword blades, combined with the added speed from the rotation, would only grow stronger and fiercer. It was something this person could not withstand. As the sword blades struck against the opponent's blade in a series of slashes, the relentless attacks surged like a flood. The giant blade warrior also realized the situation was dire. However, he had no intention of holding back at all. His smile deepened, and the battle grew even more intense. Meanwhile, Old Yang charged forward with his shield. On the other side, the massive black tiger was entangled with a human who was several times smaller than him, like an ant. Both were third-tier combatants. Even with a size advantage, the black tiger was still inferior in fighting skills and agility. Meanwhile, three mages stood together, forming a formation. Beneath their feet, a magic circle of purple, red, and blue light was coalescing. Behind the three mages stood a man quietly. A python was coiled around him. This was his beast companion, the ghost spirit python, a second-tier beast with undead attributes. The Black Tiger Squad really overestimates themselves. Even the boss has made a move, and they are still not in the bag? It's a pity about that half-centaur. If my little python had eaten it, it might have been able to advance to the third tier. The man seemed to be talking to himself, his tone tinged with regret. But just then, he suddenly sensed something. The instinctive reaction unique to beast tamers was triggered. Danger! The man had no time to act before he felt his body lighten. His perspective spun wildly. As his vision lowered, he saw his lower half standing there, blood surging. How could this be? His ghostly python was more sensitive to danger than he was. How could it not have given any warning? Was something blocking it? In the moments before his life slipped away, he saw 3 black dogs appear. Isn't it the 3-headed hellhound? How could it possibly threaten his ghostly python? Unfortunately, he would never know the answer to that question. The 3 mages looked back in terror, retreating repeatedly while unleashing their magical attacks. Lightning, flames, frost. 3 types of power surged wildly toward the 3-headed mastiff. They had just seen that strange hellhound devouring their companion. After a burst of smoke, a figure gradually emerged from where the hellhound had been. The 3 mages stood ready, their staffs charged with attacks, prepared to strike. At that moment, the figure stepped out of the smoke. What is this? A hellhound? No, a 4-headed hellhound? What kind of creature is this? It clearly has the body of a 3-headed hellhound but possesses 4 dog heads? Why is that? Could it be some other mutated beast? The mages were stunned by this scene, but they clung to their instinctive reactions and combat experience, continuously casting magical attacks. Raging thunder, scorching flames, biting ice. Upon seeing these attacks, the 4-headed mastiff began to ignite in circles of fire. As long as it devoured evil beings, it could enhance its power. Not only could it grow an extra head, but it could also elevate its control over its abilities to a new level. Just like now, the black flames surrounding it seemed to change. The black flames had taken on a strange, sticky texture. 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the 3 mages ahead. With a movement of its feet, it charged toward them. Meanwhile, in the place it left behind, the ghostly python of its fallen master continued to struggle. Shin Tianke watched this beast quietly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. At this moment, all he saw was the endless, rich black flames, as if he were the Reaper returned from hell. This beast indeed possessed some rare spectral attributes, but what a pity! He was a hell disaster beast tamer. A mere specter meant nothing in his eyes. Shin Tianke's appearance was too sudden. Even if the 3 mages reacted in time to launch their attacks, they were mages after all. Their physical strength and treasures were limited. Moreover, their opponent was so unique. The magical attacks they had hoped would work against it descended upon the creature as if they were being devoured. Not only did it show no reaction, but it even accelerated its speed. In a sense, the 4-headed mastiff was no longer a mere creature. How could those so-called physical attacks possibly affect it? The first to have its neck bitten off by the 4-headed mastiff was the mage who had been continuously casting lightning magic. Watching his companion split in 2 before being swallowed, the remaining 2 were terrified. They hurriedly called for help from their leader. Boss, save me. There existed a communication array among the mages. Upon hearing the message from his subordinate, the figure of the living dead, buried beneath the cloak, turned. While dodging the black tiger's attack, it glanced downward. It was this one glance that turned its eyes crimson, and the skeletal frame trembled uncontrollably. In its line of sight, 2 mages in the team were torn apart by that peculiar creature and swallowed whole. The strange creature's body underwent a transformation, swelling to twice its size. 2 more heads sprouted beside the 5 existing ones. What kind of creature is this? The sacrificial mage's eyes were filled with shock. Just at that moment of daze, a massive tiger paw came crashing down. With a single strike, like swatting a fly, it slammed him heavily onto a nearby sand dune. The dune collapsed, quickly burying his body. The mage's physical form was already fragile. Moreover, having just endured a full-force strike from a 3rd-tier beast master, how could he possibly have any chance of survival? Boss! The giant-bladed guard exclaimed in shock, only to realize something was charging at him from behind. Before he could react, his weapon was already knocked away. Several large mouths were continuously tearing at his body. Amidst the screams and agony, the giant-bladed guard met his end. All that remained on the sand was a pool of foul-smelling blood and a broken body. Lao Yang and Afong watched the scene unfold. They exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. What kind of creature is this? Before they could react, the creature before them underwent a series of peculiar changes. Its body seemed to swell slightly, but the extent was minor. At the same time, the flames surrounding it burned more fiercely. The most striking change was that another head sprouted beside its 7 heads. 8 heads? What the hell is this? A Fong couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this thing? Qin Fong, isn't your beast a hellhound? How did it suddenly grow 5 more heads? It wasn't just them. In the distance, the black tiger had gradually shrunk in size, returning to its normal form. On its back was Chen Hu. The man and beast observed the strange beast before them, especially the black tiger. It felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression from this beast. Even though its own strength was greater, there seemed to be a certain degree of suppression. This was the first thought in the black tiger's mind. It conveyed this idea to its beast master. Chen Hu examined Qin Tianke before him, pondering slightly but saying nothing. Qin Tianke slowly approached, patting his beast. My beast is not in its complete form. These people have a special crystal on them that greatly attracts old hay. That's why it devoured them all. At this moment, he certainly couldn't reveal that his beast could evolve by consuming evil beings. That would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, he had only spent a short day with these people. He had a rough estimate of their personalities, but one must always be wary of others, and never harbor ill intentions. He couldn't afford to bring disaster and trouble upon himself with a careless remark. I see. Earlier, I misjudged. I didn't expect your beast to be of perfect quality. Chen Hu carefully examined old hay before him and exclaimed this. Qin Tianke did not deny it and nodded. Chen Hu understood why his beast felt fear in the presence of the other's beast. It turned out to be a beast of perfect quality. His own beast was only of elite quality. The quality of beasts is divided into ordinary, elite, perfect, and legendary. Although elite and perfect are only one tier apart, but in reality, the difference was vast. Even with a leap in strength, it fundamentally could not be compensated. Afone looked at the scene before him, feeling a surge of surprise in his heart. His previous disdain for Qin Tianke gradually receded amidst his thoughts. At that moment, Xinjing, who had been idly standing by, also walked over. After all, a healer could not directly influence the battle. Her earlier speed enhancement effect on Afong had long since worn off. She only had 2 effects, speed enhancement and healing enhancement. She had no other abilities, so it was not an exaggeration to say she was just idling. Among them, perhaps the one most heavily injured was Old Yang's shield. The shield was as large as a door and was now showing signs of collapse. It seemed that a few more hits would completely shatter it. However, none of them had been injured yesterday. Surviving the hands of these bandits was the best fortune. Chen Hu was just about to say something when he suddenly sensed a strange wave descending. Not just him, the other 4 felt this powerful wave almost simultaneously. Without any hesitation, they turned around to look behind them. In the sand dune where the sacrificial mage was located, strong gusts of wind were swirling. The wind was domineering, instantly flattening the sand dune as if forming a natural tornado. In the center of the tornado, a figure was slowly being lifted, standing proudly in midair. Feeling the power emanating from it, Qin Tianke was taken aback, and his eyes widened. The system panel popped up. Ding! Ability, Blood Sacrifice. An ability unique to the sacrificial mage, using one's own body as a sacrifice to exchange for higher combat power. Not good. This is a 4th tier aura. The strongest in the team was Chen Hu. He had been at the peak of the 3rd tier for a long time and had long yearned for the 4th tier, but there had been no breakthrough path. Now, upon sensing this aura, he immediately recognized it. Even though the classes of the transmuters were different, the aura at the moment of breakthrough was worlds apart from before. This was a 4th tier existence. Run, scatter and run. Without Chen Hu needing to assign roles, they instantly scattered to escape. Among them, the strongest was only 3rd tier, and the rest were all 2nd tier. In this situation, facing a 4th tier powerhouse, not running meant waiting for death. Old Jiang glanced at Chen Jing beside him. He quickly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Although he was a shield warrior, skilled in defense, his speed was not bad. Plus, the shield could act as a skateboard on the sand, so his speed wouldn't be slow. He threw the shield onto the ground and then pushed off with all his might, landing on the shield and sliding away like skiing. Afone was a swordsman known for his speed, so there was no need to say much about his escape. Chen Hu mounted his horse, and they all quickly fled. Qin Tianke looked at the 4th tier sacrificial mage that was continuously reviving before him and suddenly thought of something. He looked behind him, and a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Even if the sacrificial mage exchanged his life for higher combat power, it wouldn't appear so quickly. Qin Tianke faced the raging winds and stepped forward to the half-centaur corpse that had just been blasted into pieces by the opponent. Alien beast, let me see your soul. Black and white light burst forth from Qin Tianke's eyes, and at that moment, he donned a special black and white robe. Come! A command echoed as if it came from hell itself. A number of souls suddenly appeared on the ground, some human and some beast. However, the centaur from earlier was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that his abilities were ineffective against the alien beasts? As Chin Tianke pondered this, a series of thunderous roars erupted behind him. The wind had completely dissipated. At that moment, a giant over 10 meters tall appeared in that place. Though it was called a giant, it resembled a skeleton more. Almost half of its body was broken. Among the bones, flowing blood and a beating heart could be seen. The internal organs were also fully visible. It looked as if the sacrificial mage from earlier had been magnified several times. As its size increased, its aura surged violently. Was this the aura of a fourth-tier being? Even in his current form, under the hellish disaster of beast control, Jin Tianke still felt a significant pressure. No wonder Chen Hu and the others were unwilling to fight and chose to leave directly. It turned out to be for this reason. Die! A roar erupted, as if an invisible sound wave had instantly amplified 100-fold. Jin Tianke felt as if he were at the center of a sonar, his scalp tingling. He looked up to see a giant hand crashing down. The sand dune instantly collapsed, and a tremendous commotion was sent flying into the air. The half-dead, withered sacrificial mage suddenly trembled, and its gaze seemed to change. Where was the person? A few meters away, atop the sand dune, Jin Tianke sat on Old Black's back, watching this scene unfold. TSK. He had just faced a direct blow from a fourth-tier being. He was still somewhat shocked. Was this the power of a fourth-tier powerhouse? Truly formidable. No wonder they were the backbone of every city's combat strength. Compared to the third-tier beast master, the Black Tiger, the gap was not trivial. Fortunately, Old Black's ability allowed him to hide within the shadows of the opponent. He could even evade detection by a fourth-tier being. It seemed that some of Old Black's abilities still needed to be developed by himself. Since he couldn't take the centaur's soul, he would resort to another plan. Looking at the massive figure before him, Jin Tianke casually picked up a stone from the sand dune and threw it with all his might at the giant. The stone did not create a huge commotion, but it did cause the sacrificial mage to turn its head. Its eyes locked onto Jin Tianke. Fool! A thing that is neither human nor ghost. Even in its current state, the sacrificial mage retained a fair amount of intelligence, but that intelligence could only be consumed by endless rage and slaughter, leading to instinctive reactions to crazily massacre everything around. The sacrificial mage's gaze was fixed on Jin Tianke. After letting out a roar, it charged toward him, each step creating a large pit in the sand. After all, 10 meters in height was too massive and extremely conspicuous. Old Black turned and ran wildly, while Jin Tianke watched the sacrificial mage pursuing him. He began to estimate the encounter between the two sides, revealing a cold killing intent in his eyes. Since you want to chase me down, don't blame me. He was still contemplating how to deal with the little tail behind him when someone delivered a pillow right to him. This enormous sacrificial mage was enough to help him resolve the crisis behind him. Boss, where did those few people go? Why haven't they been found yet? On the outskirts of the forest, 15 figures were communicating with each other. How would I know? Among their team, there is a beast master who is third tier. Although their strength cannot be compared to mine, they are still protected by the Transmigrator Alliance. Our assassination target is only Jin Tianke. Those people we can only choose to let go. If we act rashly, we might expose the whereabouts of our employer. When the time comes for accountability, don't come begging me to save you. The one speaking was the leader among the 15. He carried a massive sword on his back, a branch of the swordsman profession. At the third tier of cultivation, a giant sword guardian. Daring to let young Master Shangwan suffer such torment, this kid is already on the path to death. Young Master Sun San has also been punished by the family. Next to the giant sword guardian were two others. All three were at the third tier of cultivation. One was a third tier wind mage. The other was a third tier shadow assassin. They were sent by the Shangwan and Sun families. They just happened to meet on the way. The four great families were interconnected. They had hired the assassin. They knew each other. That was how they formed an alliance to act together. Otherwise, how could an ordinary assassination organization have 15 people? The more people there are, the easier it is to expose their whereabouts. This operation must succeed. It cannot fail. Even if we can't wait for you to break away from the team, we must act, disrupt them, and then eliminate that kid. Yes, the giant sword guardian at the forefront could no longer contain himself. They rarely left the city for missions. This place was too dangerous. Moreover, a 15-person assassination team. To be honest, that was too many people, making it hard not to be suspected. It was better to resolve this matter quickly. The sandstorm is so strong. A man carrying a scythe looked at the sandstorm approaching in the distance and couldn't help but step forward to touch it. It was a perfectly normal scene, but the giant sword guardian and the other two suddenly changed their expressions. Just as his hand was about to touch the sandstorm coming closer, a shout rang out. "Not good! Step back!" As soon as the words fell, a silver streak of light surged from the sandstorm, piercing through the body of the man with the scythe. The light flashed and vanished. The man was instantly split in two, falling to the ground, consumed by the sandstorm. What kind of trickery is this? The wind mage's staff halted. A violent gust of wind descended, stirring the sandstorm. As the sandstorm dispersed, a massive shadow loomed over everyone. A gigantic skeleton, at least 10 meters tall, stood there. It had flesh on its body. One could even see the heart beating and blood flowing through the bones. Everyone's faces froze, fear spreading from their heads to their feet. Danger, extreme danger. If they stayed any longer, they would perish here. Regardless of what the final profession of a class changer was, each person had their own unique danger warning. Now, all their danger warnings erupted. They had executed so many missions. They had seen quite a few strange creatures. But this skeleton was no ordinary one. The aura it emitted was at the 4th tier. This enormous undead stood tall. The 4th tier aura was released without concealment. A pair of blood-red eyes dripped with blood, staring down at the group below. Rage burned within. Damn it, no wonder it dared to kill its own subordinates. So there were so many accomplices. Die, die, all of you die. A roar erupted from its mouth. This roar was no less than a storm. It instantly swept everything below. Trees were snapped by the fierce wind, falling backward. The 15 stood facing it. Apart from fear, there were no other thoughts. Immediately after, the gigantic creature raised its hand and swiped downward. Flames erupted from the magic circle condensed in its palm. Run! Quick! Escape! A one-sided massacre began. The unique clash of magic. The release of elements. The sound of blades clashing. The roars of beast tamers. The sounds of frantic collisions continuously erupted and overlapped on this battlefield of 1 against 15. At this moment, the 15 were filled with despair. They could not understand where this 4th-tier skeleton had come from. It should be known that 4th-tier powerhouses, even within the city, were the elders of those families or the pillars of strength within the family. No matter which city they went to, they could always enjoy a good reputation. They could be said to be like local tyrants. But now, how could they have encountered such a powerful skeleton? What on earth was this thing that had appeared? They felt nothing but fear at this moment. This thing was too strong, too terrifying. How could they possibly withstand it? As they fled in a panic, not far away on a sand dune, Shin Tianke was sitting on the back of Old Black, watching the scene before him with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt no sympathy for these people's plight. After all, if one does not offend me, I will not offend them. He had only one principle when it came to enemies: eradicate them completely. Watching this scene, he felt extremely calm, playing with the curved knife in his hand. The excitement in his eyes grew as he looked at the knife. It was indeed a weapon of perfect quality. According to the Alliance's regulations, weapons and beast tamers beasts each have 4 realms. This weapon was of perfect quality, which was quite rare. Generally speaking, such weapons would only come from the top-tier blacksmiths among the profession of blacksmithing. Only the most skilled masters could forge weapons of such perfect quality. Even in the Alliance's trading venues, these weapons would command a high price. As for legendary weapons above perfect quality, they were even rarer. Legendary weapons truly only existed in legends. So far, the highest quality Shin Tianke had seen was the perfect weapon he was currently playing with. He had a higher regard for his father's level of existence. If even a perfect quality weapon could not provide strong support for his father's battles, it seemed his father's status was very high. He needed to work harder. Beneath him, Old Black had already grown its 9th head, its size increasing a bit more, and its aura growing stronger. Shin Tianke could also feel Old Black's yearning and desire for the bloody battlefield ahead. He patted Old Black's neck, his eyes filled with excitement. No need to rush, it won't be long before we can act. What Shin Tianke needed to do now was to wait patiently. He could sense that even with the blood sacrifice, the sacrificial mage remained powerful despite losing rationality. For him, magic seemed to have become an instinctive reaction. This was beyond doubt. The sacrificial mage was one of the rarest types among mages. This type was extremely rare, as mentioned in the system's introduction. Rarity meant they possessed immense combat power. Just like earlier, when watching the sacrificial mage fight, it was clear that the mage had cast at least 3 types of magic. It should be noted that an ordinary first-level mage could only practice 1 type, yet the opponent had already cast at least 3, demonstrating the depth of their magical foundation and the rarity and terror of this profession. However, such powerful effects often did not last long. Now, he could only wait quietly. Perhaps in a few more minutes, he would be able to reap the rewards. At this moment, in Qin Tiang's eyes, including the sacrificial mage, all 16 of these people were experience points for enhancing his beast. Old Black was just 1 head away from advancing to 10 heads. At that time, it would gain 2 new abilities. He couldn't help but wonder how terrifying that would be. By then, Old Black would be a 3rd-level beast, truly qualified and capable of entering the Alliance's selection for job changers and able to protect his mother. On the battlefield, many companions had already fallen to the ground, gasping for breath, with corpses lying around. The giant sword guardian's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a loud roar, he shouted, "Frenzy!" His upper garments instantly burst apart. Complex and mysterious scriptures began to swirl continuously over his muscles. Under the scorching sunlight, these scriptures gradually took on a divine aura. They began to sway like flowing water. In contrast, he started to chant special incantations from his mouth. As the incantations were sung, his body began to swell, ultimately reaching 3 meters. Although this was a significant difference compared to the colossal creature before him, combined with the giant sword in his hand, it would amount to considerable combat power. Wind's celestial pull. The wind mage had reached a point of all or nothing. The azure light in his eyes gradually enveloped his body, and the staff in his hand erupted with a high-pitched cry. Die! The last of the 3 strong members of the team revealed a frenzied light in his eyes, and his body began to change continuously. In an instant, he merged into the earth, darting away into the distance. Like a star in the night, he streaked across with a dazzling white light, landing on the body of the sacrificial mage. Not just the 3 of them, the others were also exerting all their strength to fight against the skeleton. As long as they could win, they would have hope for survival. This was a true life and death moment. The sacrificial mage's eyes burst forth with a scarlet light. His aura showed signs of wilting but continued to expand. With a roar, his body began to undergo a series of bizarre changes. His arms spread wide around him, and flesh and blood surged forth from within the skeleton, as if some monster had erupted from an open chest cavity. His body twisted and swelled until the flesh on his chest solidified, coalescing into the size of a silkworm cocoon. With a loud bang, an explosion was triggered. The massive explosion raised a cloud of dust. The sound of the blast echoed like thunder in the desert. On the sand dunes, Qin Tianke watched this scene, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Let's go, Old Black, it's time to reap." The 9-headed mastiff let out a roar and immediately dashed towards that place. Wind, disperse. A weak reprimand emerged from the swirling dust, and violent gusts of wind surged forth, annihilating everything in their path. As the dust settled, a scene of devastation was revealed. Blood danced, splattering all around. Numerous corpses remained on the sand and stones. The air was thick with a pungent, bloody stench. "Is there anyone still breathing?" A shout rang out, and responses came one after another. The giant sword guardian propped himself up with the massive sword, barely managing to stand. Half of his face was covered in a foul, sticky blood. His bare torso bore numerous scars, with one wound running from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. If it weren't for the guardian's immense strength and formidable physical power, he would have likely been severed in 2 by that blow. Even so, the aura around the giant sword guardian had already diminished significantly. The power of his profession was continuously repairing his body, but the process was extremely slow. The scar on his chest emitted a chilling aura of the undead, constantly devouring the vitality released from his body. Such a powerful life force deprivation? Is this the work of a sacrificial mage? As the leader of the assassination team, he had seen much of the world. He had his own deductions and perceptions regarding the scar on his body. This scar not only could drain life force, but if he lacked the ability to heal, he would likely be worn down to a mere corpse. A class changer capable of such an effect. Only rare sacrificial mages exist. I never expected to encounter such a troublesome thing. I was even hit by the sacrificial mage's final desperate curse. What bad luck! Fortunately, the Great Sword Guardian possesses a powerful vitality that can repair it. With one side diminishing and the other growing, it's only a matter of time before it is extinguished. Not far in front of the Great Sword Guardian, a figure was struggling to lean on the staff in his hand. Streams of shimmering light were swirling around the staff. This person was on the brink of collapse. Using that magic just now had drained nearly all of his physical and magical energy. He was now at his last gasp. A wind mage, incredibly fast. But all mages share a common weakness. Their bodies are extremely frail. Once in close quarters, it's a guaranteed death. Battling against the suddenly appearing skeletal undead, even with companions to assist, was exhausting. To survive at all was already a stroke of luck. As the remaining companions gradually revealed their positions, the Great Sword Guardian's expression darkened. 10. Only 10 people left. Throughout this journey, although they were 2 assassination teams combined, the combat power of this group was relatively high. Now, facing such a situation, he naturally felt indignant. Beyond indignation, there was more hatred. So many brothers had fallen. As the team leader, how could he not feel hatred? Damn it! Where did this son of a bitch sacrificial mage come from? Among the team, only the Wind Mage, second only to the Greatsword Guardian, sat cross-legged. Within his body, streams of power were continuously circulating and nurturing. In front of him was a high-grade restoration magic stone providing an endless source of restorative power. This allowed his complexion to shift from pale to calm. Although he still felt intense pain, the restoration from the magic stone allowed his bodily functions to recover somewhat, and the magic energy within him could also circulate. In this place, where such a commotion had just erupted, it was inevitable that those raiders or remaining foreign races would take notice. Having some self-defense capability was naturally best. He would not forget the mission objective this time. It was a pity, though, that he hadn't found it yet. His thoughts abruptly halted. The mage's danger warning arrived in an instant. Just as he turned his head, the magic in his staff hadn't had time to be released before he felt a strong force descending. The invitation of death had already landed on his brow. Looking at the face of the person emerging from his shadow, his pupils constricted. He instantly had a guess about the sudden change that had just occurred. All the scattered pieces converged. A thought surged to the forefront of his mind. "It's you." A flash of light passed by. This person had already collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Before Chin Tian-K could speak, the old black had already torn the corpse apart in an instant. Suddenly, a 10th head grew beside the 9 heads. Feeling the surging breath continuously feedback from within the old black, Chin Tiang's eyes were filled with excitement. Is this the aura of a breakthrough? This feeling is exhilarating. It's like being in a hot spring. A rolling heat flowed through his limbs and bones, as if something that had been stagnant for a long time was showing signs of breaking apart. The Hell Calamity Beastmaster possesses abilities that ordinary Beastmasters do not have. Every time a beast advances, the Beastmaster receives feedback. Although it doesn't necessarily grant abilities, it can strengthen the physical body. Chin Tian-K did not lose himself in this feeling. His gaze swept over the people in front of him. The black flames on the old black's body had already boiled, and the aura surged explosively. The beast was about to break through. Chin Tian-K would not let it fight. Instead, he scanned the 9 people in front of him who were now on high alert against him. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Who are you? The curse planted on the giant sword guardian had already worn down considerably. His combat power had now recovered to about 60 or 70%. His eyes were fixed intently on the cloaked figure. The aura emanating from this person was only at the 2nd tier. Yet, it gave him an extremely strange feeling, an inexplicable connection to the sacrificial mage from earlier. Chin Tian-K raised his gaze. Beneath the cloak, flames of black and white swirled and burned in the eye sockets. Ha ha ha, weren't you here to hunt me down? As soon as the words fell, the giant sword guardian's expression changed. He saw the face beneath the cloak. How could he not recognize the target of his mission? It was him. How did he end up here? How did he discover our whereabouts? Isn't he a beast master? How could he have the aura of the undead? His mind was filled with too many questions. Not just him, even the brothers beside him, who had recovered somewhat, felt a wave of fear upon seeing Chin Tian-K. I'll give you a chance. Chin Tian's voice was calm. Tell me who sent you, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. A glow flickered in his hand. The curved blade, Luyue, appeared, radiating a bright moonlight. The black and white flames in Chin Tian's eyes danced. An extremely strange aura was emanating from him. After saying this, there was a moment of silence on the opposite side. Then someone burst into wild laughter. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Ha, a lucky kid who just stepped into the 2nd tier. What qualifications do you have to challenge us? Arrogant brat, aren't you just a beast master? Now that you have no beasts, how dare you be so arrogant? You dare to take on so many of us alone. I really don't know whether to call you foolish or clever. Chin Tian-K was not surprised by their reactions. After all, they were all assassins. Such behavior was indeed normal. Looking at these people, Chin Tian-K showed no hesitation and stepped forward. With each step, he casually played with the curved blade in his hand. As he approached, his momentum grew stronger. After witnessing this scene, a hint of panic flashed in the giant sword guardian's eyes. However, he immediately spoke to the others. Quick, we can't let him advance as a beast master. Kill him. Although this battle had left many injured, some were still at the 2nd tier. Moreover, 3 captains were helping them withstand most of the damage. Their overall strength had not diminished much. In fact, they were stronger than the 2 captains, one of whom charged out first. With a wave of his hand, 2 fierce tigers appeared behind him. The others summoned their staves, forming a unified formation, and a massive magical array appeared beneath their feet. Frost and flames mixed with gusts of wind surged toward Chin Tian-K. A few others even summoned their weapons and charged forward. Shin Tiang's expression remained calm. The black and white light in his eye sockets stirred. He then slightly raised his hand, and his body suddenly shot forward. What a pity! Today, this place will be your burial ground. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Shin Tianke was the first to engage with the two tigers. The two tigers looked identical, smaller than normal tigers, more akin to leopards. Beastmaster, twin Black Panther tigers. Grade, ordinary. Strength, second tier. Ability, telepathy, black/. Looking at the data panel that popped up from the system, Shin Tianke remained as indifferent as ever. Just two ordinary level beasts. Even if he could only accept a portion of the energy feedback from his beasts, dealing with these in front of him would be a piece of cake. Moreover, he sensed that Old Black was about to break through. The warm sensation within his body continued to swell. It felt as if his strength was inexhaustible. The ability of the Hell Calamity Beast Master was instantly activated. Just a single glance, the faintly brilliant light emitted from the flowing moon in Shin Tiang's hand burst forth. It truly resembled a bright moonbeam, flashing through the air. As it was retracted, two tigers instantly met their demise, severed in half. Lying on the ground, they were dead beyond any doubt. The beast was slaughtered. The beast master would suffer the same backlash effect. A mouthful of filthy blood erupted from the beast's mouth. Before there was time to act, the backlash from the slain beast descended. His body was instantly sliced in half mid-air. Although his body continued to walk, the upper half slowly slid down, crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. The lower half, after running a couple of steps in complete unconsciousness, also collapsed to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. Even the melee class players rushing forward had no time to react. Watching the incoming magical attack from a distance, Shin Tianke lightly shifted his steps. It was as if a gust of wind stirred beneath his feet. At that moment, his body seemed to have several shadows. He darted to the side. While continuously dodging these magical attacks, he also moved closer to those melee class players. With a wave of his hand, the flowing light swept through the air, one after another. At that moment, it was as if they encountered the most dazzling moonlight, cascading before several people. Shin Tiang's figure vanished like a ghost. All that could be seen was the moonlight-like brilliance and a pair of eyes radiating black and white light. Everything happened too suddenly. Shin Tiang's attack was straightforward and clear, striking at the vital points. Every move, every stance, was aimed directly at their lives. Under such a fierce offensive, they simply could not withstand it. Many melee class players were almost instantly beheaded with just a glance. Blood splattered, staining Shin Tiang's peculiar robe and cloak. Shin Tianke continued to toy with the flowing moon in his hand, walking forward while speaking indifferently. 5. His voice was cold and merciless. In this state, both his strength and speed had reached a certain peak, especially those eyes, constantly swirling with black and white flames. His voice seemed to come from a decree of hell. As he strolled forward, his gaze fell upon the last three individuals. Upon seeing these three trembling mages, a hint of contemplation flickered in Shin Tiang's eyes. Previously, when he had fought that group of bandits, there were also three mages standing like this. Could it be that there was some significance to this positioning among mages? Or did it enhance their magical power? This thought quickly vanished. Even if he had some guesses, he would have to wait until he returned to Lingyun City to experiment again. But for now, it was his slaughtering feast. The three mages, in a panic, fled backward, wanting to seek refuge at their leader's feet. Boss. The one who ran the fastest suddenly froze in shock. He stared blankly at the massive sword embedded in his chest. Then he glanced at his leader, who was so close. His eyes were filled with horror. He could never have imagined that the leader of his organization would betray him at this moment. Why was this happening? Unfortunately, this question would only leave with his death. The other two, witnessing this scene, were instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Wolves in front, tigers behind. That kid behind wanted to kill them. Their leader wanted to kill them too. What was wrong with this world? Wooden pull, rise. Frost impact. The two were just about to rise in resistance when their leader closed in. The massive sword swept through the air, creating a gust of wind. Two heads followed the giant sword, swinging away to the side, floating and falling in the air. Shin Tianke did not rush to act. Instead, he watched the scene before him with great interest. As long as the villains were killed, they could be devoured by Old Black, and these three people would serve as experience packages for the other side's boss. He was curious. What could this desperate person do next? Shin Tianke chuckled lightly. So this is what a killer is, killing their own companions when necessary? Upon hearing this mockery, the giant sword guardian looked up at Shin Tianke, his eyes blood-red and his expression somewhat deranged. He erupted with roars and howls. It's all your fault. Today, I will make you die. A bloody aura began to erupt from his body. The bare upper body revealed intricate and obscure runes. The momentum seemed to explode at that moment, but then it paused. Shin Tian-Kei stood there watching him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Ding! Cursed and polluted giant sword guardian. The giant sword guardian has suffered a fatal curse from the sacrificial mage. His mentality is deranged, polluted by the undead curse, and is gradually falling into darkness. According to the system's description, this seemed to enhance the opponent's strength. Truly foolish. The opponent was using a method similar to the blood sacrifice of the sacrificial mage earlier, forcibly boosting his own power. Although he was tainted by the undead curse, he still retained some rationality. But what a pity! If he had used this attack at his peak, he would have had no choice but to flee. But now, wasn't this a dying struggle? During their earlier battle with the 4th-tier sacrificial mage, he had already lost nearly 70% of his strength, especially from the final curse that the sacrificial mage had planted on him, which contained the power of the undead. As long as the will of the curse was not extinguished, it would never be destroyed. The reason the opponent wanted to kill his 3 teammates was to use their flesh and blood as nourishment to accelerate his own recovery, dissipating the power of the curse. But this precisely gave the curse an opportunity, allowing its power to spread and pollute him. A failed scheme backfired. Shin Tiang's eyes were filled with regret. He had originally wanted to ask who the mastermind was, as both the Shangguan family and the Qian family were merely his guesses. But now it seemed he could only use the ability of the undead resurrection. Watching the giant sword guardian charging at him, Shin Tian-Kei stood there motionless. However, his eyes slowly closed, as if he were indifferent to the opponent's attack. Die for me! Die for me! Just as the giant sword was about to swing down, the giant sword guardian suddenly froze in place. Then, he let out a scream. The scream abruptly stopped, leaving only a giant sword and a pile of remaining flesh and blood. Moreover, at the spot where he had just stood, Old Black's 10 heads were continuously devouring the flesh and blood. Shin Tiang's eyes moved, and information about the beast he controlled popped up before him. Beast, 10,000-headed mastiff, incomplete, attributes, fire, darkness, wind, ice, undead. Grade, quality perfect. Strength, tier 3. Abilities, flame, dark shadow escape, storm, frost condensation. Ding! The host's beast, the 10,000-headed mastiff, requires 0/100 evil beings to devour for the next advancement. Shin Tiang's keen gaze noticed the newly added 3 attributes and 2 abilities, a look of contemplation passing through his eyes. What was this situation? Shin Tian-Kei immediately pulled up Old Black's detailed system data and began to observe step by step. He quickly understood some of the official secrets within. After reading, he clicked his tongue in realization. No wonder. According to the system's explanation, every time Lao He advanced, he would undergo some changes. During this period, among the evildoers he devoured, he would randomly gain their abilities. Of course, it could be 1 ability, or it could be 2. There was also the possibility that when advancing to the next stage, he would gain no abilities at all. After advancing to 10-headed mastiffs, Lao He would awaken another attribute of his, known as the undead attribute. This undead attribute was a nature that Lao He was born with. Lao He himself was summoned from the undead, and now he was merely highlighting this power. The previous Lao He did not possess this attribute, likely because his strength had not yet reached the threshold to unlock the undead attribute. Although Lao He currently lacked undead abilities, having such an attribute was sufficient. Shin Tian-Kei stroked Lao He's several heads and spoke slowly, "Go eat them all." Lao He set off to devour the bodies of the assassins. Shin Tian-Kei looked around the place. It was desolate. There seemed to be no unusual movements in the distance. It appeared that this place could not attract too many foreign races. Even if there were, they would be wary of the combat power that erupted from this place, not daring to approach easily. As a result, his methods would not draw attention. With this in mind, Shin Tian-Kei hesitated not at all. The black and white flames in his eyes suddenly ignited and boiled for a moment, seeming even more intense. Then, his cloak began to flutter continuously. The bloodstains on the cloak also swirled along, gradually dissipating, as if washed away by flowing water. As he slowly raised his hand, a special orb of light began to coalesce in his palm. "Come!" A single word was softly uttered. It was as if something immensely large descended in an instant. A chilling wind howled, and transparent entities began to emerge all around. Among these entities were both humans and beasts. These were the undead that had been buried deep in this place for a long time. There were so many that they obscured Shin Tiang's vision. Shin Tiang's gaze quickly locked onto one of the undead. He raised his hand and beckoned. The figure approached slowly. It was the giant sword guardian who had just fought him. Now, in the state of undead consciousness, he had no thoughts of his own and would only obey everything commanded by the summoner who called him forth. Shin Tian-Kei spoke coldly, Who sent you here? The Qian family. Just as he suspected. It seemed that the goodwill they had shown him earlier was merely a facade, aimed at eliminating him here. Truly a clever scheme, a brilliant idea. Qin Tianke felt no goodwill towards them. He only hated his own lack of strength, unable to eradicate them completely. As one of the 4 great families that had dominated Lingyan City for a long time, the Qin family definitely possessed more strength than what was visible on the surface. They likely had 4th-tier experts hidden behind the scenes, or even 5th-tier ones. Those people were beyond Qin Tiang's qualifications and capabilities to fight against. Therefore, the idea of completely eradicating the Qian family could only be buried in the back of his mind. Why send so many people just to kill me? It's not just the Qian family, there's also the Shangwan family. The undead had no thoughts of their own and could only explain step by step according to the summoner's requirements, with no initiative to explain. Tell me everything you know in detail. On our way, we encountered assassins sent by the Shangwan family. We all belong to the assassin organization, and both sides are familiar with each other, so we are jointly carrying out this operation. Qin Tianke said nothing, and the black and white flames in his eyes shifted. The giant sword guardian undead before him instantly dissipated. Strange memories surged like waves crashing in Qin Tiang's mind. This is the complete memory of the other party from birth to death. Acquiring the memories of the dead can be considered one of his instinctive methods. The memories are extensive, but based on the feedback he received from Old Black stepping into the 3rd tier, he has already digested enough. After a long while, Qin Tianke fully absorbed these memories. He looked around. There were many undead in the vicinity. Whether it was the members of the assassination team who had fought him before or the beings who had died here, they all appeared at this moment. Qin Tiang's gaze fell on a tall figure not far away. This person was nothing but a skeleton, a living corpse. The sunken eye sockets were filled with dullness and confusion. Consolidate. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton's body gradually coalesced, until it formed a stream of air that landed in Qin Tiang's palm. The air gathered and condensed. Eventually, it formed a glowing orb. This orb was completely transparent but had a hint of grayish-white color. This was the living corpse's skeleton. Although the living dead had sacrificed themselves, that was merely their physical form. Their souls still existed. As a Hell Calamity Beast Master, Qin Tiang's control over the undead was always domineering. This living dead spirit, even in death, still possessed some of the power it had in life. From the very first time he saw the other party, he had decided to eliminate this guy and then refine him. The glowing orb in his hand reflected a grayish-white light. The system identification immediately activated. Item, Undead Light Orb. Attributes, Undead, Death. Description, formed from a 4th-tier sacrificial mage who sacrificed their life. The soul is influenced by the sacrifice, filled with the aura of death. Usage, can be used to fuse with beings/professions/beasts of undead and death attributes, can evolve quality or enhance strength. This was the first time Qin Tianke saw the system provide a usage method for identified items. Qin Tiang's gaze fell on the surrounding undead. Apart from the so-called description, there was nothing else. This scene made Qin Tianke ponder. It seemed that the usage method had limitations. As for what specific things could trigger the usage method, it remained to be verified. Rest in peace, undead. Qin Tianke withdrew his thoughts. He waved his hand towards the many undead before him, dispersing them. In his eyes, the black and white flames had already dissipated. His cloak had also returned to nothingness. The surrounding undead similarly vanished under his command. Old Black rummaged through the sand. After a moment, he finally found a ring. This ring, when held, showed no special material. It was light and only had some rare and complex runes on it. Is this the so-called storage ring? After absorbing and digesting the memories of the giant sword guardian, Qin Tianke learned the location of the treasures on him. It was this storage ring in his hand. The system identification activated. Item, storage ring. A space created within the ring by a space-type mage. Limited to storing inanimate objects. Size, 5 by 5 by 5. Qin Tianke had previously understood this item. Although this ring was merely the lowest specification from a space-type mage, it was still quite valuable. It could be considered the second precious item Qin Tianke had seen. The first, of course, was the curved blade, flowing moon, in his hand. With a thought, an invisible force descended upon the ring. When this thought disappeared, the undead light orb had already entered the storage ring. Good. The biggest gains this time were the undead light orb and the storage ring. Excitement shone in Qin Tianke's eyes. He looked into the distance. Old Black approached. Old Black's physique had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its body had expanded several times compared to before. It was already comparable in size to Chun-Hu's black tiger. It seemed completely uninterested in the mastiff type and had grown somewhat excessively large. However, the 23 heads were just right in comparison. Due to the change in the ability of its attributes, Old Black's body surface was adorned with intricate patterns of blue and green interwoven together. Under the scorching black fire, its momentum became even more powerful. Although it had broken through to the 3rd tier this time, the next promotion to the 4th tier would be much more difficult. The transition from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier required the consumption of 10 evil beings. From the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, it actually required 100. Would the next time require 1,000? 10,000? This number was like a snowball, growing larger and larger. The frustration in Qin Tiang's eyes quickly vanished, revealing an extremely excited expression. If it were in the city, it would definitely be impossible, because such a number would surely attract the attention of the city officials. But this time was different. He was now in this battlefield ruin. Here, all were raiders, those robbers. Without exception, they were all evil beings. Slaughtering them could be considered a service to the people. It seemed that this place was truly his ideal location. This was his paradise. A battlefield ruin? Let me see how many of my 10,000 mastiffs can be promoted. That night, the stars were sparse. Beneath the night sky, the battlefield ruins, in addition to the desolation of the day, had a more terrifying and eerie feeling. In the shadows of the forest, a timid voice suddenly rang out. "Dad, what do the other races look like?" A voice came from beside him. "Shu, be quiet." Looking closely from the shadows, there were quite a few people lurking there. The exchange between father and son was brief, and they were both trying hard to suppress their voices. Even so, they still attracted some kind of presence. In the forest, several sudden gusts of wind swept through. As the wind blew, there was also a tremor in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. Behind this shadow, several slender figures, resembling mantises, gradually appeared. The eyes of the other race glowed with a red light. The scythes in their hands were raised high, ready to strike at any moment. A sudden scream pierced the air. The people in the shadows almost instantly turned to look at the source of the sound. What came into view was the enormous scythe about to fall upon them. "It's the Shadow Other Race. Run!" A shout rang out. Immediately, everyone began to run forward. This group had more than 10 people. In the battlefield ruins, that could be considered a relatively large number. In the night, other races continued to emerge. In an instant, this group came to a halt. They were surrounded by at least 13 other races. The captain carefully sensed the cultivation levels of these 13 other races. His expression changed dramatically. Each of these 13 other races was at the 3rd tier. He was still just a 3rd-tier swordsman. Among the squad, only 2 others had the same cultivation level as him. With just the 3 of them, how could they break through the encirclement of 13 3rd-tier other races? 13 mantis-like other races slowly approached them. The 3rd-tier aura they emitted was unabashedly released. In this edge of the battlefield ruins, 3rd-tier cultivation could be said to be the pinnacle existence. The captain's face darkened. Damn! 3rd-tier cultivation, whether it was the other races or the transmuters, could be said to dominate in this edge area. With just the 3 of them, their combat power was already considerable. But now, with the appearance of these 13 new other races, what could he use to fight back? Watching these other races continuously close in, the captain let out a roar. 2 fiery gauntlets that spewed flames appeared in his hands. Under the influence of the raging fire, his body seemed to undergo some changes. Unique patterns of flames gradually emerged on his body. A melee-type class changer, the Fire Fist Master. "Brothers, it doesn't matter anymore, charge out." As soon as the words fell, the fiery patterns around the captain began to burn and boil. His body seemed like a mass of flames, dashing forward. Hearing his words, the other 2 3rd-tier experts exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. They simultaneously summoned their own powers and charged forward. In this battlefield ruin, the only ones they could rely on were themselves. After all, within the ruins of battle, besides their adventurer team of class changers, there were many others who had also become plunderers. The 13 alien creatures opened their mouths. Though called mouths, they resembled a collection of special blades pieced together. A peculiar laughter began to emanate from them, mocking and disdainful. This sound provoked everyone present. The battle was about to erupt. Those with slightly weaker strength already felt fear, preparing to retreat at any moment. There was no way. How could they fight against these alien beings? Each of these aliens was terrifying, especially since night was their home ground. To survive, the only thing they could do was pray. Among the team, a father held his son in despair. The father's level was only 1st tier, and he was a male healer. The little boy had not even stepped into the realm of class changers. The 2 of them were practically powerless in battle, unable to run away. The only thing they could do was wait in despair for their lives to end. The little boy, held in his father's arms, though young, understood what they were about to face. Fear and panic showed in his eyes. However, he suddenly noticed something. Not far in front of him, in the shadows, something seemed to be slowly advancing. Due to his small stature and unique perspective, he could clearly see the figure emerging from the shadows. It was a person, but with eyes illuminated by black and white light. The sun was stunned by the scene before him, staring blankly, until that figure slowly raised a hand. With a gentle wave, the battlefield underwent a transformation in an instant. The aliens looked around in shock at the special beings that emerged, among which were both humans and beasts. All were uniformly white, appearing ethereal, like the souls from legends. The Fire Fist Master stared blankly at the scene before him. These suddenly appearing white souls began to surge wildly towards the aliens. Undeniably, these white souls managed to delay the actions of these strange aliens. The mantis-shaped aliens continuously swung their sickle claws. The claws pierced through their bodies as if the opponents did not exist. Yet these beings could still obstruct their movements. What are these? As a seasoned adventurer team leader, the Fire Fist Master had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Everyone was shocked, watching the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the little boy in his father's arms had a flicker of understanding in his eyes, as if he had made a guess about the scene before him. "Aren't you leaving?" A voice echoed from all directions. The Fire Fist Master trembled and then led everyone away. The entire process was extremely quiet, without any excessive noise. In his father's arms, the little boy looked back. In his line of sight, a figure seemed to appear before the aliens. Shin Tian-K looked at the aliens before him. In his pupils, burning with black and white fire, no emotions could be discerned. After confirming that the inner team had moved far away, Shin Tian-K pondered for a moment. From the shadows beneath his feet, a dark figure gradually emerged. This shadow resembled a massive wolf dog, but with 30 heads. The physique was more than double the usual size, even larger than some tigers. In such a posture, the 30 heads looked particularly eerie. They emitted a dark flame, as black as ink and as green as jade. 30 pairs of emerald eyes scanned the alien beings present. Those aliens had never seen such a bizarre creature before. One by one, they hesitated, their instinct to slaughter humans driving them forward. But the being beside them exuded a constant aura of danger, as if anyone who got too close would be instantly slain. Shin Tiank's expression was indifferent. 13 third-tier aliens. A few days ago, he might have chosen to flee, but not now. In just a few days, Old Hay had absorbed quite a bit of nourishment from the wicked, bringing the number of heads to 30. Although he hadn't gained any excessive abilities during this time, he had become increasingly proficient with the abilities he had before. Kill them. Shin Tian-K waved his hand. The undead he had summoned moments ago instantly returned to the earth. The reason he initially didn't let Old Hay fight was that Old Hay was too conspicuous. Even if the 30 heads could increase significantly, they would still reveal clues. Moreover, this was a glaring characteristic that would inevitably expose their whereabouts, so he chose to keep it hidden. In fact, over the past few days, he had been slaughtering those raiders while rescuing his compatriots who were being besieged by aliens in the ruins of battle. After all, they were his fellow countrymen. Although they were strangers, they would all become comrades in the fight against the aliens in the future. The ruins of battle were beneficial for him, as they could enhance his strength and elevate his cultivation, making the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Rescuing his compatriots was just a matter of convenience. The 30 heads let out a deafening roar and charged forward. Frost power, flame power, and storm whirlwinds manifested wildly on Old Hay. The 3 colored patterns on his body began to reflect continuously, emitting a faint light, and the dark flames on him grew increasingly intense. Moments later, only the corpses of the aliens remained in this place. Shin Tian-K raised his hand and summoned Luiwe. He swiftly cut through the alien corpses, quickly excavating chunks of transparent crystals. Shin Tian-K toyed with the crystals in his hand. Each piece was only the size of a finger, irregularly shaped, yet emanating a strange aura. They possessed a special power. Shin Tian-K attempted to have Old Hay absorb them, but the effect was minimal, even less than what Old Hay could gain through his own cultivation. Thus, he dismissed that idea. And this was the core of the aliens. As long as the core was extracted, even if some aliens could recover, it would be impossible. Although this was useless to Old Hay, it was quite valuable in the Transcender Alliance. These crystals could be exchanged for contribution points, which could be traded for many things, such as weapons, magical artifacts, and even some precious elixirs. It seems that the aliens have 3 branches. One is shadow lurking, another is violent assault, and the last is speed killing. With a flick of his wrist, a light flashed on the storage ring. The 13 crystals had already entered the storage space. In his storage ring, there were already over 100 alien crystals, as this place was filled with aliens. This was also why he could summarize the branches of the aliens. Old Hay was skillfully using flames to burn the alien corpses to ashes. Although the cores of these aliens had already been extracted, they still had many materials on them that could be used for weapon crafting. Shin Tianke would not let others take advantage of him so easily. He would rather destroy them than leave them for others to benefit from. Old Black moved quickly. It was clear that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. One could say his proficiency was increasing. Moments later, all that remained was a pile of charred remnants scorched by flames. Shin Tianke flipped over and sat on Old Black's back. The man and beast sped away into the distance. Shin Tianke scrolled through the messages on his communication device, deep in thought. After he had lured that sacrificial mage to use blood sacrifice, he had obtained a massive creature and had drifted away from the Black Tiger team. He had lost contact with Chun Hu and the others. In the past few days, he hadn't deliberately sought them out. He didn't need to worry about their safety. The healer and the escape master in the team were together, along with a swordsman. The three of them together could fend off a third-tier opponent and escape if necessary. There was no need for concern. Moreover, the captain himself was at the third tier. He had the ability to protect himself in the outer regions of this battlefield ruin. After all, the reason he had joined the Black Tiger team was that his own strength was insufficient. To survive in the outer regions of this battlefield ruin, one needed to be at least at the third tier. Shin Tiang's previous actions had been too weak. He couldn't survive on his own, which was why he joined the Black Tiger team. But now, things were completely different. He now had the absolute ability to protect himself, so there was no need to join an adventure team anymore. In this battlefield ruin, there were adventure teams executing missions, as well as lone wanderers enhancing their strength alone. Such individuals were also referred to as ascetics or wanderers. Every person who survived in this battlefield ruin had considerable skills. Among the villains Shin Tianke had encountered before, he had also met one who had unleashed a powerful force at the brink of death. But for Shin Tianke, it was not a big problem. He could still last for another 7 days. After returning from the military district, Uncle Chen had told him that in half a month, they would call him and the other 4 from Lingyun City to meet. Shin Tianke understood that this so-called meeting was essentially for each to select a captain from their 5 members. He didn't want to compete for such an opportunity. He only wanted to quietly enhance his strength. However, he also wanted the damned general to suffer. What he had done to his mother, he would make him pay back 1,000-fold. A flicker of anger shone in Shin Tianke's eyes. As Old Black's speed increased, the man and beast vanished into the darkness. Time flew by. The scorching sun was baking this sandy land. Amidst the vast yellow sands, a group was struggling to advance. This group was distinctly different from ordinary adventure teams. They were far too numerous, almost 30 people. This was extremely rare among adventure teams in the battlefield ruins. Each of the 30 or so individuals wore different clothing, but they could roughly be divided into 3 different color schemes, indicating they came from 3 different adventure teams. At the center of this group was a peculiar carriage, somewhat resembling the carriages used by ancient dignitaries. However, its appearance was more technologically advanced, silver-white in color. It looked to be made of a very special material, capable of moving on its own without human propulsion. Only a few people in the team were walking. The rest were either sitting on their beasts or on the backs of warhorses. As they passed over a sand dune, the leader of the team, a middle-aged man exuding a strong and righteous aura, glanced back at the dune. A look of contemplation crossed his face, but he said nothing and turned back to lead the team forward. Their mission this time was primarily to traverse this area to reach another city for intelligence exchange and to seek out treasures, without provoking any bandits in the process. After the small team left, a sudden noise emerged from the sand dunes. Several pairs of eyes opened eerily from within the dunes. They slowly stood upright, revealing their bodies. Wow, it's actually the escort agency. We've hit the jackpot. I've been in the ruins of battle for so long, and this is the first time I've seen an escort agency. What a lucrative opportunity. 6 of them at the 3rd level. A bit tricky. It doesn't matter, the boss is at the 4th level. That's enough. After exchanging words, the 3 of them once again vanished into the sand dunes. However, there was a peculiar surge, moving away into the distance, extending long. Class change, hider. Inside a special silver-white compartment, an old man and a young boy sat facing each other. The compartment was well equipped, with everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment. It was far from the cramped appearance it had from the outside. The space was somewhat unexpected. Young master, this time when we join the merchant convoy from Tianshu City, we must be careful, the old man said with a worried expression. The boy waved his hand impatiently at this. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong, my father has reminded me about this matter. As he spoke, the boy looked out at the scenery outside the window, where the endless yellow sand spread out. It seemed as if there would never be any sign of stopping. Sigh. The old man sighed softly, then seemed to think of something. I heard that a mysterious Lone Ranger has recently appeared in the ruins of battle. This statement caught the boy's attention, and he looked at the old man with burning eyes, eager to know more. I heard this person has only recently gained fame. He has saved quite a few people in these ruins. All of them were from nearby cities, and many witnessed the process firsthand. Some say he can summon the undead. He must be an undead mage. Others say he has a beast companion, extremely special, seemingly with many heads, and covered in a strange flame. Witnesses have differing accounts, but this person has indeed saved many, and some even saw him kill all the corpses of those bandits, decisively ruthless, a true master of slaughter. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes revealed a longing expression. He was only about 15 or 16 years old, quite youthful. Despite having a somewhat mature appearance, the excitement in his brows was evident, instantly wiping away his pretentious mature demeanor. These ruins of battle are indeed impressive, to have so many Lone Rangers. This person is quite a character. Hearing the young master's words, the old man smiled. After all, he had watched the child grow up. How could he not understand the other's emotions? The old man's voice was gentle. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, their compartment shook violently, as if it had been overturned. The old man's expression changed. He immediately raised his hand and summoned a special staff. He then struck it against the ground. A loud bang echoed. The moment the staff touched the ground, it rippled out a series of special magic circles. As the magic circles spread out, they instantly stabilized everything within the compartment. "Young master, don't move." After saying this, the old man stepped out of the compartment. As soon as he emerged, he saw the small team surrounded by a circle of bandits. Upon closer inspection of these people's auras, the old man's expression changed. There were at least 10 at the 3rd level. Where did so many bandits come from? Could it be that they had provoked the Black Dragon Society? I am Moyun City's Silver Dragon Merchant Association, passing through your esteemed territory. I hope you will show mercy. After saying this, the old man stomped his staff against the ground again. Not far away, in the open space where the two sides were fighting, a wooden box suddenly appeared. The box was made of a special material, entirely red, but it emitted strange patterns. There was a special power that transformed into shimmering light points surrounding it. As soon as the wooden box appeared, a person stepped out from the crowd surrounding everyone. This person was tall and strong, with robust muscles. He held a huge cleaver in his hand, which he thrust towards the wooden box. The iron lock on the box instantly broke apart, revealing the contents inside. The man couldn't help but blink a couple of times, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. TSK, no wonder it's the Silver Dragon Merchant Association, truly extravagant. Upon hearing this, the old man let out a sigh of relief, only to be shaken instantly. It's a pity, though, that my Black Dragon Gang won't be satisfied with such trivial things. The Black Dragon Gang? Had he really provoked this group of lunatics? So it's the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. I've long heard of you. Before the old man could finish his words, he heard a cold snort from the other side. A visibly violent aura erupted around him in circles. A special wind stirred, and at the center of his brow, a unique black dragon appeared. At the same time, a beast he controlled materialized beside him. "Old man, stop wasting my time and hand over your valuable things, or tell me where you're going." As the leader of the largest band of robbers on the edge of this battlefield, he certainly knew the reputation of the Silver Dragon Merchant Association. He also knew that these people were always successful. Otherwise, how could they hire so many to traverse this battlefield? Clearly, they had some intelligence. The old man's face turned difficult. If it was the Black Dragon Gang, then he truly had no way out. After all, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang was this big man before him. His beast was a 4th-tier black dragon. The other party's expression changed. He then swung the cleaver forward and roared, "Attack!" The only bandit who stirred things up instantly charged forward to kill. "Go!" Among the 30 or so people, many powerful auras erupted, beginning to counterattack. The old man looked at the president of the Black Dragon Gang, taking the lead, and charged forward. Even though he was already over 70, the old man's combat power was still not to be underestimated. Peak 3rd tier, only a step away from the 4th tier. The battle ignited in this yellow sand desert, and just unknowingly, a figure suddenly appeared on a sand dune. Watching the battlefield below, a smile of delight appeared on his lips. Was this the place that Old Black reminded him of? It seemed there were indeed not few. There were actually 12 3rd tier and 1 4th tier. Without a doubt, this person was Chin Tian-K. Chin Tian-K looked at the two sides clashing below, his gaze deep. Although that 4th tier was somewhat tricky, it was still manageable. Those bandits numbered over 30. Together, they should be enough to double Old Black's numbers. He had originally thought it would be difficult to find these 100 people, but now it seemed this battlefield was completely his monster hunting paradise. However, after slaughtering these villains for a while, Shin Tian-K also understood what it meant to lay low and ambush. Over this period, his combat experience had become increasingly rich. This group of people was already a turtle in a jar for him. There was no need to rush. He would wait for them to fight it out. Moreover, the team being besieged by them seemed to have suffered little in terms of casualties. Shin Tian-K would never help others without reason. He would only make such choices when dealing with the weak. Now, this group's overall strength, compared to the other side, only had a gap in high-tier combat power. There were no other significant differences. He didn't need to act right now. It was just right to wear down that 4th tier strength. But then again, the 4th tier beast was quite interesting. Beast, Black Python, Half-Step Jiao. Attribute, Darkness. Strength, 4th tier. Abilities, Dark Devouring, Dark Cutting, Frenzy. The snake is larger than the python, and the python is larger than the black python. If it goes any higher, it would be a Jiao. In the midst of battle, a frenzied aura continuously leaked out. Elemental explosions from magical collisions, the shouts and clashing of swords, the roars of the beast echoed, various sounds rising and falling on this battlefield. The robust black python crawled up from behind the burly man, emanating waves of frenzied energy. Its body instantly expanded several times. On its forehead, small protrusions could even be seen. With a roar, the black python charged forward, majestic and domineering, every move extremely frenzied. The beast was the only combat power, it was solely the beast. But the physical strength of the beast was never something an ordinary transferee could compare to. The black python was massive, rampaging after the old man. Not only did it disrupt the crowd, but it also accidentally injured its own subordinates. As the old man kept dodging, a circle of azure wind swirled around him. The wind was light and agile, lifting the old man's body, making him appear as if he were flying in mid-air. The place he had just occupied had already been smashed into a large hole by the black python. As the old man dodged backward, his expression changed upon seeing this scene. He could already sense that the beast before him was very strong. 4th tier was absolutely certain. While the old man kept dodging, something seemed to be floating in his hand, scattering around him. The black python continued to pursue him, vowing to swallow him whole. The path the old man ran was almost entirely leading the black python to the nearby open area. The burly man watched this scene, completely unconcerned. The opponent was just a 3rd-tier magician, unable to stir up any big waves. Suddenly, while still fleeing, the old man abruptly stopped, turned to look at the charging beast, his eyes filled with an unusual blue light. He stomped his staff down onto the ground again. The crystalline substance he had scattered earlier erupted with brilliant light, the light continuously rising and connecting. It was as if a special brush was communicating with it, forming a unique pattern. The pattern was somewhat strange, resembling a hexagram shape, yet quite three-dimensional, like a celestial body. Not only that, but there was also a kind of indescribable special power hidden within it. With the old man's loud shout, a massive magic circle instantly rose into the air. Light pillars surged in from all directions, trapping him within. At the same time, bolts of thunder as thick as a bowl rampaged within the magic circle. The activation of this magic circle was extremely fast, with surging lightning. Besides the lightning, there were even some icy winds swirling about. The two forces intertwined, trapping and killing the black python within. Shin Tian-K watched the scene from a distant hill, a smile on his lips. This old man had a very ordinary profession, just a magician, but he seemed to possess some powers different from ordinary magicians. This was indeed interesting. However, it was a pity that although this old man's magic was somewhat special, he was ultimately too old. Moreover, his mastery of this magic was not proficient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to suppress the black python under this strike. And indeed, as Shin Tian-K had anticipated, the black python let out a roar. Then, its body began to undergo constant changes. The layers of scales gradually opened up. With all the scales spread wide, it roared in anger. The sound wave attack spread through the air's ripples. The approaching frost and thunder were instantly destroyed. The force surged, overwhelming. The powerful tail whip shattered this special barrier in an instant. Like a mirror, it shattered on the spot. At the sight of this scene, the old man was taken aback, but there was no time for action. He was struck by the backlash of power, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell, unable to maintain the support brought by the wind magic. He collapsed towards the ground. Just then, a figure quietly appeared, cradling the old man in his arms. This person was the young boy who had been sitting with the old man in the private room moments ago. The boy glared at the enormous monster before him, his eyes ablaze with anger. He hated, but he was powerless. He was only 16, not yet meeting the requirements for a job change. Why couldn't he change jobs early? Then he would have the strength to fight. But now he could only watch helplessly as Uncle Jeong, who had accompanied him in his growth, suffered from the backlash of power. His life was hanging by a thread, and he himself was in danger. The black python let out a roar and charged at the two. The old man, limited by the backlash, felt pain coursing through his limbs and bones. The boy had not undergone a job change and could not fight. Meanwhile, the others trapped by the other bandits could not come to their aid in time. It was still a hopeless situation. However, at that critical moment, a sudden sound broke through. It was a buzzing, like a long whip swinging through the air. The black python's gaping maw froze in place. Not only was foul-smelling saliva dripping from its mouth, falling around the two, but it also hung its mouth wide open, suspended a meter above them. The boy could even smell the stench emanating from the black python's mouth. He saw the once domineering gaze of the black python gradually change to one of fear and despair, until it was overtaken by a wave of sorrow. As its eyes changed, the black python collapsed to the side. A barely noticeable trace of blood appeared on its head. The bloodstain gradually spread, like fine threads, completely severing the black python's head. Dead? Dead? The boy was filled with shock. He then looked past the fallen black python towards the distant figure of a large man. Where was the leader of the Black Dragon Gang? Only a headless corpse was slowly lying down behind. Dead? The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, who had dominated the battlefield, was dead just like that. His beast had also perished from the backlash? What on earth had happened? The boy doubted whether he was still living in a dream. A strong sense of unreality and falsehood drove him. Before the boy could react, he saw piles of floating white figures appearing around him. Their bodies were ethereal and insubstantial, approaching like souls. Not only humans but also beasts. These entities drew closer, surging towards the bandits who had attacked them, instantly enveloping them. Then came the sounds of screams. These undead did not attack the people. Instead, they only killed some of the bandits. Seeing this scene, the boy recalled the rumors he had heard in the private room, and his eyes lit up. Great! It's that mysterious powerhouse. We're saved! We're saved! On the other side, the rescued people looked at this absurd scene, their eyes filled with nothing but horror. The old man lay in the boy's arms. He was gravely injured from that last blow, but it was not enough to take him from this world. As a magician, especially an old magician like him, he naturally had many means to save his life. That last blow had not harmed him fundamentally. It only left him unable to stand for the time being. His mind remained clear and active, with a hint of vitality in his murky eyes. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from a distance. The boy looked up. The figure concealed beneath the cloak wore a special mask, obscuring their true appearance. However, the aura emanating from them was quite unique, even more powerful than that of his father in the Merchant Guild. It's the Elder of the Undead, someone shouted. The crowd immediately turned their gaze to Chin Tian-Kei, their eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, Chin Tian-Kei, the focus of everyone's attention, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Elder of the Undead? What on earth? Chin Tian-Kei naturally knew the nickname given to him by those he had saved during this time. He just didn't expect it to be so outrageous. He had thought it would be a mysterious figure, but who knew it would turn out to be an Elder of the Undead? Chin Tian-Kei felt a wave of embarrassment. What to do? His toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. With all this talk, he was. Unlike Chin Tian's current embarrassment, the others nearby displayed expressions of suspicion. Although they had long heard of a mysterious powerhouse in this place who helped their compatriots without seeking reward, they were not ordinary people. In this world, where there is giving, there is also asking. The reason behind this person's assistance was likely not so simple. The team leader looked at Chin Tian-Kei, his eyes flickering. This person's methods were not simple. To be able to behead the leader of the Black Dragon Gang in an instant, a beast master, once separated from their beast, would have almost no combat power. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang had been lurking in this border area for a long time. How could his vigilance be low? Yet, he was so easily beheaded by the other party. This person's skills must be between the 3rd and 4th tiers. Moreover, the pile of special undead summoned by this person was also not simple. A suspected 4th tier special class changer. Enough to wipe out everyone present. In this situation, whether the other party was helping out of goodwill or trying to make a point, they had no good solution. Elder of the Undead, I have long admired you. I am the old butler of the Silver Dragon Merchant Guild, Chen Zhong. The old man stood up and walked over, his figure hunched, seemingly affected by the earlier blow. He had suffered some backlash, and even his aura had weakened a bit. Chin Tian-Kei looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, interesting. At such an age, yet you have the fortune to gain part of the inheritance of spatial magic. TSK, no wonder your team has no 4th tier members but dares to walk here. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man's face, which had just regained some color, suddenly stiffened. His complexion turned pale in an instant. In his gaze towards Chin Tian-Kei, a hint of wariness emerged. The young man's expression changed as he felt shocked as well. Only he and his father knew about Uncle Zhong practicing spatial magic. Even an ordinary 4th tier would not be able to discover the spatial magic that Uncle Zhong practiced. This person was extraordinary. It's just a pity that such fortune is still a burden for you. Unlike the young man's tense expression, Uncle Zhong remained calm, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I know I am unworthy of such fortune, but this spatial magic can extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, this method is the best solution for me. The old man was already over 70. He had lived long enough to see through things. He understood that all his cards were now known to the other party. No matter how he argued, it would be futile. The other party's strength was definitely greater than his. He couldn't let the other party develop any feelings of aversion. After all, Shen Zhong couldn't fathom this person's temperament, so he directly and generously admitted to practicing spatial magic. Only 2 people in the merchant guild knew about it. Even the team leaders and members who were acting with them this time were completely unaware. Because they were currently at some distance from the team members, those people had not heard any information, and they could not intentionally eavesdrop. After all, the deterrent power of Chin Tian-Kei still existed. With Chin Tian-Kei there, they did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, the other party was their employer, and only after the employer communicated with the other side could everything be decided. The captain watched the scene before him, hoping from the bottom of his heart that these 2 sides would not engage in any battle. The so-called goodwill in saving people was not very credible. There was no guarantee that the other party would not take the opportunity to extort them. Therefore, he did not wish to fight with such people. In the previous battle, the most seriously injured among their group only had a few minor wounds. Under the treatment of the healer, they quickly recovered. It did not have a significant impact. Chin Tian-Kei gazed deeply at the other party, then swept over a group of people not far away. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. I want all the treasures of these raiders to be handed over quickly. After hearing this, the captain let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party only demanded the treasures of the raiders and did not extort them. He then led everyone away. The old man and the young boy also followed the group. However, the young boy who was about to go up to the box suddenly paused. He then ran towards Chin Tian-Kei, watching the other party come and go. A hint of unusual color appeared in Chin Tian's eyes. However, with the mask on, his change in expression could not be seen. Senior, to be honest, we are here to search for a treasure. That thing is in the middle layer of the battle ruins, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian-Kei looked at the other party. Although there was no change in expression beneath the mask, the temperature of the air around them inexplicably dropped a few degrees. A wave of inexplicable chill began to spread and sweep through. Chin Tian-Kei did not know whether to call the other party naive or to scold him for being foolish. How could this kid say such a thing? The old man beside him looked at this scene, his eyes filled with shock. Young master, how could you provoke this mysterious powerhouse? Although they indeed needed some top-tier combat power for this trip, there was no guarantee that the other party would not ask for an exorbitant price. Moreover, this person's origins were unknown, and there might be other hidden dangers. Chin Tian-Kei looked at the other party, revealing a somewhat unusual expression. Aren't you afraid that I will rob you? The young boy's gaze was intense. He looked at Chin Tian-Kei and spoke earnestly, word by word. I believe that Senior is not that kind of person. This simple statement was enough to express the young boy's passionate heart. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian-Kei asked, what do you want to do? An unknown powerful person's ruins, it could be of the human race or an alien race, but there is a high possibility that there are exotic treasures in the ruins. Exotic treasures? Even Chin Tian-Kei could not help but feel surprised. Exotic treasures were related to alien races. They were items that only extremely powerful beings among the alien races could possess and control, similar to the magical artifacts held by some powerful job changers. Each of these items was extremely special. In terms of value, they could rival the perfect level curved blade he currently possessed. It was even very likely to reach legendary level. After all, the quality of each exotic treasure was extremely high and had remarkable effects. If Senior is willing to help, I would be honored to invite you as a distinguished guest of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and I can promise that for every exotic treasure found, I will gift one to you. As the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the boy understood. This was the opportunity his father often spoke of. This was the time to offer excellent conditions. As the only son of the Chamber of Commerce, he had been educated by his father since childhood to possess an absolute business sense. This time he was going out to convey information, also under his father's instructions. It was also to see if he could indeed attract talent. Now, in the young boy's eyes, the person in front of him was an excellent opportunity. The aura emanating from him made the young man feel a surge of excitement. If he could present the right conditions, it was very likely he could win over this mysterious powerhouse to bring great support to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the future. This condition was too tempting. Shin Tian-K would not refuse. Alright, this is my contact information. Shin Tian-K flipped his palm, and a communication device appeared in his hand. The two devices clashed together, establishing their contact. The young man's face lit up with surprise as he spoke repeatedly. In that case, I will trouble you, senior. I will definitely give you a response within 10 days. Shin Tian-K did not speak further. Instead, he calmly said, leave. Although his voice was cold, the young man did not sense any malice from him. Watching the group leave the place, Shin Tian-K softly called out, Old Black. Beneath his shadow, a massive figure gradually emerged. Just smelling the thick scent of evil in the air made Old Black's eyes shine with excitement. His ink-colored pupils fixated on the nearby villains. The Hell Disaster Beast Master possessed the power to summon the undead. The undead he summoned could harm humans, but they would be severely restrained against certain special professions. However, among this group, there was no one with any so-called special profession, making them easier to deal with. Without hesitation, Old Black charged forward and devoured all of them. The undead he had summoned earlier had not yet killed these people. The most severely affected had merely fainted. Seeing such a peculiar-headed monster approaching them, fear and terror filled their eyes. They had never imagined they would face such a situation. The faces of the crowd were filled with dread. Run! Run! The shrill screams echoed. Ironically, this group of unruly ruffians, upon seeing the strange monster approaching them, wore expressions of panic. Those who could barely stand and escape were already doing their utmost. Some could not even stand and simply collapsed to the ground. They could only watch helplessly as their companions' bodies were devoured, feeling their own lives coming to an end. Shin Tian-K coldly observed this scene, his eyes devoid of any other emotion. These more than 30 raiders were all damned individuals. As the Black Dragon Gang, which had dominated the edge of this battlefield for a long time, how many among them harbored good intentions? Even if there were so-called good people among them, Old Black would eliminate them, removing them from his list of prey. Moments later, dark flames ignited again, leaving sparse smoke in the sandy ground. The burning flames quickly turned the place into nothingness. Aside from a few drops of congealed blood, it seemed this place was no different from usual. Everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting moment. However, Old Black beside Shin Tian-K had undergone a completely different change. The number of its heads had doubled. This was the greatest harvest of his visit to the battlefield ruins. This meant Old Black was only 30 or so villains away from his next advancement. Although there was still a significant gap in numbers, there was finally some hope. After the next promotion to the 4th tier, Old Black would undergo earth-shattering changes. In the current era of job changers, the cultivation of any job changer is generally divided into 3 thresholds: 1st to 3rd tier, 4th to 6th tier, and 7th to 9th tier. The 1st to 3rd tier stage only requires effort or a bit of luck to break through. However, to step into the 4th tier, one needs immense fortune or exceptionally strong effort. Like that old man, it seems he has been stuck at half-step to the 4th tier for countless years. Now, by a stroke of luck, he has gained longevity through spatial magic. This has finally shown some signs of breakthrough. But even so, the gap between him and breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th tier remains vast. This step's difference is always a matter of divine retribution. As long as one crosses it, they become a 4th tier. From then on, they step into the next watershed. Compared to the breakthrough conditions of other job changers, he has the system as a companion. The conditions in various situations required for the breakthrough are clear to him, but others are different. Most job changers need to explore on their own, allowing their bodies to adapt before they can find a path to breakthrough. Old Black now has 64 heads. With such a large number of heads, his body also appears massive, not showing any disproportion between head and body. Now, the proportion of his heads to his body is extremely harmonious. His height has also reached over 5 meters, almost 7 meters long. The 64 large heads carry a peculiar intimidation. Looking at Old Black's heads, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but murmur inwardly. When Old Black reaches 10,000 heads in the future, just releasing him could single-handedly kill enemies. After all, the visual impact of 10,000 heads can only be described as terrifying for those who fear it. By then, he could effortlessly annihilate opponents. Hey, don't say it. Don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. This idea is quite good. Shin Tian-K internally affirmed this idea greatly. Ding! Hearing that sound, Qin Tianke looked at the time prompt on his communication device. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. The time has come. Unknowingly, he has been here for half a month. It is time to return. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Tianke's eyes. A month ago, when he left Lingyun City, he was still at the second tier. His understanding of his abilities in beast mastery was too superficial. But now, half a month later, he has not only stepped into the third tier in beast mastery, but Old Black's abilities have also become more proficient. His understanding and level of the regional disaster beast master abilities have greatly improved. That's enough. At this moment, Qin Tianke had a more certain answer in his heart about the saying of reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Looking at it this way, his initial choice was not wrong. This place indeed allowed him to enhance his strength. Now it's time to return and report to Uncle Chan and the others. Just in time. He also wanted to see the young talents of Lingyun City from the same generation. The younger generation under 25 can participate in this alliance-wide job changer selection. Lingyun City only has 5 competition slots. He represents the military to secure 1 slot. The other 4, according to Uncle Chen, 2 come from the Job Changer Alliance, and the other 2 are local talents born and raised in Lingyun City. Qin Tianke's eyes were filled with anticipation. Amidst the anticipation, there was also a sense of longing. He wanted to go home. He missed his mother, whom he hadn't seen for half a month even more. In the battlefield ruins, the communication watch serves only to transmit messages and check the time. Beyond that, it has no other function. After all, in these battlefield ruins, there are quite a few alien races. Many of these alien races possess the ability to probe data and sense electromagnetic waves. They are particularly clear about these data waves. Using other functions of the communication watch in front of these alien races could easily expose one's whereabouts and lead to being besieged. Because of this, he hadn't communicated with his mother for half a month. A traveler away from home, no matter how far, always has an anchor point in their hometown. Old Black, let's go home. Job Changer Alliance. After many days, he returned to the Job Changer Alliance once again. Qin Tianke had already adopted a different mindset. Calm, ordinary. Of course, beneath this demeanor, his heart was filled with excitement. As soon as he arrived, he went to the place for exchanging contribution points. It was a large hall. Surrounding it were numerous specimens made from the bodies of various alien races. The crowd surged towards a place resembling a passageway. In these passageways, there were many tables and chairs set up for trading with alien races and exchanging contribution points. I have a flying alien's body. How could it possibly be worth so few contribution points? Flying alien? Brother, Lingyun, Moyun, Tianshu, Daoyun, the battle ruins outside the 4 cities are just endless yellow sand. How could there be flying aliens? Moreover, your alien's wings are all pieced together. Big brother, don't try to frame me. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Qin Tianke watched as the person in front of him argued with the staff, lost in thought. It seemed that these staff members had very deep professional knowledge. They must be afraid someone would have ulterior motives and cheat the contribution points. Next, why is it taking so long? The staff member hadn't finished speaking when they were stunned into silence by a pile of colorful alien cores that appeared before them. What? This is an alien core? Where did so many come from? He must be an alien executioner. The staff member was filled with questions as they stared at these alien cores, momentarily speechless. Not just him, others waiting to exchange contribution points were equally shocked by the scene. Wow, is this really a person? I'll eat the poet. Goodness, 1 alien, 1 core, there must be at least hundreds here? After a moment, the staff member, somewhat apprehensive, asked, what is this? How much can I exchange? Qin Tianke couldn't be bothered to argue, he was still waiting to exchange. You'll have to wait for us to count. A total of 2,382 alien core crystals. First tier alien cores are worth 300 points. Second to third tier alien cores are worth 2,082 points. Do you need more? Qin Tianke's detailed response left the other person momentarily stunned. Is it really this outrageous? The surrounding crowd was also astonished. Over 2,000 aliens. Did this kid wipe them out? Many of the adventurer teams among them hadn't seen so many in years. The staff member was about to say something when they heard someone speaking from behind. No need. We trust this gentleman's reputation. The newcomer was dressed in an exquisite black tailcoat. His plump belly stretched the coat a bit. His squinty eyes held a mix of scrutiny and a hint of flattery. Upon seeing this person, the staff member shuddered and quickly sat up straight. The moment this figure appeared, it immediately stirred the crowd. They kept mentioning names like Lu the Butcher and Lu the Old Demon. Qin Tianke looked at the person before him. The other party spoke leisurely. I am the manager of the Contribution Point Exchange Department of the Transcender Alliance in Lingyun City. My surname is Lu. May I ask your surname, sir? Chin, let's skip the pleasantries. How many contribution points can I exchange for these? Manager Lu's squinty eyes held a hint of depth. 1 first-tier alien core is equivalent to 1 contribution point. Second tier is worth 2 points, and so on. As the head of the Lingyun City branch, I will take the liberty to make a decision. The price for first-tier alien cores remains unchanged. The rest will be uniformly valued as third-tier alien cores, totaling 6,546 contribution points. Brother Chin, this way please. Seeing Manager Lu personally accompany him, many staff members were left dumbfounded by the crowd that frequently came to exchange contribution points. They were both surprised by the amount of contribution points the other possessed and shocked by the identity of this companion. This was Manager Lu. To outsiders, Manager Lu was quite extraordinary. Being able to become the head of a city was enough to show that his strength and background were exceptional. This person, as seen from the outside, was decisive and ruthless, with a thunderous approach, which was a stark contrast to his amiable, plump appearance. TSK, this kid must be on his first mission. My goodness, to gain Manager Lu's attention, this guy is bound to soar. He's got the strength and qualifications for it. Over 3,000 heads of alien races. How long would it take to kill them all without rest? This person is likely extremely dangerous. Among the crowd exchanging words in the hall, a man with a silver sword narrowed his eyes and asked the tall bald man beside him, Old Yang, why does that person look so much like Qin Feng? Don't say, I think he looks a bit like him too. Chen Jing looked at Chun Hu beside her, seeking confirmation. Boss, is that person really Qin Feng? Chen Jing had a very deep impression of her lifesaver from back then. Now she just wanted to confirm. The aura on that person is very similar to that of Brother Qin, but this person is at the third stage of cultivation. It seems he has already broken through. The few of them exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had originally thought that after parting ways with Qin Tianke, they might never see him again. After all, being hunted by a fourth-stage sacrificial mage and surviving was already a blessing. But unexpectedly, upon seeing him now, not only had he escaped the pursuit of the sacrificial mage, but he was also standing there unharmed, and had even stepped into the third stage. Watching the person gradually move away, Chen Hu felt a surge of contemplation. To be able to step into the third stage and slaughter so many alien races, and even gain the recognition of the renowned Manager Lu from the outside world, Brother Qin had truly soared to great heights. This was only his first mission, and he already had such capabilities. Looking at himself, if he were 10 years younger, he would have said something like people make others feel inferior. But now, he can only say that everyone has their own fate. Chen Hu murmured, golden scales are not mere pond fish. Once they encounter wind and rain, they transform into dragons. In the office, Qin Tianke leisurely flipped through a list resembling a menu that was handed to him. Manager Lu, there are no outsiders now. What do you want to say? You might as well get to the point. As soon as the tea was handed over, Manager Lu's body stiffened for a moment, then he returned to normal and took a sip of tea. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you brother. Brother Qin, actually I learned your name half a month ago. The military's reserved spot among the 5 slots for the entire Alliance's job changers selection in Lingyun City. Your reputation is well known among the 4 great families and our job changers alliance. Qin Tianke showed no surprise at the other's words, quietly flipping through the list without speaking. Since Brother Qin doesn't like such formalities, I'll be straightforward. I called you here this time mainly to make a deal with you. With your progress and growth, your future achievements will definitely not be limited to this small Lingyun City. I made a mistake when I was young, which is why I ended up in Lingyun City. I hope that if you soar in the future, you won't forget to promote your brother. I heard your mother is unwell. Our Job Changers Alliance has already sent our sincerity before. This is a bit of my sincerity, representing only myself. As he spoke, the other party had already opened the red box placed in front of him. Inside this red box lies a ginseng, quietly resting. It is said to be ginseng, but its shape above is extremely peculiar and strange. It resembles a piece of seaweed, lying there quietly, emitting a different kind of light. Undeniably, when Qin Tianke first saw this thing, he could already feel the rich vitality hidden within it. The system identification activated instantly. Item, 9,000 years. Description, a naturally nourishing spiritual object, born in the vast desolate grassland, rare in quantity, with extraordinary effects for those with damaged meridians or nearing the end of their lifespan. It can nourish the body and extend life by several decades. It turns out to be a naturally occurring spiritual object that can directly increase lifespan? Qin Tianke had heard of such so-called spiritual objects before. Now, under the system's explanation, he could better understand the precious value of this item. What difference is there between this and directly gifting someone extra years of life? The ability to extend life by several decades is, to be honest, incredibly tempting. It can be consumed by those with damaged meridians or those whose lifespan is approaching its end. This item aligns perfectly with Qin Tiang's purpose of exchanging these corpses of different races. He came here specifically to exchange for some extremely precious naturally nourishing spiritual objects. These items may not hold much significance for him. After all, he is still young and has the system by his side. He does not need to worry about enhancing his strength or his lifespan. This is for his mother. Everything is prepared for his mother. His mother had worked hard for him over the past 3 months, running around, busy, and her health had suffered. As a son, how could he bear to see his mother treated this way? His heart was filled with guilt. That is why he came here. While enhancing his strength, he also aimed to exchange for some nourishing spiritual objects. This indeed holds great appeal for Qin Tianke. But recalling the words of this person, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Tianke stored this item in his storage ring. To be honest, brother, I really need this thing. I don't know what you've done, but when the time comes, feel free to tell me anything within reason. The other party was doing him a favor. Since he needed it now, he naturally continued to speak along those lines. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He knew the other party was taking advantage of him. However, he truly needed this 9,000 years. In this situation, what does it matter if he bears this favor? Nevertheless, Qin Tianke had his own conditions, and seeing the other party accept it, Manager Lu's squinted eyes held a hint of a smile. It doesn't matter, you know these things, brother. In that case, let's send Qin back home with a car. Thank you. After several days, Qin Tianke finally returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother waiting at the table. There were steaming dishes on the table, sweet and sour ribs, kung pao meat, braised pork. All of them were Qin Tiang's favorite dishes. When Lu Hui saw her son, she immediately stepped forward. Her delicate hands gently touched her son's cheeks, from head to toe. After touching all over Qin Tiang's body, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Tianke was filled with affection, and tears welled up in her eyes. During this time, Lu Hui had also learned of her son's achievements. For many days, numerous people had come to visit and bring gifts. As for these gifts, Lu Hui's approach was to return them all without keeping any. Moreover, during these days, she had also seen the close friend who had always been by her husband's side, the only brother her husband had. Now, time had passed, and upon meeting again, the once spirited youth had turned gray at the temples. She too had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She understood. His son's future achievements would no longer be confined to the small Lingyun city. He would, like his father, venture to farther places and see broader horizons. The fledgling eagle soars, but its greatest concern is always the indifferent adult eagle. The husband has passed away. Lu Hui does not want to see her son come to harm. Yet, she cannot bear to bury her son's accomplishments. Every parent wishes for their child to succeed, but the safety of their children is equally a concern for parents. Mom! A long-awaited call. Suddenly, Qin Tiang's eyes brimmed with tears. What? The third young master of the Sun family angrily smashed things in his home. The room was in disarray. His eyes were filled with rage. Damn it! Did you not say it was foolproof? Did you not say he wouldn't come back alive? Tell me, who is standing there now? Tell me, is that a ghost? The roar of the third young master of the Sun family echoed. The moment Qin Tianke appeared in Lingyun City, he had already received the news. How could he not be furious? The servants below trembled in fear. The Shangwan family. The head of the Shangwan family opened and closed his eyes, filled with a hint of anger. Damn it! The opportunity to eliminate future hidden dangers had already been missed. What to do next must be carefully considered. Military district. Chen Xingfeng's laughter echoed in the office. Aha, he's back. Good. Tomorrow, arrange for them to meet. In the early morning, the dawn light spread. Sunlight poured through the window. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged. In front of him, the 9,000 years herb was being scorched by dark green flames. Watching the surface continuously burn, some dust floated. Qin Tianke silently estimated in his heart. The 9,000 years herb had special properties. Ordinary herbs could be activated by the hellfire surrounding Lao He in just a moment. But this one was particularly special. After a night of being tempered by hellfire, it was only now close to being completely refined and melted. A glimmer of light shone in Qin Tianke's eyes. Power surged forth. The frequency of the black hellfire instantly skyrocketed. The 9,000 years herb, which had been refined to a charred state, seemed to undergo a change. A faint sound of breaking came from within. As streams of air swirled around, this 9,000 years herb gradually burned into a clear water mass. This water mass was extremely marvelous. It quietly floated in the hellfire, neither being melted by the flames nor extinguishing them. It was as if the two were not on the same plane, completely independent, yet each possessed different powers and effects. Excitement appeared in Qin Tiang's eyes. It worked! This 9,000 years herb was incredibly rare, a natural spirit material that could extend one's lifespan. The method of refining it was also quite simple. Once the herb was refined into a water mass, it could be consumed by a person. Qin Tianke carefully held the water mass in his hand, examining it closely with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He went to his mother's room. Lu Hui was lying in bed, sound asleep. It seemed she hadn't slept so peacefully in a long time. Her snoring echoed. Despite Uncle Lu's care in recent days, her mother had suffered some hidden injuries from the past 3 months of turmoil. Coupled with some physical wear and tear, she still had not fully recovered. Now, she was only psychologically happy and optimistic. Although mental health often brings physical health, there still existed some fatigue in her body. This was something that could not be compensated for psychologically and could only be remedied through recuperation. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the 9,000 years herb was needed to heal his mother. Qin Tianke naturally would not tell his mother about this 9,000 years herb. After all, if she knew its origin and effects, with his mother's character, she would never take such a naturally gifted item. Therefore, he could only deliver the medicinal effects of this naturally gifted item to her in this way. The hellfire in Qin Tiang's hands had long since dissipated. In its place was a translucent water ball, floating above his palm, constantly rising and falling like a strange creature. Qin Tianke continuously refined this water ball, reducing its size for a moment. Eventually, the water ball was only the size of a fingernail, yet it radiated an extremely rich vitality. Qin Tianke carefully placed the water ball on his mother's forehead. The best way for a 9,000-year-old to absorb it was to refine it into a pill and take it. This would not only enhance the medicinal effects but also add something to prolong the effects. However, Qin Tianke did not know any so-called alchemists now, nor did he want to complicate things. Refining it for a 9,000-year-old was quite simple. As long as it touched the human body or was actively absorbed, the power could be instantly extracted. At the center of Lu Hui's forehead, as soon as the water ball made contact, it instantly merged into her. A special halo rippled around her body. The halo was orange-yellow but had a somewhat unusual quality. After a flash of light, Qin Tianke could clearly see that the gray at his mother's temples was visibly spreading dark black from the roots. The wrinkles on her cheeks also began to gradually restore to their original appearance, as if the traces of time were instantly erased at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the person lying on the bed had remarkably become 20 years younger. Looking at his sleeping mother, Qin Tianke felt a surge of emotion. His mother was getting better and better, and he was naturally happy about it. Deep down, he knew that his mother was a very gentle person. To save him, she had endured countless hardships. All he could do was fulfill the filial duty of a son. Qin Tianke then thought of his father, who was currently suffering in hell, and a hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes. His father was now in deep water and fire, and his own strength was still too weak. He had not even completed the most basic of his vows, and the gap was vast. But he was not one to back down. One day, he would definitely bring his father back from hell and reunite their family. And now, the greatest opportunity to enhance his strength lay in the upcoming selection of the entire Alliance's job changers. Military District. Training Ground. It's been a little over half a month, and your strength has improved, even stepping into the 3rd tier. That's really good. Chen Xingfeng laughed while patting Qin Tianke on the shoulder, occasionally expressing his admiration. Truly, the student surpasses the master. You're only 18 now, right? Your father was still at the 2nd tier at your age, just like us. Yet even so, he could still sweep through his peers in the same realm. Chen Xingfeng spoke with great enthusiasm, seemingly unconcerned about the intimidation he felt from Qin Tiang's father back then. Qin Tianke nodded, feeling unsurprised. Most of what he knew about his father came from others. Words like the best of the younger generation, suppressing all contemporary geniuses, were too domineering. Qin Tianke had always thought others were exaggerating. However, recently he had gained a new understanding of this. His father might have truly been a dominating presence in Uncle Chen's era. Like father, like son. Qin Tianke did not believe that he could not do what his father could. He wanted to learn from his father and even surpass him, not just suppressing his peers, but in the future, he would suppress the entire alien race until they could not lift their heads. As they chatted, they arrived at the training ground, although they were still quite far apart. As soon as Qin Tianke entered this place, he sensed 4 distinct auras. He looked up and saw 4 people in the training ground, 3 men and 1 woman. The auras they emitted were completely unmasked. Each profession's power and aura were strikingly different. The number of professions in the Transmigrator Alliance was vast, and they could generally be divided into melee and ranged types. Of course, this classification was merely based on combat power and fighting styles. If categorized by other criteria, the order would be far more complex. It was precisely because each transmigrator was exceptionally unique. Shin Tian-Kei was highly sensitive to these auras and immediately locked onto their professions. Looking at the four before him, his eyes brightened, and he activated the system panel to verify his inner suspicions. Among the three men, one was dressed most uniquely. This man was bare-chested, revealing bronze skin and well-defined muscles. He wore casual pants on his lower half and stood barefoot on the ground. He radiated an extremely intense yang energy. Beside him stood another man, whose aura was entirely different. This man exuded a chilling presence. He simply stood there, carrying a massive sword sheath on his back. He appeared taciturn, yet the coldness surrounding him seemed to lower the temperature by several degrees, like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. The other two were also notable. One was shorter and plump, resembling a walking little neat mountain. However, his aura was the most domineering among them. This man seemed to have reached the third tier, not far from the fourth. The last person was the only woman among them. She was tall and slender, with striking red hair that swayed in the wind. The staff she held indicated her profession as a mage. Fat brother, is this the recipient of the military's recommendation? I originally thought the military's recommendation would go to Sukuan, but unexpectedly, a Chang Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. The speaker was the muscular man with the bare upper body. This person being recommended by the military, especially catching the eye of Elder Chen, usually means they are not weak. Are you thinking of going up to test him? The speaker was the cold man beside the muscular one. Compared to the former, the latter was extremely aloof, with little fluctuation in his tone. Their personalities were like fire and ice, seemingly forever incompatible, likely to clash and conflict continuously. But no one could have imagined that these two had played together since childhood and were the two recipients of the selection for the Transmigrator Alliance in Lingyun City. The identities of the other two were also apparent. According to the rules, to participate in the Transmigrator Alliance selection, 3 factions must be represented, 1 from the military and 2 from the city. The man and woman were the representatives of the Transmigrator Alliance in Lingyun City. The short, plump man squinted his eyes, watching Shin Tian-Kei from a distance, silently assessing him. However, he said nothing more and instead looked at the mage girl beside him. They exchanged glances, each sensing a hint of something special in the other's eyes. At that moment, the tall, muscular man had already approached the military representative. Although they had not spent much time together, the short, plump man had figured out the temperaments of the other two. The man with the sword sheath was extremely cold, like an iceberg, having spoken no more than 10 sentences from start to finish. The tall man might have a unique profession or perhaps was simply born that way. His temper was extremely volatile. When he first arrived here, he had already fought with the two of them. In the end, he was defeated. The short, stout man understood that the other party must have a belly full of anger that needed to be vented. The Shin Tian-Kei before him was undoubtedly the best target for his current outburst. His gaze fell on Shin Tian-Kei, still pondering. Is this the 18-year-old beast master who replaced Sukuan? A match, courtesy of the military. The burly man directly addressed Shin Tian-Kei as soon as he approached. He was half a head taller than Shin Tian-Kei, and with his robust muscles, he looked quite imposing. Shin Tian-Kei glanced at the burly man, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just as he turned back, he noticed Uncle Chen, who had been speaking to him earlier, had somehow already positioned himself behind them. It seemed he had intentionally made space for the two to fight. How could Shin Tian-Kei not understand the other party's intentions? He could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. He then shifted his gaze back to the man before him, who seemed to have quite a temper. Seeing that Shin Tian-Kei did not respond, he exploded like dynamite, his anger surging as he spoke. What? Are you afraid? A military match? Shin Tian's eyes popped up the other party's system introduction. Observing such a profession, he felt a secret delight and clicked his tongue. This profession was indeed quite rare. Moreover, it could be considered one of the few professions leaning towards the Buddhist path among the many job classes. However, his temper was a bit too volatile. Thinking of this, Shin Tian-Kei shook his head helplessly, looking at the eyes of the supreme being before him, which held a hint of compassion. It was a pity that such a rare Buddhist profession had turned out to be a hot-headed rookie, who only knew how to charge in without using any skills, and his strength was too weak. Such abilities were simply not worth looking at in Shin Tian's eyes. He then quietly walked to the side. The tall man had already noticed the disdainful look that had just flashed across the other party's face. It was not fear. It was contempt. It was a kind of pity. It was as if he had witnessed a series of pathetic actions after seeing a weakling. This was Chen Zhengyang. It was the first time he had seen such a gaze in his life, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his eyes. What? Are you looking down on me? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the other party's voice drift over. No, I don't look down on you. When I make a move, it's always about life and death, not sparring. Your strength is too weak. You don't even qualify for me to make a move against you. A simple sentence instantly made Chen Zhengyang's face flush red. Meanwhile, Xin Tianke remained indifferent and continued to walk forward. The three onlookers nearby, who had been quietly watching and anticipating a battle between the two, now felt a lack of interest. The short, stout man felt a bit regretful. He had thought this person had some special skills. It turned out he could only talk big. What a pity. The young sorceress also revealed a hint of regret in her eyes. However, unlike the expressions of the other two, the man carrying a massive sword case suddenly changed his expression. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was calm, tinged with excitement. Buddhist golden body. This was the first time the two heard the other party speak voluntarily, and it was also the first time they saw him display such an expression, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, they also heard the other party's words. Turning to look, they saw the burly man behind the military recruit. At this moment, golden flames were visibly surging around his massive frame. The flames roared and surged. On his bronze-colored skin, strange golden runes gradually revealed themselves, intermingled with the dazzling golden flames. And within that golden fire, a colossal phantom seemed to rise behind him. Feeling the immense power coming from behind, Xin Tiang's expression remained calm. The shadow of the robust man behind him gradually revealed itself completely. It was a Buddha, but unlike the usual Buddha who only sits cross-legged and recites scriptures, this Buddha, aside from its golden body, was extremely wild in other aspects. Its imposing standing posture, violent movements, and even the intense anger and overwhelming battle aura that could be felt just by quietly observing it. A pair of crimson eyes carried a ferocious killing intent that was far from the praises of the Buddhist realm. This Buddha seemed entirely different. It appeared to know only battle. Under the circumstances of the shadow revealing itself, the man's expression also showed a hint of strangeness. Blasphemer, perish. The man's words were solemn, and a burst of light shone from his body. It seemed to carry endless precepts, madly crushing forward. At the same time, he lightly pushed with his arm and fiercely struck out a palm. As this palm fell, it overlapped with the imposing and domineering shadow of the Vajra Buddha behind him. A massive palm imprint condensed in the air. The distance between the two was already short. Where the palm imprint passed, the surrounding bricks were crazily shattered, and the wind surged. It seemed as if it would instantly turn Qin Tianke to dust. Why doesn't this person know to dodge? Not good. Xingyang's angry Buddha's blood-red eyes have opened. The three of them instantly looked panicked. Just as they were about to intervene, they saw Qin Tianke, with the golden palm imprint behind him, standing still, his voice drifting out. Although calm, it exuded unparalleled killing intent and frenzied rage. A mere Vajra dares to call itself a Buddha? Suddenly, behind Qin Tianke, a beast appeared. This beast was enormous, possessing multiple heads, and its entire body was continuously engulfed in swirling dark green flames. The flames surged with an unmatched momentum, its aura overwhelming. 64 heads roared simultaneously. The massive sound wave attack rippled with layers of waves. It violently collided with the person in front. Under the sound wave attack, the palm imprint condensed by the opponent instantly collapsed. The massive body of the beast charged towards the opponent. The robust man with the huge Buddha shadow behind him changed his expression. Beneath the imposing Buddha shadow, Chen Xingyang's face also showed a strange change. It was extremely solemn, but now it had a hint of fear creeping in. He began to retreat, wanting to avoid the attack of that strange creature. The military's recommendation is a beast master? What is this bizarre beast? The mage girl exclaimed as she looked at the suddenly appearing beast. The short, stout man beside her spoke slowly. Although it's a bit strange, judging by its size and roar, this should be a mutated Cerberus. Hearing Lin Nua's words, Su Jia's expression became unsettled. She rebutted word by word. No, are you kidding? A Cerberus only has 3 heads at most. But this thing has more than 3 heads, right? Lin Nua scratched his nose awkwardly at her words. It's mutated, I said it's mutated. Can you do something reliable? Why don't you use your magic to do some divination? You. The aloof man carrying a massive sword box listened to the argument between the two beside him. His gaze was fixed on the beast not far away, his eyes filled with contemplation. Old He, in terms of both physique and strength, completely crushed Chen Zhengyang in front of him. Therefore, the battle ended quickly. When Chen Zhengyang was knocked down to the ground by Old He's paw, he had already dispelled the massive Buddha shadow behind him. The blood-red light in his eyes began to gradually return to normal. Name, Shin Zhengyang, calmed. Cultivation, 2nd stage. Occupation, Vajra Buddha. One of the professions in the Buddhist sect, aggressive and domineering in attack, with a rough defense, it is an incomplete profession that harbors a desire for slaughter, possessing a diamond-like body and the heart of an angry Buddha. Abilities, Buddhist golden body, great compassion, and great mercy palm, angry Buddha's bloody eyes. Note, this profession is far from achieving Buddhahood, possessing only the heart of an angry Buddha, with fluctuating combat power that is easily influenced by the will of the angry Buddha. The system introduction is vague, and one might even say somewhat complex. In Qin Tiank's own words, this is a false Buddha. It has the heart of a Buddha but lacks the Buddha's body. Thus, it is susceptible to such disturbances, falling into the frenzied state just experienced. Chen Zhengyang seemed to have regained some clarity, his eyes revealing brightness. Recalling everything he had just done, he couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. But he was unable to move, because he was being firmly pinned down by Old Black. I am Lili from Lingyun City, a swordmaster. This friend, please spare him. He was just affected by his profession. The man carrying a sword box hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully addressed Qin Tianke. The latter's gaze swept over, and the relevant information about the other party immediately appeared. Name, Li Li. Cultivation, 3rd stage. Profession, Sword Immortal. Description, Sword Immortal, belonging to the Sword Immortal lineage, practices a special sword technique, with uniquely different powers. Abilities, Sword Control Technique, Extreme Sword Technique, Sword Escape Technique. Qin Tianke watched this scene, secretly sighing in his heart. TSK. These two, one a diamond angry Buddha, the other a sword immortal. Both professions are quite rare. Qin Tianke waved his hand, and Old Black's 64 heads roared at Chen Zhengyang below. Only then did it return to the shadow at Qin Tiang's feet. Chen Zhengyang coughed twice, his chest heaving violently, feeling somewhat agitated. Although Old Black had not really dealt with this person, the gap in class strength made it difficult for the other party to withstand the pressure emanating from Old Black. I am Chen Zhengyang from Lingyun City. I apologize for my earlier actions. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Zhengyang quickly bowed, having gained a rough understanding of this person's strength. This person is very strong, far surpassing himself, likely at the 3rd stage of cultivation. At this moment, the other two also approached. The short, stout man and the magical girl clasped their fists together. Transmigrator Alliance, Lingyun City Branch, Lin Nuo. Transmigrator Alliance, Lingyun City Branch, Su Jia. Looking at the few of them, Qin Tianke clasped his fists. Military District, Qin Tianke. These individuals stated their identities and the departments they represented. Qin Tianke naturally understood, thus adding the words Military District. At this time, Chen Xingfeng slowly walked over. Commander Chen, Commander Chen, Old Chen, Old Chen. The old man nodded slightly, looking at the younger generation before him. His eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. However, his tone shifted, becoming serious. I don't like to waste words. You few should get to know each other well. In 3 months, it will be the selection for all transmigrators in the Alliance. The selection for all transmigrators in the Alliance occurs once every 10 years, and each time is a grand feast for selecting talents. If one can rank high in the selection, they will naturally receive considerable rewards. This time, the rewards for the selection of all transmigrators in the Alliance are extraordinary. Those who rank in the top 10 will see their affiliated city's qualifications and abilities elevated by 1 level. Those who rank in the top 5 will be granted a legendary level city defense treasure. Those who rank in the top 3 will, in addition to receiving a legendary level city defense treasure, be awarded a personal military rank equivalent to that of a major. As Chen Xingfeng spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He seemed quite thrilled. This was the first time Qin Tianke had seen Uncle Chen in such a light. As he spoke, Chen Xingfeng's expression changed slightly. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. You are all geniuses who have emerged from my Lingyun City. 10 years ago, our Lingyun City achieved 12th place. Your talents are much stronger than those of the past. I hope you can continue to work hard and strive to win a city-protecting spiritual treasure for Lingyun City. The city-protecting spiritual treasure, even someone as isolated and uninformed as Qin Tianke knows about it. The city-protecting spiritual treasure is forged by several top master blacksmiths together. The number of city-protecting spiritual treasures in existence is extremely rare, truly priceless, and extraordinary. So far, there are only 7 cities in the world that possess a city-protecting spiritual treasure. Shin Tian-K did not expect such a generous reward this time. It must be noted that the current war situation is turbulent. Even though foreign races are being resisted in the 4 major battlefields, spatial rifts can still randomly emerge. The levels of city-protecting spiritual treasures are as follows: Elite, Legend, Extraordinary. Currently, only the first city of the Alliance possesses an extraordinary city-protecting spiritual treasure. A legendary city-protecting spiritual treasure can withstand an invasion from a B-level or higher foreign race. The value of the city-protecting spiritual treasure is enough to stir a wave of excitement in the hearts of Shin Tian-K and the others. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, Chen Xingfeng's smile remained undiminished. Young people should have such vigor and drive. It's getting late. You should spar with each other to get familiar and also select a team leader. As Chen Xingfeng spoke, he walked to the side. The few of them exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Chen Zhengyang returned to normal, touched his hair, and spoke to the others. Isn't it just a ranking? Hee, I already sparred with you guys earlier. I'm the youngest. His demeanor was completely different from the impulsive one Shin Tian-K had seen earlier, as if he had become a different person. It seems that the so-called incomplete profession in the system has a significant impact on the transmuters themselves. No wonder the changes in the other party were so rapid. While pondering in his heart, he also looked at the other 3. As they exchanged glances, the 4 of them were deep in thought. At that moment, the chubby boy spoke up. How about we fight in pairs? Whoever wins will fight the next person until we finish. After hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. I want to fight you. I'm very curious about what kind of beast you control. The speaker was the only female among the 4, the beautiful mage Su Jia. Shin Tian-K nodded slightly. The 2 then moved to the side. The training ground was vast, equivalent to several standard playgrounds stacked together. This was quite normal, as there were many personnel in the military district. Currently, many soldiers were training in scattered groups. Not everyone was assembled, and the commotion caused by Shin Tian-K and his group naturally attracted the attention of many practicing soldiers, who were curious about this so-called younger generation. They wanted to see who among them was the strongest. Among the crowd, Sukoan looked at Shin Tian-K not far away, feeling a surge of apprehension. He could sense that Shin Tian's beast control strength had become even more powerful compared to half a month ago. Half a month ago, he had been completely suppressed by the other party's beast. Now, half a month later, although Sukoan's strength had improved, he still had not crossed the threshold of the 3rd tier. In contrast, the other party was younger than him and yet stronger. Now he had already reached the 3rd tier. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Sukoan felt deeply about Shin Tian's strength. Such a young prodigy, I wonder what kind of honor he will win in this year's Alliance Transmuter selection. Many other soldiers, with Chen Xingfeng's permission, had already surrounded the few of them. A sea of people. These soldiers all wanted to see the strength of this younger generation. Shin Tian-K looked at Su Jia in front of him. To be fair, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was about the same age as him, standing at 1.67 meters, which was considered above average among girls. She wore a simple white robe, yet it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. She had curves in all the right places. Her round, egg-shaped face had 2 shallow dimples when she smiled. Her eyes sparkled like they contained stars, giving her a playful and cute appearance. However, Shin Tian-K would not be deceived by her looks. Su Jia's staff suddenly glowed. A halo of light began to spread from the base of the staff, forming swirling points of light that resembled divine illumination, crazily surrounding her. In the blink of an eye, as the radiance faded, Su Jia had donned an extremely sacred robe. 3rd tier Holy Mage, Su Jia. A related introduction from the system popped up. Su Jia. Occupation, Holy Mage. Level, 3rd tier. Description: one of the few mages with a holy light attribute, possessing absolute restraint against all evil attributes, regardless of profession. Abilities: Divine Light, Wings of Light, Meteor Divine Slash. TSK. This is a bit troublesome. This girl's profession completely counters his. After all, although Old Hay was currently a 3rd tier beast master and not afraid of opponents of the same tier, he still couldn't handle a profession that fundamentally countered him. Old Hay's attributes included both dark and undead elements, which were almost completely opposed to hers. The only powers he could currently use were fire, frost, and storm. However, Shin Tian-K looked at the pristine and exquisite robe she wore, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. No wonder she was the representative of the Class Change Alliance in Lingyun City. That robe was actually a magical cloak. Item: Holy Magic Cloak. Grade: Elite. Description: comes with light, holy attributes, most compatible with mages of the same attribute. able to resist magic attacks of the same tier and mitigate a certain degree of physical attacks. Truly, the Class Change Alliance was wealthy. Even a third-tier mage could have such equipment. Shin Tian-Kei suppressed his thoughts and spoke in a tone similar to hers. Shin Tian-Kei, third-tier Beast Master of the Ghost Mastiff. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow began to emerge from beneath his feet. It started as a black, blurry shadow, gradually becoming clearer under the sunlight. Soon, it took the form of Old Hay. The 64 heads of Old Hay stared at her, baring their teeth, their eyes filled with a hint of wariness. This was the first time Shin Tian-Kei felt Old Hay's caution. Although she was just a third-tier mage, her profession and abilities completely countered Old Hay. The holy and light attributes were always a restraint against the undead in darkness. Old Hay happened to possess both attributes, naturally making him wary of her. During the battle, even if he had some special means to unleash power, he would still be suppressed by her. His overall combat strength would weaken. Moreover, Su Jia also had a holy magic cloak. With that item, it was likely that any of Old Hay's other attribute attacks would be weakened or even nullified when they hit her. This was tricky. It seemed that this person could represent the Class Change Alliance, and logically, she should indeed have such equipment. The Class Change Alliance had always been extremely wealthy, as far as Shin Tian-Kei knew. The only thing on the opponent was a magical cloak, which required 10,000 contribution points in the Transmigrator Alliance. The contribution points he had earned from slaying those alien races were nowhere near enough to purchase this magical cloak. This shows that this person held a significant position within the Transmigrator Alliance. With this in mind, Shin Tian-Kei did not hesitate and first commanded the Ghost Hound to attack. Old Black let out a roar. The sound waves rippled through the air in layers. This was one of Old Black's abilities, or perhaps just a characteristic. When 64 heads roared simultaneously, the resulting wave was incredibly strong. As this wave resonated with the ripples in the air, its power naturally exceeded the ordinary, easily intimidating the opponent. At this moment, just as Shin Tian-Kei had anticipated, the roar transmitted through the rippling waves reached Su Jia's body. A glimmer of clarity flashed in her beautiful eyes, filled with a bright smile. The staff in her hand paused silently. Beneath her feet, circles of golden halos began to materialize out of thin air. The halos gradually expanded until they completely enveloped Su Jia, forming a dazzling golden shield. "What kind of beast do you have?" Su Jia asked, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity as she looked at the massive creature not far away. Upon hearing this, Shin Tian-Kei remained silent, continuing to command Old Black to unleash sound wave attacks. However, when these attacks touched the layer of golden shield surrounding the opponent, they had already taken on a tangible form, shattering like halos and scattering in the air. Seeing that the opponent ignored her, a flicker of anger crossed Su Jia's eyes. "Alright, fine, you won't speak, huh?" With a wave of her staff, her garments fluttered. Her voice drifted out, tinged with disdain. "Your beast should be of the dark attribute. Coincidentally, I can counter all darkness with time. Since you won't talk, I'll beat you until you do." A cold glint passed through Su Jia's eyes. Immediately, the staff in her hand was slowly raised. A circle of strange golden runes rippled around the staff. The frequency of the runes rippling grew larger, the light swirling. Within Su Jia's staff, a circle of strange power began to spread outward. Gradually, at the center of this spreading power, a being that continuously released golden light was birthed. As the frequency of the light's radiance increased, this entity gradually formed into a brilliant sun. The sunlight shone all around. "Exorcise the evil, let the divine light shine." A command rang out. The golden object atop the staff began to flicker with an extremely dazzling brightness. The light surged outward in an instant. Under this illumination, Shin Tian-Kei could even feel that this thing had a slight restraining effect on him. Everywhere the light shone was a sea of gold. Even from a distance, Old Black was still trembling under the radiance, white gas emerging from its body. The gas floated gently, as if reacting violently to the sunlight. Old Black let out cries of agony, the sounds of pain echoing throughout the entire training ground. Among the many soldiers watching the battle, Su Quan observed this scene, deep in thought. If it were him on the field, how would he break the deadlock? The light was too blinding. The holy attribute it possessed had already manifested its unique burning effect on darkness and the undead. This thing was indeed useless against him. However, under such brightness, it was extremely difficult to see clearly. Watching the beast struggle in pain, a look of shock crossed Su Quan's eyes. It seemed he had overlooked something. If he remembered correctly, the opponent's beast was merely a three-headed hellhound. But now, how could there be so many heads? How is it possible to grow so many heads in such a short time? This is simply unheard of. Or is it that this is not the so-called hellhound, but rather a mutated beast of the hellhound? Can it continuously grow heads to become stronger? He began to have his own speculations and thoughts about this beast. He was puzzled. What exactly is this guy's beast? More curiously, in the current situation, how could he break the deadlock to defeat that female magician? Su-Koan thought of this and stopped pondering alone. Instead, he continued to watch honestly. On the field, Su-Jia was surrounded by divine light, majestic and solemn. It was as if she had come to deliver salvation. Old Black, under this powerful brightness, began to crawl forward step by step. Surrender! Your beast has already been restrained by me. Su-Jia's somewhat arrogant laughter echoed on the field. Suddenly, the figure that had just been standing there had inexplicably disappeared. Even the cries of agony had completely vanished. Su-Jia's expression remained calm. In her eyes, all darkness was laid bare. The evil aura emanating from the opponent's beast could naturally be locked onto by her in an instant. Upon sensing that aura suddenly appear behind her and rush towards her, Su-Jia thought she had everything under control. A wild smile crept onto her lips. Are you trying to sneak attack me? What a pity! You are not my opponent. As she lowered her staff, the light did not dissipate but gradually condensed, until it formed circles of special light flow around her, like fireflies surrounding her. The golden object atop the staff began to change slightly. With a powerful swing of her arm backward, she slashed through the air, creating a dazzling meteor. Meteor Divine Slash. The golden object instantly condensed into a blade mark. With unparalleled deterrent power, it slashed towards Qin Tiankei, who was behind her. In the face of this attack, Qin Tiankei showed no hesitation. A flash of light crossed his eyes. From the shadow beneath his feet, Old Black's figure began to emerge continuously. Old Black roared and charged down to resist the attack. Yet, in midair, he spewed forth waves of scorching flames. The flames brushed past the attack. They landed squarely on Su-Jia. But as soon as the flames touched Su-Jia, they were instantly neutralized by the special ripples emanating from her robes. It was as if a punch had struck cotton. There was no damage. You think this flame can fight me? Su-Jia's smile froze on her face. A hint of fear spread in her eyes. At this moment, behind her stood a figure. A curved knife was pressed tightly against her neck. It seemed that any movement would result in her head being severed in an instant. The reason Old Black had appeared to block that Meteor Divine Slash was to buy time for Qin Tiankei, and the so-called flames were merely a cover for Qin Tiank's movement. Beast masters could possess part of their beast's power. Of course, it was only a part. 70%, 50%, 30%, or even just 1% was possible. The strength Qin Tiankei currently possessed was only 30% of Old Black's overall strength. As for Old Black's partial abilities, Qin Tiankei could also use them. However, the frequency of use was considerably lower than Old Black's. Just a moment ago, he had already drawn Old Black into his shadow. At the same time, he had retreated backward. Just for this moment. Now it seemed he had succeeded. Su-Jia looked at Qin Tiankei behind her, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly appeared behind her. However, Qin Tiankei would not tell her. After all, this was one of his own tactics. Qin Tiankei had just closely followed under the shadow of that fireball. As he was about to reach the opponent, he had already merged into the opponent's shadow. Now, he appeared just at the right moment. At this time, Old Hay had already exerted himself to withstand this attack. His fur was somewhat disheveled, and there were several scars all over his body. Although the opponent had only this one attack, its power was extraordinary. The restraining effect of the Holy Light attribute was extremely severe. It was already a stroke of luck that Old Hay could withstand it. Su-Jia looked at Qin Tiankei behind her, her eyes shimmering with light. In this situation, it seemed she had lost any means to break the deadlock. A hint of regret inevitably appeared in her eyes. She would not complain like others. Even though she was currently using her flying ability, she had made a big mistake underestimating the enemy. From the moment the opponent's beast attribute was revealed, she had not fought properly at all. Now that she had been caught off guard by the opponent, she accepted it. I lost. Su-Jia had always been someone who dared to take responsibility for her actions. She could win, and she could lose gracefully. Looking at Qin Tiankei, who was about to leave, Su-Jia couldn't help but curiously ask, "Don't rush to leave, just tell me, what is your beast?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tiankei pondered for a moment. This little girl had been wanting to ask about his beast all along. Now that the battle with the opponent was over, and for the next 3 months, she would be his teammate, he didn't want to hide it from her. My beast is called Ghost Mastiff, a mutated 3-headed dog. As Qin Tiankei spoke, he walked towards one side. He did not recall his beast because, at this moment, the battle on the other side had also ended. Qin Tiankei looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the swordmaster kneeling on the ground, seemingly with some abrasions, looking quite serious. In contrast, the little chubby boy had a beaming smile, as if he had not suffered any harm. Among the four of them, Shin Tian-K could sense that the strongest aura belonged to this little chubby boy. He couldn't guess the boy's profession either. His eyes shimmered, and the system panel was instantly activated. Lin Nuo. Profession, Bagua Walker. Strength, Tier 3. Description: 2 instruments give birth to 4 symbols. 4 symbols give birth to 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams determine fortune and misfortune. Ability: determine fortune and misfortune. Bagua Divination, Taiji Yin Yang Force. Bagua Walker? Shin Tian-K had never heard of this profession. His eyes were filled with confusion and puzzlement. There were many professions for class changers. Among them, there were both Buddhist professions and possibly Taoist professions. The most common ones were mages and swordsmen, which were ordinary professions. There were also some rare and obscure professions. Just like the Buddhist profession he had seen before, the Wrathful Buddha, and the Bagua Walker in front of him. Both of their professions were extremely special. One was a Buddhist profession, and the other was a Taoist profession. The uniqueness of these two professions naturally implied that their means and abilities were not only rare but could even be described as somewhat bizarre. Shin Tian-K looked at the other party, who had not yet had the chance to speak, when he heard the little chubby boy's voice drift over. Your power is very special. My profession is Bagua Walker. I can calculate the Bagua. In ancient terms, this is called fortune-telling. Now it's called determining fortune and misfortune. Lin Nuo walked step by step towards Shin Tian-K. With each step, a strange wave rippled beneath his feet. Shin Tian-K looked at him. For some reason, he always felt that the person in front of him had a very strange meaning. However, he did not perceive any abnormalities. While he was pondering, the other party's voice came again. In our battle, according to my calculations, I will undoubtedly lose. Today I want to see, was it my divination that was wrong, or is it fate? Upon hearing these words, Shin Tian-K suddenly felt a wave of emotions surge within him. He did not know when it had begun, but the world before his eyes had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was as if he was imprisoned in an endless, dark green starry sky. He could not see anything around him. The only sensation he felt was himself continuously falling into despair. It seemed that an invisible force was constantly pulling at him. The power surged violently, as if dragging him into an endless abyss. Is this the other party's ability? The 8 trigrams asking the spirit? No, what is the 8 trigrams asking the spirit? Where is this? How did I get here? Who am I? Doubt suddenly filled Shin Tian's mind. This question seemed to grow wildly, filling his entire brain. Before he knew it, he felt a wave of irritation. And after this irritation, tears began to flow from his eyes. Why am I crying? Shin Tian's mind was filled with questions. At this moment, in the outside world, looking at Shin Tian-K collapsed on the ground, Lin Nuo's eyes shimmered with light. He had calculated this battle 3 times today. Each time it was a sign of great misfortune. He did not believe it. How could this person have the ability to break his 8 trigrams asking the spirit? The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth lifted slightly, quite pleased with himself. However, the next moment, upon hearing a commotion behind him, he hurriedly ran to the side. Your master isn't dead, he just fainted. If you nudge him a bit, he might wake up. Don't chase me, Lin Nuo shouted back while running. Behind him, Old Hei was continuously chasing after him, seemingly wanting to wake up his master. This scene looked quite comical. No one saw what method the other party used to make Shin Tian-K fall into a deep sleep. Moreover, the fainting was so sudden. Logically, it seemed the battle should have ended here. Yet the other party's beast was still chasing Lin Nuo, as if wanting to devour him. And Lin Nuo, who had been afraid of dogs since childhood, was even more terrified upon seeing so many dogs. He could only run forward, circling around Shin Tian-K. Lin Nuo had been afraid of dogs since he was little. Even now, with the Tai Chi Yin Yang power, he did not dare to use it on the dogs. After all, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Furthermore, they were just sparring. There was no need to take action against the other party's beasts. Suddenly, Lin Nuo felt a strange vibration. Immediately after, a severe pain surged from his heart outward. It felt as if he had been struck by a wave rolling in from the sea. His whole body kept collapsing backward. A wave surged in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stumbling, he stopped in his tracks. With a hint of shock, he looked back. He saw that Shin Tian-K had woken up at some point. With the support of his own beast, he slowly stood up. At the moment he stood up, a special small 8 trigrams formation, like a flying saucer, quickly returned to his palm. Looking at the already shattered 8 trigrams formation in his hand, disbelief filled Lin Nuo's eyes. He even forgot the pain he had just experienced. How is this possible? How could this person break my 8 trigrams asking the spirit? It should be known that this is something many elders in the Transcender Alliance refer to as a good item for creating illusions. How did the other party break free? It should be noted that no one in the same realm could escape his 8 trigrams asking the spirit. Not to mention that his 8 trigrams asking the spirit could even exert a certain degree of influence over 4th tier powerhouses. How did the other party do it? How did you do it? Lin Nuo, due to the peculiarities of his profession, would always perform a divination for himself before each battle or task. This was known as determining good or bad omens within his abilities. Previously, he had divined the outcome of a battle against 3 opponents. Both times, the omens were extremely favorable. However, the last battle had always been a sign of great misfortune. It seemed as if he could not escape it no matter what. Before fighting his opponents, he specifically performed another divination in his heart. The result was still a sign of great misfortune. Considering the divination's implications, he decided to directly use his Bagua Spirit Inquiry. The Bagua Spirit Inquiry was a means of entrapment and illusion, far surpassing his own attack method, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Force. Rather than engage in battle using the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Force, it was more convenient to directly employ the Bagua Spirit Inquiry. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of dogs. After a brief moment of astonishment, his gaze returned to a semblance of his usual calmness, as if the earlier emotions had not affected him at all. Was this truly the sign of great misfortune indicated by his divination? Indeed. Why did Lin Nuo feel an inexplicable sense of powerlessness in his heart? The frustration of knowing the outcome yet being unable to change it surged within him. This ability, to some, could be seen as foresight, an extraordinary existence akin to having a cheat. After all, being able to know the outcome of what one wishes to know without lifting a finger was quite remarkable, wasn't it? Wasn't such an ability considered extraordinary? But in reality, it was not so. From his perspective, this ability was both an extraordinary foresight and a shackle. Whether in success or failure, he had already made his calculations in his heart. Even if he were to be defeated now, he would not show much emotional change. I lost, but I really want to know how you broke my Bagua Spirit Inquiry, Lin Nuo said, his small eyes widening with curiosity. He looked at the other person, whose expression was almost identical to Su Jia's. Qin Tianke couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. No wonder these two came from the same place. This matter involves some secrets of my own, and I cannot disclose it, the other replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuo's expression darkened. However, it quickly cleared up again. After witnessing this scene, several others approached. Lili, who had fought Lin Nuo, came over and cupped his hands towards Qin Tianke. Although I have already lost to Lin Nuo, I still want to have a good fight with you. I want to see where the gap between us truly lies. Qin Tianke nodded solemnly, agreeing to the proposal. Just right. He had never fought against a sword master before. The sword master was a very special profession. They could manipulate their weapons, not limited to swords but also including knives, spears, staves, and other items. Qin Tianke did not know how they manipulated these things, but it was recorded in the system's introduction. Their weapons could contract and expand like their fingers and arms, allowing for free movement and communication. One could say it was an extension of their arms. Having never seen such an ability, Qin Tianke naturally felt a sense of novelty. Third-tier sword master, Li. After saying this, the other immediately slammed the sword box on the ground, slapping his palm downwards. A crisp sound echoed. The sword box slowly opened from both sides, revealing numerous flying swords displayed within. Swift wind, chaotic shadow, Li called out lightly. The sword box trembled, and 2 flying swords shot out from within. One was a greenish-blue, shimmering with light and shadow, while the other was entirely golden, resembling a beam of golden light. The 2 flying swords circled around him, then sped forward. Extreme sword, he uttered softly. The 2 flying swords radiated a rich brilliance, as if being held by someone, slicing through the air with a series of sharp sounds. The blade struck towards the opponent. Every move aimed directly at Qin Tianke's vital points, seemingly intent on strangling him alive. As 2 flying swords approached, Qin Tianke retreated while suddenly slashing out with the curved blade, Luiyue, in his hand. His eyes also revealed information about the 2 flying swords. Flying sword, Gale, grade, common. Description, swift as the wind, incredibly sharp. Flying sword, chaotic shadow, grade, common. Description, a myriad of flowers, sword shadows, and demonic traces. The materials of these 2 flying swords were merely of common grade, not particularly precious. Qin Tianke's Luiyue had already deflected one of the flying swords with just a single counterattack. After all, his curved blade was far superior in material and quality compared to the opponent's weapons. Perfect grade was not just a name. With the synergy of the 2 flying swords, they could achieve an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Qin Tianke maintained a calm demeanor, continuously dodging while unraveling the encirclement of the two flying swords. However, he never allowed Old Hei to join the battle. After all, the opponent's true killing move was not these two flying swords before him. He had already noticed that there were 17 flying swords in the opponent's sword box. Among these 17 flying swords, only one was of perfect grade. That was the opponent's real killing move. Qin Tiang's footsteps shifted lightly. As he deflected the two flying swords, he quickly closed the distance to the opponent. Since the opponent was unwilling to use the flying swords, he would force them to act. With this thought, Qin Tianke closed in instantly, continuously swinging his curved blade. Seeing the opponent approach, Li Li remained composed. The curved blade, Luiyue, traced a moonlight arc in the air, suddenly descending towards the opponent. Wild dance, agile, shadow sweep, evil spirit. Four flying swords flew out simultaneously from the sword box, surrounding Li Li and blocking Qin Tiang's curved blade attack. As the four flying swords circled around him, they formed a protective sword formation, shielding Li Li within. Light dance, soar. With two calls, he summoned all the remaining flying swords from his sword box. These flying swords lined up behind him. Li Li stood against the wind, his garments billowing. 17 flying swords stood proudly behind him, exuding an imposing aura, almost reminiscent of 1,000 swords returning to their origin. The four flying swords surrounded him, forming a protective sword formation, while the other 13 swords stood erect behind him. A chill swept over the sword bodies. Among these flying swords, some were so small they could only be described as daggers. Some had curved blades with unique features. Some were thin as paper, while others were thick as boards. Each sword appeared distinct, with colors and auras that were entirely different. The ability to forge and control 17 flying swords was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was granted one of the two spots by Ling Yunchang. It was no surprise that the opponent possessed such strength. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Old Hei also appeared before him. It was no wonder the opponent was a sword master. Sword master, the immortal among swords. To manipulate 17 flying swords seemed quite ordinary. However, it was uncertain how Old Hei would respond. In battles, Qin Tianke generally did not intervene actively. He wanted to see if Old Hei could defeat this sword master before him. Old Hei roared, and 64 heads opened their mouths simultaneously, gathering special powers in 3 strange colors. Among these 3 colors were flames, frost, and storm. Red, green, blue. 3 colored light clusters were ready to burst forth among the 64 heads. It looked like a star-destroying cannon, poised for a simultaneous barrage. Seeing Old Black's combat power, even Qin Tianke felt a bit dazed. Wow, amazing! How did he not think of such a strange method? Although Old Black could indeed wield elemental power, Qin Tianke had never considered this kind of fighting style. Wouldn't the power then soar to the heavens? Qin Tianke silently gave Old Black a thumbs up in his heart. Old Black always managed to think of some methods beyond his imagination. Truly impressive. Seeing the posture before him, like a rain of arrows, Li Li hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the 17 flying swords behind him. Compared to that, his side seemed much weaker. He swallowed silently. While pondering, he had already put all the flying swords back into their sword box and cupped his hands towards Qin Tianke. In this battle, I admit defeat. There was no other way. 17 flying swords against so many heads unleashing elemental attacks, given his current situation, being able to withstand it would be quite good. Moreover, he had to ensure that his flying swords wouldn't be damaged by the opponent's attacks. Each of these 17 flying swords was carefully nurtured by him. Some sword cultivators would nurture a fixed number of flying swords at each stage and then operate them as their lifebound flying swords. He was different. He had chosen his lifebound flying sword when he stepped into the first stage. The other 16 flying swords were half-life swords of his lifebound sword, always following it. Seeing this scene, Old Black began to try to retract his power, but it was already too late to hold back. Old Black immediately tilted his head back and unleashed 64 peculiar light pillars that converged into elemental attacks. In an instant, various colors of light erupted in the air. Clouds of smoke exploded in mid-air. The smoke swirled, forming a mass of dark clouds that had gathered for a long time. Wow! Everyone present was momentarily stunned by this scene. At this moment, even Li Li felt a bit dazed. Wow! If he hadn't admitted defeat just now and had instead braved it with his flying swords, he feared that only his lifebound flying sword would remain. The other flying swords would likely have vanished in this attack, right? Cold sweat inexplicably appeared on his forehead, and he felt a wave of fear. Su Koan was already scared silly. What difference was there between this power and a walking cannon? At that moment, Chen Xingfeng walked over slowly from a distance. His gaze towards Qin Tianke was filled with admiration. He then scanned the crowd, finally resting his eyes on the 5 people. In that case, your captain will be Chin Tian-K. The four nodded, with no objections. Chin Tian-K had already proven his qualifications and capabilities with his actual methods and strength. Seeing this scene, Chin Tian-K cupped his hands towards the few of them. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. The few cupped their hands in return, having cleared some of their own methods. Alright, get familiar with each other. Chin Tian-K, come with me. Under the gaze of everyone present, Chin Tian-K followed behind Chen Xingfeng, and the two entered Chen Xingfeng's office. As soon as they entered, Chen Xingfeng was the first to ask, after sparring with them, what did you discover? Faced with this abrupt question, Chin Tian-K pondered for a moment and replied slowly, my beast control has elemental attribute attacks, close combat, ranged attacks, and concealment methods. It seems that the only aspect truly restrained is flying. His words were based on his battle experience, logical and clear. Chen Xingfeng set down the teacup in his hand, his gaze fixed on Chin Tian-K before him. Looking at this nephew, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He really resembled his elder brother. Whether in appearance or in combat techniques, he was hardly different from his brother. Your flying techniques can be compensated for, but you have yet to realize the true focus. Chen Xingfeng's voice carried a hint of sternness. What were your feelings when fighting Su Jia from the Transmigrator Alliance? Upon hearing this, Chin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly realized something. There was a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. Your beast has a dark attribute, and when facing the restraining light attribute power, the strength of your beast will be suppressed, and its abilities cannot be fully utilized. Chen Xingfeng's voice was calm as he looked at him. So, how do you think you should respond to such a situation? Chin Tian-K shook his head. There's no way. Old Hei's essence was that of a ghost dog, which possessed both undead and dark attributes. Even if it had other attribute abilities, there was no complete way to counter it. For a transmigrator, regardless of profession, as long as there was an attribute restraint, even crossing professions would still lead to being severely suppressed. Naturally, there was no way out. Chen Xingfeng looked at his somewhat dejected nephew, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, a cage appeared before them. As Chen Xingfeng lifted the curtain on the cage, a fledgling eagle was hopping around inside, letting out sharp cries upon seeing Chin Tian-K and the others. This fledgling eagle had feathers as red as blood, with a tuft of white fluff on its head. Although it was still in the fledgling stage, it looked extremely handsome. When its feathers fluttered, it seemed as if waves of fire were swirling in the air. Chin Tian's eyes flickered. The system activated. Beast, fiery golden-tailed eagle. Attribute, flame. Grade, elite. Ability, fiery blaze. Description, a fledgling eagle that lost its parents. Temperament wild, keep your distance. Current status, frenzied, agitated, sorrowful. Flying-type beasts were quite rare, especially this elite one before him. Chin Tian-K observed it carefully. The blood-red feathers shimmered with a hint of golden light under the sun, and at its tail, there were striking golden tail feathers fluttering. You should sign a contract with this beast. It can compensate for the deficiencies in your combat power. Don't worry, for non-first contract beasts, signing a contract is very simple. You just need to communicate with your soul power, Chen Xingfeng explained, seemingly sensing Chin Tian's concerns. But, Uncle Chen, I already have a beast. Before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted. Why do you think the beast master profession, despite its obvious flaws, is so popular? The strength of a beast master directly depended on the strength of their beasts. The flaws were quite apparent, yet it consistently ranked among the most sought-after professions for transmigrators. Chin Tian-K pondered for a moment and quickly understood the reason. You mean, the number of beasts? Exactly, some beast masters have contracts with as many as a dozen beasts, almost equivalent to a small beast team. With flying, strong attack, stealth, assassination, various beasts complementing each other, even if there is a lack of combat power, they can still achieve remarkable results in battle. Chin Tian-K understood what he meant, a smile brightening his face. Uncle Chen's idea was indeed not bad. Go back and sign the contract. Chin Tian-K clasped his hands together. Thank you, Uncle Chen. In the quiet room, the walls were made of finely crafted soundproof materials, reinforced with extremely tough meteorite iron. It was not only quiet but also capable of muffling the sounds of battle. This was the best training ground suitable for various professions. Looking at the fierce fire golden-tailed eagle in the cage, constantly baring its teeth at him, Chin Tian-K pondered. The number of beasts a beast master can contract depends on the strength of their own soul power. The stronger the soul power, the stronger the contracted beasts and the more numerous they are. The source of soul power can be divided into active cultivation and passive acceptance. The methods for cultivating soul power are hard to come by, available only to those who have transitioned into related soul professions. Currently, the source of Qin Tiang's soul power comes from passive acceptance. Everything about a beast master comes from their beasts, including soul power. When Old Black became his beast again, it had already undergone significant changes. The feedback from this transformation not only altered its physical form but also enhanced its soul power. Just like now, a circle of blue halos surrounded Qin Tianke, light and airy, like ribbons of brocade, delicate and long-lasting. The light in Qin Tiang's eyes flickered. He began to attempt communication with the fierce eagle using this ethereal power. As soon as he touched the fire golden-tailed eagle, he felt a strong repulsion, as if it were roaring in anger. Painful cries echoed in his ears. To contract a beast, one must enter the beast's consciousness space for communication. Previously, Old Black did not need this, as it was his first beast, loyal to him. Naturally, it was unnecessary. Was this what it had experienced? The eagle had not even stepped into the first rank. Even if its consciousness space was filled with resistance, it could not expel him. Qin Tianke also learned about the young eagle's past. The fire golden-tailed eagle lived in the scorching west. Its population was scarce, all due to poachers' indiscriminate slaughter, which had caused them to lose their home. This eagle had been fleeing with its clan since birth. The escape was devoid of any emotion, filled only with endless fear and anger towards humans. Later, its parents were killed by poachers while trying to protect it. Due to its special qualifications, it was passed around and became a commodity for sale. With a strong hostility towards humans, it had tried countless times to resist and escape, but in the end, it only endured beatings. This had instilled a deep anger towards humans in its heart. Was this its past? Qin Tiang's soul lurked in a space filled with intertwined fear and pain. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. To contract a beast, the other party must be willing. Even if forcibly tamed by soul power, it would never submit in the future. Qin Tianke did not want this latter situation. Human, even if I die, I will not contract with you. The voice was youthful, yet it concealed a tremendous rage. Endless fury was hidden within these words. This declaration echoed continuously in the consciousness space. Qin Tianke seemed to see countless kindred spirits beginning to express their grievances, roaring. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tiang's heart felt a moment of daze. His emotions inadvertently sank. Indeed, if he were in such a situation, his home destroyed, his clan displaced, and ultimately watching his parents die before his eyes, no one could tolerate such a fate, let alone forgive. Now, after seeing the plight of this fire golden-tailed eagle, how could he contract with it? At this moment, it seemed less important. A sense of sympathy inexplicably surged within him, along with a hint of contemplation. His father had also left him in his childhood. Especially after seeing everything the eagle had endured, a feeling of sympathy gradually arose in his heart amidst the days. Reflecting on this, Qin Tianke spoke softly, I will not force you to contract with me. Humans, don't think you can make me submit with such methods. The voice carried a hint of disdain. Stupid humans, he had seen such tactics many times before. Each time, it was at moments like this that they attempted to initiate a contract with him. Even though he knew the human before him was extremely powerful, he would not yield, even if it meant being battered and bruised. Previously, he had encountered humans who wanted to move him. Because of this, the fiery golden-tailed eagle was always on guard against Qin Tianke, fearing that he might unwittingly fall under the influence of the human's contract power. Soon, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Several minutes passed. The fiery golden-tailed eagle was somewhat surprised. This human had not yet launched a contract against him? How could this be? Is this what humans call the tactic of feigning weakness to lure in the enemy? Stupid humans! Human, what are you doing? The opponent's soul power was stronger than his own. He could not expel the other from his consciousness space, so he could only watch as the other remained motionless. Qin Tiang's voice was calm. After going through so much, you must feel very lonely, right? If you have anything to say, I can listen. Qin Tianke waited for a moment, seeing no response. He began to speak as if to himself. Our experiences are somewhat similar. My father was a national hero, who made great contributions on the front lines to drive out foreign invaders. My mother ran a company, honest and straightforward. Our family's little life was manageable. Until that day when my father went missing on the front lines, and the news returned home. My mother's company was suppressed and swallowed up, our assets lost, and we originally hoped to rise again through our own efforts. But we were targeted by thieves, who constantly oppressed us. 3 months ago, I had a dispute with them, was hit on the back of the head, and became a vegetable. Qin Tiang's tone gradually shifted from excitement to regret, filled with deep sorrow. In these 3 months, I lay in bed, relying on a respirator to stay alive. Although I couldn't move, I could hear and feel. My mother worked tirelessly day and night to save me, begging and kneeling countless times. To save me, my mother knelt in front of the military district but was beaten into unconsciousness. Perhaps heaven took pity on me. When I woke up that day, I vowed to make those people pay. Jin Tiang's tone changed significantly, unknowingly infecting the fiery golden-tailed eagle with his emotions. His voice was urgent, wanting to know what happened next. And then? Jin Tian-K did not speak further. Instead, he addressed all directions. I know your heart is filled with anger. Among humans, there are both good and bad. With just you as a bird, so small, I fear you might have already fallen before you even had a chance to grow. I am willing to sign a contract with you, but I will not help you take revenge. The fiery golden-tailed eagle scoffed. This human couldn't even lie properly. I can give you power, and in the future, you can take your own revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire consciousness space trembled. It seemed something had shattered. From the periphery, the consciousness space formed fragments that floated in the air. In an invisible way, everything here changed. Human, after I gain the ability to take revenge, I want you to let me go. The voice was angry, carrying an uncompromising tone. Jin Tian-K shook his head. Impossible, everything in this world is clearly priced, set at a price. As long as you become my beast, I will not let you leave my side. If I have the ability in the future, I will also help you take revenge. As soon as Jin Tian-K finished speaking, an undeniable voice came from the other side. No, you promised me that I could take my own revenge. After saying this, Jin Tian-K felt as if something had entered his body. It intertwined with his soul power. Although that power was extremely weak, it was incredibly resilient. As the two forces intertwined, they gradually merged into one. This combined power began to separate, integrating into his body, as if resonating from the depths of his soul. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing the contract with the Fire Gold-Tailed Eagle. Based on the host's signed beast attributes, the following advancement options are provided. Option 1, Explosive Fire Falcon. The Fire Gold-Tailed Eagle develops its ultimate flame attribute, possessing explosive capabilities. Option 2, Ice Fire Demon Eagle. The fire attribute is combined with frost power, overlapping ice and fire forces. Although there may be conflicts in the future, it can bring extraordinary combat power. Option 3, Ghost Fire Golden Feather Eagle. Integrating with the Undead Light group, the flame advances, possessing ghostly fire, unafraid of light, and can advance by absorbing various flames in the future. Looking at the 3 options before him, Jin Tian-K narrowed his eyes and began to think carefully. Option 1 merely develops the fire power, but its future growth has too many limitations. Option 2 would cause attribute conflicts with the beast, potentially leading to numerous conflicts and mutations. As for option 3, Jin Tiang's eyes lit up. The Undead Light group? He just happened to have it. Not only would it grant him ghostly fire, but its future growth could also advance by devouring flames. Its future achievements would likely surpass those of Old Black by a considerable margin. As Jin Tian-K felt dizzy, everything before him suddenly became clear. At this moment, the Fire Gold-Tailed Eagle was quietly preening its feathers in the cage. Jin Tian-K could sense the communication link between them. It seemed that there were 2 distinctly different powers within his body. These 2 powers floated in his consciousness space. One was extremely hot, while the other exuded a chilling coldness, yet still surged with heat. Although these 2 powers appeared completely different and did not belong to him, they could still create countless connections with his body. It seemed that this was the power of his contract with the beast. This was his first time actively signing a beast contract. He felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. After observing this power for a while, he then allowed it to sink into his body. Let's get acquainted. This is your partner, Old Black. After Jin Tian-K said this, Old Black emerged from his shadow. Looking at the enormous monster before him, which had many identical heads, the Fire Gold-Tailed Eagle visibly began to tremble. It was extremely afraid and terrified. In comparison, the size of the Fire Gold-Tailed Eagle was like that of an ant. Jin Tian-K could also sense that the emotion being transmitted to him from the eagle was fear. There's no need to be nervous, Old Black is very good. Since you are now my beast, then I should give you a name. Jin Tian-K glanced at his 2 beasts, hesitating for a moment over their colors. He then spoke, in that case, from today on, you shall be called Little Gold. 1 old, 1 young. 1 black, 1 gold. Perfect. Jin Tian-K gave a thumbs up to his naming ability. Upon hearing this, the Fire Gold-Tailed Eagle felt somewhat downcast. It knew it had been given a name. A name, even among beasts that had already awakened their intelligence, held significant meaning. The name reminded it of the environment it had in its previous family, bringing back memories of its parents and clan. Looking at this enormous human before it, Little Gold inexplicably felt a sense of connection, as if there was some entanglement with him. It seems that this human can provide a brief reliance. Xiao Jin's inner fear gradually faded away. He began to carve his own feathers. Just then, he heard Qin Tianke speak. My beast mastery level cannot possibly be this low. Now I can give you the opportunity to improve. If you're lucky, you might use this chance to advance a level, and it's very likely to enhance your rank. But this process is extremely painful. Hearing that he could enhance his strength, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. He began to rejoice, flapping his wings continuously, his gaze filled with anticipation. Seeing his reaction, Qin Tianke repeatedly reminded him, you must think carefully, this process is extremely painful. The tender voice came again, filled with determination. No matter how painful it is, I must become stronger. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke nodded. Lao He also received Qin Tiang's intent, lying nearby. Just right. He wanted to see how his host would increase the strength of his beast. Generally speaking, beasts often repel each other, engaging in mutual harm to vie for favor. But Lao He didn't mind. It was simply because the young eagle before him was too weak, a small character that could be extinguished with a snap of his fingers in his eyes. Moreover, he had already learned everything about the other from his host, and his gaze was filled with pity. Besides, he was the first beast of his host. Wasn't this little guy his little brother? Being the big brother naturally made him happy. Lao He pondered this in his heart, feeling quite pleased. He began to quietly protect the two from the side. This training room was specially approved by the military, and only those representing the military could enjoy it. Logically speaking, this place was extremely quiet and would not be disturbed. There was no need to worry about safety issues, but Qin Tianke was still uneasy. That's why he called Lao He to appear. He. Qin Tianke didn't understand why Lao He was emitting strange laughter at this moment. However, Xiao Jin was frightened, his feathers trembling. There was no way around it. Those dozens of strange creatures were making eerie sounds, which inevitably made the bird's scalp tingle. Come! With a gentle call, a soul light orb floated in Qin Tiang's palm. This thing was formed from the soul refining of the 4th-tier sacrificial mage after his death. The attributes of this soul light orb were extremely special. It could merge with living beings, causing them to undergo changes. Just like now, Xiao Jin looked at this light orb, where a special ghostly shadow was roaring above it, seemingly filled with endless resentment and overwhelming anger. Seeing this, Qin Tianke showed no hesitation. He immediately shrank it down until it was the size of a fingernail and placed it before Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked at the special light ball in the cage, feeling the immense power contained within. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. As the light orb entered his body, waves of scorching light began to erupt from Xiao Jin's chest. His small body was filled with blazing brightness. The light surged like a dazzling sun, continuously releasing brilliant radiance. The power was immense, the momentum overwhelming. The light instantly shrouded the entire training room. Qin Tianke could not see what was happening inside. He could only rely on the contract connection between them to gauge Xiao Jin's current state. Xiao Jin's state transformed from initial tension to gradual pain, just like Lao He back then. However, Lao He himself was a fusion of the undead, so he naturally could not feel pain. But this time, the soul light orb was different. It was something a sacrificial mage had gathered with all his might. With the cultivation he had in life, there was also the endless resentment he carried. 4th-tier cultivation. For Qin Tianke, this was not too difficult to handle. However, Xiao Jin was not even at the 1st tier. Naturally, the process of fusion was extremely arduous. Soon, the strong light began to gradually dissipate and soften. However, the cage where Xiao Jin was located had already been shattered by the commotion he caused. His body was coiled there, looking extremely painful. From time to time, he let out cries of anguish. Yet, it was visible to the naked eye that Xiao Jin's body was undergoing a dazzling transformation. The fiery red feathers were gradually tainted with a hint of ash. Or rather, it was not so much a stain as it was a ring of grayish signs gradually emerging from the roots outward. The fur became a mix of gray and red, intertwining with each other. The golden tail feathers were becoming increasingly turbulent, the color deepening. His body was also gradually enlarging under this transformation. The tuft of white fur on his head was undergoing a dazzling change as well. The entire body began to undergo a series of mutations, seemingly advancing towards a higher level. Even the aura he emitted was gradually approaching the 1st tier. It seemed like it would be soon, right? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, Qin Tianke heard a high-pitched cry. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your beast has successfully evolved. The Fire Golden Tail Eagle has evolved into the Ghost Fire Golden Feather Eagle. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Tianke immediately looked ahead. Just moments ago, it was merely a fledgling, about the size of 2 palms, the Fire Golden Tail Eagle. Now, it had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its size had at least doubled. Although it still appeared somewhat small, its momentum had already reached the first tier. Moreover, its fur was gradually changing. The originally fiery red fur had a dull trend, looking as if it were gray and could never be cleaned. However, Shin Tian-K knew that this was another manifestation of his beast after purification. Its golden tail, at this moment, was soaring high. Amidst the grayish-red wings, this golden tail feather was the most fiery and eye-catching. The white fur on its forehead was also gradually turning a bit gray. Overall, it seemed to have gained a touch of gloominess. Detailed information about Xiao Jin appeared in Qin Tiang's eyes. Beast, Ghost Fire Golden Feather Eagle. Grade, Perfect Level. Attributes, Flame, Ghost. Strength, First Tier. Ability, Ghost Fire Scorching. Ghost attribute, can exist in light, and can also endure in darkness. From the current perspective, Xiao Jin's power was not trivial at all. To possess the special attribute of a ghost was quite remarkable. The ghost attribute is one of the most unique among the dark attributes. This attribute can comprehend darkness and is unafraid of light, existing in both light and darkness. It was the first time Qin Tian-K had seen such a special attribute. Fortunately, this was his own beast. Now, Xiao Jin's appearance could not only help Qin Tian-K deal with the unknowns of flying beasts but also help him overcome the fact that Old He was restrained by the light attribute. Xiao Jin's emergence was indeed timely. Now, Qin Tian-K would not be like other beast masters, signing dozens of beasts in one go. After all, doing so would not only consume his soul power but also require a significant amount of effort and energy just to raise his beasts. Currently, he only had these two beasts. In the future, he could find suitable beasts to sign contracts with. His focus was not on the number of beasts but on whether the beasts themselves were precise. This was just perfect. While pondering these thoughts, he immediately stored Old He into the beast space. Old He skillfully crawled back into Qin Tiang's shadow. He slipped into it. As for little Jean, it flew back to Qin Tiang's shoulder. It seemed that this was a nice resting place. Qin Tian-K was in a great mood. However, just then, his communication phone received a message. Looking at the phone, Qin Tiang's eyes lit up. Could it be from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Qin Tian-K was now using two communication devices. This one was specifically for dealing with situations in the battle ruins. As soon as Qin Tian-K opened the communication phone, he saw the message sent by the other party. Elder Undead, we are ready. We can head to the battle ruins the day after tomorrow morning. Qin Tian-K did not rush to respond. Instead, he first asked Uncle Chen. After receiving the latter's consent, he sent a message of agreement. A place of strong people's ruins, huh? It should be noted that the battle ruins were where the alien races invaded and fought against the human strong. Qin Tian-K had previously slaughtered evil people to increase his cultivation in areas limited to the outskirts of the battle ruins. After all, no matter how powerful those places were, it was impossible for there to be aliens above the 4th rank. The entire battle ruins were divided into the Edge Zone, the Central Zone, and the Core Zone. Like three concentric rings, they separated the battle power of the battle ruins layer by layer. However, generally speaking, the Core Zone would not have overly powerful aliens. Otherwise, they would not be confined by these cities as so-called trial grounds. Qin Tian-K understood this point, realizing that the battle power of the aliens in the core and central zones should not be very strong. Around the 4th rank or even 5th rank would already be considered top tier. If they were any stronger, the city would likely not be able to hold back and would send troops to eliminate them. Qin Tian-K had just learned this from Uncle Chen. As the commander of the military district in Lingyun City, Uncle Chen was naturally well-versed in this information. Moreover, this information was just ordinary in the eyes of the leaders of military districts and city leaders in major cities. After all, this was just a trial ground, without much significance. It should be known that a place designated for exploration would naturally not have too high a value. Uncle Chen and the others had already surveyed all the strong people's ruins in the core and central zones. Even if there were omissions, they would not be too strong. It could be said that this was like children playing house. For them, there was completely no value or necessity for exploration. Qin Tian-K then felt relieved. After all, they had said so. How could it possibly be that strong? 2 days later, during his stay, Qin Tian-K had already arranged the training matters for the other 4 people. Only then did he come here. As he walked out of the door of the Job Changers Guild, feeling the long-lost breath of yellow sand, a smile brightened Qin Tiang's face. From Uncle Chen's information, he also knew that this area of battle ruins was jointly governed by their 3 cities. There could not possibly be aliens around the 5th rank here. At most, it would be the peak of the 4th rank. Even the core and central zones were the same. Therefore, his current strength could completely walk through it, and there were no flying-type aliens inside. Shin Tian-K hurried towards the direction agreed upon with the other party. During the run, a black and white light shone around him, forming an aura that surrounded him. After all, his current identity was the elder undead in the other party's words. Naturally, he could not be recognized in such a form. As for little Jean, it was honestly standing on Shin Tiang's shoulder. Anyway, the other party did not know its background, so it was fine to bring it along. Meanwhile, on the other side, more than 10 people were gathering at the base of a sand dune. The leader appeared to be middle-aged. He exuded an aura of authority without anger. He was watching the young man beside him, and a slight change flickered in his eyes. "Young master, you don't need to waste so much time on that kid. Even if he does have some skills, he can't surpass the 3rd tier of cultivation." Upon hearing this, the young man shook his head. No, he has his own methods, so please don't worry, Uncle Wolf." The young man was secretly pondering. How could someone who could see through Uncle Zhong's spatial magic be just an ordinary 3rd-tier cultivator? He thought to himself, looking at the swirling yellow sand around him. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for this exploration mission. After all, this was a joint operation with another city's merchant association. The number of personnel required for this mission was minimal, primarily focused on exploration. Too many people would easily expose their target and could likely attract the attention of raider gangs. This operation was a collaboration between the Silver Dragon Merchant Association of Moyun City and the Yunshu Merchant Association of Tianshu City, with a total of 14 people dispatched from both sides. The young man surveyed the participants in front of him, calculating in his mind. Adding in the words of that undead senior, there were exactly 15 people. Such a team, if purely exploring in the ruins of battle, could be considered a luxurious lineup. Moreover, among these 14, 2 were 4th-tier cultivators, one from the Silver Dragon Merchant Association and the other from the Yunshu Merchant Association. Both were the leading figures sent by their respective associations for this mission. The other 5 in the team were 2nd-tier cultivators. Excluding the unranked young man, the remaining 6 were all 3rd-tier cultivators. This group, in terms of both numbers and combat power, was indeed extraordinary. How much longer do we have to wait? How long until your so-called senior arrives? The speaker was another 4th-tier powerhouse from the back of the line. This person was small in stature but had bright eyes. He was Fuihong, the captain sent by the Yunshu Merchant Association to carry out the task. After hearing his words, the few people sent by the Yunshu Merchant Association also looked at the young man, their eyes filled with disdain. As expected of the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchant Association, he truly had the demeanor and attitude of a nouveau riche. Just to recruit a 3rd tier, they had to wait so long. The joint operation was now being interfered with by a kid who hadn't even stepped into a profession. Aside from being the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchant Association, he was just an ordinary person. In this world, strength was paramount. Although status might sometimes carry some deterrent power, in their view, this place was far removed from authority. Whatever happened here, they could not be blamed. It should be noted that exploring ruins took a long time. After all, although it was called a ruin, it was essentially a residence for some powerful beings. Not only were there records of certain techniques, but there was also a possibility of finding precious treasures left behind by those powerful beings. Therefore, they were naturally quite anxious. Fuihong looked at the people from the Silver Dragon Merchant Association across from him, secretly estimating. Judging by the conditions given by the Silver Dragon Merchant Association and their estimation of this ruin, it should be the remains of a powerful being who had fallen at the 7th tier or above. If they could find items used by that being or related treasures, even if it conflicted with their own profession, selling it could yield a significant profit. The young man, Zhang Fan, had a somewhat conflicted and hesitant expression, but he still comforted everyone not to be anxious. He was also urging the undead senior to arrive quickly. Just then, the 2 4th-tier experts in the team suddenly realized something. They both turned to look in one direction. Not far away on the sandy ground, a figure was slowly approaching. They were situated beneath a hill. In front of them lay an endless plain of sand. Just moments ago, they hadn't noticed anyone ahead. It seemed to arrive suddenly, accompanied by a gust of wind and sand. The two exchanged glances. As 4th-tier experts, their senses, even with different professions, were somewhat sharper. It was important to note that they were the first to detect the presence of the other party. The group of 3rd-tier individuals behind them had not reacted at all. It appeared that this person was stronger than a 3rd tier. This also meant that this person's cultivation level was likely 4th tier. A 4th-tier expert? Fuihong's expression turned somewhat grim. To be honest, the appearance of the other party was rather abrupt. The original plan could only be temporarily halted. According to the president's instructions, The main objective of this operation was to abduct the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Only in this way could they ensure that the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce would suffer significant damage. The president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce had only this one son, and he had long been entrenched in the business world, possessing considerable charisma. Although the two major chambers appeared to be harmonious on the surface, they had stirred up disputes in recent years due to some past grievances, which had led to ongoing arguments. This exploration of the ruins was a mutual test between the two sides, as well as an action to ensure that neither side would tear their masks off. As long as they could abduct his only son, they would then have leverage and qualifications for negotiation. He had originally planned to act immediately upon entering the ruins. However, he hadn't expected the other party to bring along a fourth tier. According to his estimation, the fourth-tier captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, no matter how powerful, could not rival the treasures he had been specifically instructed about by the president. But now the situation had changed. With the addition of an unknown fourth tier, they would have to deliberate on how to respond. When Jiang Fan saw the figure walking through the sand, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran towards the other party. Following his gaze, everyone else also saw the figure walking through the yellow sand. This person wore a black cloak, adorned with some unusual runes. Perched on his shoulder was a gray bird. Beneath the cloak, the face was obscured by a strange, menacing mask. A beast master? Fui Hung silently assessed. Ha, Uncle Lin, this is the undead senior I told you about. The middle-aged leader of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce nodded slightly. What should I call you, my friend? Although the other party was also a fourth tier, he wouldn't be foolish enough to address him as the undead senior. Just call me Qin Feng. Qin Tiang's voice was calm. I am Lin Bai, a berserker, the team leader of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Fui Han, Bloodblade disciple, team leader of the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce. Qin Tianke had already heard from Jiang Fan about the prerequisites and relevant background of this operation. He understood that the ruins they were exploring were the residence of a suspected 7th-tier human powerhouse. From Uncle Chen's explanation, he also learned that this place had originally been a city before the invasion of the alien races, but it was later devoured and gradually abandoned after a series of expulsions, which led to the vast yellow sands covering it, turning it into a testing ground for the residents of the city. Qin Feng, Beast Master. Xiao Jin perched on his shoulder, unabashedly exuding a first-tier aura. Since it had already been exposed, there was no need for him to hide any longer. However, Qin Tianke looked at the two team leaders, his gaze lingering on Fui Han, a trace of barely perceptible excitement flickering in his eyes. Feeling a surge of desire from the old black within him, he smiled slightly. His gaze then shifted to the other members of the group. There were actually 6 people who exuded such a strong smell of blood, and the fact that Old Hay was so excited about them meant that they were all villains. At this moment, in Qin Tiang's eyes, they were nothing more than experience packs for upgrading his beasts. Just right. He had come to explore the ruins with the intention of conveniently eliminating some evildoers. Unfortunately, as he made his way, his previous fame had caused all the bandits in the battle ruins to fall silent. This had brought him quite a bit of trouble. However, with these few people around, he no longer needed to worry about such matters. It seemed that the upcoming operation would be quite interesting. The group of 15 immediately began to climb over the sand dunes. Qin Tianke followed the team and learned the boy's name, engaging in casual conversation. When he heard about the 2 trading associations, he had some guesses in his heart. All the villains he had encountered were from the Yunshu Trading Association. This association was quite extraordinary. At least for now, no one from the Silver Dragon Trading Association had anything that could trap Old Hay. Yet the other association was filled with villains. It seemed that there might be some unexpected elements in this operation. Qin Tianke had his own speculations about this trip but was still calculating something. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was chatting with Qin Tianke about various topics, acting as if he had met a celebrity. After all, Qin Tianke was the strongest person he had ever seen, and he naturally wanted to learn more about him. Even his father probably didn't know that Uncle Zhong practiced spatial magic. Moreover, after he would tell his father about this, his father insisted that he must win over the other party. Even if he couldn't win them over, he should at least gain their favor. This was the first time Jiang Fan remembered his father being so excited. Additionally, the expressions of the 2 team leaders seemed a bit unusual. Although he couldn't understand it, he could only guess that Qin Tiang's strength must be very formidable. Throughout, Qin Tianke remained extremely calm. He only responded to Jiang Fan occasionally, choosing to remain silent most of the time. The team's pace was very fast. After half an hour, they were only a few dozen meters away from their mission's destination. Standing at a high point and looking from afar, Qin Tianke could already see the exposed area of that place. It was a sand dune. The The destination of this mission was just sent to everyone's communication devices by Jiang Fan. Based on the marked route above, he had a rough idea in his mind. From a distance, this place seemed to be just a bit lower in height compared to other sand dunes, and it had a strange quality to it. However, after being eroded by the wind and sand, the surface of the dune was constantly shifting, revealing something hidden within. It seemed to be a corner of some very ancient structure that had been exposed by the erosion of the wind and sand. Qin Tianke immediately activated the system for identification. At that moment, he was uncertain whether the system could detect the origin of this object. Ding! Sword and Blade Palace Ruins, home of the human race's 7th rank weapon master spirit. It could actually be identified? And it was based on just a small exposed corner? Qin Tianke increasingly admired the system. Goodness, it really could recognize anything within sight. With joy hidden in his heart, he no longer hesitated and moved forward with the team. In a short while, the group arrived before the sand dune. Looking at this relatively smaller dune compared to the surroundings, Jiang Fan showed a hint of confusion. He was just an ordinary person and couldn't see the exposed corner on the dune. After all, even though this one was smaller than the others, it still had its own significance. Overall, it was equivalent to a 4 or 5-story building. After repeatedly checking the map on his communication phone, Jiang Fan confirmed once more. He then looked at the 3 people beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. It should be here. I can sense signs of life having existed in this place. There is also the sorrow of fallen beings and the sounds of battles fought against other races, along with traces left by powerful beings. These things, although eroded by time, still feel fresh. The speaker was a woman from the Silver Dragon Merchant Association's team. She had long blue hair that flowed gracefully. As she spoke, her eyes were slightly closed, and something seemed to be continuously emanating from her forehead, a faint blue halo. While she spoke, ancient images seemed to flicker around her, like remnants of past visions. What a strange profession! Qin Tianke had seen many unfamiliar professions. For such unknown things, he often chose to trust the system's judgment. Name, Chen Ling. Profession, Spirit Communicator. Strength, Tier 3. Spirit Communicator communicates with time through a series of items, crossing 2 realms to see images that once existed and know the past. Abilities, Spirit Communication, Assimilation, Descent. She was actually a Tier 3? According to the system's introduction to this profession, it seemed to be merely a clerical role with little combat power. Yet unexpectedly, this person could train to Tier 3. It must be that she had some means at her disposal, otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as a candidate for this mission by the Silver Dragon Merchant Association. Qin Tianke silently noted this profession and then looked at the other individuals. After all, this person was from the Silver Dragon Merchant Association. Lin Bai was also aware of the other party's strength and means, nodding slightly. Fu Hong beside him looked at the woman with a somewhat unusual gaze. Qin Tianke clearly saw that look. It was one of curiosity, but more so, it was desire. Moreover, the expressions on the faces of the team members behind her revealed a hint of longing and yearning. This group was indeed not simple. Qin Tianke had long since placed them on his must-kill list. After all, as long as they were evil, there would be bloodlight surrounding them. It was just a matter of how many and how intense that bloodlight was. Among the many villains Qin Tianke had seen, the bloodlight surrounding these few could be considered above average. Let's proceed according to plan. As Lin Bai finished speaking, 2 people suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as they appeared, they moved to either end of the sand dune. They were a pair of twins, standing about 12 meters apart. Almost simultaneously, they reached out their hands, and brilliant light began to coalesce in their palms. The light flowed between their fingers and gradually spread to their palms. Soon, a rich blue light erupted from their bodies. Their clothes billowed, and something seemed to stir within them. Their pupils began to turn into a strange blue-white color. It seemed as if something was continuously stirring within them, creating visible ripples in the air around them. Qin Tianke's mouth twitched. Great, another unknown profession. The system was at work. Name, Xia Tian, Xia Di. Profession, Key Guardian. Strength, Tier 2. Key Guardian, this profession has the ability and qualification to unlock all barriers, as long as their strength is sufficient. Abilities, Resonance, Unlocking. The ability to unlock all barriers? Wow! This profession seemed even more extraordinary than the Spirit Communicator. The system's note stated that as long as their strength was sufficient, it meant they were like walking keys, able to open any door at will. Wow! If they were to go to a place where treasures are located, wouldn't those 2 be defying the heavens? Qin Tianke speculated inwardly. At this moment, Fu Han looked at the scene before him and cupped his hands towards the other party. I've long heard that the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is full of hidden talents, and now that I see it, it truly lives up to its reputation. In response to such flattery, Lin Bai remained silent, merely nodding slightly, quietly observing the scene before him. Seeing the other party's reaction, a hint of anger appeared on Fu Yihang's face, though he concealed it well. Upon hearing this, Qin Tiang's gaze swept over to the remaining 3 members of the opposing team, a shield bearer, a mage, and a beastmaster. It seemed that for this operation, they had only brought these 3 unique professions, while the others were relatively ordinary and mundane. Since he had already looked, he might as well finish observing the other Chamber of Commerce as well. Qin Tiang's gaze shifted to another group of people, 3 second-tier mages, 1 third-tier beastmaster, 1 third-tier berserker, and 1 third-tier summoner. Is this the strength of the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce? Among this group, if one were to say who posed a real threat, it seemed to be only that third-tier summoner. The summoner profession is somewhat similar to Qin Tiang's current beastmaster. However, the beastmaster summons beasts, able to contract with beasts that resonate with them in the beastmaster's space, and can also independently contract beasts. But the summoner is different. The summoner can call forth a wide variety of entities, such as summoning the undead or wild beasts. Thus, Qin Tiang's gaze lingered on the other party. Name, Liang. Profession, summoner. Strength, third tier. Summoner, can summon certain specific species. Ability, summon an undead legion. After seeing the other party's ability, Qin Tiang's mouth twitched inexplicably. Goodness, an undead legion? What a coincidence! Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Qin Tianke looked up. He saw that what was originally just a corner of a building was now shaking violently, causing layers of yellow sand to fall away. The special ripples emanating from the two also grew larger and larger, quickly dissipating the yellow sand above, revealing its original appearance. It was a dilapidated white building, with extraordinary white pillars, some broken and others completely missing. There were also some bloodstains remaining above. As the yellow sand completely vanished, a foul stench of decaying flesh wafted in. In the center, there was an extremely large stone cave. Compared to the surrounding white stone pillars, the cave seemed not to be a single entity, yet it exuded an eerie and profound aura, as if something special resided within. Especially with a skeleton lying at the entrance of the cave, it looked even more bizarre. Is this the former residence of that human powerhouse? According to Uncle Chen, these places had all been explored, so there probably wasn't much to gain. However, what he truly wanted was to eliminate those evildoers and increase his own strength. Thank heavens the two had already returned, and the blue aura surrounding them had disappeared. They had no combat power, so they remained at second-tier cultivation. The real combat strength was concentrated in the third-tier members of the team. Lin Bai waved his hand, and everyone began to move inward. Lin Bai and Fu Yihang, the two captains, walked at the forefront, with the two groups interspersed among each other. Qin Tianke and Zhang Fan walked at the back. It was Zhang Fan's first time seeing such a magnificent building, and he chattered incessantly to Qin Tianke. When they passed by the skeleton at the entrance of the cave, he didn't show much emotion. They walked through the white stone pillar platform. Everyone had entered the stone cave. As soon as they stepped inside, they were met with darkness. In the dark, it was hard to ensure there were no unknown entities lurking. Therefore, no one started a fire. Instead, they cautiously moved forward. The beast master in the group was the first to release his beast. It was a small mouse, used to track scents and find traces. It played a significant role in this operation, leading the way to find a safe path. Gradually, the path became narrower, until finally, only one person could pass through at a time. After passing through, everyone felt a sudden spaciousness before them. In contrast to the darkness, beams of white light approached. At the end of the line, Qin Tianke adjusted to the white light and saw the scene before him. It was a vast cave filled with yellow sand. The source of the white light was something above the cave that continuously emitted brightness, seemingly a rare treasure capable of naturally generating dazzling white light, making the place appear as bright as day. In the cave, the most striking feature was a massive palace. The palace was majestic and solemn, extremely splendid, having endured the passage of time, yet still exuding a unique charm. Compared to the white stone pillar platform from earlier, this was merely a facade. Below was the true treasure. The palace was predominantly white but bore numerous stains of blood red. These were signs of blood that had been left behind after years of sedimentation. Surrounding the palace, there were still many decayed bones. The moment they arrived in this yellow sand cave, the previously pungent stench of decay in the darkness had vanished without a trace. Ha ha, we found it, we found it. Isn't this a bit too easy? Treasure, treasure, the treasure of a 7th-tier powerhouse. At the sight of the palace, everyone couldn't help but cheer. According to their previous agreement, they could freely take whatever they wanted. However, if they discovered a rare treasure, they had to report it immediately. The two team leaders did not intervene. The team members rushed forward to search for valuable items within the palace. The reason they came to the battlefield ruins was precisely for this moment, wasn't it? Qin Tianke stood in place, observing. Next to him, Zhang Fan quickly grabbed Qin Tian's hand. Senior, let's go look for treasure. This place had already been searched by the military, so it was unlikely that any rare treasures remained. After all, those things were extremely precious. Qin Tianke did not believe the military would leave anything behind. Therefore, for Qin Tianke, whether or not to search held little significance, but he still followed behind Zhang Fan into the palace, as he was more interested in watching the upcoming battle between the two sides. Qin Tianke followed Zhang Fan aimlessly through the palace. The palace covered a vast area. It was unclear what material it was built from, but it exuded a somewhat strange aura. Qin Tianke strolled quietly within. Perhaps the military's search hadn't been thorough, considering the palace was so large, and the military wasn't entirely focused on searching this area, so he felt he still had a chance to find something. Of course, this was just Qin Tianke's speculation. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was quite lively. Although there was a possibility of alien beings existing in this place, with Qin Tianke beside him, nothing unexpected would happen. Qin Tianke continued to stroll quietly. Above in the sky, Xiaojin was flapping its wings and flying. Although its current size was still that of a fledgling eagle, it had already learned to fly and was constantly searching for something in the air. This was what Qin Tianke had instructed it to do. After all, birds had excellent vision from high above, far broader than that of humans. Moreover, Xiaojin has its own sensitivity to certain special things. After all, beast tamers have a far stronger perception of the unknown, especially when it comes to treasures. That's why Xiaojin was sent to search. As Qin Tianke walked, he comforted the excited heart of Old Hay. Along their journey, Old Hay had wanted to devour those villains more than once. In Qin Tianke's view, it wasn't time for that yet. Just then, Xiaojin let out a sharp cry, as if it had made a discovery. Qin Tianke immediately rushed in that direction, not forgetting to pull Zhang Fan along. With Old Hay's feedback, his strength, speed, and all aspects of his body far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although he couldn't match the combat power of certain practitioners who specialized in physical training, among beast tamers of the same realm, he could be considered outstanding. Compared to an ordinary person like Zhang Fan, it was even more needless to say. Moments later, Qin Tianke arrived in this room. This palace had many rooms, each indistinguishable from the others. The team members searching for treasures could only rummage through one room after another, hoping to find something. Qin Tianke didn't hold out much hope, but Xiaojin's feedback indicated that there were some special existences in this place. Xiaojin had not been in contact with the human world for long and didn't know what exotic treasures and precious items were. It could only rely on the instinct of beast taming to reflect any peculiarities, thus informing him. As soon as Qin Tianke stepped into this place, he activated the system probe. After all, the system could provide feedback on the discovered items much faster than searching with the naked eye. Item: Prophet Awakening Stone. Attribute: Exotic Treasure. 1. Can help unqualified job changers to change jobs. 2. Can transcend the limitations of the job changer and increase a second profession. Increase a second profession? Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. He took 2 steps forward and arrived at a bookshelf. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his curved blade, Flowing Moon, and made several cuts across the counter. Although the material of the counter was unusual, the curved blade was at least a perfect grade weapon. Moreover, the counter had endured the test of time, so it could be easily sliced open. As the counter shattered, Qin Tianke saw a stone lying within. This stone was completely black, emitting a dark green glow, mixed with a hint of red fluorescent powder. It looked somewhat like a rainbow stone but was missing several colors. Additionally, the surface of the stone had extremely complex and lengthy patterns. Qin Tianke's breathing became rapid, and he felt an inexplicable heat. It was actually an exotic treasure that could increase a second profession? Considering how deeply this item was hidden, it was no wonder the military hadn't found it. If he hadn't had the system by his side, he might have missed it. He didn't expect to have stumbled upon such a great find last time. Looking at the stone, a thought surged in Qin Tianke's heart, but it gradually faded away. He had calmed down from the initial heat. This was a precious exotic treasure that could increase a second profession. Logically speaking, a job changer only had one profession in their lifetime. However, there were often some extremely powerful job changers who could possess 2 professions simultaneously. This was also known as a dual profession awakener, but that was a congenital situation. There was also the kind like this one before him. This Prophet Awakening Stone could allow for an acquired leap, granting a person a second profession. Looking at this stone, Shin Tian-K ultimately shook his head and chose to give up. Although the second profession is indeed tempting, he also understands the principle of not overreaching. Just being a Hell Disaster Beast Master is already quite challenging. Moreover, his current profession has room for growth. The profession awakened by the Prophet Awakening Stone is completely unknown. If he were to awaken another entirely unknown profession through this Prophet Awakening Stone, it could even turn out to be a burdensome profession. Wouldn't that just add to his load? It would also waste his energy. A dual profession awakener must ensure that both professions are at the same level to advance to the next realm. Lao Hei is already close to the next realm. If he were to awaken another profession, especially one with complete randomness, he would have to start his training all over again. Who knows how long it would take to reach the third tier then? In comparison, the drawbacks of this unknown profession far outweigh the benefits. However, he couldn't just hand over such a rare treasure. What difference would that make from letting a duck fly away from his mouth? While he was lost in thought, his gaze fell on the stone beside him, where Jiang Fan was curiously examining it. His eyes lit up. At the palace gate, Brother Lin, this operation is coming to an end. I have always heard of your great name, Brother Lin. Today, I would like to seek your guidance, if you are willing to share your wisdom. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but relax and spoke to the other party. If that's the case, let's keep it brief. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Bai's body stiffened, and his pupils constricted. Lin Bai was filled with shock. As his body froze, his gaze slowly shifted downward. A massive claw had already pierced through his chest. The claw was stained a deep red with his blood. It was sharp, resembling a human claw but even more jagged and menacing. This is. The claw was gripping a pulsating heart. Some blood vessels were still attached, not completely severed. Blood continued to flow from the wound in his body. As bits of flesh rolled off and fell to the ground, a scene of carnage unfolded. Watching the beating heart gradually lose its rhythm, Lin Bai's life force began to rapidly fade. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he stared at Fuihang, who was so close before him. He wanted to summon his strength, but any power he tried to exert now would only hasten his demise. A whimper escaped him. Before Lin Bai could utter a word, the claw gripping his heart suddenly moved. As blood gushed out and flesh flew in all directions, his breath completely faltered. The heart was crushed before his eyes. Even with his current fourth-tier cultivation, he could not evade such a fatal injury. Unless one was a special class changer, one would never escape the so-called physical death. The claw that had pierced through his chest was suddenly retracted. As his body fell, Fuihang looked at the black-scaled beast master standing before him with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. At that moment, not far behind the beast master, a figure slowly approached. This person was the beast master from their Yunshu Chamber of Commerce's team, and his beast was the humanoid mantis creature towering over a person. The beast stood there, resembling a mantis, with two legs that were extremely small and sharp. Its arms and fingers were similar to those of a human but glimmered with a chilling light, looking incredibly sharp. Notify them to act. Xin Feng and Jiang Fan are together. Now is not the time to move against them. Don't let anyone from the Silver Dragon Merchant Association escape. At most, leave those 3 special class professionals alive, kill the rest. As for Jiang Fan and Xin Feng, I have my own ways. Upon hearing this, the beast master nodded. He then rode on his tiger beast and rushed towards the palace. The mantis beast that had just taken Lin Bai's life also nodded slightly, following its master into the palace at a swift pace. Witnessing this scene, Fuihang calmly stepped forward and rummaged through the broken body before him. Soon, he found a communication device. A smile crept onto his lips. He hadn't expected to gain an unexpected harvest this time. As long as the 3 special class professionals were offered enough benefits, they would naturally follow their merchant association. The Qin Feng beside Jiang Fan was a difficult character, but he had plenty of people on his side, each from different professions. He didn't believe the other side could do anything to them. Fuihang's expression gradually darkened as he began sending messages to Jiang Fan through the communication device. This yellow sandstone cave covered a vast area. On top of the tallest palace building, a gray-red fledgling eagle with golden tail feathers was watching everything unfold before it, its eyes filled with coldness. The fledgling eagle flapped its wings and quickly returned to its master's side. Looking at the message sent back by the little golden eagle, Xin Tiang's expression gradually darkened. Was it really as he suspected? It seemed this group indeed had ill intentions. They had quickly dealt with the team leader of the Silver Dragon Merchant Association and were now targeting others. It appeared their goal was either Jiang Fan or perhaps to covet the treasures of this ruin. For now, he was safe, but the others in the team were in a precarious situation. Shin Tian-K felt a stir in his heart. He had anticipated this situation long ago, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, nor did he foresee the other side's methods being so decisive. He immediately looked to the side. Zhang Fan was sitting cross-legged, with the Prophet Awakening Stone hovering above his head. The stone emitted circles of blue light that enveloped Zhang Fan, while outside this light, red dots glimmered like fireflies, swirling around him. At this moment, Zhang Fan was surrounded by two different lights, giving him a somewhat special aura. Shin Tian-K looked at him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The Prophet Awakening Stone not only allowed him to gain a second profession but also helped some professionals who had not yet reached the required age to awaken their classes. It was known that professionals could only embark on their class paths after awakening through the transfer ceremony at the age of 18. If one could step into the path of a professional early, they could develop ahead of their peers. Just imagine, while others were just awakening their professions, you could already reach the same level as their parents or even teachers. This clearly showed that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Of course, all of this depended on what profession the other party had and the qualifications, abilities, and resources they possessed. Shin Tian-K looked at Zhang Fan. The drawbacks of the Prophet Awakening Stone were too significant for him, so it could only be given to Zhang Fan. After all, the resources behind Zhang Fan could be considered extremely vast. As far as he knew, the Silver Dragon Merchant Association was the top merchant association in Moyun City, truly the largest civilian force under the city's professional alliance. With such an organizational background, even if the other party transitioned to a relatively weaker profession, they could still rise step by step with those resources. After all, he was only 16 years old. Awakening and transitioning now was 2 years earlier than his usual peers. In 2 years, combined with the resources behind his family, it was enough for him to cultivate to a higher realm. Moreover, he could also gain a favor in return. 3 months later, he would leave Lingyun City. At that time, his mother's safety was his greatest concern. Although Uncle Chen was willing to help, he was a soldier. There would inevitably be some special influences. Therefore, he needed a civilian force to help take care of his mother. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, although located in a neighboring city, also had a branch established in their city. While not large, it was not afraid of the four great families. He had not communicated much with them along the way, but Zhang Fan was quite to his liking. The other party had no cultivation, yet when facing him, he was neither servile nor arrogant, showing no signs of flattery. Such a youthful disposition was quite rare. Shin Tian-K hid all these thoughts deep within. He quietly watched as the other completed his awakening. Strange lights began to gradually merge, eventually forming special red and blue halos that surrounded him. As the red and blue halos continuously circled, Shin Tian-K could feel that Zhang Fan's aura was beginning to change. If he had previously been just a broken stone, now it was as if a sharp axe had chiseled away the impurities on the surface, revealing the originally brilliant diamond-like radiance within. This was the process of job awakening. The job change had been predetermined from the very beginning. If there were no accidents, it would only be unlocked at the age of 18 through some special external ceremony, revealing this profession. Now was the time for the other party's profession to be revealed. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's aura began to surge wildly, and the red and blue halos exploded. After the explosion of the red and blue halos, some extremely tiny light points floated in the air. Then, the light points quickly infused into Zhang Fan's body. In theory, the process of a job changer undergoing a job change should not involve such complex procedures. However, Zhang Fan's current cultivation was not that of an ordinary person. His age had not yet reached the conditions to unlock the job change. This meant that he was equivalent to prematurely tapping into the potential within his body, releasing all of his potential. There was a downside to this approach. He would have to endure some pain. After all, awakening a job change before the appropriate age could lead to unforeseen drawbacks. However, Shin Tian-K had already carefully observed all the conditions of this Prophet Awakening Stone. Only then did he feel at ease allowing the other to undergo the job change. After all, the power of this Prophet Awakening Stone should be extremely violent. It could even potentially backfire, causing Zhang Fan to suffer serious injuries. But this place had been abandoned for decades. After years of baptism and sedimentation, even the Prophet Awakening Stone had lost the power it was originally supposed to possess. Otherwise, just allowing the other to enter the awakening ceremony would have been enough to make Zhang Fan drink a pot of it. Looking at it this way, this kid was indeed very lucky. If it had been any later, this Prophet Awakening Stone might have completely dissipated from the world. After all, this thing was said to be a rare treasure, but it also had a storage time. If it had been any earlier, he might have been consumed by the power within, bringing harm without benefit. So Zhang Fan's timing was just right. Obtaining this Prophet Awakening Stone could be considered his fortune. As the light exploded and then converged, at this moment, the power around Zhang Fan had begun to surge wildly. It gradually formed a red and blue robe draped over him. At this time, Qin Tianke also opened the system to check the other party's profession. When he saw the name of the profession, his eyes lit up. This profession seemed to have no obvious drawbacks, much like his beast master. Name, Zhang Fan. Occupation, Summoner. Strength, First Stage. The profession of Summoner was something Zhang Fan inherently possessed. It just required some special power to unlock it. The Prophet Awakening Stone could allow a normal job changer to have a second profession. This second profession was completely random. Therefore, Qin Tianke did not dare to gamble, nor did he want to. At this moment, Zhang Fan also awakened from his previous state, looking at the surroundings with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. He was still a bit dazed. However, after a moment of confusion, he quickly regained his clarity. He felt the power continuously filling his body, a smile rising in his eyes. Ha ha ha, it worked. Did it really work? Zhang Fan was still somewhat incredulous, but now, he had indeed successfully changed his profession. He could clearly see his own occupation. He was still just a first-stage summoner, but he had not summoned his unique species yet, so there was no question of having abilities. Congratulations! Qin Tianke would not reveal the other party's profession at this time. That would only increase suspicion. Zhang Fan was simple-minded. With a pure heart, he clasped his hands towards Qin Tianke. Then he knelt down, heavily speaking to Qin Tianke. Senior, you have given me this precious treasure, allowing me to change my profession early, and even personally protected me. This great kindness, Zhang will never forget. Saying this, he knocked his head against the ground in front of Qin Tianke. In Zhang Fan's eyes, only heaven and earth and parents could make him kneel, but the favor Qin Tianke had shown him was immense. The significance of changing his profession early was too great. He was not only 2 years ahead of his peers but could also achieve considerable accomplishments during this time, letting his family know of his potential. Such a change was akin to a rebirth from his parents. This bow was not in vain. Qin Tianke felt a stir in his heart. This kind of pure heart was very similar to himself 3 months ago. Perhaps if he hadn't encountered trouble, he would have had the same mindset as Zhang Fan. Upon thinking of this, Qin Tianke slightly nodded, his voice serious. Since you have shown me such great respect, I cannot ignore it. From now on, you are my greatest disciple. I don't have any gifts to give you for our first meeting, but there will be something soon. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was still a bit puzzled. Ding dong. Hearing the prompt from the communication device, he looked down and quickly spoke to Qin Tianke. Master, the captain, and the others are calling us back. Before he could finish, he was stopped by Qin Tianke. I have important matters to attend to shortly, but today I will teach you your first lesson. Zhang Fan felt a bit confused. He sensed that for some reason, his master's gaze had become strange, like a venomous snake in the dark night. Nevertheless, he followed Qin Tianke outside, heading towards the exit of the palace. Zhang Fan was now a summoner, capable of partially enhancing his physical body. Comparatively, he could still barely keep up with Qin Tianke's speed. Zhang Fan followed Qin Tianke to the entrance. We're here. Zhang Fan jogged ahead, surpassing Qin Tianke, heading towards the already prepared team. Uncle Lin, I have changed my profession. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's body stiffened. Even the words he was about to shout got stuck in his throat. Under his terrified gaze, he saw Uncle Lin's body slowly turn towards him. However, his insides had been completely hollowed out. Blood flowed endlessly, and that mantis-like creature was continuously devouring Uncle Lin's body. A pair of crimson eyes turned to gaze at him, emitting a mocking sound from its throat. Lin, Uncle Lin. Zhang Fan felt as if something was stuck in his throat, unable to make a sound. His body trembled uncontrollably. Fear and terror surged from his heart. Oh, the young master is back. Go bring the young master here, sky-splitting mantis. The mantis creature let out a peculiar cry. It moved at incredible speed, charging straight at Zhang Fan. He watched as it rushed towards him, still unable to react, and then saw the sharp claws coming at him from a distance. He couldn't evade this strike at all. His body, overwhelmed by fear, stiffened, and the instinct to survive clashed within him, leaving him completely frozen in place, unable to move. Just then, a roar echoed. Before the sky-splitting mantis could get close, a massive claw pinned it to the ground. Yellow sand swirled, dust flying everywhere. Zhang Fan stared blankly at the enormous claw before him. The astonishment in his eyes seemed to ease a little. After a wave of emotional turmoil, he finally calmed down. However, due to the excessive fright, he fell backward, his eyes still filled with terror. He was stunned. After all, he was still a child, having never experienced the pain of life and death, let alone witnessing such a bloody scene. Qin Tianke walked over quietly, stroking his beast. He looked at Jiang Fan and spoke, each word measured and full of meaning. Listen carefully. The moment you step onto the path of a job changer, it means your future will be filled with bloodshed and slaughter. If you don't kill others, then others will go to great lengths to eliminate you. This is your first lesson. After Qin Tianke finished speaking, he turned to the few people approaching him. 3 second-tier mages stood on a very familiar magical array. Qin Tianke understood. This was a defensive magic array used among mages. There was also a tall man over 2 meters, holding a giant blade the size of a door. He walked toward him step by step, his aura growing stronger. A third-tier berserker. Beside the giant blade warrior stood a relatively short but exceptionally shrewd young man. This person was the only one in the group that Qin Tianke needed to pay attention to. A third-tier summoner. He did not advance with the others but stood in place, holding something resembling a mage's staff. That object was emitting a group of blazing lights. At the same time, the area around his feet rippled with peculiar waves, as if something was being summoned by him. Among the group, there was another third-tier practitioner, the Beast Master. At this moment, the Beast Master was suffering from the pain of his beast being crushed to dust by Old Black just moments ago, now kneeling on the ground in agony. In the center of this group, Fuihan was walking step by step. Blood-red patterns began to burn around him. He was clad in a layer of special armor, with blood-red patterns rippling across it. A long tang knife appeared in his hand. Boss, what kind of beast is that? Could it be a mutated hellhound? So many heads, is it a multi-headed hellhound? The giant blade warrior laughed broadly. Fuihan also smiled at the corner of his mouth but did not forget to remind them. Don't let your guard down, this is a 4th tier. You all try to hold him off while I go kill his host. Got it, boss. This was the Blood Blade disciple. Qin Tiang's gaze lingered on Fuihan. Fuihan. Occupation, Blood Blade disciple. Level, 4th tier. Ability, Blood Blade, Rain of Swords and Spears, Blood Demon Possession. Blood Blade disciple, a disciple of the blade, a slave to the sword, devoted to the powerful way of the blade for a lifetime. It turns out to be a madman obsessed with the pursuit of the way of the sword. Qin Tianke has already formed his own judgment about this profession. In his gaze towards the other party, there is a chilling coldness. Now, he can act without any reservations. When the other party approached, only Lin Bai from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce had been killed. The others were bound together by some special means, seemingly to be used as hostages. Lao He looked at the group of humans before him, unable to contain the fury within him any longer. He had long wanted to devour them all. Now, he finally had the opportunity. Qin Tianke nodded, agreeing with Lao He's thoughts. Seeing this scene, Lao He could no longer hold back. He charged forward on all fours. This time, he completely unleashed his aura without reservation. And because the distance was close enough, at this moment, Fuihan also noticed the beast before him, his eyes filled with surprise. The one who collided head-on with Lao He was the giant blade guard. The large blade in his hand was extremely broad, but when met with Lao He's charge, he was forced back several meters, his body seemingly pushed across the ground, leaving deep ruts. Noticing this scene, the other few rushed forward to help. In the distance, 3 mages were continuously casting magical attacks towards Lao He. Unfortunately, Lao He himself did not belong to the category of living beings but was more akin to the undead. These magical attacks had not even touched him before they completely dissipated without a trace. 64 heads began to roar. Looking at the tiny human before him, who was just over 2 meters tall, he felt a wave of disdain. It should be known that Lao He, in his fully released form, could reach 5 to 6 meters in height. Compared to such a massive size, the 2-meter-tall giant blade guard was merely an ant. Moreover, the soundwave attack unleashed by the roar instantly knocked back the few who were still approaching him. The giant blade guard began to feel the strain, constantly trying to force the opponent back with brute strength. However, as Lao He slightly retracted his legs, the opponent's center of gravity became unstable, and as he fell forward, he felt his body suddenly restrained by something. Sharp daggers continuously pierced his body, tearing him apart alive. As this giant blade guard was devoured, a new head sprouted beside the 64 heads, celebrating its rebirth. Seeing their companion die, the mages became furious, continuously summoning magical attacks to bombard the opponent. Lao He simply walked step by step towards them. The Beast Master struggled back from the pain of backlash. Although he had ended the backlash, he was still left with half his life wasted. He exerted all his strength and let out a roar. Behind him, a giant elephant, also 5 to 6 meters tall, stepped forward, colliding with Lao He. Both sides erupted with a strong tremor, causing the yellow sand and gravel above the yellow sand cave to continuously fall. Fu Yihan's eyes were cold. The aura of the fourth rank surged violently. While keeping an eye on Lao Hei's attack, he also noticed Qin Tiang's direction. After a brief stalemate, he swung his blade with all his might, temporarily breaking free from Lao Hei's attack. With his legs pushing off, he hurriedly charged towards Qin Tian. His profession was melee combat, which was somewhat difficult against beast masters. Moreover, the beast before him was indeed hard to deal with due to its massive size. However, in comparison, the beast master was much easier to handle. The distance between the two quickly shrank to 3 meters. At this distance, his long blade could unleash its strongest offensive. Watching the other party remain motionless, Fu Yihan could no longer care about anything else. At this distance, even if the opponent had a beast, they could never be his match. To ensure a one-hit kill, traces resembling flames gradually ignited in his eyes. Blood demon possession. Rain of blades and spears. A mournful roar erupted from his mouth. At that moment, his body seemed to ignite, like a revenant returned from hell, charging madly at the opponent. The long knife in his hand slashed out, leaving endless shadows of blades in the air, as if hundreds of blades were simultaneously locking onto the target, rushing downwards. As the blood-red light flowed, all escape routes for Qin Tian had been sealed off, leaving no way to break the deadlock. Qin Tian stood there, quietly waiting for all the attacks to fall. Just before the attacks landed, Qin Tian's figure swayed and vanished from the spot, causing all the attacks to miss. Watching this scene, Fu Yihan, engulfed in a blood-red aura, changed his expression. It was no secret that beast tamers could possess some abilities of their beasts. After all, he was battle-hardened and quickly realized something. That damned beast could actually possess the ability to traverse space? What kind of monster was that? It had the appearance of a 3-headed hellhound and the ability to traverse. Could it be a special unknown beast? While his mind was still swirling with thoughts, he heard a whimpering sound behind him. As he turned around, he saw several sharp mandibles tearing towards him. The next moment, this 4th-tier Bloodblade disciple was devoured alive by Old Black. Even as a 4th-tier melee class, their physical strength was still limited. Even after crossing the 3rd-tier threshold and entering the 4th tier, it didn't mean much. Their bodies remained weak. Even if their physical strength was not low, who could withstand Old Black's devouring effect? It should be noted that Old Black now had 65 mouths. The roar and power of 65 heads exploding were immense, enough to easily tear anything apart, let alone the body of a 4th-tier Bloodblade disciple. At this moment, Qin Tian appeared on Old Black's back, while Zhang Fan was not far from the battle. Qin Tian would not involve his disciple in this. He looked at the group before him, the cold killing intent in his eyes growing stronger, and commanded Old Black, eliminate them all. The current battle could only rely on Old Black. After all, Xiao Jin was still only 1st tier. Until he stepped into the 2nd tier, his combat power was still too weak. Xiao Jin had undergone modifications, barely able to withstand the level of a 2nd tier, but it was still just barely. Each of these people was not to be trifled with and would not waste time on Xiao Jin, so it was best to let Old Black act quickly and resolve the battle. Old Black roared and charged towards the giant elephant on the battlefield. The opponent's size was comparable to Old Black, but it was slightly stronger in defense. Moreover, their only opponent was a summoner, a beast tamer, along with 3 mages. The attacks from the 3 mages were weak enough to be ignored. Old Black bravely charged out, watching the giant elephant come at it. Just before the collision, its form suddenly shrank, merging into the shadow of the opponent. When it reappeared, it had already burst out from beneath the giant elephant, slashing it in half with a claw. However, the giant elephant was simply too massive. This move could not completely sever it. Instead, it was hanging with half a belly exposed, revealing the flesh and internal organs within. The sticky, foul-smelling blood covered the ground. Old Black devoured it all. The effect of consuming 65 heads was instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed half of that giant elephant. Feeling the pain of being consumed, the Beastmaster quickly succumbed to endless suffering and lost his life. The reason Beastmasters are called the most contradictory profession is because of the existence of their beasts. The beasts are powerful, and so are they. However, correspondingly, they must also endure the pain that their beasts carry. If they encounter fatal injuries, it is the same. Thus, this Beastmaster lost his life under Old Black's tearing. Meanwhile, the 3 mages were completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? A demon! A demon! This is a demon! Their magical attacks dissipated completely upon contact, as if they had no effect at all. Instead, it seemed to bolster the opponent's momentum. They had never encountered such a being before. Their hearts were filled with fear and dread. Escape! But where could they flee? Qin Tiang's figure had already appeared behind them. Old Black's shadow escape allowed it to traverse through shadows. Even with the protection of magical arrays, these three mages still had shadows present. As soon as Chin Tian-K appeared, the curved blade in his hand left a mark across their necks. In an instant, the three fell. Their heads rolled on the ground. At that moment, Chin Tian-K was wiping the blood off his curved blade, looking at the summoner not far away. This was their final opponent. Ah, interesting, interesting. The summoner looked at him, his eyes filled with pity and admiration, appearing almost mad. How about this, if you submit to me now, I might even introduce you to the Dark Church. After saying this, the special radiance emanating from the summoner's body began to stir. The ripples he had previously gathered were now fully effective. Numerous undead began to materialize around them. Among these undead were humans, beasts, and monsters. There were dozens of them. This was the maximum number he could summon at present. How about this? I'll give you time to consider whether to submit to me. The summoner was confident. At this moment, the opponent had already consumed an unknown amount of power. Not to mention, they still had to fight against his vast undead army. By that time, even if the undead were all killed, the opponent would be exhausted. As long as the undead existed, he could continue to summon them, though it would require time to recover. Summoning the undead? Who can't do that? What? Upon hearing this, the short summoner frowned, his expression growing serious. No, he thought of this person's unique beast mastery, especially that mutated beast resembling a three-headed hellhound. It seemed that every time it devoured a person, it would grow another head. Such a beast was terrifying and somewhat difficult to deal with. The summoner suddenly felt a sense of unease. The opponent was a beast master. Typically, a beast master would have many beasts. This person could not possibly have only one beast. He must have many other beasts. Time was of the essence. Delay could lead to change. The summoner waved his hand, and dozens of undead rushed out, letting out a series of roars. The white undead charged forward. Although their numbers were relatively small, they still seemed overwhelming in comparison. Looking at the densely packed undead before him, Chin Tian-K remained calm. Beside him, Old Black calmly consumed the corpses of the mages one by one, remaining composed throughout. Seeing this scene, the summoner felt an unusual surge of emotions within. A sense of ominous premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that this person could also summon the undead? But this person was merely a beast master. How could a beast master possibly summon the undead? His thoughts flared up only to be extinguished. He looked at the person before him, and a hint of ruthlessness emerged in his eyes. In the face of this, Chin Tian-K remained calm as ever. He merely raised his hand slightly, and his robe billowed in the wind. An aura of power surged forth from him. Chin Tian-K quietly removed the mask from his face. A handsome visage with a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, tinged with disdain. The flames of black and white light in his eyes flickered restlessly. Undead? Is that all? As soon as Chin Tian's words fell, a surge of power erupted around him. Feeling the familiar aura of the undead permeating the air, the summoner's expression changed dramatically. No, no, this is impossible. This is impossible. This aura was all too familiar. It was the unique essence of the undead. How could he possibly summon them? Looking at the undead continuously emerging around him, the summoner's eyes were filled with horror. Undead. It was truly the undead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you summon the undead? You're just a beast master. Hearing such words, Chin Tian-K appeared particularly composed. The black and white flames filled his pupils, carrying a hint of coldness. It seemed to exude a sense of murderous intent. He gazed at the other person, his voice calm and steady. Things beyond your understanding are impossible. Since that is the case, you should watch closely from here on. After saying this, Chin Tian-K waved his hand, and in the next moment, the numerous undead rushing towards him suddenly froze in place. Following that, under the astonished gaze of the summoner, these undead almost moved in unison, retreating backward. Seeing his own undead running towards him, fear surged in the summoner's eyes. He stammered incoherently, yet his body involuntarily began to retreat. Impossible! How could this be? His undead only obeyed him. This was his own legion. Why were they being controlled by the other party? In that moment, he was filled with fear and panic. Just as he was about to take action, he was horrified to find that the undead that had appeared around him had him firmly pinned down. Among the many undead holding him was one he had slain not long ago, the captain of the Silver Dragon Merchant Association. Seeing the pale face and the eyes filled with rage of the other, the summoner was utterly terrified. Although his legion was made up of the undead, he had never seen any undead exhibit emotions. How could this be? Undead were never supposed to have any emotions. Even if they were summoned back after being killed by him, they were merely mechanical beings. How could it be like this today? At that moment, before he could act, he watched helplessly as the undead he had just commanded to attack surged towards him from all directions. Those undead had no physical form. At most, they were just a mass of souls. These soul entities frantically passed through him. The summoner's eyes revealed his shock. He was about to scream, but at some point, his tongue was completely severed by something and swallowed into his own belly. Simultaneously, figures continuously penetrated through his body. It felt as if someone was relentlessly striking him with a massive hammer. His body felt as though it was being pierced. This assault continued until all the undead had passed through his body. At that moment, despite appearing unscathed on the outside, terror gradually surfaced on his face. Within his 5 organs and 6 bowels, he had been completely consumed by this force. All his internal organs were decayed and exuded a foul stench. At this moment, he resembled a corpse, yet his body still carried the breath of a living person. Shin Tian-K strolled up to the other party. At this moment, the summoner had only the last remnants of his obsession driving his body to stand there. His internal organs had long been utterly shattered. His heart ached intensely. At this moment, apart from fear, he felt no other emotions, yet his eyes revealed a desire for knowledge. Shin Tian-K simply watched him. Ultimately, he shook his head helplessly. What a pity! He had wasted his expectations. Initially, he thought the other party's ability would summon some other legion, but unexpectedly, it was the undead. It should be known that he was a Hell Calamity Beastmaster, capable of summoning the undead himself. He could also utilize the undead perfectly, allowing his beasts to undergo purification, just like Old Black and Little Gold. But what a pity! The quality of the undead summoned by this guy was overall low. Moreover, they could not serve as resources to enhance his beasts. Before the other party could react, he felt his body falling into the air. Immediately after, the pain felt in his limbs and bones was as if 1,000 sharp blades were cutting into him simultaneously. The pain and sting intertwined with his body, rendering him unable to make a sound in despair, and he fell on the spot. Upon seeing the other party torn apart by Old Black, Shin Tian-K regained his former expression. The black and white flames in his eyes gradually dispersed. At this moment, Shin Tian's gaze turned to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce not far away. Among them, Xia Tian, Xia Di, and Shan Ling were currently in a state of unconsciousness. The others who followed the team were also similarly unconscious. No one had seen his methods, and Shin Tian-K felt relieved. One must be cautious of others. One must not harbor malicious intent. These people were bound to leak his whereabouts. At this time, Jiang Fan had calmed his emotions and walked towards Shin Tian-K. Although somewhat stiff, Shin Tian-K could see a change in his mindset. The face that had once been innocent now bore a hint of vengeful anger. He staggered, his body rigid, and slowly approached Uncle Lin's corpse. Jiang Fan looked at his uncle, and a strange emotion surged in his eyes. In the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, apart from his father, only these two uncles had a good relationship with him. Uncle Zhong and Uncle Lin had watched him grow up since childhood. What difference was there from his own parents' relatives? Now, watching Uncle Lin's body being hollowed out, leaving only a shell, how could he endure it? Feeling the surging blood energy of his disciple, Shin Tian-K truly felt pained. This disciple, with a pure heart and a childlike spirit, was often the most loyal and righteous. Such an experience was too cruel for him, but in a certain sense, it could also help him grow. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lin! Jiang Fan's body began to tremble, and feelings of grief and anger surged in his heart. The aura around him began to circulate continuously, seemingly about to erupt until it reached a critical point. Come! A soft call. Shin Tian-K sensed an unusual aura. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at his disciple, revealing a hint of strangeness. This was not the aura of the undead, but it resembled it closely, differing in essence. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind Jiang Fan. This figure was faint and seemed like an illusion. This is... Shin Tian's mind stirred. Heroic Spirit, Ling Kong Road. Human race heroic spirit, died surrounded and killed by 17 alien races while participating in the battle against the invasion. Cultivation before death, 5th stage. Current combat power, 4th stage. Heroic spirit, belongs to the undead category, but is not the same as the undead, possessing righteous yang energy, unafraid of light. Is it really a heroic spirit? Shin Tian's heart trembled. No wonder he felt this familiar undead aura. There are many types of undead. Among them, heroic spirits are the most powerful. Ordinary undead fear sunlight. Even Old Hay, having cultivated to this level, still fears the holy light attribute. But heroic spirits are different. Strictly speaking, heroic spirits are heroes who died in battle. They often have their own remarkable achievements and were masculine figures in life. Therefore, they are not driven away by this so-called light. Instead, they are harmonious with the light. They are also the most special existence among many undead. Many summoners with undead would want to take it a step further. Thus, they would possess a heroic spirit. It seems that the type summoned by his disciple can only be a heroic spirit. Summoners can summon many types. However, they often cannot exist with opposing attributes. In other words, from now on, the type summoned by his disciple will be limited to undead, and it will be the most powerful heroic spirit among the undead. But that is enough. Heroic spirits often have extremely strong individual power and are easier to summon in certain battlefields. Two figures of heroic spirits began to emerge behind Zhang Fan. The number of heroic spirits behind him reached 3. Among these 3 heroic spirits, 2 have 3rd stage combat power, and 1 has 4th stage combat power. It seems that his disciple also has the ability to protect himself. The combat power of heroic spirits is different from that of undead. Heroic spirits can only awaken according to the host's strength. If the host's cultivation is at the 1st stage, then the power displayed by the heroic spirit can only be within the 1st stage range. In other words, heroic spirits can continuously release their full power as the host's ability increases. That is enough. I know there is anger in your heart. I hope that in the future, when you have strength, you can take revenge on that merchant association with your own power. They killed all these people to kidnap you. Shin Tian-Ke had already known their purpose when he summoned the undead here. That is why he revealed everything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan clenched his fists, a hint of anger surfacing in his eyes. However, soon, this anger gradually disappeared. He looked at his master, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knelt down and heavily knocked his head in respect. Thank you, master, for granting me such an opportunity. He knew that if there were no accidents, he would have to wait 2 years to change jobs. Now, changing jobs 2 years in advance means that his combat power will receive an unprecedented boost. He would become the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchant Association. 2 years would be enough for his strength to reach a certain peak. Shin Tian-Ke nodded slightly. Just then, he raised his hand and waved. The undead energy began to continuously flow into the nostrils of the few who had just fainted. The undead energy is extremely cold for those who have not practiced. It may cause damage to their bodies, but Shin Tian-Ke controlled it very skillfully. He only made them shiver, thus waking them up. As soon as this aura entered their bodies, it made them shiver. They all woke up. The few looked around at everything happening and quickly pieced together their experiences before fainting. Anger appeared in their eyes. Captain! Xia Tian and Xia Di were both filled with rage. They had followed the captain here. They also joined the Silver Dragon Merchant Association with the captain. If it weren't for the captain, the two of them might still face many setbacks in their profession. After all, their occupation is too unique. Moreover, there are few who understand the strengths and weaknesses of their profession. It can be said that the captain is their benefactor, and now the captain has died before their eyes. How could they possibly tolerate this? At this moment, Zhang Fan also revealed everything about his job awakening to the few people in front of him. These individuals were brought out by Uncle Lin. They could be considered his older brothers and sisters. The few exchanged glances. Shenling took a step forward first. She had the best relationship with Lin Bai. With a hint of glimmer in her eyes, she respectfully spoke to Shin Tian-Ke. Senior, thank you for allowing the young master to change his profession. We have no way to repay you. Master, on behalf of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, I extend an invitation to you. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is willing to treat you as an honored guest, enjoying the highest level of treatment. It was inappropriate for them to say such things. However, Zhang Fan was the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. His words carried significant weight. Senior, these are some items we have found. We don't know if any of them will be helpful for your cultivation. If you don't mind, please take them all. It is our small token of appreciation. At this moment, they could not promise anything empty or unrealistic, nor would they make grandiose claims. They only wanted to provide material assistance. Upon hearing their words, Shin Tian-Ke did not decline. He watched as they emptied the contents of their storage rings. He began to search through them one by one. He wouldn't be foolish enough to rummage through them himself. Instead, he used his system abilities to scan each item. Just then, Shin Tian-Ke suddenly felt a tremor in his heart and mind. Something was continuously pulling at him, as if an invisible thread was hooking onto his body. He looked in that direction, following the sensation of the heart's tremor. Step by step, Shin Tian-Ke walked over. Soon, he saw something quietly lying on the ground. It appeared to be a string of Bodhi seeds. Crystal clear, in some places, they sparkled with a light reminiscent of stars. In other areas, the light on the beads resembled moonlight, illuminating a small area around them, like space. It looked quite extraordinary. As soon as Shin Tian-Ke scanned it, he became even more certain. This was the item he had been searching for. It was also the source of the heart's tremor within him. What allowed him to feel this way was not his beast, but rather his curved blade. At that time, Shin Tianke had already recognized the flowing moon by dripping blood, making it his weapon. This was something left to him by his father, so there was no issue with him recognizing it. It should be noted that once a weapon reaches the perfect level, it can be recognized by dripping blood. This way, no matter how far apart they are, one can sense the weapon's location. Item: Star Moon Bodhi Seeds. Attributes: stars, moonlight. Effects: can be used to forge weapons, cultivate oneself. Bodhi, a type of plant seed, often used to make prayer beads or bracelets to aid in cultivation. Star Moon Bodhi, gentle and elegant, suitable for women, can cultivate oneself. So it turns out to be something that can help with self-cultivation? It can also enhance weapons? It should be able to further improve the quality of flowing moon. Thinking of this, Shin Tianke's breath quickened. It should be known that his curved blade, flowing moon, is already of perfect quality. To advance further would mean achieving a truly legendary weapon. Legendary weapons are extremely rare. Even among the current 44 city lords, there might only be one, and it could merely be a collection piece, not easily used. He never expected that there would be an opportunity for flowing moon to advance. A hint of unusual color appeared in Shin Tianke's eyes. These were all his speculations. Something that could so profoundly affect flowing moon must be of extraordinary significance. Thinking of this, Shin Tianke immediately stored the Bodhi seed into his storage ring. As for the other items, after careful sensing and searching, he found that they did not significantly enhance his abilities, so he let them go. This Star Moon Bodhi seed might truly help improve the quality of his curved blade. Even if it couldn't reach the legendary level, it would still allow for further advancement. Seeing this senior accept the item, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Such a senior was definitely someone to befriend. The other party's strength was beyond imagination. Although they were unconscious and did not witness the battle scene, the fact that he could help their young master advance his class early with a rare treasure showed his rich experience. Shin Tianke had already put on a mask after the battle. He rarely revealed his true face. After all, these people were only of average importance to him, aside from his disciple. "Alright, it's time to leave," he said. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Zhang Fan stepped forward to wrap Lin Bai's body in some items and then carefully placed it into his storage ring. The storage ring could only contain items without a breath. As long as they were not living beings, they could be stored. Looking at his disciple's solemn expression, a wave of thought surged in Shin Tianke's heart, but it quickly dissipated. Watching their group head towards the city, Shin Tianke withdrew his gaze. As for the matters concerning the two major merchant guilds of Emoyan City and Tianshu City, he did not wish to know. He did not want to get involved in this murky water. Speaking of which, this trip had been quite fruitful for him. Not only did it allow old He to gain a few more heads, but he also acquired a new disciple. Moreover, it provided a treasure that could enhance the quality of his curved blade. Shin Tianke looked at old He, who now had 71 heads. It was only a matter of time before reaching 100. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to hunt down some villains nearby, striving to let old He step into the 100 heads realm as soon as possible. After all, he was about to head to the Alliance's class advancement selection. That place was filled with hidden talents. Young people under 25 could participate. There was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter some extraordinary prodigies, so he still needed to train hard. After all, during this operation, Shin Tianke had witnessed quite a few special class advancements, not to mention the selection known for gathering outstanding talents. He needed to enhance his own abilities to ensure he could achieve a better ranking among them. He did not want to disappoint Uncle Chen's expectations and was eager to make that damned commander suffer. Time passed slowly. 7 days went by. On a sand dune. That night, Shin Tianke sat quietly in meditation. His body was bathed in starlight. During this time, Shin Tianke began to attempt to merge the flowing moon with the star moon Bodhi seed. There seemed to be some strange reaction between the two, both emitting a hazy starlight. Then the light was drawn to each other, gradually merging together. The process of merging was extremely long. Even up to now, there was still a layer of hazy starlight surrounding the curved blade, which had not dissipated. As it continued to condense, some peculiar power surged forth. It seemed that only after the layer of hazy starlight completely dissipated could his curved blade advance in quality. Shin Tianke said little, instead waiting for the right moment to fully digest it. Moreover, during this time, old He had already reached 99 heads. He was just 1 head away from advancing to 100. At that time, he could step into the 4th tier. Shin Tianke felt a surge of anticipation. His gaze fell on a figure not far away. He pondered inwardly. He had been tracking this person for a day and a night. However, the other party was quite clever. Every time he got within 10 meters, he would be instantly aware. Then he began to flee quickly. There was a deathly aura about him that he had sown himself. It was impossible to escape. However, as soon as he got close, he would be instantly detected. It was difficult to take action. That kid's escape skills were indeed formidable. Even Old Black, panting heavily, couldn't catch up. Not far from Chin Tian-K at this moment, a figure was quietly sitting in a meditative posture. The system data of the opponent appeared before Chin Tian-K. Lin Bo. Occupation, Earthwave Envoy. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Earthwave Envoy practices a special sensing method that can detect movements within a radius of 10 meters, able to hide anywhere in the Earth. Abilities, Crisis Sensing, Earth Escape, Earth Spike Wall. Looking at the system's introduction, Chin Tian-K frowned. TSK. This was somewhat tricky. After all, this guy currently had only one offensive and defensive ability. But the crisis sensing was extraordinary. As long as there was someone in crisis within a radius of 10 meters, he could sense it instantly and escape. The speed of escape was remarkable. This guy was too difficult to deal with. Chin Tian-K was a stubborn mule. He was determined that if he wanted to eliminate this kid, he would never let him have a way out. But how to catch him was another major problem. Chin Tian-K had been thinking for so long and still had no clue. There was no way. Every time he got close, even if it was his beast approaching, it would be instantly detected. No wonder the blood aura on the opponent was so dense, yet no one had ever noticed it. This kid ran too fast. How to eliminate him was the foremost problem in front of him. Forget it. Since there was no clue, he would just follow his initial idea. Chin Tian-K already had a thought in his heart. After all, it seemed that the opponent's escape methods were indeed somewhat powerful. But so what? One must know that the opponent was only good at escaping, and his offensive means were far inferior to his own. In these 7 days, although Xiao Jin had not stepped into Tier 2, he had made progress through his cultivation, getting closer to Tier 2. Now he just needed to devour a certain kind of flame to advance to Tier 2. Chin Tian-K had already checked the information about this place. There was no so-called flame. Therefore, Xiao Jin could not advance. But Xiao Jin's flying speed was extremely fast. After all, its true form was the fire golden-tailed eagle. This type of bird had one of the fastest flying speeds among its kind. Although Old Black was at Tier 3, his running speed was far inferior to flying speed. So sending Xiao Jin to chase the opponent was indeed the best choice. Chin Tian-K then began to take action. The reason he had spent a day and night tracking the opponent without any gains was that the opponent's danger warning was too powerful. Even if the opponent was already asleep, he could still sense a crisis and escape in an instant. Just like now. As soon as Chin Tian-K got within 10 meters of the opponent, he saw that the person instantly awakened from a state of deep sleep and then burrowed into the ground to escape. The speed was astonishing. The ground erupted with mounds of sand and clouds of yellow dust. Seeing this scene, Chin Tian-K hesitated not at all and immediately summoned his two beasts. He rode on Old Black's back while Xiao Jin soared in the sky, continuously spewing out streams of ghostly fire. As these attacks descended, the figure ran even faster. And Chin Tian-K didn't mind the trouble, closely following behind the opponent. So what if he was fast? Speed was ultimately just speed. His endurance should not last long. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest for so long. Moreover, how could a professional job changer possess such a powerful danger warning and incredible speed? It is still possible, to some extent, to maintain peak endurance. This is simply impossible. In the world, where there is yin, there must be yang. Where there is loss, there must be gain. He didn't believe it. Moreover, every profession has its own flaws. So he wanted to take a gamble. Chin Tian's thoughts were indeed quite on point. After chasing each other for an hour, Chin Tian-K clearly noticed that the opponent's speed had slowed down, and it seemed they were using some restorative pills. There was a beginning of breath recovery. Seeing this, Xiao Jin immediately flew up from his shoulder, condensing a ghostly flame in his mouth, which he heavily sprayed out. The fireball formed by the flames exploded as soon as it landed, creating a violent shockwave that caused the person beneath the dirt mound to stiffen. Their speed increased, but Chin Tian-K had already clearly seen something dropped by the opponent during their escape. Sure enough, this kid's endurance was lacking, so he would exhaust him. As Chin Tian's plan progressed, 2 hours passed. During this time, Chin Tian-K had plenty of pills to replenish himself. In contrast, the opponent was gradually becoming listless. In the end, their speed had returned to normal, even slower than walking. Watching the person in front of him slow down completely, Chin Tian-K understood that it was the final moment. As soon as he stopped, he heard the person in front of him complain, "Why are you chasing me, big brother? Did I provoke you?" Hearing this, Chin Tian-K raised his hand to summon Xiao Jin back. Lao He was already walking step by step towards him. Chin Tian's voice was cold and calm as he spoke. "You didn't provoke me. but you killed someone, so you must pay with your life. There are so many bad people in the world, can you kill them all? Anyone I encounter, I kill without mercy. The blood aura on the opponent was extremely thick. Such a villain could not be left alive. Lin Bo still wanted to resist, but the next moment, he saw something rush towards him in an instant. A flash of white light passed by. After 3 hours of intense running, he was already weak. Not to mention being approached by Qin Tian-Ke at such a close distance in an instant. He couldn't even unleash his abilities. Just like that, he fell dead on the spot, his head severed. Lao He couldn't wait to go and devour the opponent's corpse. After all, 3 hours of running was too much for him to bear. As Lao He's 99 heads grew the last one, the aura surged continuously. This marked that Lao He had successfully advanced to a 100-headed mastiff. Qin Tian-Ke couldn't help but cheer with joy. However, he did not feel the fullness of power in his body, nor did he see any signs of Lao He breaking through. The previous surge of aura felt like a power had just reached its peak but then stopped abruptly, as if something crucial had not been achieved, unable to break through that barrier. What is going on? Qin Tian-Ke was momentarily dazed, not expecting it to be like this. His eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, the system popped up a prompt. Ding! Congratulations, your beast mastery has reached one of the necessary conditions for breaking through to the 4th level. You are still missing one essential condition. To break through to the 4th level of beast mastery, 2 necessary conditions must be met. First, to reach a 100-headed mastiff. Second, the host's mental power must reach 60. Current host mental power, 35. Seeing this condition, Qin Tian-Ke felt a sudden darkness in his mind. No, what is this, mental power? He only knew about soul power and necromantic power. What is this mental power? Mental power can progress alongside the beast, able to sense the beast's state at any time and assimilate with the beast. When necessary, it can even temporarily descend upon the beast. Mental power cultivation method, none. What is this? No mental power cultivation method? Qin Tian's expression changed. He felt as if he was being made a fool of. However, upon careful thought, the only 4th-tier experts he had encountered so far seemed to be that Bloodblade disciple and Lin Bai, the captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Yet, he found their combat abilities somewhat strange. Not to mention Lin Bai, even that Bloodblade disciple, a dignified 4th-tier expert, was actually killed by him, a mere 3rd-tier beast master. The other party's capabilities seemed lacking, and their overall level was not particularly impressive. Not to mention that they couldn't even see through his true cultivation level. It seemed that there were strong and weak 4th-tier experts, unlike the clear distinctions of strength in the first 3 tiers. It appeared that the transition from 3rd to 4th tier was a significant watershed. As long as he could step into the 4th tier, he could approach even higher realms, but how to advance specifically was a problem. Looking at the system's prompt, he gradually gained some insight. Perhaps the watershed between the 3rd and 4th tiers was the so-called mental power. The system did not provide an explanation or emphasize this aspect, so he had to search for the answer himself. With this thought, he glanced at the old black horse beside him, no longer having any concerns. He immediately mounted and rode off into the distance. Since he couldn't find any means of growth here, he might as well go back. Perhaps returning would lead to some enlightenment. Moreover, it was still early, there were more than 2 months left, which was enough time for him to explore some paths. If the battlefield ruins were considered the center of the map, 3 cities surrounded these ruins. The central city among them was Lingyun City, the largest of the 3. To the left of Lingyun City was Moyun City, and to the right was Tianshu City. Compared to Lingyun City, these 2 cities were relatively smaller and seemed unremarkable. Furthermore, the largest Lingyun City had a very limited number of chambers of commerce within its walls. In contrast, Moyun City had chambers of commerce almost everywhere, with the largest being the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which was undoubtedly the first chamber of commerce. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce not only had branches in the 3 cities within the battlefield ruins but also had its own confidence. It should be noted that the transfer ceremonies throughout history have always been influenced by 3 parties: the city, the military, and the transfer alliance. Among these, most personnel in the city aspect of Moyun City belonged to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and the military district maintained close cooperation with the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for the Transfer Alliance, it was the largest official force and, compared to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Moyun City, the largest civilian force. There had always been trade and communication between the 2 sides, with no conflicts or opposition. In the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, in the Silver Dragon Mansion, a middle-aged man with a somewhat cold expression watched the scene before him. His gaze was icy, devoid of any warmth. Beside him stood a figure, seemingly a young boy, but the boy's face bore a hint of coldness and bloodiness. completely lacking the innocence one would expect at that age. In front of them lay a corpse, hollowed out from the abdomen, leaving only a skin and bones, extremely gruesome. The Yunshu Chamber of Commerce? The middle-aged man's voice was cold, exuding a powerful aura, indicating his fourth-tier cultivation, yet there was a distinctly violent trend. Daring to make my Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce pay such a price, they are seeking death. He said this with a finality. A middle-aged man raised his hand. Several figures quickly approached the entrance. They exuded a strong aura of death, as if they had long been buried, yet they moved about, their presence pulsating with energy. All were at the third stage of cultivation, infinitely close to the fourth stage. Eliminate all the lone seedlings of the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce. As for the military aspect, I have my own methods. Upon hearing this, the figures nodded in agreement and swiftly vanished from the scene, racing towards Tianshu City. As the foremost chamber of commerce in this city, it could even be called the top chamber among the three cities. Zhang Tianzheng had the qualifications and strength for this. After all, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce was deemed the strongest in the area due to the geographical advantages of Moyan City. Moyan City was located near other cities and served as a central hub among them. Thus, aside from the other two cities, many from the remaining cities often came here for negotiations, logistics, communication, and trade. Over time, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce seized this momentum and rose to become the leading chamber. It could even participate in the so-called Transmigrator ceremony, which could only be presided over by leaders from three parties. This was how the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce gained its current power. At this moment, Zhang Tianjing turned to look at his son, a hint of tenderness in his gaze. The earlier coldness and ruthlessness had completely dissipated. Fanner, you cannot be blamed for this. Your cultivation has just entered the first stage, and you possess such a unique summoning object. What you need to do next is to practice diligently. As for the Tianshu Chamber of Commerce, I will naturally leave it for you to try your hand at. Zhang Tianzhang was always decisive in his actions. In his eyes, the small Tianshu Chamber of Commerce did not warrant his full effort. He only needed to eliminate their only heir, and in the future, his son could personally destroy them. Jiang Fan nodded. Seeing the different expression on his son's face, Zhang Tianzhang felt a stir in his heart. Fanner, you did well in winning over your master. According to your words, your master should be at the third stage. Upon hearing this, there was a flicker in Jiang Fan's eyes. He had always wanted to know his master's level, but his master never explained it to him, and he felt embarrassed to ask. Moreover, none of the people around him could see through his master's cultivation level. He still trusted his father's words immensely. Seeing his son display such an expression, Zhang Tianjing smiled. Your master may not be some so-called senior. According to my intelligence, so far, the only one in the three cities who can summon that strange beast is the current top genius of Lingyun City. He is also the captain leading Lingyun City's participation in this alliance-wide transmigrator selection, Qin Tian-K. This person can only befriend, not trade. It is rumored that he has close ties with the military and is a young hero, not to be taken lightly or made an enemy of. In the future, I will personally send someone to deliver some items to his residence to establish a connection. Lingyun City, Military District Training Ground. Lili let out a furious roar. From his sword box, 17 flying swords shot out simultaneously. They traced lines of light in the air, piercing straight ahead. In front of him, Lin Nuo squinted his small eyes, watching the opponent. His round body remained completely still, instead lying down comfortably on the ground. As soon as he lay down, several special rings of light began to ripple around him, spreading out a unique bagua formation from his body towards the ground. Lin Nuo smiled. A mere flying sword dares to be reckless. In an instant, his body completely vanished at the moment of contact with those flying swords. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Li. His palm condensed the power of Tai Chi's yin and yang. With a light breath, he exclaimed, "Bang!" In the next moment, the opponent's figure suddenly retreated, being instantly sent flying into the air. Meanwhile, the flying swords quickly overlapped beneath the opponent's feet, forming a platform for Li Li to stand on temporarily. Seeing this scene, Li Li charged out once more, several flying swords swirling around him. Other flying swords rushed forward rapidly, while the perfect grade flying sword remained close by, ready to be used as a final strike. At the same time, on the other side, the holy light continued to shine. Chen Zhangyang let out a roar as his skin began to change rapidly, gradually spreading into a golden hue. Although it appeared dazzling, in reality, the gold quickly faded to a bronze color, lacking any striking patterns or runes. He had not yet cultivated his profession to the point of being able to condense a truly perfect golden body, not to mention he was not in an enraged state, making it impossible to gather all his strength. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes as he swung his palm forward. A fierce palm strike, accompanied by a raging wind, came crashing down heavily onto the opponent. The wind howled, swirling up dust and obscuring Sujia's figure. Sujia looked at the scene before him with an indifferent expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He thrust his magic staff forcefully, and the smoke instantly dissipated. These attacks posed no harm to him. After all, the holy magic cloak could immunize him against physical attacks to a certain extent. TSK, still not enough. After saying this, the staff in Sujia's hand began to change slightly. A scar-like pattern started to spread from the tip of the staff. As he continued to swing the staff, he unleashed his strongest strike. After half a month of cultivation, although Chen Zhengyang had stepped into the third tier, he felt a desire to evade this blow, yet there was an obsession to fight back. He stepped forward instead of retreating, and the golden light on his skin shone brightly once more. The golden body of the Buddha suddenly manifested, producing a loud sound. The meteor god struck against the golden body, leaving a significant mark on it. Then the golden light faded, and Chen Zhengyang was knocked back several meters, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He had endured this blow with all his might. The most taboo thing in fighting a mage was long-range attacks. The best approach was close combat. However, there was no way around it. Su Jia had the holy magic cloak as an advantage, making it impossible for him to win. Without any hesitation, he charged forward again to spar with the opponent. Watching the battle of the four, Qin Tianke walked in from the gate of the training ground, a smile on his face. After half a month of cultivation, it seemed that his teammates had made considerable progress. For instance, their chosen fighting styles were all well suited to themselves. However, it must be said that Su Jia and Lin Nuo were indeed representatives of the Transmigrators Alliance. Their movements during battle, along with their experience and techniques, could be considered top tier. The differences in the force combat were evident. The two local fighters were completely suppressed, while the other two fought with ease, appearing quite comfortable. Perhaps this was the genius cultivated from the rich resources within the Transmigrators Alliance. Just as the four were still engaged in battle, they simultaneously sensed a familiar aura. They turned towards that direction and saw Qin Tianke standing there. The four stopped fighting at once. Lin Nuo shouted, "Quick, let's welcome our captain." Without any hesitation, the four immediately turned their weapons and charged towards Qin Tianke. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianke could only shake his head helplessly. With a step, Old He slowly emerged from the shadows, his aura now infinitely close to the fourth tier. The pressure from 100 exploding heads and their collective roar caused the few in front to pause momentarily. Then, the situation of 4 against 1 began. In the commander's office, "Commander Chen, this is the list of participants from various cities." Chen Xingfeng's gaze continuously swept over the list in his hand. He pinched his brow, his expression displeased. This time, the number of geniuses truly surpassed their own cohort, not to mention some special occupational transmuters. Among the numerous battle lists from cities across the league for this selection of transmuters, there was actually a 15-year-old genius, and another who was a dual-class transmuter at the age of 20. Both of these individuals were formidable opponents. Moreover, among the many participants from the other 43 cities, there were actually 2 who had already reached the 4th tier. The divide between the 3rd and 4th tiers was particularly significant. Chen Qingfeng was very clear about this. Once one stepped into the 4th tier, especially these key cultivated seed players, the impact they would bring would be immeasurable. It seemed that their chances of claiming the previous ranking had become somewhat difficult. As thoughts surged in his mind, he quickly sensed something. Looking towards the window, in the direction of the training ground, a large cloud of smoke was currently exploding and slowly drifting upwards. It seemed a monumental battle was taking place. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingfeng put down the list in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Youth is indeed wonderful. They can really stir things up. In the midst of this battle atmosphere, he sensed a familiar presence. Had they almost reached the 4th tier? As expected, the student surpasses the master. However, without special guidance from talented individuals, breaking through to the 4th tier was like a blind man touching an elephant, always knowing only the surface and not the essence. Although the others were far from the 4th tier, they still needed to quickly enhance their strength. They had to strive to touch the threshold of the 4th tier. Some special training was necessary. Targeted plans and strategies had to be devised to improve their strength. Chen Xingfeng made up his mind. Distribute all these supplies tomorrow. Chen Xingfeng handed the prepared supply list to his secretary. As soon as the secretary took it, he hurriedly glanced over it, only to involuntarily narrow his pupils. Although there were only a few types of materials listed, each one could be considered priceless. Commander Chen was indeed generous. The secretary understood his responsibilities and did not speak, merely nodding slightly before leaving to quietly prepare these materials. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Lin Nua sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the enormous beast before him, his eyes were filled with confusion. He shouted towards Qin Tianke, "Hey, where did you get such a huge beast? Didn't it have this many heads last time? Why are there so many now?" While he was still complaining, Su Jia beside him had already begun to count the heads of the beast. 98, 97, 99, 100. Wow, 100 heads. How many heads does your beast have to grow? Is it going to grow to 1,000 or 10,000? On the other side, Shen Zhengyang and Li Li were already out of the game. There was no way. Even when the four of them teamed up, they were still no match. Qin Tiang's overall strength surpassed theirs. Even though Su Jia had some restraint over the attributes of his beast, Qin Tianke himself had not yet participated in the battle. Moreover, Su Jia had not used his full strength either. This led to the three of them being almost pinned down and beaten by each other's beasts. Su Jia, on the other hand, stopped fighting halfway through. She ran to the side and began counting the heads of Old Black. After all, this was just a sparring match, and there was no need to use full strength. Oh my goodness. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, the other two were also taken aback. They couldn't understand what kind of beast Qin Tianke had. Why did it seem to change so much every time they met? Hearing their words, Qin Tianke smiled but said nothing more. Instead, he recalled Old Black and looked at the few people in front of him. During the earlier exchanges, he had also seen the overall power gap among the five of them. He coughed twice and then approached them. "Although I've been away for half a month, you have indeed been training hard. However, the results of your training are still not enough." The four exchanged glances. It was the first time they had heard Qin Tianke speak so formally. Each of their expressions was somewhat strange and unusual. Qin Tianke spoke first. "Your previous battles were either in pairs or you were used to fighting solo. Just now, when you teamed up, not only did you not put any pressure on me, but it actually made me feel quite relaxed and comfortable." Upon hearing this, the only female among them immediately became displeased. Su Jia snorted coldly. "Isn't it because this young lady didn't make a move? Once I do." Qin Tianke immediately took over her words. "Once you make a move, I will too. And even if I don't, I can still defeat you by exploiting the weaknesses of the other three." This reminded him of the earlier selection for team leader and their combat power. "First of all, Shen Zhengyang, your profession is the Diamond Angry Buddha. I know that your combat power can be elevated when you're angry, but it can only surpass your own strength to a certain extent. You can't fight beyond your level. So the strength you need to focus on is not your attack power, but rather your defense. Our goal this time is to win the entire Alliance's job transfer selection, to achieve a better ranking, and to obtain some city protection treasures, so we must abandon some of our previous combat methods and ideas. Your combat power is indeed strong, but your profession has its flaws, and your defense is very strong. For example, the Buddha's golden body you previously displayed is the direction you should focus on studying, so you should concentrate on cultivating your defense. You can practice your attack as a side endeavor, but not too much." Changing the subject, Qin Tiang's gaze fell on Li Li. "You too, you are the opposite of Qin Zhengyang. One focuses on attack while the other focuses on defense. You have 17 flying swords, yet you keep 7 of them for defense, while the other 10 are for combat. In comparison, you are more worried about being threatened. But have you considered that Qin Zhengyang is training his defensive abilities to protect you? In this way, you can fully unleash the lethality of your 17 flying swords. Your 10 flying swords are indeed difficult to deal with, but if you add the 7, combining 17 flying swords with some special sword formations will elevate the power of your swordsmanship to a new level." Upon hearing this, Li Li nodded thoughtfully. Qin Tianke then turned his gaze to the other two. "Our task this time is a team battle. We will encounter many other teams in the future, so we need to establish a tactical arrangement now. The two of them balance attack and defense perfectly. I can assist you in battle, but you both need to play your roles as well. First, Su Jia's profession needs to provide powerful support effects and can deliver a decisive blow. When facing certain dark attribute professions, it has strong countermeasures and effects, so you must fully leverage your advantages. At the same time, you must always stay close to Qin Zhengyang. That cloak you have, while special, can be used as a trump card, so don't expose it easily. Lastly, Lin Nua, your Bagua Walker is indeed powerful, but you haven't utilized your advantage as well. During our earlier battle, you kept using the promotion combat method. I think you can approach it differently. You can alternate your powers, for example, let Li Li be the ranged attacker, continuously using his sword techniques to attack, while coordinating with Su Jia to use magic, and you can alternate with Qin Zhengyang, one responsible for defense, the other for close combat. This way, the effectiveness will be doubled with half the effort. and the cooperation will be more seamless. Upon hearing Qin Tiang's words, the others pondered for a moment. They quickly understood the meaning behind his words, showing slight agreement on their faces. Qin Tiang's thoughts were undoubtedly influenced by his experience in visiting the relics of that powerful figure. He had observed the teams from both merchant guilds and naturally understood some of the flaws and strategic arrangements among them. These could serve as valuable experience for his own team. Alright, let's start training. Following my earlier thoughts and logic, we'll train for a while, and then Commander Chen, please find us an opponent for some practical combat. The group was full of enthusiasm and began their continuous training. 3 days passed in a flash. It must be said that Qin Tiang's ideas were indeed spot on. Each of their combat powers had improved a level, and their cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Chen Qingfeng observed all this growth. Regarding the battles of this generation and their tactics, he couldn't offer guidance or suggestions. He couldn't invite others to witness their peak lineup, so he let them explore on their own. After all, the things they discover themselves are always the ones they recognize as their greatest flaws, so he wouldn't intervene. However, to his surprise, his good nephew indeed gave him a pleasant surprise. He didn't know where it came from, but he had such strange insights into combat. Although these tactics are commonly proposed in some prominent families, it was normal. But his good nephew didn't have the family background to have such thoughts. It seems he had experienced quite a few battles and was able to grow. Chen Qingfeng was naturally very pleased. If his elder brother were aware, he would surely leave with a smile. Commander, the items have arrived. Hearing the secretary's voice, Chen Qingfeng replied leisurely, distribute them according to the requirements. These items are enough for them to enhance their current strength. After their strength increases, their tactical cooperation will also become more seamless. Also, inform them that there are still 2 full months to prepare for the journey to the Alliance Governor. Understood. In the training chamber, the commander had assigned unified training rooms for the 5 of them. Qin Tianke was sitting cross-legged, carefully sensing the peculiar fluctuations around him. His gaze fell on the storage box in front of him. The box appeared glass-like but could withstand extremely high temperatures and keep the flames inside from extinguishing. His eyes moved slightly, and system information appeared. Ding! Item, Magma Flame. Born from the volcano, the magma flame is the spirit of magma. Quality, elite. This was what Uncle Chen had found for him. It was already sufficient. He was still worried about how to elevate Little Gold to the 2nd tier. In his view, if he had the confidence to enter this alliance-wide job changer selection, there were 2 main aspects to consider. One was to strive for his beast, Old Black, to reach the 4th tier, although that required some limitations. For example, right now, he needed some kind of mental power training method, which he did not know. The other was to strive for Little Gold to step into the 2nd tier. Although ordinary beast masters would be limited by the realm of their beasts, requiring all their beasts to maintain a unified stage before they could all advance to the next tier, Qin Tianke did not have that restriction. His beast master was inherently special, and such limitations seemed to be completely absent. Therefore, he could have 2 beasts with completely different realms, even with a significant gap between them. It was undeniable that Little Gold's current abilities, whether in flight, fire, or fearlessness of light, could help him gain the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Thus, elevating Little Gold to the 2nd tier was the second important condition he considered for participating in the alliance-wide job changer selection. Qin Tianke summoned Little Gold from the beast space. As soon as he called it out, Little Gold eagerly rushed to the front of the iron box, full of anticipation. Qin Tianke could also sense the meaning being conveyed. He pulled out the latch from the iron box. In an instant, a scorching heat surged forth, as if he had suddenly entered a roaring volcano. The temperature rose sharply, and the entire training room was filled with this intense heat. However, Qin Tianke could accept this level of flame. The feedback power from his beasts included both Old Blacks and Little Golds. Coincidentally, Little Gold's species was famous for its flying speed and high temperature resistance, so this temperature was nothing to worry about. Little Gold cheered with joy. Looking at the flame before it, which was twice its size, it dove in without any hesitation. As soon as it entered, Qin Tianke sensed the comfortable feeling it conveyed. According to the system's explanation, merging with flames generally had 2 scenarios. Either the flame's temperature was too high, and its grade too elevated to be merged, resulting in a painful reaction, or the flame was completely within an acceptable range and could be easily absorbed. That feeling was akin to taking a bath inside. This flame was only elite grade, but Qin Tianke knew it was something Uncle Chen had worked hard to obtain. After all, this was not an ordinary flame, it was a flame from a naturally born spiritual entity. These things required the natural generation of heaven and earth, and reaching elite grade was already extraordinary. Qin Tianke did not remain idle but shifted his gaze to the items placed on the desk beside him. Xinglian mental training method. This must be another condition that Uncle Chen had sent him. Although he did not know Uncle Chen's realm, the latter definitely knew that he was currently at a critical juncture of advancing from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier. This mental method would help fill the gap he currently faced. Without any hesitation, Qin Tianke began to study it. Little Gold lay quietly beside him, bathing in the flames. As the flames continuously flowed into its body, the grayish-red feathers began to change slightly. The flames started to show signs of burning gradually. The red signs in the feathers became increasingly apparent, as the gray seemed to diminish. Instead, it presented a strange black-red color. Not only that, within the flames, Little Gold's aura began to swell. The tuft of white fur on its forehead became even more dazzling. The previous white had gradually transformed into a snowy white, while the golden color on its tail was also deepening. Meanwhile, in the other 4 training rooms, the 4 members of the team also received their respective training materials. They began to diligently cultivate. They knew that only by increasing their strength could they emerge victorious in this battle and obtain the so-called city-protecting spiritual treasure. As long as they could reach a higher position, it meant they could receive more rewards, and perhaps even be granted military ranks. Time passed swiftly. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness and illuminated the cultivation room. A pair of eyes opened in the light, filled with a hint of excitement, as if a brilliant lotus flower was swirling within the pupils. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your mental strength has increased by 2 points. After a night of hard cultivation, he only gained 2 points of mental strength. Wasn't that too little? Qin Tianke felt a bit speechless. What he didn't know was that a normal person's mental strength couldn't be measured in points. It could only be roughly gauged, and gaining an inch or 2 in a night was already considered good. He was completely unaware of the fortune he was in. At that moment, a clear bird call rang out beside him. Qin Tianke turned to look. In his gaze, on the iron box, there was a red-black chick. This chick seemed to have grown a size compared to before. Its feathers had changed from a gray-red to a slightly different hue. The red markings looked as if they were burning, while the gray feathers were gradually turning black. The red and black colors intertwined, and some unusual patterns appeared on its feathers, resembling a kind of undead mark. The golden tail feathers shone even more brilliantly. Its aura and displayed strength all indicated that it had entered the 2nd tier. 2nd tier Beast Master. At this moment, Xiao Jin was continuously refining its feathers. Simultaneously, its cultivation would undergo some changes. There wasn't much change in size, but the aura emanating from it had a long and continuous feeling. With a bright gleam in his eyes, detailed system data about Xiao Jin appeared before him. Beast Master, Ghost Fire Golden Feather Hawk. Grade, Perfect Level. Attributes, Flame, Ghost. Strength, 2nd tier. Abilities, Ghost Fire Burn, Ghost Shadow Traverse. Ghost Attribute, can exist in light, and also endure in darkness. Ghost Shadow Traverse, a unique ability of Ghost Attribute beasts, allowing them to traverse and leap in dark places. It seemed that with each enhancement of his beast, the system provided more detailed introductions about the beast. Just like now, he even learned about this new skill, which seemed somewhat similar to Old Black's Dark Shadow Escape. However, Dark Shadow Escape was a means of fleeing and traveling. This Ghost Shadow Traverse seemed to be faster. Generally speaking, Old Black's ability could only be used once before entering a cooldown phase, but it seemed that this Ghost Shadow Traverse had no such limitations. It could be used for extended periods and multiple jumps, though perhaps there would be a fixed range limit. Qin Tianke had gained considerable understanding of the related abilities of Beast Masters, and he had an epiphany about it. Xiao Jin had already taken 2 steps forward and flew to Qin Tianke's side, quietly perching on his shoulder. Fortunately, Xiao Jin did not become oversized due to its advancement, otherwise, his shoulder wouldn't be able to support an adult hawk. At the very least, he would need to use his arms for support. Qin Tianke was not idle. He planned to take advantage of the cultivation room to continuously enhance his mental strength. Now that Xiao Jin had entered the 2nd tier, it would help with his combat power and further strengthen his determination to participate in the Alliance's job transfer selection. But he still wanted to strive for Old Black's cultivation to reach the 4th tier. The prerequisite was that the Beast Master's mental strength had to reach 60 points. It seemed he was still about 20 points short. He didn't know how long it would take to cultivate. Based on the progress of 2 to 3 points a night, it should be soon. Qin Tianke was pondering this. He felt he had some ideas and thoughts. In his view, cultivating spiritual power seemed quite easy. However, often ideals are abundant while reality is stark. After he settled down and rested quietly for 2 days, he suddenly discovered something devastating. That was, he could no longer cultivate as he had before. His spiritual power seemed to have stagnated. there was almost no progress at all. It took him 3 days to make a slight improvement. The gap compared to before was too great. Could it be that cultivating spiritual power was truly this difficult? Shin Tian-K didn't know how to describe his current feelings. He only knew that perhaps he could try slowly. When faced with challenges, he never easily gave up. At most he would complain a little. He immediately began to practice this spiritual technique again. As his power continued to circulate, the aura around him began to change slightly. However, overall, the effects of his cultivation over these past few days were still minimal. During these days, Shin Tian-K also went out once. He learned about the progress of his teammates. Each of them was striving forward according to the direction he had provided. For example, Li. Now, the sharpness of his flying sword had been raised a level. Except for one sword that was of perfect quality, the rest were all at the elite level. This greatly increased his killing ability. Also, Chen Zhengyang's Buddhist body had improved, significantly enhancing his defensive attributes. The other two were the same. They were already praised as geniuses within the Transcender Alliance. Their comprehension was naturally not to be mentioned. They could forcibly comprehend things. Now they had also achieved this effect. Time flowed slowly. Over the course of these 2 months, Shin Tian-K and the others trained during the day. At night, they each focused on their strengths, then discussed together to formulate targeted training. It seemed that time quietly passed amidst the busy training and cultivation. Their cultivation gradually became more stable. Shin Tian's spiritual power ultimately remained at 52 points, with an 8-point gap to reach 60. But that was enough. Even if he wanted to cultivate further, he had no way to do so. After all, in 2 days they would be heading to the Alliance governor. Walking down the street, looking at everything around him, Shin Tian-K felt a moment of daze. Who would have thought that just a few months ago he was still a bedridden vegetable? But now he had become part of the younger generation representing the city. Shin Tian-K returned home, spending the last few days here with his mother. During this time, he also learned that the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce had been here. His disciple knew his identity. This was not surprising to him. He had investigated the president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The person was not ordinary. Their combat power was at the 4th level. Moreover, they were ruthless. What kind of good person could turn their own chamber into the #1 chamber among the 3 major cities? However, it seemed that they had no ill intentions towards him and even took the initiative to be friendly. With their presence, he could leave here with peace of mind. The pressure from the #1 chamber far exceeded that of the so-called military pressure. The military would not act easily, but the chamber was unrestricted. If a family wanted to develop, they had to rely on commerce and trade. If there were restrictions from the chamber, they would have no ability to develop even if they wanted to. Tian-K, what are you thinking about? Hearing his mother's nagging, Shin Tian-K pulled back his thoughts. Looking at his mother serving red braised ribs, he smiled, appearing quite simple-minded. Nothing much, Mom. In a couple of days, I'll be leaving. The Shangwan family and the Qian family won't make things difficult anymore. During this time, Shin Tian-K had also leveraged his identity and status as a guest of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, constantly applying pressure on the Qian family and the Shangwan family. Although neither side had completely torn their faces apart, they still continued to show goodwill towards Shin Tian-K. Their family's young master had also refrained from making any outrageous moves. During this time, Shin Tian-K had received protection from a personal guard sent by Uncle Chen, who was secretly watching over his mother. That was enough. This time, with Mom not by your side, you must think things through carefully, be cautious, and make sure to eat well. No matter what the name is, if you come back looking thin, I won't let you off the hook. I know, Mom. I'm not a child anymore, I can take care of myself. Amidst Shin Tian's carefree smile and his mother's nagging, the night passed quickly. On this day, at the training ground, numerous soldiers stood in formation, ready and alert. Their gazes were all directed towards a few figures standing at the front. In front of the many soldiers were 5 figures. Although they appeared somewhat youthful, the burden on their shoulders was incredibly heavy. Among them, Su Kuan, the leader of this group of soldiers, was watching the few people ahead with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Especially when he looked at the captain among the 5, his eyes showed a rare admiration. To be honest, he was still unconvinced after being defeated by them initially. However, he had seen their training results over the past few days. To be fair, even with the special resources provided by the commander, he could not reach such a level. After all, their improvement was terrifying. Su Kuan was now 22 years old. Just 2 days ago, he had barely broken through to the 3rd tier. But what about them? They had already entered the 3rd tier for quite some time and were growing closer to the 4th tier. He had to admit, they were only 18. This was the gap between talent and strength. He had given up his hatred for Qin Tianke and instead transformed it into admiration. Such a young genius could not possibly be limited to just this place. If possible, he hoped the sky could go further, carrying the expectations of all the citizens towards a higher position. Suddenly, Su Koan felt a tremendous force descending from the sky. As soon as this aura appeared, he instantly became alert. This aura could not possibly belong to a fourth-tier existence. It was above the fourth tier, fifth tier, sixth tier, or even higher? As these thoughts raced through his mind, many soldiers around him had already taken defensive and combat stances. Such a massive aura descending should provoke an immediate reaction, no matter who the opponent was. This was their first instinct as warriors. At that moment, the object in the sky also caught the attention of Qin Tianke and the others. That is, as the massive floating object broke through the clouds, Qin Tianke felt puzzled. At that moment, Lin Nuo beside him squinted at the object, his chubby face narrowing his eyes into a slit. His voice drifted out softly. It is said that the commander of Lingyun City has a very special spiritual treasure, which has two forms. Not only does it have attack properties, but it can also transform into a flying spiritual treasure, capable of carrying hundreds of people in the air, extremely precious. That spiritual treasure is called the Breaking Reverse Ship. As Lin Nuo began to explain, relevant information from the system popped up in Qin Tianke's eyes. Spiritual treasure, Breaking Reverse Ship / Breaking Reverse Sword. Quality, Legendary Level Spiritual Treasure. Attributes, Attack, Flight Carrying. Description, a rare legendary level spiritual treasure with dual capabilities of attack and flight carrying. Breaking Reverse Ship, a massive vessel, possesses attack, defense, and flight capabilities, carrying 4 abilities, traveling tens of thousands of miles a day. The reverse sword itself possesses an extremely strong killing and attacking ability, forged from countless reverse wills, making it incredibly terrifying. In dire situations, it can unleash formidable combat power. Is it really a spiritual treasure with 2 forms? This is the first time Qin Tianke has seen such a special spiritual treasure. It is important to note that spiritual treasures are generally divided into innate and acquired types. An innate spiritual treasure is like the flames that Little Gold devoured earlier, born from the heavens and earth, emerging from nature, and can only grow continuously in a natural environment. On the other hand, acquired spiritual treasures are mostly created through human intervention or directly forged by humans. It is worth mentioning that the probability of artificially constructed spiritual treasures is extremely low, and their existence is rare. Currently, Qin Tianke has only seen this one spiritual treasure before him, and it has 2 forms? Previously, he had only heard that Uncle Chen might have some special means, but he never expected it to be so terrifying. Within the city, all major forces simultaneously looked up at the giant ship in the sky. In the other 2 cities, powerful individuals also sensed this aura and leaned out to see a silvery floating object amidst the sea of clouds above Lingyun City not far away. Witnessing this rare scene, the crowd showed signs of shock in their eyes. The Lord of Maui City is a woman. She stands on a peacock radiating colorful light. The woman gazes at the ship emitting a silvery glow on the horizon, sensing the aura of the other party, her heart filled with astonishment. With her current vision, she can naturally tell that this is a rare acquired legendary spiritual treasure. It can be said that it is already uncommon for an acquired spiritual treasure to be successfully refined, let alone a legendary existence among acquired treasures. Moreover, the person who can wield this spiritual treasure must be at least at the 6th rank or above. The Lord of Maui City squints her eyes, a hint of surprise in her beautiful gaze. She never expected that the military leader of Lingyun City would possess such strength. She couldn't help but feel astonished. No wonder that person is called one of the 9 highest commanders without a doubt. Indeed, they have some power. The president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce also watched the scene, pondering whether there were any oversights in what he had done. In Tianshu City, the lord is an elderly man with white hair. Leaning on a cane, as the sunlight flickers, it seems he is standing on the shoulder of a massive figure. This massive figure is filled with vigorous blood and energy, its power ferocious. Just the sight of this figure under the flickering sunlight is enough to overshadow the sun. But now, it seems to have been shrouded, leaving no trace, only a vague outline visible. Yet, under the refraction of sunlight, it disappears without a trace, leaving only the elderly man standing. TSK, a 7th rank sword master, actually residing in our remote desert. TSK, quite rare, he muses. At this moment, among the 4 great families of Lingyun City, the heads of the Qian and Shangguan families look at the giant ship before them, their faces pale. They know that Commander Chen has special means, but they never expected him to be this powerful. In the martial arts arena, everyone is shaken and terrified at the sight of the enormous ship. This thing is too massive, right? Jin Tianke feels the same. This world seems to overlap with some things from his past life. However, this gigantic ship, measuring hundreds of meters long, truly astonishes him. He can't imagine what kind of power the sword form of this dual-form spiritual treasure would possess. Suddenly, Jin Tianke trembles. His body is instantly pulled upward by a powerful force, soaring into the air. As his body sways in the air, he finds himself on a deck in an instant. The surrounding scene changes in an instant, and a gentle breeze greets him. The winds stirred at the temples. The clothes fluttered gracefully. Jin Tianke's heart trembled. This place was not like the land. Moreover, even on the land, one could feel the wind rolling in even in slightly elevated areas. Here, however, was in the sky. Although this position had not reached the stratosphere, it was close to the clouds. The wind here should not be weak. Yet, there was only this gentle breeze, truly rare. It seemed there must be some formation restrictions. In the distance, the endless white sky and blue intertwined, and he could feel the clouds just above his head, as if he could touch them at any moment. This marvelous feeling made Jin Tianke's heart sway. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Even before setting off, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. You each choose a room to cultivate. The rooms contain what you need for your cultivation. We will take 3 days for this journey, and after 3 days, I will awaken you. Chen Xingfeng's voice was omnipresent, as if it came from all directions on the deck. It felt as if the entire ship was continuously transmitting these sounds. Truly a legendary spiritual treasure. It was indeed special. Jin Tianke speculated and confirmed a few things about this spiritual treasure in his heart. The few of them followed some instructions on the deck and entered the rooms, each selecting one. Then they began their cultivation. As soon as Jin Tianke pushed open the door, he saw the full view of the room. The overall area of the room was not large, only 20 square meters. Though small, it was fully equipped. There was a bathroom, a shower room, a meditation cushion, and a bed. On the meditation cushion were some items for cultivation. It could be said that this place was arranged meticulously in every aspect. No space was wasted, yet everything was used just right. It did not feel crowded, instead, it was very harmonious. It seemed this place was indeed somewhat special. Jin Tianke did not think too much. He immediately sat cross-legged. He had 3 days before he would enter the Alliance governor's domain. That place was filled with countless strong individuals. It was over 30,000 miles away from the Alliance. He was aware of this. This was the last opportunity he had to enhance his strength. One could not guarantee that he would not encounter any special troubles when he got there, so it was best to cultivate as soon as possible. At the beginning, the alien races launched a massive invasion. The human battlefield was divided. After the efforts of the first generation of transmuters, the aliens were driven back. They continued to develop technology vigorously, and the inclusion of transmuters promoted technological advancement. These things were subsequently developed. The major map sections began to converge through some special means. Eventually, they condensed into a huge map. The direction where Lingyun City was located, strictly speaking, was the lower right corner of the map. It was also the closest place to the alien battlefield. Lingyun, Moyun, and Tianshu cities, along with the surrounding territories, were referred to as the border desert. One could say their area was entirely a land of savages. If one traveled north from this border desert, they would arrive at a truly central area. Among these places, many cities banded together to cultivate, share, and compete for resources, nurturing the younger generation together. In that central area, it was surrounded by 44 cities in a radial formation. The final city protecting the center was known as the Alliance Governor. That was the true central city of the Alliance. Countless Alliance members aspired to move further toward it. It was the only top-tier city in the world today. This city covered a vast area and housed countless strong individuals. It could be said that this city witnessed the Alliance's journey from nothing to the glorious moment it is today. In the sky, the breaking reverse ship let out a roar, under the watchful eyes of many strong individuals around, racing towards the distance, moving at incredible speed, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. In the command room of the broken reverse ship, a middle-aged man with white hair was casually sipping tea with his legs crossed. Although he was very effective, there was an excited glint brewing in his eyes. The governor of the Alliance? After so many years, I'm finally back. Let me take a good look at this younger generation. Time flew by. 3 days later. In half an hour, we will arrive at the Alliance Governor. Get your luggage ready and prepare to disembark. This voice echoed from all directions once again. Shin Tian-K slowly opened his eyes, looking at everything around him, and noticed that his body seemed to have not changed much. A system panel appeared before him. Name, Shin Tian-K. Age, 18. Occupation, Hell Disaster Beast Master. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Beasts, 10,000 Head Ghost Mastiff, Tier 3. Ghost Fire Golden Feather Eagle, Tier 2. Mental Power, 57/60ths. Unexpectedly, he had made considerable progress in these 3 days. The improvement in mental power was much faster than before. Could it be that mental power is related to his mindset? In the previous days, his mindset was mainly focused on battle. Then he settled down. But now, during these 3 days of cultivation, he was extremely relaxed. He even felt quite expectant. Regarding mental power, Shin Tian-K decided to explore on his own. If it didn't work out, he would ask Uncle Chen. After all, the things he discovered on his own would always leave a deep impression. However, they could also bring him significant growth and progress. But speaking of which, he didn't know where Uncle Chen's words came from. At this moment, he could even hear Uncle Chen's excited tone. The Alliance Governor? He had been looking forward to this for a long time. This is the true main city of the Alliance. Undoubtedly the foremost city. Moreover, it is a place that countless job changers dream of. There are countless opportunities here. One could say it's gold everywhere. But those who can make a name for themselves are few and far between. The Alliance Governor, Air Surveillance Department. Many people were sitting at tables, looking at the numerous data on the screens. Many others were moving around, busy in an orderly and methodical manner. A sudden sound broke out. Report, in the northwest direction, an unknown ship has been discovered, requesting military orders. As the relevant images were moved to the center of the huge screen, the Minister of the Air Surveillance Department stepped closer. His gaze fixed intensely on the massive ship on the screen. Upon seeing the special characters on the ship and the marks on the mast, the minister's expression changed. Let it pass. Release it immediately. Many staff members looked towards the minister's position, their eyes filled with confusion. Although soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders, they were curious. What kind of capability does this ship have to make the minister appear so flustered? After seeing the minister's demeanor, someone couldn't help but ask, "Minister, this ship is..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with the minister's cold gaze. The minister turned to the crowd and spoke word by word. From now on, wherever you see this ship, you must immediately let it pass and provide all conveniences within your authority. After saying this, the minister's voice softened as he continued. Among the 9 highest-ranking generals in the Alliance today, 3 have already died in the line of duty. Among the remaining 6 commanders, 1 commander never interferes in Alliance matters and has even applied to go to the desert border. This person has an extremely eccentric personality, yet his strength has reached the peak. It is rumored that he is a 7th-tier sword master, and some even say he has been promoted to an 8th-tier sword saint. But in any case, this person is not someone to be provoked. That ship is his spiritual treasure. They were filled with shock at the words of the Minister of Supervision. Many felt a storm of emotions rising within them. They never expected that the owner of this ship was one of the 6 commanding generals still alive today. Even more surprising was that the other party's strength might have reached the 8th tier. What does this mean? Their minister was only at the peak of the 5th tier. The 7th and 8th tiers represent the true top combat power of the Alliance. They fell silent, busying themselves with their tasks. Yet the shock from the minister's words remained etched in their hearts. The Minister of Supervision looked at the ship disappearing into the distance on the screen. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had a bad premonition. The main city of the Alliance, which had been calm for so long, was about to be stirred up by this old man again. The Alliance Governor is also called the main city of the Alliance, the total city of the Alliance. It has many names and is an organization truly born from the unity of the first generation of job changers. This organization initially united global forces before the invasion of the alien races, hence it is also known as the Global Alliance. Shin Tian-K and the others had already prepared and arrived on the deck. Lin Nual looked down at the densely packed cities below and couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. He murmured. As a member of the Job Changers Alliance branch, he naturally understood this aspect. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. They looked down and vaguely saw many towns clustered together like ants. Among them were also several extremely tall buildings. Looking at the numerous cities below, Shin Tian-K felt a jolt in his heart. Why did it always feel like they were still far from the main city of the Alliance? This special thought surged in his mind. Under everyone's gaze, the ship sped away into the distance. Although they couldn't feel the passage of speed on the ship, they could clearly see many towns disappearing from their sight, moving further away from them. They stood at the very front of the deck, looking at the city gate standing not far ahead. The city gate seemed to blend completely with the surrounding mountains and forests, forming a natural entity. The ship stopped several hundred meters away from the city gate and slowly began to descend. In that moment, Shin Tian-K also saw what appeared to be a parking lot below them. However, this place was filled with many ships. These ships varied in size and shape. It seemed that ships were not allowed to enter the main city of the Alliance. Soon, a familiar sensation hit them again. The world before their eyes spun around. When they regained consciousness, the first thing they heard was a cacophony of noise. The world before them was no longer the sky they had just seen, but a bustling crowd. There were also many large ships parked nearby. Shin Tian-K looked at the scene before him, his heart shaken. It felt like a parking lot just after getting off a vehicle, with many people heading towards the huge steps leading to the exit. These steps seemed to stretch on for countless levels, appearing as if they were in the clouds. Although the towering mountain gate at the top was visible, it still felt very far away. As the saying goes, a long way to the mountain, this was the principle. Shin Tian-K looked at the few people beside him. They were all together. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was Chen Xingfeng. He approached them and gave them a few reminders. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he raised his hand and placed it on the enormous ship before him. Shin Tian-K also took the opportunity to observe the ship he was on. The ship appeared to be extremely large, several hundred meters long, but in this docking area, it seemed quite ordinary. The entire ship was silver white, exuding a strong sense of technology, while also emanating a peculiar bloody aura. As the other party placed their palm on the ship, they let out a soft breath. The moment the word collect was uttered, the ship suddenly trembled. Then, it rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, ultimately transforming into a silver white sword held in the other party's hand. What the hell? What is going on? How did it turn into a sword in the blink of an eye? Even though everyone knew this spiritual treasure had two forms, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many others present. They all shifted their gazes toward Chen Xingfeng. Several people even deliberately released their own auras, attempting to coerce him into handing over the item. After all, they had not yet reached the main city of the Alliance. In this place, some killing was still permissible, and upon sensing those ignorant auras, Chen Xingfeng snorted coldly and stomped his foot. In an instant, a violent aura unique to him surged forth. Shin Tian-K, being close enough and having a special cultivation path, could clearly feel it. At this moment, Uncle Chen was enveloped in an extremely rich bloody aura, as if he were a god of slaughter descending upon the mortal realm. It was the first time he had seen such a version of Uncle Chen, filled with more confusion and shock. Under Chen Xingfeng's lead, everyone climbed the winding staircase before them, heading toward the top. After an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the summit. As soon as Lin Nuo arrived, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The stairs were simply too high, and for someone of his weight, it was indeed a burden. At that moment, after catching his breath for a moment, Shin Tian-K looked up at the city wall before him. As the facade of the Alliance's main city, could this city wall be a spiritual treasure? Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A system prompt appeared before him. Spiritual treasure. City Gate Mountain Gate. Grade, innate legendary grade spiritual treasure. Attribute, guardian, protection. Description, a rare innate legendary grade spiritual treasure, capable of protecting a radius of 1,000 miles, safeguarding the city's safety, and uniting the hearts of the people, gathering an endless shield of protection. Innate legendary grade spiritual treasure. It should be known that innate spiritual treasures are already rare, let alone those that reach the legendary level among innate treasures. Shin Tian-K had just speculated in his heart a moment ago whether the facade of the Alliance headquarters might also be a spiritual treasure. He never expected that this was indeed the display of the Alliance headquarters, an innate legendary grade spiritual treasure guarding the gate. Wow, my goodness! The acquisition of innate spiritual treasures is much more difficult than that of acquired treasures. Acquired treasures are generally crafted by humans. Although the crafting process is extremely special and takes a long time, with enough refinement and a large population involved, the success rate of crafting actually increases. Innate spiritual treasures, on the other hand, are things that exist between heaven and earth. This large innate spiritual treasure before him could almost be said to be one of the rarest in the world. Like when Shin Tian-K had Lin Jin advance before, Uncle Chen had helped find that flame. He later learned that many in the military had spent a great deal of effort searching for that flame. Innate spiritual treasures are also categorized, especially those with fire attributes. They can still be found in some special places, but it requires a significant amount of time and effort. Glancing at the people around him, they seemed unaware of the special origin of this city gate. Only then did Shin Tian-K retract his gaze and return to his previous state. You were told to lose some weight during your usual time, but you didn't listen. Look at you now, so fat that you can't even walk properly, Suja reprimanded. Lin Nuo scratched his head awkwardly but still defended himself vehemently. What do you know? As a Bagua walker, I need to be fat to have stronger combat power. Upon hearing this, Sujia's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. While climbing the stairs, Qin Tianke had already started counting. There were over 3,000 steps. However, thanks to the power feedback from Lao He and Xiao Jin, along with his physical fitness, climbing these stairs posed no difficulty for him. Lili and Chen Zhenyang were both melee-class transmuters. For them, these 3,000 steps were merely a form of exercise. Su Jia, being a mage and wearing a special cloak that granted him immunity to some attacks, could recover while climbing due to the magical healing effects. Only Lin Nuo's Bagua walker seemed to offer him no significant advantage. After climbing the more than 3,000 steps, they arrived at a massive platform, in front of which stood a gigantic city gate. Chen Xingfeng looked at the city gate before him, his eyes seemingly filled with a hint of nostalgia. He then spoke, "Next, you will enter the Alliance Governor's office, and there are some things I need to clarify with you." As they walked, they listened to each other's reminders. The Alliance Governor is different from our Lingyun city. If we were to compare the area, it would be equivalent to dozens of Lingyun cities. Moreover, due to the enormous population base, there are countless strong individuals here. For you, being at the 3rd tier is just commonplace. 4th and 5th tier practitioners are the norm. However, the highest you can encounter will be 4th tier. Most 5th tier individuals have already joined some special forces or military factions nearby and won't easily reveal themselves unless you actively violate the numerous rules of the Alliance. Additionally, there are rules within the Alliance Governor's office. Flying is prohibited, and the Alliance's city guards may randomly check your identities at any time. Soon, you will receive your identity tokens. In just a few moments, they had arrived at the city gate. It was only upon reaching this place that Qin Tianke felt the overwhelming shock and the powerful aura emanating from it. There seemed to be heavily armed guards at the city gate. The strong aura Qin Tianke sensed was emanating from them. After a brief scan, he activated the system prompt. Jin Yu, Class, Guardian. Level, Tier 3. Ability, Guard, Greatsword Attack. Tier 3, Guarding the city gate? Qin Tianke continued to scan the other guards and discovered that all the guards at this city gate were of Tier 3 level. Even stronger auras were being released from above the city walls. Is this the facade of the Alliance headquarters? It was indeed larger than he had imagined. In their small Lingyun city, how could Tier 3 transmuters serve as guards at the city gate? In Lingyun City, Tier 3 practitioners could independently establish their own trading companies or serve in various families. The guards were slowly verifying identities as the line moved forward. Soon, it was Qin Tianke and his group's turn. Chen Xingfeng walked at the forefront, seemingly holding 2 items in his hand. Qin Tianke couldn't see clearly from a distance, but he noticed the guards' suddenly serious expressions when they saw those items. The other guards also appeared equally serious and upright as they slowly approached them. After scanning them one by one with their gazes, they moved closer. A special token was then handed over. The token was blue, its texture icy cold, as if crafted from some special fine iron. Although it was iron, it was extremely lightweight. Above it seemed to be a special power swirling around. After receiving the token, they had obtained their identity. Then, under Chen Xingfeng's lead, they walked inside. Qin Tianke noticed that even though they had already left quite a distance, he could still see the solemn and serious expressions of the guards, as if they were receiving some extraordinary dignitary. Was Uncle Chen really that powerful? Qin Tianke's heart was filled with another layer of speculation about Uncle Chen's identity. The open city gate resembled a treasure trove, continuously attracting a vast amount of wealth to merge within. It also drew in those who sought to come here for development, striving to stand out among the job changers. As soon as Qin Tianke entered, he saw orderly teams flying through the sky. It seemed that this was what Uncle Chen referred to as the Alliance's city guards. On the ground, there were still many guards marching in formation, moving in unison. Just a cursory glance revealed that this place was even more prosperous and technologically advanced than Lingyun City. Among all this, the most eye-catching were the towering Black Giant Tower and several other high-rise buildings. As Qin Tianke and his group walked along the street, he sensed quite a few 3rd and 4th tier auras. He hadn't expected this place to truly be filled with 3rd and 4th tier individuals. In Lingyun City, 4th tier was already considered dominant, yet here it seemed to be everywhere, as if they were just doing menial work. Qin Tianke felt that his perspective had been somewhat narrowed, and for the first time, there were signs of it broadening. The Alliance's main city is divided into 5 areas due to its vast size: East District, West District, South District, North District, and Central District. The Central District is the true core area of the Alliance's main city, where the competition selection you will participate in will take place. According to the intelligence we currently have, all city teams will be uniformly sent to accommodations in the Central District. In the Central District, there will be even more 3rd and 4th tier auras, and they will be even stronger. You need to be cautious along the way, don't wander around unnecessarily, and rest well in your rooms. Although you are here for the competition, there are many wealthy young heirs and various special forces in the Central District, and you may inevitably be affected by them. If you clash with them, it will be hard for other city teams not to notice your strength. Chen Qingfeng's voice was calm. For the first time, Qin Tianke realized that Uncle Chen knew so much detailed information about this aspect. Through his words, Qin Tianke learned that the city gate they entered was actually the West Gate, and this West District was the closest to the Central District. After half an hour of travel, Qin Tianke and his group finally arrived at the Central District. There was a very noticeable sign between the Central District and the West District. Upon entering, the buildings appeared to grow larger and taller. Dongjiang Grand Hotel. Qin Tianke received his room number. All 5 of their rooms were on the 27th floor. When Qin Tianke entered the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, he noticed how high the floors were. This hotel seemed to be nearly 100 stories tall. Just the number of people staying there was considerable, indicating its immense profitability and influence. This was also one of the tallest buildings Qin Tianke had seen within the Central District. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Tianke was instantly captivated by the splendor of the governor's residence. There was no way around it. This place gave off an illusion of being paved with gold. His room alone covers an area of over 100 square meters. A viewing platform, a sofa, a hall, a large bed, a game room. There's even a kitchen. This is not a hotel, it's clearly a home. Suppressing the restlessness within, Qin Tianke began to search for detailed annotations about this place, following Uncle Chen's explanations along the way. Inside the room, there were some special hints, such as the ability to view the distribution of forces within the alliance on the television. These matters were not exactly hidden. On the contrary, some powerful forces often attracted outsiders to join them. The alliance had been holding a selection for job changers, where some exceptionally talented young individuals were valued by these special powers and joined them to serve. These special forces also existed in the form of sponsors or interested parties within the alliance selection. Qin Tianke lay on the sofa, starting to watch the explanations on the television. Before long, he arrived at the balcony. Looking down from the 27th floor, he felt a sense of superiority, as if he were overlooking the mountains. He could see other sizable buildings and the distant black tower still standing tall. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this the Alliance Governor? Not only is the area vast, but even some special existences are hidden within this place. One could say this place is truly a gold mine in the real sense. The funds they had witnessed burning along the way were not uncommon. Even the streets were lined with special materials they had never seen in Lingyun City. This is what they call a place where gold is everywhere. Here, as long as one has strength, there will be dignity. Having strength means more opportunities. Having strength leads to selection, allowing more people to know about oneself. It's no wonder many people are willing to leave their hometowns to develop here. This is what they truly desire. Qin Tianke understood the mindset of those people. This place, while prosperous, still could not attract him. In his heart, his hometown would always be the most beloved place. The 6 great families? From his earlier viewing, he also learned about the general distribution of forces in the Alliance. At the beginning of the Alliance, there were 6 powerful first-generation job changers who helped humanity escape the plight of being hunted by alien races and sounded the horn of counterattack. These 6 powerful first-generation job changers branched out within the Alliance, passing down their family bloodlines. Because their ancestors were first-generation job changers, their professions were special, and their descendants were sufficiently ambitious, they enjoyed the most precious resources within the Alliance. Over time, the 6 great families gradually evolved within the Alliance. They are also referred to as the 6 great families. The names of the 6 great families are already highly recognizable: Ouyang, Sima, Nangon, Duanmu, Zhuge, and Weiqi. The family names of the 6 great families are all compound surnames, making them easy to identify. In this, the East District is occupied by the Ouyang and Sima families, while the West District is the territory of the Duanmu family. The South and North Districts are divided among the Nangong, Zhuge, and Weiqi families. The division of the 5 districts is not purely equitable. There are size differences. Among them, the West District is the territory of the Duanmu family, but this does not mean the Duanmu family is the strongest. It's simply because the area of the West District is only half that of the other districts. This is also why it only takes them an hour to come from the West District. If they were to come from other districts, it would likely take more than 2 hours. Qin Tianke had a rough understanding of the division of the Alliance's main city. First, the place where they landed in the Alliance's main city should be the docking area for warships in the West District. Then he climbed over 3,000 steps and arrived at the city gate. This was the West District. Walking through the West District, he reached the Central District. Surrounding the Central District were 3 other districts. Although he did not know the exact area or the distance, he could roughly determine the general direction. There were also some family powers among them. Besides the 6 major families, there were 3 other major civilian forces, the Three Blades Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Qingyun Hall. The 6 major families and the 3 major forces together formed the 9 major family powers within this alliance's main city. Above them was the first power, the alliance headquarters. No matter how powerful the 6 major families and the 3 major forces were, even if the ancestors of the 6 major families were the true first-generation job changers, they could never compare to the true alliance headquarters. The alliance headquarters was the headquarters of the Job Changers Alliance. The headquarters dominated one side, occupying the Central District area among the 5 districts. It should be noted that even though the 4 districts of East, South, West, and North had different areas, the Central District was the largest among the 5. At the same time, it was also the most prosperous and had the most powerful individuals. The Job Changers Alliance headquarters had branches established in all 44 cities within the Alliance's territory. It was a truly global and vast power. They not only presided over the job-changing ceremonies in each city but were also the strongest among the 3 forces balanced within each city. Sometimes, even the city lord had to act according to the mood of the head of the alliance branch. This was enough to show the vastness of the alliance's scope, the strength of its terrain, and the terror of its command. Qin Tianke reined in his previous thoughts and quietly sat cross-legged on the mat. He didn't know why, but upon arriving in this place, he felt that it seemed beneficial for his cultivation. His current cultivation mainly relied on heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Old Hay was just 3 points of mental power away from advancing. As for Xiao Jin, to advance to the next stage, he needed some naturally occurring fire attribute spiritual treasures. Compared to the 2, Xiao Jin's journey was evidently much longer, while Old Hay's was relatively easier. Given this, he now had only one choice, to try to enhance his mental power and help Old Hay reach the 4th tier. For some reason, it seemed that as his mental power increased, the system would also undergo some upgrades. The information provided was becoming increasingly detailed. He wondered what kind of evolution Old Hay would bring when he advanced to the 4th tier next time. According to the mental cultivation method, Qin Tianke began to continuously cultivate his mental power. The practice of mental power was like an ice cone growing continuously, slowly expanding from the inside out. That process of growth was not only slow but also required some time for the right timing, location, and people. Through this cultivation method, Qin Tianke also learned about the origins and processes of some things he had previously cultivated. The so-called Qinglian cultivation method involved refining one's mental power until it ultimately became a lotus flower. The larger the lotus flower and the more petals it had, the stronger the direction of his mental power would become. The power of the condensed mental power would also become increasingly violent. Therefore, what Qin Tianke needed to do now was to refine his mental power well. His mental power was like a seed at present. Although small, it was constantly increasing and expanding. There was still quite a bit of time before it would sprout and grow into a lotus flower. But with direction, he could strive to move forward even more diligently. That seed was currently floating in a nebulous black space. As special forces slithered in from all directions like little snakes, they were infused into the seed. After a special turbulence emanated from the seed, it began to change continuously. However, the process of change was extremely slow. It seemed to be expanding, but the trend of expansion was becoming smaller and smaller, as if the mental power had reached 57 points. There was no way to move forward anymore. Nowadays, this place was just right for him to continue his training for another week. After a week, he would officially participate in the Global Alliance's job transfer selection. By that time, he wouldn't have the time to train properly. It was best to take advantage of this time to settle down. In the next room, Lin Nuo was sitting on a special Bagua formation. The Bagua formation was constantly rotating and flowing. Waves of special power were being concentrated and unleashed. It seemed that some strange changes were occurring. In the rooms of Li Li and Shen Zhangyang, they were also continuously elevating their strength, progressing according to the direction provided by Qin Tianke. Su Jia was in her room carving a magic circle. With the help of the magic power from the magic circle, she was continuously brewing the power within her body. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. Among the 6 great families, the Zhuge family was one of them. Each of the 6 great families had its strengths, and the Zhuge family was known as the world's #1 intelligence organization. They could know everything happening in the world and could also perceive some potential dangers and upcoming opportunities. In a family meeting, 3 middle-aged men dressed in different robes were sitting together. Their eyes held a hint of astonishment. Behind them, in the shadows, there were many people dressed in uniform robes hiding among them. They were watching the image displayed on the screen not far away. It was a huge ship, with a special emblem above it and a very unique mast. After a long while, one of the 3 men spoke up, his voice becoming stern. "Is it really him? Are we sure?" The continuous urgent questioning expressed his current desire to know the truth. "This matter, Minister Bo has already told us. He won't mistake the aura of the breaking rebellion ship." There was a brief pause in the voice, filled with some emotion. "Moreover, that is the only postnatal legendary spiritual treasure in the world with dual forms. Only he possesses it. This is on par with the City Gate, although it is said to be a bit lower in innate rank, but it is still a top existence among postnatal spiritual treasures." "Indeed. Ahem." The third person, who had been silent, tapped the table. His voice was authoritative and solemn. "We are not here to chat." He actually returned again, and he is leading a team to participate. "Don't forget, this guy is quite difficult to deal with. We still need to discuss how to handle him." Upon hearing this, the other 2 let out cold laughs. "Handle? What are you thinking? A 7th-tier sword master, and he might even have reached the 8th-tier sword saint. Do you think it will be up to the 3 of us to discuss handling him? Let alone handling him, the fact that we can know his whereabouts is probably at the behest of the old man himself. With such cultivation, he is a big shot in the alliance, one of the most outstanding 9 generals in the history of the alliance, not something we can handle. Moreover, even if we take a step back, what qualifications do we, the Zhuge family, have to deal with him?" Hearing the 2 of them banter back and forth, the man was clearly infuriated. He couldn't say a word but still wanted to salvage his dignity. Before he could speak, another person said softly, "The last battle with Commander Cui Jian and General Longgang is still a topic of much discussion among many people. Even if he hasn't returned to the main city of the Alliance for many years, his strength may have declined, but he is still undoubtedly a 7th-tier sword master. With him around, the situation in the Alliance might change a bit." 7th tier, TSK. What a lofty realm that must be. Yes, a 7th-tier cultivation, still the most adept at killing among all professions, the sword immortal. To reach the 7th tier, such ability truly deserves to be called the strongest sword cultivator of this era. Does the leader know about this? The person who had been silent suddenly spoke, as if he had thought of a savior. "How long has the leader been in seclusion? Are you still hoping for the leader to help you? Moreover, the Alliance hasn't intervened. What can we do? We just need to keep a close watch during this time. This person is decisive in killing, extremely dangerous, and needs to be warned properly." "No need, the other 5 families have always been at odds and quarreling, so let them suffer a bit. Let them understand why our Zhuge family can occupy a territory, and the younger generation among those families should be suppressed." After the 3 finished speaking, they fell silent for a moment. It seemed they had entered a kind of stillness. At this moment, the Zhuge clansman who had always opposed suddenly agreed leisurely. "All right, let those families see the decisive and ruthless sword sovereign from back then. Also, this matter should be emphasized to the younger generation in the family. This person is extremely dangerous, it's best not to provoke him easily, and also, don't provoke the team from his city lightly." The few pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. "Especially that Zhuge Hong's temper, second brother, you can manage your kid well." Zhuge's second brother spoke leisurely. "Don't worry, I have a grasp of the situation. The strongest prodigy of our Zhuge family's younger generation, having this bit of pride is indeed not bad." After saying this, the few looked back. The 12 people in the shadows behind them began to express their opinions. Although the 3 could propose opinions and formulate plans, the final execution rights still lay with the 12 elders behind them. With 6 people raising their hands, 2 abstaining, and the remaining 4 opposing, this matter came to an end. The meeting concluded here. "By the way, I'm still quite curious, how many years has this general not returned? This time he even led the team to participate. Could it be that he is so confident his team can take first place? No matter what, just don't provoke him. I always feel that his return this time is not for good. I heard that there seems to be intelligence from other city teams. This time, there are quite a few prodigies in the Alliance's class change selection. I've received intelligence long ago. This time, a prodigy has emerged, apparently a girl with dual professions. And there's also a 15-year-old who awakened their profession and has already stepped into the 3rd tier. Now that's a true prodigy. 15 years old and at the 3rd tier, wow. Which family is this kid from? How come he isn't within our Alliance's main city? This kid is good. I bet on him to take first place this time. I bet on that dual profession girl. What are you grabbing? That dual profession girl was my first bet. You're full of it. I bet on her first. As the conversation among the few went off track, the 12 people in the shadows had retreated at some point. They seemed unwilling to participate in such childish arguments. Meanwhile, inside the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, Lingyun City Conference Room, due to the large number of teams from various cities participating in the selection, arranging their accommodations was a big issue. Just so happens that the Dongjiang Grand Hotel has the qualifications and capabilities for this. The Dongjiang Grand Hotel has 108 floors. Moreover, each city team will be provided with free rooms and a free conference room. The materials in the conference room are special, so there's no need to worry about eavesdropping through the walls. Lin Nuo suddenly stood up, looking at Commander Chen in shock. What? A 15-year-old at the third tier? Not just him. The others around were equally shocked. Chen Xingfeng nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his face. That's right, it's a 15-year-old third tier. After saying this, Chen Xingfeng began to share the detailed information he knew. This person comes from Sky City, and it is rumored that he awakened his class at the age of 14. The class he transitioned to seems to be a very special type of melee attacker. However, so far there is no intelligence indicating this, but he was able to reach the third tier in just 1 year, becoming the youngest third-tier class changer in the history of the Alliance, which shows the uniqueness of his profession and the training behind it. Therefore, this person is also referred to as the youngest prodigy of this generation. Hearing this, Qin Tianke couldn't help but be astonished. What prodigy? A 15-year-old third tier. This is not a prodigy, this is clearly the so-called child of fortune in this world. Just 15 years old. One must know that people awaken at 18. Even his own disciple could only awaken at 16 under special circumstances. But this 15-year-old prodigy has already awakened 3 years ahead of them. Does this thing really exist? Qin Tianke did not know that he took a whole year to go from awakening to third tier. However, Qin Tianke took only 5 or 6 months to go from first tier to third tier. In comparison, he seemed even more of a genius, even more of a monster. Qin Tianke looked at the several pieces of information that Uncle Chen had brought. He began to flip through them one by one. These were the more competitive individuals among the younger generation that Uncle Chen had mentioned. Qin Tianke quickly scanned through them and suddenly discovered one extremely special existence. This is a dual-class awakener? Upon hearing Qin Tiang's words, several people gathered around. They saw the file in his hand. Yang Ruoshi, 20 years old, dual-class awakener, spirit caller and mage? Third-tier spirit caller, third-tier mage. From Yujin City, captain of the Yujin City team this time. If the previous information had only shocked them, this one was like a bombshell. It exploded deeply in their hearts. They all doubted whether the data in front of them was incorrect. What is this? A dual-class awakener is one thing, but a spirit caller and a mage, two extremely special professions. As a mage, Su Jia understood the uniqueness of this profession. The advancement of a mage is extremely difficult, and for the other party to reach the third tier, and to have both professions at this level, shows the special means they possess. This is the true meaning of a prodigy. Qin Tianke had seen spirit callers in person and knew the uniqueness of this profession. They could know about past events in certain places and even communicate with ancestral spirits. TSK, this is a bit troublesome. Qin Tianke originally thought that just that 15-year-old third-tier class changer was already enough to be called a child of fortune. But he didn't expect there to be such a dual-class awakener. Dual-class means needing more time and more training resources. However, correspondingly, dual-class awakeners often require a lot of time and energy to nurture because both professions need to progress together. Therefore, the time required is often longer than that of ordinary people, and the resources needed are also greater. However, the improvements brought by such cultivation are extremely significant. Dual-class already means a more diverse future development direction. There are more ways to fight, and the power is stronger. One must know that dual-class means two completely different abilities. After one ability is used up, one can immediately switch to use the other ability. Under the combination of the two powers, it can unleash a combat power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Moreover, they can continuously unite to form some special skills, similar to a fusion attack of two methods. These are some of the special abilities that Qin Tianke learned about dual-class awakeners. Previously, he only had a rough understanding of this. In his view, dual-class awakeners are extremely rare in the true sense. TSK. A 15-year-old job changer is already rare enough. Not to mention dual-class awakeners. What do we do? There are so many geniuses in this batch? Lin Nuo felt a sudden sense of discomfort. He thought that as a gossip walker, he was already extraordinary. But unexpectedly, there were still experts. Not just that, there are also two from the Alliance headquarters, and they are only 23 years old, yet they have already reached the 4th tier. Everyone gathered around, looking at the information Lily had found. Chen Hai, Chen Hu. From the Alliance headquarters, 23 years old, 4th tier Beast Master. Wow, a 4th tier at 23? It should be noted that although awakening and job changing happens at 18, not everyone can achieve a level up in a year. Those who can level up once a year are only considered average. Often, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult in the later stages. Typically, their training stagnates after reaching the 3rd tier. After all, crossing the threshold between the 4th and 3rd tiers is quite challenging. This is also why most of the opponents Qin Tianke encountered in the battle ruins were mostly 3rd tier, with only a few 4th tier. Moreover, those so-called 4th tier fighters had extremely weak combat power. Qin Tianke, as a 3rd tier, could easily eliminate them in direct combat. This shows that there is a very clear distinction in combat power between the 4th tiers. Therefore, most people may spend their entire lives only stuck in the 3rd tier. Being able to reach the 4th tier before 30 is already considered good. And now, there are 2 4th tier at 23? Goodness! Isn't this a clear gathering of geniuses from the 3,000 states? No, wait, that's too high a bar. Wow, are there really so many geniuses? Chen Zhengyang looked at the other related materials, feeling overwhelmed. The others also wore expressions of difficulty. Hearing his teammates' complaints, Qin Tianke suddenly spoke up. What's wrong with dual-class awakeners? What's wrong with a genius at 15? How many of those who can participate in this alliance-wide job changer selection are not geniuses? Elites? We are fighting elites. Qin Tiang's voice carried a hint of bravado. Ha ha ha, exactly. If they weren't elites, they wouldn't be our targets. Lin Nua laughed heartily. With just a few words, the previously somewhat subdued atmosphere became lively. Qin Tianke extended a hand forward. The others understood and placed their hands on top of his. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Seeing this scene, Chen Xingfeng felt quite gratified. There are only 5 days left, everyone, put in more effort. Okay. 5 days, neither long nor short. Many people had already flocked to the central district of the Alliance's main city. Apart from the teams from the Alliance headquarters, there were also 265 people from the 44 city teams and the 9 major family forces within the main city. The Alliance-wide job changer selection included not only the 44 city teams within the territory but also the 9 major family forces in the main city. These 9 family forces are the Ouyang, Sema, Nangang, Duanmu, Zhuge, and Weiqi families. Then there are the 3 major civilian forces, the 3 Blades Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Qingyun Hall. Due to their presence in the Alliance city, they enjoy certain privileges and can each select the 5 most outstanding individuals to participate. In recent days, the East River Grand Hotel has seen a continuous influx of guests. Due to the large influx of outsiders, some disputes have arisen between the newcomers and the locals. Aha, ridiculous, Yujin City? What a trashy place. This is the territory of our Sandao Alliance, and you have no right to run wild here. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out. A loud and arrogant voice echoed in the hall. The place was already crowded, and now many people turned their attention to the commotion. A group of thugs, armed with large knives, was arguing with a party of 8. Their voices were so loud that many stopped to watch. Qin Tianke and Lin Nua Sujia suddenly halted their steps and looked in that direction. Qin Tianke narrowed his eyes. Yujin City? That's the city of the dual-class awakened one. For certain individuals who require special attention, Qin Tianke would naturally not forget. He would also remember the associated city. There were 8 people from Yujin City, 5 men and 3 women. If it were an ordinary person, they might judge who the rumored figure was based on their demeanor. But Qin Tianke didn't need to. He had the system, which provided numerous benefits. As his gaze swept over those people, relevant information appeared. After all, there were only 3 girls, making them easy to identify. Yang Ruwashi, class, Mage/Spirit Medium, level, Tier 3, attributes, Mage, Ice, Wind, Spirit Medium, Netherworld, abilities, Endless Ice Needle, Wind Strangulation, Bone-Chilling Ice, Communicate with Ancestors, Enlighten the Past, Ancestor Possession. Note, a rare dual-class awakened one coexisting as a Mage and Spirit Medium, with extraordinary combat power. TSK, no wonder she holds the status of a dual-class awakened one. This was the first time the system had provided so many ability descriptions, along with its thoughtful annotations. Truly terrifying. Qin Tianke took this opportunity to observe the other party closely. From his position, he could only see the blue cloak they wore and their tall stature. The figure beneath the cloak seemed somewhat elusive, somewhat graceful. there were no other noticeable features. Shin Tian-K was eager to see if the person looked as beautiful as in the photo he had seen. He had seen her picture, and she was stunning. Now, not being able to catch a glimpse of her was somewhat regrettable. That is our room in Yujin City. The leading teachers, a man and a woman, were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes showing a hint of anger. Dongjiang Grand Hotel is under the protection of our Sandao Hall. Get the hell out of here. The speaker was extremely arrogant, their aura unabashedly released. Seeing this, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but ponder. A heavenly beauty had emerged from Yujin City. The leading teachers probably wouldn't be so simple, right? As his gaze fell on them, the system showed no reaction. It was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. This situation could either mean that the other party had no cultivation at all, or that they were extremely weak and had not changed classes. But as leading teachers, how could they possibly lack cultivation? The only explanation was that the system had crashed. No, crashed was not an accurate description. It should be that the system was unable to identify them. Shin Tian-K couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Goodness, to be able to make the system unable to identify their realm and origin, the cultivation of those two must definitely be above Tier 4. Were they Tier 5 powerhouses? This seemed to be the first time the system encountered an existence it couldn't identify. Two suspected Tier 5 unknown class changers. What qualifications did this little thug have to be so arrogant? Even if they came from the Sandao Alliance, within the Alliance City, these forces were still expected to adhere to the principle of respecting the strong. With Tier 5 cultivation, they should be worthy of respect, yet why were those thugs so rampant? Shin Tian-K felt puzzled about this. At that moment, he shifted his gaze to the small thugs. Not looking was one thing, but seeing them was shocking. These thugs from the Three Knives Alliance were all around the 3rd tier. There was even one whose cultivation had broken through to the 4th tier. However, it seemed that someone had been silently standing behind these thugs, like a puppet master. Seeing this scene, and recalling a dual-class awakener in Yujin City, Shin Tian's thoughts began to converge. So that's it. These thugs weren't trying to make things difficult for Yujin City. Rather, their target was that dual-class awakener. A dual-class awakener is a true prodigy. They were forcing the other party to act, to reveal some of their methods. Or rather, they were trying to use some dirty tricks to make the other party refuse to participate. The benefits of that would be immense. After all, it was all about competing for top rankings. Getting rid of a strong opponent was certainly advantageous. Given the numerous experiences he had gone through, along with the presence of that special class changer in the opposing team, Shin Tian-K had already guessed the true purpose of the Three Knives Alliance. Even if all these people were killed, it wouldn't matter. They were merely cannon fodder or sharpening stones, here to test the methods of that dual-class changer. The two leading teachers from Yujin City looked at the scene before them, their eyes filled with a hint of anger. They were already in their 30s or 40s and were quite knowledgeable about such matters, naturally aware of what calculations were being made. How dare they? They actually had the audacity to drag young Ruwashi into this. She was the captain of their city team and a dual-class awakener who could be recorded in the annals of the Alliance. The leading teacher from Yujin City narrowed his eyes. A special wave of light rippled around him. In an instant, the temperature of the air around him dropped significantly. His overwhelming pressure surged forward. What? You still want to lay hands on me? Do you believe that with just one word, I can make you all roll out of here? The thug seemed to be getting more excited, growing bolder as he approached. He even leaned his head in front of the leading teacher, provoking him. Strong individuals have their dignity. Moreover, this leading teacher was the Deputy City Lord of Yujin City. The Deputy City Lord glanced around and then realized that, at some point, more than 50 people had gathered around. Many of these people were also here to participate in the selection. How could a dignified Deputy City Lord be questioned like this by a 3rd-tier thug? After witnessing this scene, the Deputy City Lord was seething with rage. His aura turned completely cold. It felt as if the surroundings had transformed into a frozen wasteland at that moment. These people were being too much. You are seeking death. As soon as the words fell, the thug suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, frost began to emerge from within his body, spreading to the surface like maggots clinging to bones. In the blink of an eye, under his astonished gaze, his body was completely frozen. At that moment, the Deputy City Lord took a step forward. This step seemed to sound a special alarm. Instantly, it struck. The thug, now an ice sculpture, shattered into pieces the moment the step was taken. Not a drop of blood flowed out. Witnessing such a bizarre method, the surrounding people were all taken aback, and they also felt the powerful aura erupting from the Deputy City Lord. This aura, 5th tier, this is 5th tier cultivation. Lin Nua exclaimed in shock. I can't believe it, it's actually a 5th tier, on the same level as the minister and the others. Soo-ja and Lin Nua both came from the Transmigrator Alliance branch. They instantly assessed the strength of this aura. Their faces showed expressions of astonishment. Upon hearing their words, Shin Tian-K had some guesses about the situation before him. According to them, a 5th tier could already be considered on the level of the minister. Could this person be the minister of the Transmigrator Alliance branch? Or perhaps a lord of Yujin City? Or maybe a vice lord? Or some other high-ranking official? Shin Tian-K was unclear about the specific power divisions among the cities in the alliance and could only make a rough guess. At that moment, those small-time thugs clearly did not expect the other party to suddenly take action. Their faces changed in shock. Just as they were about to act, a voice came from behind them. So it's Vice Lord Zhou, I've long heard of your great name. Today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to the reputation, the Ice System King, indeed impressive. Vice Lord Zhou looked at the newcomer and spoke loudly. It's been a long time, I didn't expect Brother Zhang to have joined the Three Blades Alliance. The newcomer was of similar age to him, but was dressed in the same robe as those thugs, with the unique emblem of the Three Blades Alliance on his chest, 3 blades crossed together. Come, it's been a long time since I've seen you, tonight we must share a drink. As the two walked step by step forward, their entourage followed suit. However, the Three Blades Alliance team led by the middle-aged man ignored the previous group of thugs entirely. The Three Blades Alliance team directly entered their exclusive room. As for those thugs, seeing one of their own dead, they were all scared out of their wits. The 4th-tier thug was also filled with terror, fleeing the scene without any hesitation. Shin Tian-K watched this absurd scene unfold before him and felt a bit strange. Why did it seem like something happened, yet it didn't? Not seeing the other party take action meant their methods were special and unobservable, which was regrettable. For the past few days, whenever he wasn't training, Shin Tian-K would come down to observe potential opponents. It was called observation, but in fact, it was more about using his system to identify the abilities of those opponents. This way, he could ensure some security when it came to fighting. He never expected that after lying in wait for days, he would finally see the renowned dual-class awakened talent. Although he didn't see her appearance, her abilities were among the longest he had seen in the system introductions so far. As for Lin Nua and Su Jia, they had simply come down to eat, not expecting to encounter such an incident. Shin Tian-K continued to observe for half an hour, noting down some powerful peers he needed to pay attention to before returning to his room. Outside of training, he was gathering some intelligence and integrating their strengths. His mental power seemed to be stagnating. After reaching 57 points, no matter how much energy he infused, he could not take the next step. It seemed that the path he initially hoped to break through quickly here had been cut off. According to the timeline, in 3 days, the Transmigrator Alliance selection would begin. By that time, it would be a true grand event, something everyone in the alliance would pay attention to. Shin Tian-K did not feel nervous or inferior. After all, for him, as long as he performed well, even if he lost, he would have no regrets. And so, life continued in an orderly manner. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Transmigrator selection for the entire alliance. It had started 2 days ago. The entire main city of the alliance was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. This was truly a significant event. The alliance held a grand celebration only once every 10 years. In the central area of the alliance, there was an enormous square. It was called a square, but it resembled a vast plain, stretching endlessly. Legend has it that a powerful figure from the alliance personally opened it up for the purpose of this selection. This was the place where the selection was about to take place. Surrounding the square were rows of spectator seats, making the area resemble a grand coliseum bustling with activity. Above the square hung a special list, made of a material that looked like light gauze, yet it floated in the air without any movement, as if it were still. It resembled a highly advanced electronic technology, with garbled text flickering continuously, looking quite unique. The spectator seats were already packed with people, and even outside the square, many were trying to squeeze in. There was no way around it. This grand celebration only happened once every 10 years, providing a chance to witness the performance of the younger generation. Of course, that was only one aspect. More importantly, many sought to make a living from it, even aspiring to become wealthy through this semi-industrial opportunity. Numerous gamblers sought to profit handsomely, becoming rich overnight. Naturally, this attracted many to come and pay attention. However, this was just the perspective of the common folk. There were also some special forces aiming to recruit the many young talents below. These were the living forces of the alliance. If they could join their organization, it would undoubtedly elevate the organization's prestige and overall strength. At this moment, Shin Tian-K followed the footsteps of the guide, holding a sign as he entered the vast square. The square was immense, and there were many other teams around it. This time, there were 54 participating teams, 44 city teams, 9 main city family forces, and finally, 1 team from the Alliance headquarters. Moreover, this was not simply 5 people per team. Each team would have some substitutes and a leading teacher, making the total number quite large. Even so, they were merely a drop in the ocean within this square. Standing in the square, Shin Tian-Kei could feel the vastness emanating from it. In his eyes, some relevant information about the square popped up. To his surprise, this square turned out to be an extremely precious spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure, master of the universe. Attribute, space. Grade, perfect level. Description: an item from the legacy of a 10th-tier space magician capable of countless transformations, simulating everything. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Shin Tian-Kei nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. No, the strongest he had encountered so far were the 2 5th-tier leaders he had seen recently. Yet, the origin of this square was even more extraordinary. This square was actually a relic of a 10th-tier space magician? It was known that advancing as a magician was extremely difficult, and space magicians were particularly rare among them. What set space magicians apart from other magicians was their ability to condense their power as a form of legacy. This allowed the space magician system to develop and grow rapidly. Although the number of practitioners was very small, their combat power was impressive, and each possessed extraordinary abilities. When he first met his disciple in the ruins of battle, the uncle of the other party had a portion of space magic legacy. However, his space magic legacy was severely damaged. Even so, the other party's magical combat power was still terrifying. It was simply because of his advanced age that he could not unleash the full power of spatial magic. Yet, it still granted him a considerable amount of lifespan. Now, beneath Shin Tiang's feet lay a perfect-grade spatial attribute spiritual treasure known as the World in the Palm. It came from a powerful spatial magician. To be able to open such a vast and formidable space, the legacy of this spatial magician was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, the opponent's strength was not something he could easily guess. A relic left behind? It seemed the other party had already fallen. Upon careful consideration, this person should also be a true top-tier powerhouse of the Alliance, belonging to the pinnacle of the pyramid. Not only Shin Tian-Kei noticed the anomaly of this place. As more and more city teams poured in, among the last to appear was the Alliance headquarters team. As soon as one of them stepped onto the square, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the square beneath his feet, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. This is the aura of a spatial magician, and at a very high level, probably even stronger than my master. This man was a male. He had already sensed the extremely rich aura of spatial magic contained here. His eyes were filled with intense greed. Spatial magicians were extremely rare, so every legacy of a magician was something that must be pursued. Although he was unclear about the origins of the square beneath his feet, anything related to a spatial magician was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps the square was the legacy of that spatial magician? He had already formed some speculation in his heart. The feeling of discovering a huge treasure filled him with excitement. However, he skillfully concealed these thoughts within himself. Aside from the initial shock, he did not let others see any signs. As this team appeared, it drew unprecedented cheers from the crowd. Hearing the celebration around him, Shin Tian-Kei also turned his gaze. He quickly saw the sign held up by the leader among the 5. Was this the team sent by the Alliance headquarters? Their appearance not only attracted the cheers and applause of the surrounding audience but also drew the attention of all other teams on the field. Shin Tian-Kei soon saw their detailed information. Among the 5, 3 were men and 2 were women. 2 of them were the 4th-tier existences that Uncle Chen had previously told them to pay special attention to. The aura they exuded was completely different from those around them, seemingly undergoing a greater transformation. Moreover, because they were also beast tamers, Shin Tian-Kei could sense that the beast-taming aura on them was quite extraordinary, even more powerful and ferocious. Another person surprised Shin Tian-Kei. The other party was actually a spatial magician. If that were the case, it meant that the other party could sense the powerful aura emanating from this square. Perhaps they could even detect the legacy of this spatial magician. Shin Tian-Kei was horrified by this. He never expected that the team sent by the Transmigrator Alliance headquarters would be so powerful. Each of these 3 was an extraordinary existence. Even if one was a 3rd tier, his combat power could rival that of a 4th tier. As for the other 2 women, their aura appeared to be 3rd tier, but this profession was something Shin Tian-Kei had never heard of. Truly, they were figures personally sent by the headquarters. They were indeed extraordinary, and no wonder the first place in every Alliance Transmigrator selection always fell to the headquarters. They truly had this strength. The sound of celebratory cannons brought everyone's thoughts back. Shin Tian-Kei also began to look around. This place was extremely vast, but being in the midst of it, one could feel the range continuously shrinking, as if the surrounding audience were right at hand. Yet, they seemed as distant as the horizon, sometimes near, sometimes far. This must be the power of spatial magic. Although there were spectators in all directions, directly in front of them was a special observation platform. It was called an observation platform, but only a few people were seated above and below. The middle was left empty, occupied by only a handful of individuals, seemingly prepared for this occasion. That area was also specially constructed as a platform. Many people were seated on the platform, exuding a powerful aura. The system seemed to have a distance limitation and could not provide any details. Even if it could, it would not display any relevant information. After all, it was highly likely that each of them was a fifth tier or even higher existence. This was the most important celebration in the Alliance's main city. How could they arrange for those insignificant figures? And on the three main seats, it seemed no one had arrived. Clearly, the true decision-makers had not yet shown up. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly descended, like a giant mountain falling from the sky. The sky had unknowingly turned a bloody red, resembling a rolling ocean. And within that endless sea of blood, a vortex suddenly emerged, slowly revealing a massive creature. It flew downward, and even as it descended from the sky, its body could not be fully displayed. The enormous form began to shrink in the air. Only after it reached over 20 meters in length did it finally reveal its true appearance before everyone. Shin Tian-K, under this pressure, looked toward that place. However, the system did not provide any hints, only a pile of garbled text. Even without the system, Shin Tian-K could recognize such a creature. Not just him, everyone present had already seen that creature. In their eyes were surprise, envy, jealousy, and, more than anything, admiration. This was a dragon. In the world, there exists a dragon race, soaring in the 9 heavens, galloping across the 4 seas. It commands all beasts to submit, stirring the hearts of the people. A dragon, it's a dragon. In the Alliance, only 3 beast tamers possess dragons. This is the Crimson Blood Sea Abyss. Could it be the legendary Blood Sovereign? It is the Blood Sovereign. I see the Blood Sovereign standing atop that dragon's head. 7th tier, this is a 7th tier cultivation. Hearing the voices around him, Shin Tian-K looked at the massive creature. In his eyes, there was nothing but shock. There was no other emotion. There was no way around it. This creature was too large. Its size was only presented after being compressed to over 20 meters long. If it had not been compressed, it would be even more enormous. And the aura it exuded was becoming increasingly violent and turbulent. When it appeared, the air around it formed a circle of crimson. The blood-red sky lingered for a long time. The vortex was constantly stirred by a gust of wind. This was the majesty of the dragon race. Even upon its first appearance, Shin Tian-K could feel his 2 beasts trembling in fear. Not just him, all the beast tamers present felt this way. It was a suppression from the depths of their bloodlines. It could not be erased, only endured. A dragon can command all beasts to submit. What terrifying pressure! For the first time, Shin Tian-K felt astonished by a beast. There was no way around it. The opponent was too strong. Moreover, it came from a powerful figure within the Alliance. The blood-colored giant dragon rushed to the massive platform in an instant. Its body seemed to merge into a special passage at the platform, continuously dissolving. 3 figures suddenly appeared. These 3, 2 men and 1 woman. As soon as they appeared, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited. The cheers were even louder than before. Moreover, the aura surrounding them made their colleagues nearby admire them. To the left and right stood a man and a woman, dressed in blood-red robes and deep blue skirts. The 2 looked as if they were fire and water, completely incompatible. In the center stood a man in a white robe. The Blood Sovereign? Shin Tian's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe on the high platform. Even though the system could not probe the opponent's strength, just the powerful aura he exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. The incredibly dense blood energy around him seemed as if he had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such overwhelming might, such terrifying power. This person seemed like an endless hell. The Blood Sovereign, the top powerhouse of the Alliance, as rumored, a true super expert at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Don't be fooled by his current age of only 30 or 40. The strength of someone at his level is not limited to their appearance. Decades ago, he was already a 7th-tier beast master, having slaughtered tens of thousands of alien races on the battlefield. That dragon-type beast just now was one of the Blood Sovereign's own symbols. One of the overlords among dragon-type beasts, the Abyss of Blood Sea. Dragon-type beasts are already rare, let alone such an existence. Beside the Blood Sovereign stood 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman in the blue skirt exuded an aura that felt as gentle as jade, creating an illusion of a soft breeze brushing against one's face. Qin Tiang's gaze heavily fell on the person in the middle, his eyes narrowing slightly. He couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance. Although the person in the middle did not deliberately release any aura, Qin Tian could sense that this person was extremely dangerous. Even the combination of the woman in the blue skirt and the Blood Sovereign did not instill as much fear in Qin Tian as the person in the middle did. Dressed in white, walking between the Blood Sovereign and Lord Sunhai, could this person be? Lin Nuo exclaimed, but before she could finish, Su Jia beside her punched her lightly in the chest. She rolled her eyes and pouted. Don't gasp for air if there's nothing wrong. Lin Nuo looked at this beautiful eye roll, her eyes brightening, and an inexplicable restlessness surged within her. Yes, this person has profound cultivation, known as the white-robed Taoist Qi Huan, Xixingzuan. Hiss? This name felt strangely familiar. Not just Qin Tian, even Li Li and Chen Zhanyang looked puzzled. They had no idea who Xixingzuan was. Meanwhile, Su Jia's expression changed. She looked at Lin Nuo with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, pointing at the figure above. Unparalleled, somewhat unbelievable. Seeing the expressions of the two, Qin Tian became even more curious. Among the few of them, this was the first time Su Jia had shown such an expression. Previously, when she heard the names of those geniuses, she only felt surprised, without any change in expression. Qin Tian observed closely. He then realized that Su Jia's expression contained not only disbelief but also a hint of admiration. A person who could make Su Jia admire them must be extraordinary. As for Li Li and Chen Zhanyang, they seemed completely disconnected, as if they hadn't heard their conversation at all. These two probably didn't take it seriously. Lin Luo looked at the figure, her voice soft. The reason the Transmigrators Alliance can set up branches in various cities is fundamentally due to a few extremely powerful existences within the Alliance. The Blood Sovereign you just mentioned and that Lord Sunhai are among them. Within the Alliance, the current leader is in seclusion, and the current acting leader is also one of the most powerful existences at the top of the Alliance. His strength far surpasses that of the Blood Sovereign and Zhang Haijun, but some say he is undoubtedly the strongest in the Alliance. Some say the name of the commander should be among the 9 great commanders of the Alliance. Others say he should be inscribed in the annals of history, forever remembered. That person who never intervenes in military affairs, who spends all day in the Transcender Alliance and rarely shows his face, had his name rise to fame during that battle decades ago. He once single-handedly quelled a war caused by a rift, and that person is Qi Xingzuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian finally understood why this name felt somewhat familiar to him. So it was him, a great hero known throughout the world. No wonder Su Jiawei was so excited. After all, he is a true great hero, an object of admiration for many. Even Qin Tian himself couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for this hero. The other two listening to Lin Nuo also felt a solemn respect in their hearts. Despite the peaceful state of the alliance they currently lived in, decades ago, the world was still suffering from fierce invasions by foreign races. The foreign races were exceptionally domineering, ruthless in their killings, and their methods were quite unique. The connection between the foreign races and their world was the so-called rift, also known as the Rift Gate. The foreign races from the rifts were referred to as the Rift Wars. There are currently 9 rifts existing in the world. Back then, battles occurred between foreign races and humans at all 9 rifts. However, after decades of fighting, protective barriers were established around those rifts, and many powerful individuals were dispatched to guard them. Thus, those places gradually faded from people's memories. Yet each rift initially brought unimaginable disasters to humanity. In those early battles, a great hero single-handedly quelled a rift war. He saved humanity countless resources and manpower, and that person is Qi Xingzuan. So terrifying. Although he couldn't see the other's exact appearance, Qin Tian felt that the figure in white was immensely imposing and terrifying. Just as these few were conversing, the blood-colored figure on the high platform suddenly moved. His form vanished from the spot. With what seemed like blood mist exploding around him, he appeared in mid-air. Looking down at the crowd, his voice was deep, almost like a special whisper. Although they could only see his mouth moving, the sound resonated in their ears as if it were right next to them. I am Blood Sovereign, specially appointed by the Alliance leader to preside over this selection of Transcenders from the entire Alliance. According to the high-level meeting of the Transcender Alliance, the first round of selection will be a race. Shortly, the terrain here will be altered to simulate a primitive jungle similar to a battlefield. Foreign races will be released into the primitive jungle. Each person may have 1 water orb as a protective treasure. Be aware, if the protective treasure is crushed, it signifies the abandonment of this selection qualification. You will also be instantly removed. Survive here for 2 days. After 2 days, I will personally release markers. Those who follow the markers and arrive first can earn points for their team. Although this selection is an individual competition, as long as you rank high, you can earn points for your team. If you can rank in the top 100, your team will gain 1 point. If you can reach the top 50, your team will gain 2 points. If you can reach the top 10, your team will gain 10 points. 10 points? Shin Tian-K couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. The temptation of those 10 points was immense. It should be noted that the selection of transcenders from the entire alliance does not focus on team compatibility. Instead, it emphasizes points. Regardless of the team's strength, only the points matter. The higher the points, the better the overall ranking of the team members. Conversely, the lower the points, even if an individual is capable, the team will still end up at the bottom. Thus, this battle not only highlights individual abilities but also showcases teamwork. There are now 270 people on the field. Although the number is small, each one is a proud son of heaven from a city. Some are even members sent by the headquarters of the Transcender Alliance. Their strength is naturally greater. Among these 270 people, there are quite a few geniuses. Almost everyone is truly deserving of being the best among their peers. A true battle of geniuses. To emerge victorious among these individuals, relying solely on speed is not realistic for Shin Tian-K. But the temptation is too great. Shin Tian-K quickly saw through some of the content behind these rules. This values individual ability. As long as one person enters the top 100, the team as a whole gains 1 point, with a maximum limit of 5 points. If everyone uniformly enters the top 50, the limit can be raised to 10 points. Correspondingly, if the limit can be raised to the top 10, it means the team will gain a full 50 points. What a terrifying increase in effect! Moreover, this score is the most valued aspect of the entire alliance's selection of transcenders. Therefore, while individual ability is important, how to achieve ideal scores through teamwork is equally crucial. A special item appeared in the hands of Blood Sovereign. Since the other party was in the air, it was hard to see clearly. But the next moment, a palm-sized water ball appeared before everyone. Shin Tian-K looked at this object and immediately initiated system identification. Treasure, Simulated Secret Realm Water Ball. Grade, None. Attribute, Defense. Description, enter the simulated secret realm. Crush the water ball to exit. A simulated secret realm? Shin Tian-K mused. It seems that their so-called simulated scene should be part of the ability of this square beneath their feet. After all, it was created by a spatial magician, a relic of a 10th-tier spatial magician. Wait, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but have a question. His system could see through the things left behind by that great figure. But, why couldn't it identify the cultivation of those above the 4th tier? Could it be that for these fallen items, the system could provide complete identification, but for the living strong, it could not? Shin Tian-K had some understanding of the system, but it wasn't clear enough. The system has a special origin. As long as it helps him improve his strength, that's a good thing. However, it's always wise to be cautious. Understanding the system requires more thought. Just then, the blood sovereign in the sky suddenly moved. A special blood mist began to swirl around him. The blood mist initially surrounded him, then gradually spread until it completely covered a section of the sky above the square. Then, this blood mist formed a special cloud, continuously raining down blood. Shin Tian-K saw that in the sky, where the blood sovereign had just been. Although it was already shrouded in blood mist, he could still see the object in his hand emitting a dazzling light, accompanied by obscure incantations ringing in everyone's ears. The next moment, as the blood rain fell, the surrounding environment began to change rapidly. The noisy voices of the audience completely retreated. Everything around seemed to quickly move away while new things emerged. The ground beneath his feet began to change. The grass, the soil, and even the air carried the unique smell of mud after rain. Towering trees surged up around him. Seeing such a sudden change, Shin Tian-K hurriedly called out to those beside him. Just as he turned his head, he realized that the few people who had just been next to him had completely disappeared from their original spots. It seemed that with the changes in the earth, they had surged toward other places. How could this be? Shin Tian-K was certain. This is the special function of the spatial spiritual treasure here. However, I didn't expect it to be able to teleport the people beside me instantly. Moreover, it can also change and create a simulation effect. Spatial magic is indeed extraordinary. However, the departure of everyone also means that there are no trustworthy teammates by my side. Shin Tian-K couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The Blood Sovereign just now did not mention that self-inflicted harm was not allowed in this situation. They were simulating a battlefield scenario, which means such situations could also occur on the battlefield, so he would not let his guard down. As thoughts surged in his mind, everything around him suddenly froze. The changing trees had completely stopped at this moment. It seemed to announce the beginning of this selection. At this time, Shin Tian-K also looked around and realized that he had not noticed the changes that had just occurred. At this moment, he found himself on a hillside. Surrounding him were towering trees that blocked out the sun. The ground beneath his feet, which had just been bricks, had now transformed into a patch of soil. Both of his feet were now covered in mud. Was this a simulation? It felt just like reality. Shin Tian-K retracted his complaints and quietly walked forward. At this moment, Xiao Jin was summoned from the space and flew into the sky. Shin Tian-K watched as Xiao Jin flew straight through the towering trees, then seemed to crash into something in the sky. It fell back down with a thud. Although it wasn't injured, it felt a bit dizzy. Xiao Jin flew back to Qin Tiang's shoulder, reporting the information. Master, there's a wall above, an invisible wall, very hard, and I also saw other flying beasts. Qin Tian-K nodded. Xiao Jin was unaware of some special treasures of humans. It seemed that the hard wall it mentioned was indeed a barrier. As for the other beasts, it appeared that he wasn't the only one who thought of this. In an unknown environment, the first thing to do was to observe the surroundings. If he could get a rough idea of the terrain and position, that would be best. He had just sent Xiao Jin to do that. He also wanted to see if it could break through above, but it seemed impossible. Xiao Jin had also seen that the surrounding environment was just as vast as the previous square. It seemed that not only his teammates had scattered, but others had as well. Now they were all at the same starting line. Moreover, with 2 days to prepare, it was likely that those 2 days would be the so-called killing time, right? Qin Tian-K didn't dwell on his thoughts too much. He immediately ran forward. Not long after Qin Tian-K left, a sound of breaking air rang out in this place. A long spear suddenly swept across, bringing with it a roaring wind, like the sound of a dragon breaking through the air. It heavily struck the ground. The earth instantly cracked open. Violent thunder surged from the spear, roaring out in all directions. The power of the thunder was wild and surging, accompanied by the immense force of the spear. This place instantly collapsed, forming a sizable pit. A man floated down from the sky, quietly standing at the tail of the spear. This man wore a battle robe, exuding extraordinary dominance. The aura around him was turbulent and violent, raging like thunder in all directions. Have they run away? The man murmured to himself, looking at the thunder mark in his hand. His eyes sparkled with an unusual lightning glow. This man was surrounded by thunder, as if the will of thunder was walking among mortals, extraordinarily fierce. It seemed he had some thoughts in his mind, but then he instantly denied them. Just a mere second-tier beast master, impossible to detect my thunder shadow needle. It seems he must have been aware in advance and chose to leave. Going solo is ultimately not enough. I still need to reunite with my teammates. The man calculated his next plan to himself. Then, he stomped his feet, and his body suddenly floated forward. After a tremor of the long spear beneath his feet, the power of thunder began to gather around him. A special purple halo enveloped the spear. In an instant, it flew to the feet of his opponent. He stepped onto the spear and surged forward. As the opponent departed, shadows in the nearby thicket began to stir, seemingly gaining awareness. They started to follow the opponent, weaving and leaping through the shadows. Until the final moment, they arrived within the opponent's shadow and then concealed themselves. All of this was unknown to the person, who was preoccupied with searching for his teammates. Qin Tian-K sat cross-legged, surrounded by an eerie darkness. He seemed accustomed to such an atmosphere. Looking up at the shadow before him, he saw the back of the person. Observing the opponent, Qin Tian-K quickly activated the system identification, and relevant information surfaced one by one. Si Kong Kwang. Profession, Thunder Spear King. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attribute, Thunder. Abilities, Thunder Shadow Needle, Transform Thunder Wings, Furious Thunder Strike. Description, a melee thunder profession transmuter unique to the Si-Kong family of Lan Mo City, capable of extraordinary combat power in the peak of thunder, with a violent temperament. Upon seeing this name, Qin Tian-K first thought of a character from a game he often played in his past life. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness. So, that character exists in this other world too. Qin Tiang's attention shifted to the words Lan Mo City. This time, one of the key subjects he was focused on was indeed Lan Mo City. In Lan Mo City, there was a family renowned for generations for their mastery of thunder. Everyone in that family was a transmuter related to thunder professions. Qin Tian-K remembered this city because of that point. He never expected to encounter it in reality. Long before he saw Xiao Jin descending in a daze, he had already sensed something was off. In his vision, he could clearly see that Xiao Jin had been suddenly pierced by something, which caused the dizziness. To him, it wasn't a reaction from crashing into a barrier. It was a needle. he just couldn't remove it. But thinking of the strategy to lure the enemy into a trap, he attracted the opponent over. He never expected to learn about the opponent's profession and cultivation level. A Tier 3 Thunder Spear King, still a melee transmuter. At this distance, engaging in battle with the opponent would be completely disadvantageous. Even with Lao Hei and Xiao Jin by his side, it wouldn't work. It wasn't that Qin Tian-Ke couldn't defeat them, he just felt the timing wasn't right. After all, they had only just entered this place. If a battle broke out now, they would inevitably attract the attention of lurking assailants nearby. He had such means himself, let alone the talents from other cities. Their abilities were likely more terrifying than his. The person before him could be sent by their family, indicating that their strength was not simple. Thus, he wouldn't take the initiative to eliminate the opponent at this moment. However, he wasn't worried about being exposed. This was Lao Hei's ability, Dark Concealment. After several months of intensive training, this ability had become extraordinary. Only upon reaching Tier 4 could one have the capability to see through it. Among the transmuters participating in this mission, only the two from the Transmuter Alliance headquarters had reached Tier 4. The opponent did not come from the headquarters of the Transmuter Alliance but from a city, so it was impossible for them to possess Tier 4 combat power. Qin Tian-Ke was still pondering how he couldn't find his teammates and worried about the dangers of scouting. Wasn't this just the right moment, with someone offering a pillow as he felt sleepy? A free melee transmuter to scout for him. How wonderful! Compared to Xiao Jin's shadowy traversal, Dark Shadow Concealment was even more remarkable. The former can lurk within the other, even without a shadow. It can continuously hide in the other's shadow, so there is no worry about being discovered. Just like that, the other party kept flying, while Qin Tian-Ke quietly followed in his shadow. Time passed by second by second. Soon, the sky gradually filled with the blazing sun. At this time, it was often the hardest to hide. No matter how powerful and capable Lao Hei was, he would always fear the light. And sunlight is the hottest energy in the world. Naturally, it is difficult to conceal. Qin Tian-Ke began to think about how to escape. At that moment, the other party suddenly stopped. After searching around, he rushed in a certain direction. In the jungle. Damn it, if it weren't for a Kwang not being here, how could we have fallen for the tricks of you despicable little people? Beifeng City, damn little men. In the jungle, two figures were clutching their chests, their faces full of pain. The exposed skin on their bodies had already developed some bulging veins. There were also quite a few dark green bugs wriggling. Not far in front of them, their own water ball was being toyed with by the other party. In front of them stood three figures, with smiles on their faces, full of mockery. Ha ha, of course, this world respects the strong. Do we need to teach you that? Now, I will give you the last lesson of your life. You two are, at best, just special professionals. I don't believe you can contact your teammates right now. Simply ridiculous. The other two immediately came out to flatter. What about Si Kong Quan? That kid is just a family heir, a thunder profession transferee. If it weren't for relying on his family elders, who knows who would win or lose? How could our boss be afraid of that little character? The captain seemed quite pleased, unable to help but puff out his chest, feeling quite proud. That's right, just a fool who can only wield weapons. Tell him to come out now and fight me one-on-one. I won't be afraid of him. The speaker was the captain among the three. Hearing this, the other person wanted to say something, but due to the injury in his chest, he had to stop, trembling. The two of them came from the Blue Ink City team. Because of their special profession and being twin brothers, they had a mental connection. They could sense each other's location. Just as they were about to send their location to the others after reuniting, they were discovered by this group of rogues in front of them. The two were only special professionals. Their actual combat power was not much. Not to mention that among the three opponents, there was also a poison master. In comparison, they were at a disadvantage in both numbers and abilities, so the two quickly fell. Even so, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Their water ball was now taken by the other party. This meant they were very likely to die here. But even so, they had no regrets at all. From the moment they arrived here, they had already prepared for the worst. Now, they only hoped their teammates could avenge them. In fact, battles often occurred between these two cities. Such slaughter was not uncommon. There was a long-standing feud between Blue Ink City, where they were, and Beifeng City, where the three in front of them were. The two cities had been fighting for years over resource disputes. Even their generation's battles were still ongoing. In fact, if they found the opportunity, they would treat the people in front of them the same way. So the hatred between the two sides had always existed. It was just that now they had been caught by the other party. They had nothing more to say. Seeing the two in such a state, the captain smiled, feeling a sense of affection for talent. He was surrounded by layers of a special green haze. Poisonous snakes coiled around his shoulders. In his eyes surged a gaze as sharp and cold as a venomous snake. Can you two consider serving me in North Wind City? As long as you agree, I will return this water ball to you after we go back. You two can change your registered residence and come to North Wind City. I can promise you that your treatment will definitely not worsen, and it will be much better than in the poor place of Blue Ink City. The two before him were twin brothers, and they possessed the special profession of mind messengers. This profession, just from the name, could be judged to have little combat power. Its main ability was telepathy. They could sense each other's existence. Moreover, through some special means, even if separated by kilometers, they could know each other's location. They could also release a special barrier centered on themselves to form a positioning. Their only means of attack was to manipulate the opponent's mind to achieve combat objectives. However, although both brothers were at the third stage of cultivation, they could at most manipulate one person each. In Northwind City, they had the advantage in numbers. Plus, the captain was a poison master. This profession was best at using poison to break a person's mind, so the two were quickly captured and poisoned. One of the brothers spoke. He opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, barely audible, as if his throat were damaged. The captain immediately stepped forward, leaning in to listen to him. The next moment, he heard the desperate roar of the other just before death. I will drag someone down with me even in death. As soon as the words fell, he had already bitten the other's ear, but the next moment, he instantly succumbed to the poison, his neck twisting, dying on the spot. After witnessing this scene, the captain calmly wiped his ear, a shadowy smile on his face. Foolish! How could he not guard against the opponent's last desperate struggle? Moreover, he was a poison master. His profession allowed him to be saturated with toxins, making him immune to all poisons. But for others, they themselves were a very special poison. Touching them meant death, and it was no empty threat. Since that's the case, you brothers share a heart, and you surely don't want to submit to me, so go die. The captain summoned the scorpion in his hand and aimed it at the opponent. Once stung, a series of chain reactions would be triggered instantly. Poison would take effect, leading to immediate death. At that moment, a roar came from the horizon. Let go of my brother. The roar grew closer. A piercing wind howled from afar. The next moment, a silver long spear instantly pierced through one of the three, a slightly defensive escape master. Even though the escape master deployed his defense at the first moment, facing such a thunderous strike, he was instantly pierced through his shield. His body was also penetrated. Just like that, he was brutally shot through by the silver spear, without even a chance to break the water ball. Not good. After seeing this scene, the captain's face changed dramatically. He immediately ran towards the back. His teammates did the same. Just as they began to flee, a surge of thunder suddenly erupted in the air behind them. The thunder exploded like a lake, leaving behind a special line. A figure descended instantly, blocking the two who were still trying to escape. He raised the long spear in his hand, his eyes bloodshot. Madman, return my brother's life. Sikong Kwang rushed forward. The sound of thunderous battle robes echoed fiercely in the wind. Every swing of the long spear in hand was accompanied by the roar of thunder. Upon witnessing this scene, the two were surprised, but quickly regained their composure. Go, he's all alone. The captain shouted, a cloud of poison swirling around him. The other person immediately sprang into action. His body expanded several times in an instant, and the blade in his hand widened, resembling a door plank. A deafening roar erupted from his mouth. The giant sword stood firm, blocking the attack. When the long spear made contact with the giant sword, it resonated like a drum, sending shockwaves that overturned the surrounding grass and branches, leaving a distinct mark. Giant sword guardian, good. You've come too. Then let's see who dies here. Upon hearing this, Sikong Kwang immediately engaged in battle with the opponent. Although he was outnumbered, he relied on his close combat profession and the support of thunder, surprisingly holding his ground. Meanwhile, a shadow was stealthily slipping away to the side, quickly hiding in a thicket, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Chin Tian-K activated the system and began to watch. A poison master and a giant sword guardian? Chin Tian-K quietly hid in the shadows, watching the scene before him. Just in time, he wanted to witness the talents that could enter this competition. Each of these individuals was a genius from various cities, and it was likely they all had their own extraordinary methods. Their abilities were certainly not as simple as they appeared. It should be noted that Chin Tian-K had seen giant sword guardians before, but never had he encountered one with the ability to enlarge their body. Chan Yixing. Profession, Poison Master. Cultivation, Tier 3. Description, the embodiment of the will of poison, bearing the art of poison, with endless toxins hidden within his body. His essence is poison, capable of controlling poisonous insects. Abilities: bone-corroding poison insects, poison needles, and the inherited poison. Note, this profession is special. It can manipulate poison insects, becoming an inherited poison, similar to a beast master but with only one insect, allowing the inherited poison to fight, with fluctuating combat power. Chan Hu. Profession: Giant Sword Guardian. Cultivation: Tier 3. Description: the messenger who guards the giant sword with his life. The sword in his hand is his very life, and his life transforms into the sword he wields. Abilities: Body Enlargement, Giant Sword Gale, Thousand Shadows Absolute Kill. The abilities of these two were not particularly powerful, but their professions could compensate for each other's shortcomings. For instance, the Poison Master was adept at using poison, which could be considered a very special form of ranged attack. In close combat, he naturally could not compete with the Thunder Spear King. In contrast, the other Giant Sword Guardian could leverage his advantage in close combat with the giant sword to wear down the opponent, while the Poison Master could strike from the shadows. With their cooperation, the outcome of the battle was evident. However, it must be said that Sikong Kwang, the Thunder Spear King, was indeed terrifying. This profession was not merely a close combat role, it could also summon the power of thunder. The combination of thunder with a long spear, a weapon with extremely violent attributes, made their combined power even more formidable. This profession had thunder as a ranged attack method and the long spear for close combat defense and offense. With both combined, it could be said that they had the upper hand in both close and ranged attacks. No wonder the opponent could represent their city in this selection. However, Shin Tian-K had already discerned the flaws inherent in this profession. Though termed a flaw, it was not a flaw of the profession itself. It was none other than Sikong Kwang himself. Even though the thunder was extremely violent and the opponent's physical strength was indeed formidable, it was still difficult to contain the ubiquitous attacks of the poison. Just like now, Sikong Kwang was facing two opponents alone. However, all his attacks were directed at the Giant Sword Guardian. The sword in the opponent's hand grew massive along with their body, blocking the fierce assault like a shield. Sikong Kwang concentrated all his power, channeling the thunder into his spear. The roaring thunder surged forth. The shockwave from the battle erupted violently, sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. However, this residual attack was already much weaker than before. This was enough to show that this person probably had very few means left to use. After all his strength was focused on the thunderous attacks. Under prolonged combat, such a situation was quite normal. Sikong Jin's own power was not infinite. Human strength has its limits. In this state, the two opponents didn't even take the initiative to attack. Simply defending and retreating could wear the opponent down. Shin Tian-K had gained some basic experience from the long battle. In his view, the person before him was either inexperienced or had been blinded by the death of his teammates, failing to notice some crucial points. At this moment, the opponent gradually showed signs of despair. Their strength seemed to become somewhat disheveled. The power was constantly circulating, and their vitality began to feel somewhat ethereal. Their combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. At this time, the Poison Master finally made his move. A cold, serpentine glint flashed in his eyes. With a chilling gaze, he flicked his sleeve, and a sinister poison mist spread out from his cuff. The poison mist surged forward, extremely eerie. Just upon touching the ground and branches, it would be instantly eroded and decayed. It was hard to imagine what terrifying effects this poison mist would have if it came into contact with a person. Seeing the poison mist approaching, the Giant Sword Guardian Shen Hu roared angrily. He immediately swung the massive sword in his hand, crashing it down towards the opponent. Such a gigantic sword, as large as a door, caused an attack and might comparable to a giant hammer. Sikong Kwang's heart trembled. He stood firm with his spear. The lightning surged on his battle robe. The power of thunder roared out, helping him to resist fiercely. This strike forced the opponent back several meters. Staggering, Sikong Kwang coughed, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood that had been pent up in his chest. At this moment, the poison mist was rapidly closing in on him. The earlier Chen Hu had already regained his original form, holding the massive sword and standing by. After enduring the previous strike, Sikong Kwang's body had sustained considerable damage. Not to mention, the power within him was already nearly depleted. Faced with this poison mist, he even lacked the ability to escape. Shin Tian-K observed the scene before him, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. To be fair, he could see through the strength of these two. Their combat power was not particularly strong. If he were to intervene, he could easily resolve the situation. But the question was, should he intervene? After a moment of hesitation, he quickly formed a thought and made up his mind. His body gradually emerged from the shadows. The opponents had previously helped him explore this area. Although it was to find their own teammates, they had indeed assisted him. He was always someone who repaid kindness. Having hidden behind them for so long, it was time to give them some return. Jin Tian-K moved his body and charged forward. Someone! He noticed the appearance of another person. The two instantly took a defensive stance. The poison master was the first to throw out a swarm of cursed insects. Meanwhile, the giant sword guardian's body grew massive once again, charging towards the opponent. Chen Yixing's eyes narrowed, filled with a hint of murderous intent. How could there be another one before he had even killed the first? What was going on? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he soon heard a peculiar sound beside him. As Chen Yixing turned his head, he was met with a shocking sight. He saw that his teammate had also grown enormous, but atop his head was a bizarre creature with numerous heads. Each of its gaping, blood-filled mouths devoured his entire body. What? What is this? Chen Yixing was completely stunned. The creature above his teammate was massive, resembling a three-headed hellhound. But he couldn't tell how many heads it had, all of them opening their gaping mouths, looking terrifying. And just like that, as his teammate's body grew larger, he was unreservedly swallowed whole by the creature. Watching the blood scatter and chunks of flesh litter the ground, a drop of blood even splattered onto his face. Chen Yixing felt his body stiffen. It seemed something was continuously disturbing his mind. Faced with such a terrifying creature, he had no thoughts of fighting back. All that filled his mind was the urge to flee. After all, this creature was too horrifying. Its massive size combined with so many heads was an overwhelming deterrent. The attack it brought was equally terrifying. But before he could act, he watched helplessly as the colossal beast slowly approached him. The proximity allowed him to smell the foul, fishy gas emanating from the creature. The stench was like countless thick bloods fermenting, mixed with the remnants of flesh, pungent and nauseating, heavy in the air. It felt as if the smell was coming from all directions. Aman! 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 As he let out a series of roars, his pupils instantly changed. The cold, indifferent gaze unique to snakes emerged. His pupils elongated, filled with bloodlust and brutality. At that moment, a phantom of a python appeared on his cheek. The python's phantom writhed, its cold eyes filled with a domineering aura. A rich scent of blood emanated from him, as if he wanted to counterattack. Just as he was about to act, his legs suddenly moved backward with incredible speed. He fled, but this was to be expected. After all, this monster, in his eyes, had definitely surpassed the third tier. Damn! Where did this monster come from? Could it be a hidden expert? Despite Chen Yixing's indomitable will to fight, the enormous size of the beast, at least 5 to 6 meters, truly put immense pressure on him. In comparison, his own cursed insect was only over 2 meters long and was a python fighting in the shadows. From any angle, he was at a disadvantage. At this moment, not running would be foolish. Although he was not a beast master, he knew well that the size of a beast was often directly linked to its combat power. With such a massive size, the opponent's combat power was at least at the third tier. Moreover, he had already sensed that the aura from the opponent was at the fourth tier. Damn! Which city's team was hiding their strength? How could there be a fourth-tier beast master present? He had barely run a short distance when, in the next moment, he watched helplessly as the colossal creature appeared in the shadow before him. Immediately after, he felt countless blades piercing through his body. Half of his body was instantly devoured, leaving the rest mangled, blood and flesh rolling, intestines spilling out. His consciousness faded, his body trembled, and he could only rely on his remaining will to run forward. But even so, it was still impossible to escape death. Unlike before, every time Old Black devoured a person, it would grow an additional head. Now, the number of its heads remained at 100, with no change at all. This meant that these two were not evil people. All of this was within Qin Tiang's expectations. After all, they were not the so-called irredeemable villains. Even if they had killed someone, they did not possess the unique aura of malice that typically surrounded evil individuals. Therefore, even if they were devoured, it would not increase Old Black's cultivation. Sikong Quang looked at the masked man beside him, who had just pulled him out of the predicament of facing the poisonous mist. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Although he was seriously injured, he still managed to stand up with difficulty and clasped his fists heavily towards the other. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. I am Sikong Quang from Lanma City. If there is a chance to visit Lanma City in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness. No need. If it weren't for the mask he was wearing, Qin Tian-K would probably scratch his nose in embarrassment. After all, he had just been in the shadow of the other person, asking for help to find a way. Moreover, while Sikong Quang was saying these words, he coughed twice, blood hanging at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he was seriously injured. I come from Lingfeng City. If you encounter anyone from Lingfeng City during these selection rounds, please take care of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian-K immediately turned and mounted Old Black, speeding away into the distance. Watching the other leave, Sikong Kwang's mind was filled with contemplation. He could not see through the cultivation of that person. Given the enormous size of the beast he controlled, it should logically be at least 4th rank. Yet, the beast master seemed to be only around 3rd rank. What was going on? He pondered this with increasing curiosity and thought. However, the thought quickly dissipated. The other had just saved his life, and here he was, speculating about the other's identity. Sikong Kwang felt a wave of embarrassment. He immediately returned to his teammates and began to tend to his injuries. After leaving them, Jin Tianke was sitting on Old Black's back, moving rapidly forward. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The events he had just experienced served as a reminder. It was important to know that everyone who could come here was a chosen one, and these chosen ones often shared one trait: arrogance. Such a habit was extremely unsuitable in this survival environment. Young people, especially those who could represent their city in battle, all had a sense of pride, and such individuals were often the least able to accept failure. It was precisely for this reason that they would not follow the so-called arrangements. For example, the Blood Lord had given each of them a water ball that could help them escape the secret realm. Just now, when Jin Tianke had killed 2 people in quick succession, he noticed that they did not have the instinct to hold the water ball in their hands. The first person might have been caught off guard during the battle, having enlarged his body through his abilities, not realizing that Old Black would suddenly pounce from behind him. So that was completely within expectations. But the other person was different. He had already had the time and opportunity to escape, even managing to get away, yet he had no intention of using the water ball to help himself escape. Perhaps in their view, they believed it was impossible for them to die here. And this was precisely the most taboo thing. When witnessing their proud talents and extraordinary abilities being crushed by others, perhaps the only thought would be to flee. Some might choose to fight to the death for their dignity. Regardless of the situation, survival was often the top priority. His 4 teammates would not make such foolish moves, because this place was merely a simulated secret realm. There are no treasures or magical artifacts here, let alone any rare herbs, so this place holds no value or significance for searching. Jin Tianke moved swiftly, with only one thought in his mind: to find his teammates. Soon, the sun began to drift slowly towards the west, until the last ray of sunlight disappeared among the towering trees. The bright moon appeared as if it had descended in an instant. This also marked their first night spent in this secret realm. Jin Tianke had already recalled Old Black. At the same time, he utilized Old Black's abilities, gradually merging his body into the darkness. Sitting cross-legged in the shadows, he dared not advance recklessly on this first night. Who could guarantee that no monsters would be lurking in the night? However, for Jin Tianke, what was often more terrifying than unknown monsters was his own kind. There was still a day left until the official start of the selection race. Strictly speaking, this should be called survival of the fittest, but the cost was a bit high. If he didn't crush the water ball, death was the only outcome. Jin Tianke's consciousness gradually sank, falling into a brief slumber. No profession could go without food or sleep before reaching the 4th tier. Just in case, not far from the shadow where he rested, Little Gold was perched in the shadows of a nearby thicket. Its ability to traverse shadows allowed it to move swiftly through the darkness, and it could be used multiple times. This way, Jin Tianke could sleep soundly. Master, someone is coming. As long as a beast master could contract a beast, the beast's voice would echo in their ears through the power of the contract. Hearing this, Jin Tianke's heart stirred, and he had already awakened from his dreams. Beasts could not speak human language before reaching the 4th tier. They could only express their thoughts through various calls. For a beast master, they could communicate with their beasts through the power of the contract. So he clearly understood what Little Gold was trying to convey. To him, the sound was like someone playing a gong right next to his ear. It was jarring. It was a good thing if he wasn't startled awake. Jin Tianke immediately perked up. He knew this place was vast, and he had been asleep for so long without anyone arriving. Now that someone was coming, he had to be on guard. One should never harbor ill intentions, but always be wary of others. Meanwhile, in the shadows not far away, a small bird peeked out again, then instantly hid back in. At this moment, Jin Tianke also used Old Black's abilities to observe everything outside. In the dark thicket, he noticed that a group of people had appeared, though he didn't know when. There were about 3 of them, moving cautiously, stopping and going along the way. Among the 3, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. The professions of the 2 men could be determined by the magic staffs they held. They were both mages. Their pace was extremely slow, seemingly intentionally protecting the young man behind them. Upon seeing the young man, Jin Tianke's eyes lit up. He instantly recognized the identity of the person. This was someone he had focused on and needed to pay attention to. At the sight of him, he recalled the rumors he had heard earlier. There was no way around it. One of the 3 was too young, and his appearance was quite juvenile. He looked like he was still in middle school, yet he had stumbled into a battle meant for adults. Indeed, he was the youngest third-tier job changer in this selection across the entire alliance. He was also known as the 15-year-old prodigy, the universally recognized strongest genius, Yang Ming. His name had been circulating among the major cities ever since he participated in this selection. His appearance was remembered by many. Looking at the other person, Shin Tian-K suddenly became curious. He wondered what profession this so-called 15-year-old prodigy would have. To be fair, he didn't want to engage in a fight with him. He just wanted to take a good look at the other person's profession. Shin Tian's heart stirred. He began to activate the system and observed carefully. Yang Ming. Profession, Brilliant Star Collector. Attribute, Stars. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Abilities, Astrological Divination, Starry Purple Eyes, Stars Like Dust. Description, a messenger unique to the stars, possessing abilities beyond ordinary imagination, doubling combat power under the starry sky. Brilliant Star Collector? Another unfamiliar profession. However, it surprisingly had abilities similar to Lin Nua's Bagua Walker, and it even had divination capabilities. It looked quite impressive. And what was this Stars Like Dust? Wasn't that an idiom? Could it really be an ability? What surprised Shin Tian-K the most was the other person's attribute. It was actually stars. Among all the profession changers he had seen through the system, this was the only attribute he had never encountered before. There was no way around it. The starry sky often represented endless mystery and vastness. He couldn't help but wonder what this profession was truly capable of. Shin Tian-K looked at the system's relatively brief introduction and silently complained in his heart. Just then, the much-anticipated Yang Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. Although Yang Ming was only 15 years old, he had already grown to over 1.8 meters tall. Coupled with his long robe, he appeared even taller. However, his body was somewhat thin, and his cheeks had an unusual pallor. His appearance was not particularly handsome, with a bit of baby fat on his face. He seemed to be searching for something, constantly looking around as he walked. Shin Tian-K was a bit curious. Why did this person suddenly stop? But for some reason, a wave of restlessness surged in his heart, seemingly related to the person before him. No, something was wrong. As this thought emerged in his mind, the next moment, he heard Yang Ming shout into the air, "Friend, it's time to come out." Upon hearing this, the two Tier 3 mages' expressions changed. As if facing a great enemy, they immediately activated their magic wands, drawing a series of magic circles on the ground. The magic circles were layered upon one another. The magical prowess of these two was surprisingly not inferior to that of Tier 4 mages. Each magic circle they inscribed was extremely intricate and particularly focused on defense. Layer upon layer, 6 or 7 magic circles were quickly inscribed. Using the magic circles in conjunction made their defensive capabilities even stronger. Watching the two prepare for battle, Yang Ming, who was protected in the center, slightly changed his expression. However, he still spoke loudly. "Friend, please come out. We mean no harm. I just want to talk to you." Looking at the two mages, one male and one female, with their wands charged and ready to unleash elemental attacks, Shin Tian-K silently clicked his tongue. "Goodness, what do you mean by no harm? Your two teammates are clearly trying to take my life." Shin Tian-K couldn't bring himself to believe the other person's words. The skills of those two mages were clearly not at this stage. They seemed to be at Tier 4 level but had stagnated in their cultivation. It seemed that mages also faced similar difficulties in breaking through. Shin Tian-K was not clear about this, he only had some guesses in his heart. However, he was not afraid of the two working together. They were no match for him at all. As he calculated in his heart, Shin Tian-K slowly stepped out from the shadows. His position was just a few meters in front of the group. As he emerged from the shadows of the trees, the female mage's expression changed. Just as she was about to launch an attack, she was stopped by the boy behind her. "Sister Ling, no." Although the woman still stared at Shin Tian-K with some hostility, she had already retracted the attack she was about to unleash. The male mage beside her had a face that was tense as if facing a great enemy. He could not see through the cultivation level of the person before him. The other party's aura seemed to be at the 4th level, but overall it fluctuated at the 3rd level, appearing to oscillate back and forth between the 4th and 3rd levels. "How should I address you, sir?" "Undead." What a joke! Who would leave their real name for others? Yang Ming looked at Shin Tian-K, his eyes filled with contemplation. Then he suddenly revealed a slight smile. The changes before and after left Shin Tian-K a bit dazed. "If you, brother undead, believe me, we will meet again in 2 days." The other party's words were completely baffling, including his peculiar actions, first calling out his own name, than saying such nonsensical things. Shin Tian-K felt that this boy was somewhat not as he seemed. The boy clearly heard the thoughts in his mind and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Brother, you need not worry so much. In fact, I came to find you just to see you. After this round of selection ends, there will be a week of rest. During that week, you can go to the treasure gathering pavilion to search for a treasure called Star Soul Grass. With that item, I believe it will help you advance further into the 4th level. Upon hearing this, Shin Tian's eyes subtly flashed with killing intent. This person could see through his cultivation level. It should be noted that since Old Hay condensed the 100 heads, no one had been able to discern his cultivation. This was the only person who could see through his level. Doubts still gathered in his heart, but he nodded. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Also, brother, there are no living creatures here at night. After saying this, Yang Ming immediately walked away, while the two mages cautiously retreated, casting magic circles, always on guard against Shin Tian-K potentially launching an attack at any moment. Shin Tian-K was savoring the words just spoken. He certainly knew about the treasure-gathering pavilion. However, the expenses inside far exceeded his expectations, which was why he had never gone. Unexpectedly, now he had met this 15-year-old genius and received such words. Better to believe it exists than to doubt it. After this selection ends, he would naturally go to the treasure-gathering pavilion to obtain that item. He already had some thoughts in mind. Perhaps this person had seen something. Shin Tian-K had previously learned about so-called divination and spirit questioning from Lin Nuo. Both, in essence, were a form of calculation about the future. The future was full of uncertainties. Often, if one was not careful, they would arrive at a crossroads in life. Then, one wrong step could lead to a series of mistakes, until the outcome became unchangeable. The so-called abilities of divination and gossip were merely calculations of a person's future direction. A person's life would have countless forks in the road, as well as countless choices and the resulting consequences. Therefore, the diviner could only predict some future events based on the current situation. Of course, this was merely one possibility of the future. Seeing the other party leave, Shin Tian-K pondered for a moment, no longer returning to the shadows, but leaping onto a tree branch. This was their first meeting, and there was no enmity between them. He would not deceive himself over such a trivial matter, so his words were credible. However, some parts still required careful consideration. Since there were no living creatures at night, there was nothing to worry about. Shin Tian-K swiftly traversed through the forest, beginning to search for the traces of his teammates. This place has no communication devices that can function. Even some special sensing techniques would disappear. Only special job changers can create a resonance between both parties. However, there are no such job changers in Shin Tian's team, so Shin Tian-K could only use the simplest method to search. Not far away, Yang Ming, who had already left, suddenly turned back. He looked at a figure gradually disappearing into the jungle, his eyes carrying a hint of something special. The other two had never seen such an expression. "Did you see something?" the male mage asked anxiously. Before coming here, they had received their mission, protect the other party. Even if it meant their own death, they had to guard this hard-won genius. That's why they found each other the moment they got separated and have been protecting him ever since. They were also aware of some of Yang Ming's abilities. Of course, this was the first time he had taken the initiative to find someone he had never met before and had even divined about, so they were quite curious. "No need, he's an interesting person, I just want to meet him," Yang Ming replied. "What level of cultivation does that person have? Why is it so unstable?" The female mage couldn't help but ask. "Him?" Yang Ming pondered for a moment. "The two of you together might not be his match." He added, "Even if the captain came, he wouldn't gain any advantage." The male mage's expression changed. He naturally believed in Yang Ming's abilities, but he found the latter part of the statement hard to believe. How strong must this person be if their captain couldn't gain any advantage? As Yang Ming left, the three continued on their way, searching for other teammates. The two of them were technically Yang Ming's bodyguards, but due to their immense combat power and the generous resources promised by the city lord, they were more than willing. Their other two teammates were the top combat forces in the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shin Tian-K was swiftly moving through the branches. Not far ahead, Xiao Jin was flapping its wings, searching for the traces of their teammates. In the night, a person and an eagle darted rapidly among the treetops. In this darkness, Xiao Jin's brilliant golden tail feathers were indeed eye-catching. As a fledgling eagle, its speed naturally couldn't match that of adult hawks. Beast tamers beasts usually enter their growth or adulthood phase only after reaching the 4th tier. Xiao Jin, having undergone transformation by the Undead Light Group, had its rank elevated. The growth of a beast is directly linked to its own rank to some extent. The higher the rank of the beast, the later it enters the growth phase and adulthood. Generally speaking, a perfect grade beast may still only be entering the growth stage even after reaching the 4th tier. Xiao Jin was still in its juvenile phase. Don't be fooled by its small size, it could far exceed its peers in speed. After all, this species of Xiao Jin is known for its speed in flames. After the transformation by the Undead Light Group, Xiao Jin not only gained the rare ability of a specter but also significantly increased its speed. At the same time, it gained the ability to traverse, which, to some extent, maximized its speed. As Xiao Jin flew ahead searching, time passed second by second. After an unknown amount of time, when a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, Xin Tianke heard Xiao Jin's message. Master, I found a familiar aura. Upon hearing this, Xin Tianke's eyes moved. He immediately chased in the direction Xiao Jin provided, and in a moment, he arrived at a thicket where the dawn was just beginning to break, giving a slightly ethereal and tipsy feeling. Xin Tianke also saw not far away that some people seemed to be fighting, and with just one glance, he locked on the two figures in the crowd. Familiar faces, these two were his teammates. One of them radiated a magnificent Buddhist golden body, like the light of the Buddha illuminating everything. The other was surrounded by flying swords, their sharp and murderous intent spreading in all directions. Chen Zhengyang and Li Li. It seemed they had already encountered trouble, but Qin Tiang's gaze immediately affected the three opponents they were facing. The three were all at the 3rd stage of cultivation. Qin Tianke quickly activated the speed detection system. 2 were fist fighters, and 1 was a beast master. The 2 fist fighters were entangled with his teammates. The profession of fist fighter relies entirely on one's physical strength to struggle and contend. As long as the fists are hard enough, they can crush everything until there are no more opponents in sight. This is the essence of a fist fighter. Correspondingly, the biggest flaw of this profession is its aversion to long-range attacks. However, the 2 they encountered, Li Li and Chen Zhengyang, were completely restricted. Although Chen Zhengyang's Buddhist golden body could withstand attacks, the fist fighter profession itself is trained using one's own body as a weapon. Therefore, in terms of ferocity, they were stronger than their opponents. At this moment, Chen Zhengyang's mindset was fluctuating. A red light surged in his eyes. The red light pulsed and jumped, seemingly brewing an extremely powerful aura, ready to enter a berserk state at any moment. Not far away, Li Li was engaged in combat with another person. His flying swords circled around him. The sword light leaped and surged, filling the air with the whistling sound of swords breaking through the sky. But even such flying swords could not pierce the skin of the person before him. Beside their battle, the beast master was leaning against his beast. He had only 2 beasts, an enormous 3rd-stage giant eagle and a majestic white tiger. At this moment, he was leaning against the white tiger. The giant eagle circled in the air, and many flying swords were engaged in battle around it. Damn it! Li Li's expression changed, and his brows furrowed. The fist fighter before him completely countered his strengths. His sword control ability was indeed powerful, but the opponent was a fist fighter specializing in close combat. As soon as he tried to create distance, the opponent would instantly explode forward, entangling him with their own strength. Although the sword master also had training in physical strength, the gap was still too great in comparison. Moreover, his flying swords could not separate the distance between them. He could only passively accept the close combat. Furthermore, his flying swords were still entangled with the giant eagle in the sky. The flying swords around him and those in the sky were all relying on their own strength to maneuver. In contrast, the fist fighter was a close combat profession. The more they fought, the more irritable they became, and the stronger their power grew. The opponent's strength was continuously rising during the battle. Under this ebb and flow, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Chen Zhengyang was engaged in combat with his opponent, gaining no advantage whatsoever. Blood-red light surged in Chen Zhengyang's eyes. He could not allow himself to enter a berserk state. While that might lead to a temporary victory, the aftereffects would be extremely evident. Once trapped in a berserk state, he would become a madman who only knew how to kill. At that point, if he had not killed all his opponents before the berserk state ended, his body would enter an unprecedented state of weakness, making it impossible for him to even think about slaying them. He would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Beastmaster appeared particularly calm at this moment, lying on the white tiger and quietly watching the scene unfolding before him. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This competition did not prohibit killing each other, so eliminating them early would relieve some of the competitive pressure for himself. It would also help his team achieve better results. With this determination in mind, he had been slaughtering everywhere with his beast from the very beginning. He aimed to secure more spots with fewer people. Stop playing around, just kill them all. Seeing the two in front still struggling, the Beastmaster roared angrily. The sky was already brightening. If they delayed any longer, they would inevitably be discovered by others. It would be troublesome if he wanted to escape then. Upon hearing this, the giant eagle circling in the sky stopped entangling with the flying swords. Instead, it leaped down, aiming directly at Lily, who was surrounded by swords. The giant eagle was incredibly fast, flapping its wings as it dove down. It quickly reached Lily, its eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. At the same time, it raised its sharp claws and fiercely grabbed at her. Just then, the giant eagle suddenly stiffened. It let out a mournful cry and collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood flowed from its neck, and in an instant, its body was severed. Witnessing such a scene with the beast, the other two martial artists immediately cast their gazes toward their captain. But the next moment, they saw the captain's head had also been severed. However, the body slowly fell, revealing the figure standing behind. They saw the curved blade in that person's hand dripping with blood. The two's faces changed dramatically. The captain was dead? Kill him. Avenge the captain. They immediately disregarded their opponents and charged toward Shin Tianke with all their might. A golden wave of energy, resembling flames, ignited around them. The energy surged into the sky as their bodies instantly reached Shin Tianke. They swung their fists with all their strength. Each punch was fierce and powerful, seemingly intent on killing him right there. Watching this scene, Shin Tianke remained calm as ever. As his body swayed slightly, he dodged their attacks. Under the combined force of their punches, his body visibly melted away from in front of them, like flowing water, gradually merging into the shadows of the two. Then, a flash of light cut through the air. In an instant, both of their heads were severed. In just one encounter, two third-tier martial artists were gone. This scene shocked the two who had been feeling fortunate just moments before. Where did this strong person come from? How could he instantly kill two third-tier fighters? Both of them had already sustained considerable damage, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were at the end of their strength. In such a situation, facing an unknown strong opponent again was perilous. However, when they finally saw the true face of that unknown strong person, Lily couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain!" Chen Zhengyang's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled. He immediately began to heal his injuries. Lily was astonished. She never expected the captain to reach this level. It was worth noting that this was without using any beasts, and he could instantly kill two martial artists. Martial artists excel in physical strength, and they were practitioners of body cultivation. Their physical strength was extraordinary. How could they be instantly killed by a single strike? At that moment, Old Black appeared beside them, quietly devouring the bodies of the three. However, Shin Tiang's gaze lingered on Old Black for a moment before looking at the blood on the ground. He had many questions in his mind. Why did he choose to strike first and kill that beast master? It was because he had seen the blood aura surrounding the opponent. Although the blood aura was not very dense, it proved that the opponent was a villain. Thus, it was evident that killing this person was justified. After Old Black devours them, he will definitely be able to gain a head. Even though Old Black's cultivation level cannot break through to the 4th stage because his mental strength has not reached 60 points, it does not prevent him from gaining a head. However, Old Black shows no signs of change. This indicates that either the other party is not evil, or Old Black has not actually devoured them. But the blood energy, Shin Tianke would not misjudge. Old Black would not sense incorrectly either. The only possibility is that the person just now did not die. Or rather, anyone who dies here is not truly dead. Shin Tianke instantly understood why this place is called the Simulated Jungle Secret Realm. Death here will never truly disappear. They must be forcibly transported out of this secret realm by something similar to a water ball, losing this selection qualification. From this perspective, the Alliance does not want them to kill each other. Instead, they want to see if these geniuses can abandon their so-called genius dignity to seek survival in such extreme circumstances. Shin Tiang's mind was active. He quickly grasped some of the situation, but he would not tell his teammates about this. After all, it was enough for him to know. Telling his teammates would inevitably make them a bit relaxed. In Shin Tiang's view, this is also a trial, a so-called safe trial. Moreover, they have not yet reached the real competitive selection. Shin Tianke looked at the two. They were both injured. However, they could self-repair overall, so he was not too worried. How did you encounter this group of people? Chen Zhengyang's golden body already showed signs of significant damage. As soon as Shin Tianke arrived, he began to sit cross-legged to recover, making it inconvenient to speak. Lily was looking at the many flying swords floating in front of him. These flying swords had some scratches on them, and one was even on the verge of breaking. He couldn't help but feel a bit pained. If it weren't for that boxer dragging him down, he would have fully controlled the flying swords and long since cut that beast down. When Chen Zhengyang and I first came in, we got separated. Later, when we met, we kept moving together. We originally planned to advance alone under the cover of night, but suddenly we were entangled by this group of people, and that's how the battle has continued until now. From what they said, This group of people should be here specifically to slaughter others. Could it be that they want to compete for their team slots in this way? Too foolish. Jin Tian-K did not say much. Instead, he checked the injuries of the two. Have you seen Su Jia and Lin Nua? Li shook his head. The area here is too vast. It can be said that it's extremely difficult for us to find them. The fact that the two of us could meet is already a stroke of luck. Jin Tian-K lowered his gaze in thought and nodded. It seems that their team now has 3 people. It would be much easier to compete for the real rankings and scores next. Even if he exhausted all his strength to grab a spot in the top 10, it would only add 10 points for the team. Although 10 points looks good on its own, if combined with other teams where everyone averages in the top 100 or top 50, that score would not be enough. How about this? Let's rest here for now, and wait until tomorrow morning. As long as there is any related movement, we will take action. Also, you must pay attention. Once you encounter life and death danger, you must crush the water ball. Compared to this selection, surviving is the most important. Li nodded, indicating he remembered. Chen Zhengyang was still recuperating his spirit and had no time to respond. His injuries were severe. His golden body was not far from shattering, so it took longer to recover. Jin Tian-K thought about not taking action anymore. It was merely waiting for the selection location that would appear early tomorrow morning, along with the alien races released by the Blood Sovereign. This round of speed selection had not officially begun yet. For now, it was just warm-up and preparation. Once the selection location descended, they would have to rush to that place. Moreover, if the released alien races were nearby, wouldn't they be walking into a trap? This place was too vast. No one could find its boundaries, so rather than wandering aimlessly, it was better to wait in one spot. They would rush there only after the selection point appeared. If the selection point suddenly appeared on the path their group had just walked, they would suffer a great loss. Jin Tian-K sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a warm shadow. Li had climbed up onto a tree branch. His flying swords surrounded him, always alert to the unknown situations about to arise. In the jungle, Chen Zhengyang was bare-chested. Blood-red patterns began to emerge on his golden skin, glowing brighter as they intertwined with the cracks of his golden body, continuously undergoing repair. None of the 3 noticed that this scene was being recorded by something special. It resembled a hawk-like beast. However, its pupils shone with an extremely unusual light. The things within its pupils transmitted a strange aura, as if some special runes were being recorded, reflecting every scene before it onto a water sphere. Among the huge leaderboard in the square, one of the screens resembled a massive monitor. The upper part was divided into many sections, each displaying a carefully crafted recorded image. In the audience seats of the square, many spectators were watching the scenes above. At some point, an impenetrable white mist enveloped the square. This white mist would not disperse even with the wind, shrouding the square within it, yet it seemed to merge as one. The hidden things inside were impossible to see through. In fact, this was the true appearance of the so-called simulated secret realm as seen by outsiders. At this moment, the leaderboard was split into multiple sections, similar to monitors, and the section belonging to Jin Tian-K was attracting considerable attention. Wow, even our poison master from Northwind City has been eliminated. Northwind City and Blue Ink City have always been at odds. That Sikong Kwang is even called a once-in-a-century genius from the Sikong family of Blue Ink City. Sikong? Isn't that the family of the city lord of Blue Ink City? Sikong Kwang's Thunder Gun Saint has always been rumored to be capable of long-range attacks in close combat, with extraordinary combat power. Compared to this profession, I think that mysterious person who suddenly appeared and then vanished is really powerful. Who on earth is that person? Suddenly appearing and then disappearing, and that person's beast has so many heads. Oh my god, that's too bloody. His beast looks a bit like a 3-headed hellhound. With so many heads, could it be some kind of mutated hellhound? I just counted, his beast has a total of 100 heads. It seems to be a peculiar mutation of the hellhound, resulting in the Hell 100-headed dog. Goddamn Hell 100-headed dog. Not just Northwind City, even the captain from another city, MOU City, isn't a match for that guy. With one strike, he can slay 2 third-tier fist masters. Could that Hell 100-headed dog of his be 4th-tier combat power? Otherwise, how could it possibly exhibit such strong combat power? In the audience, besides the spectators from the main city of the Alliance, there were also many residents from the other 44 cities. Of course, those who could spend such a large sum and consume so much time to come watch the competition were not ordinary people. Some local gentry traveled thousands of miles to come here. For them, this selection is a competition, a situation that determines the results and returns on their investments. If the team they bet on can secure a top position, it allows them to raise their stakes among their peers. I found it. That person is from Lingfeng City, and he is the captain of the city team this time. His name is Jin Tian-K, and his beast is a third-tier ghost mastiff. To ensure the fairness and justice of the competition, the relevant information of each city team member will be posted on the official website of this selection. It's actually a third tier. It seems this is an unknown beast. Isn't that obvious? With so many beast masters in the Transcender Alliance, can you guarantee that you recognize every beast? No wonder, I said his aura felt like it was fluctuating between 3rd and 4th tier. I think he has a chance to win this 10th place. I'm betting on him. Count me in, count me in. On the high platform, the seating arrangement is based on rank. At the bottom are some so-called substitutes and team teachers from various cities. Above them are the city teams from all special departments. One level higher is the seating of the 4 great families and 3 major forces within the Alliance's main city. At the very top are several prominent figures of the Alliance. There are 5 major figures sitting at the top. To outsiders, they appear to be sitting in exquisite and luxurious chairs, exuding an imposing and extraordinary aura. However, upon closer inspection, it seems there is a layer of barrier around their positions. And what are they doing within the barrier? This tile, TSK, 8 bamboo. Pawn, responsibility chicken. Indeed, the familiar sound of mahjong resonates. Inside the barrier, 4 people sit on either side, looking at the mahjong on the table. In the center is the acting alliance leader, Shi Xingzuan. To his left is Sun Haijun, and to his right is Shuezun. Opposite them is a man in a green shirt. Shuezun seems to be in good luck, a smile bright on his face. Shi Xingzuan remains calm as always, while the other 2 show some unusual expressions, caught in a dilemma. Sun Haijun holds 60,000 in his hand, unsure whether to play or not. TSK, quite a few rising stars have appeared this time. Shuezun's eyes, devoid of emotion, speak lightly, quite content. He casually discards a tile. What you say is true. Aren't all these young people rising stars? That Yang Ming has quite a decent profession, a rare starry sky attribute. The ability to foresee the future is indeed powerful, but the consequences it brings are often known to both you and me. 15 years old? Do you think he can live to adulthood? The speaker is a young man beside Shuezun. His aura is comparable to Shuezun's. In appearance, he is undoubtedly a delicate young man. Handsome and well-groomed, dressed in a green shirt, he looks quite refined. Yet, even in such attire, one can see the robust muscles bulging beneath the robe. The contrast between his physique hidden under the green shirt and his handsome face is striking. As he speaks, his expression becomes somewhat serious, seemingly not because of the selection, but due to the current game. A strange silence falls among the few. 20,000. Who? Pure hand. Excitement sparkles in Shuezun's eyes as he pushes the tiles, instantly becoming jubilant. Shi Xingzuan remains as calm as ever, while one of the other 2 shows joy and the other sorrow. Sun Haijun seems to be in a good mood. These little guys from Lingyun City are quite interesting. One has a beast that doesn't seem to have a clear path. Lingyun City? Never heard of it. Blood Sovereign said nonchalantly, not noticing the slight change in Shi Xingzuan's expression beside him. Just an insignificant character, nothing to worry about. As the sound of the mahjong tiles clattering echoed, the group began a new round of mahjong. The sounds continued, and the players experienced both joy and sorrow. At that moment, a murmur floated from the corner. Why is it still not over? The time over there is almost up. Upon hearing this, Blood Sovereign's face darkened, his gaze heavy, clearly indicating that his current game was not looking good. I don't believe it. Blood Sovereign played another tile, just about to wait for something, when he suddenly heard Sun Haijun's voice. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Blood Sovereign. It's now EGE's turn. Blood Sovereign's face stiffened. Watching as his chips were taken away by several people, leaving him with very few, the originally cold and domineering expression turned into one that looked worse than crying. A man squatting in the corner hurried over, pushing Blood Sovereign aside. Go, hurry up and host, I've got this. Blood Sovereign left the table with a face full of indignation. Remembering his earlier hand, he felt a wave of discontent, his expression darkening. In the next moment, Blood Sovereign stepped out of the barrier before him, which resembled a curtain. To the outside world, it appeared as if Blood Sovereign had stood up from his seat. Lord Blood Sovereign has risen. Is the selection finally about to begin? Many spectators became excited. Those who didn't know would think they were also participating in the selection. Blood Sovereign flew into the air with a dark expression, looking down at the white mist, a flash of red light in his eyes. Within the white mist, numerous red dots appeared, some densely clustered together, while others were scattered not far away. A ruthless glint passed through Blood Sovereign's eyes. Since he had lost so badly, it was just right to use you all as a target. With a thought, he condensed several large, blood-red beings of another race before him. Just right, one by one. As soon as the words fell, these beings all leaped into the white mist. When their bodies touched the mist, ripples of a special kind spread across them, like fish entering water. Strangely, the white mist did not disperse elsewhere but merely rippled above the square. So many beings of another race, it seems they all have 5th tier auras. Wow, so many beings, is this going to be a life and death race? Blood Sovereign watched the scene of wolves entering a sheep pen, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a somewhat shadowy smile. Watching the faint light of dawn appear on the horizon, Shin Tian-K no longer wished to rest. He looked solemnly in that direction. Beside him, Chen Zhangyang and Li Li had already finished their training. After nearly a day's rest, Chen Zhangyang's golden body had gradually returned to its perfect form. Although there were still some cracks above, recovering to this extent was quite good. His profession was not particularly strong when not in a berserk state. Initially, he had to face a fully powered fist master, so he was naturally much weaker. Beside him, Li Li had already summoned several flying swords, always ready for battle. After all, at this moment, no one could guarantee where the beings of another race would appear from, nor could they guarantee where the selection point would land at that time, so they had to be fully alert. Suddenly, Shin Tian-K heard Xiao Jin's voice. Master, there are beings of another race. Hearing this, his expression changed. Although Xiao Jin was a beast tamer, he had accompanied him to battle ruins and had seen those beings of another race. This meant that Blood Sovereign had already begun to deploy them. The real selection was about to start. Shin Tian-K couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation, wondering if he could fight against a 5th tier alien. Ahead of them, about 10 meters away, a blood-colored alien was charging towards them. Shin Tian-K instantly appeared beside Xiao Jin. The system was activated in an instant. However, the system, which had always been invincible, encountered an exception once again. He couldn't even see through the opponent's cultivation level, only a simple name appeared. Blood Creation. JBFH-FCNH. After this name was a jumble of garbled text. As he sensed the overwhelming bloodlust and violent combat power radiating from the alien, Shin Tian's expression changed. Run fast. The combat power that the system couldn't identify was only at the 5th tier. Even if he used his necromantic abilities now, he could only barely match a 4th tier opponent. He had never faced a 5th tier combat power before. The last time he encountered a 5th tier deputy city lord at the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, he realized he was no match for them. He couldn't withstand this unknown 5th tier alien and could only retreat. If it were a life and death situation, he would certainly charge into battle. But right now, the main goal was to escape while waiting for the selection point to arrive. He wouldn't be foolish enough to expend all his energy at this moment. This was called a strategic retreat. However, Shin Tian-K was curious about this blood creation. He ran back. The other two did the same. Although they couldn't see the alien, they believed in Shin Tian-K without a doubt. After all, his strength was evident. The three of them began to sprint rapidly backward. During this process, Chen Zhangyang's disadvantages became apparent. His profession was inherently suited for close combat and known for its defense. Standing over 2 meters tall meant his speed would be significantly slowed. Even now, at the start, he could barely keep up with the pace of the other two. But as time went on, his speed decreased, and he fell nearly 10 meters behind them. Seeing this scene, Shin Tian-K exchanged glances with the other two. Li Li's eyes sparkled with golden light. Suddenly, 2 flying swords shot out from the sword box behind him, quickly reaching Chen Zhangyang's feet to support him. At the same time, a flying sword under Li Li's feet was dragging him forward at high speed. In contrast, Chen Zhangyang, due to various issues, was standing on 2 flying swords. His speed could only barely keep up with the other two, maintaining a distance of 1 or 2 meters behind them, which was already his limit. Shin Tian-K then turned and sat on Lao He. If Xiao Jin's current size were larger, he would have chosen to fly on Xiao Jin. After all, flying with a beast was always much faster than crawling with a beast. Looking back at the place they had just occupied, Shin Tian-K found that the alien's body was engulfed in the towering trees. In an instant, it smashed through all the trees along the path where they had just stood, leaving no trace. What terrifying physical combat power! He didn't even see the alien swing its weapon for a moment. The blood-colored alien charged recklessly, lacking any technique, driven purely by emotion. It moved at incredible speed, with boundless brute strength. Like a rampaging mammoth, it crashed forward. Wherever it passed, trees and weeds were reduced to dust. It was impossible to consider it an enemy. The only thought in Shin Tian's mind surged forth instantly. As the group continued to run, Shin Tian-K occasionally looked back and could still hear the alien's frenzied roars and growls. This was not good. Although the opponent was a special blood-colored creature, it was at the 5th tier. 5th tier cultivation encompassed all aspects, not just physical strength. The speed was definitely not something they could withstand. At this moment, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The selection point. Where would the selection point appear? A group of people had been running for who knows how long, and Shin Tian-K gradually found himself in the lead. Behind him, 2 people were advancing on flying swords, and they were more than 10 meters away. The alien creature was still chasing them. Like a raging bulldozer, wherever it passed, trees and dust were instantly reduced to powder. Was this guy not getting tired? They had been running for a full half an hour. During this time, no selection point had appeared. Lily had always maintained his speed in the lead through sword control. At this moment, he was starting to fall behind. In contrast, that alien creature seemed to show no signs of slowing down from the beginning. Even at the 5th level, it couldn't possibly withstand such consumption, right? Shin Tian-K suddenly sensed something. Xiao Jin flew off his shoulder. Upon seeing the scene ahead, he couldn't help but gasp. Master, there are people ahead. Hearing this, the old black, who had been running at the front, suddenly stopped. He let out a roar towards the sky. Suddenly turning back, 100 heads displayed various expressions. Some were hanging their heads low. Some were excitedly watching. Others looked a bit wilted. This scene startled the 2 teammates behind him. Who could accept such a large monster with 100 heads making such strange expressions towards them? Anyone would find it hard to hold back. They didn't speak, just quietly waited for Shin Tian-K to give them the next command. Shin Tian-K was the captain. His words could determine everything for their team. At this moment, Lily was taking some recovery pills. Even though flying with a sword was much faster than running with a beast, he had been controlling 3 flying swords to fly. Chen Zhengyan's weight was too heavy, which was still a burden for him. That's why he was so exhausted. On the other side, Shin Tian-K, through Xiao Jin's perspective, saw everything happening in the distance. As long as a beast master, regardless of their cultivation level or rank, could briefly assimilate with their beast, this allowed the beast to see everything and transfer it to their own eyes, momentarily merging with the other. This was the aerial perspective. Surrounding them were towering trees. Eagles had excellent vision, especially in the air, where they could see further. Not far ahead, among the thickets of trees, they could clearly see the dust rising and many humans appearing from that place. When Xiao Jin opened his eyes again, he had returned to his own body. Shin Tian-K cut off the visual sharing. Reflecting on the scene he had just seen, he looked back at the blood-colored alien creature that was continuously closing in. He made up his mind. He immediately shouted to the 2, "Get on!" Chen Zhengyang jumped onto Old Black's back, while Lily climbed up with the help of the flying sword. Old Black was now very large, almost square-shaped, about 5 or 6 meters tall and long. Sitting on the back of this beast, Chen Zhengyang felt as if he had arrived on top of a truck. The place he sat was furry, like a blanket. "Hold on tight, we're going to make a big move now. Whether we can shake off that alien behind us depends on this." Looking ahead, Shin Tian's eyes turned cold. He never admitted to being a good person. Sometimes, sacrificing others for oneself was not out of the question. Moreover, this was not even a sacrifice. They were not truly dead. Instead, they would be teleported away. So there's no need to worry. Because he sensed the host's intention, Old Black let out a roar. With his 4 legs moving, he galloped forward. Since he had been waiting for the 2 behind him, Old Black didn't exert all his strength intentionally. This was also Shin Tian's suggestion. Even at full speed, Old Black couldn't shake off the 5th-tier alien creatures behind him, but he could barely keep the people behind up to his pace, allowing them to fly on their swords. This would save some of Old Black's energy. It seemed that it was no longer necessary. Now that they needed to act as a whole, they naturally had to sit together. As Old Black began to run, Shin Tian-K sat in the front position, watching the distant figures emerging from the dust that had suddenly fallen silent. The commotion those people made was significant, trampling the surroundings into a cloud of dust, like a roaring locomotive continuously billowing thick smoke. Shin Tian-K turned to Lily beside him and instructed, "When I tell you to jump, quickly take Chen Zhengyang and fly west for 30 kilometers to wait for me. If a selection point appears during this time, hurry over. Whatever distance you can cover counts." The commotion caused by Old Black's massive form running at full speed was hardly less than that of the cloud of dust not far away. Suddenly, the advancing dust came to a halt. At the front of that dust cloud was a beastmaster riding on a giant wild boar. Upon seeing the enormous monster with countless heads suddenly appear ahead, fear flashed in his eyes. "Run! Run fast! There's a monster!" Hearing this, the group of dozens began to panic. They didn't know whether to run back or flee in another direction. Only a few maintained a clear head. "Get ready, prepare to charge at any moment. If it's not a particularly powerful monster, kill it immediately." As they slowed down, they soon saw the enormous monster ahead. The creature had an unknown number of heads, tightly pieced together. Each head's eyes gleamed with excitement, resembling a collection of dog heads. Its massive body, like a tank, kicked up clouds of dust as it charged straight at them. Upon seeing such a colossal creature, those who had originally ordered a charge instantly changed their expressions. This group had more than 10 people, each at the third tier. The city team had 5 participants. These 10 or so people gathered from 6 city teams. Among them, some team members had been eliminated, while others had gone missing. They ultimately chose to band together for warmth. Such situations were not uncommon. After all, although this place symbolized danger, there were no rules against mutual slaughter, nor were there restrictions on forming alliances. Compared to fighting and bloodshed, more people often chose a more peaceful resolution, like forming alliances. It's worth mentioning that all 6 teams came from the same area. In the alliance map, 44 cities were divided into different zones. Some cities were interconnected, while others were isolated. Watching the colossal creature approaching not far away, panic appeared on their faces. Where did this monster come from? What should we do? What do we do now? Their situation was extremely passive. In front was this unknown giant monster, and behind were 2 fifth-tier alien creatures chasing them. With wolves in front and tigers behind, and trees obscuring both sides, no matter where they ran, they would be caught. How could they escape this predicament? Among the 6 teams forming a temporary alliance, they also elected a commander to lead them. The captain looked at the scene before him, having made up his mind. No matter what, charge. Compared to the alien races behind them, he believed that defeating monsters was always much easier than defeating aliens. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately charged forward, letting out roars and howls. Many mages conjured magic circles while running, and some swordsmen summoned their great swords with all their might, striking forward. This group moved at incredible speed, their combat power surging as they rushed to attack the enemy. Despite Old Black's size, he could navigate through the thicket with ease, jumping and crouching smoothly. Those sitting on his back felt no jostling, it was extremely stable. Jump, Shin Tian-K said. Just as he finished speaking, Lily, who had been preparing behind him for a long time, let out a soft breath. 4 flying swords shot out from the sword box. At the moment when both sides were about to collide, Shin Tian-K stored Old Black into the beast space and stepped onto Lily's flying sword. The 3 of them were carried by the flying swords, racing away into the distance. Watching the enormous creature suddenly disappear before them, the group that had been ready to fight stood there dumbfounded. Many people held their magic wands stiffly in the air, their internal power gathering but not falling. What happened? A group of people looked confused, but as they watched the others leave, they stood there, unsure of what to say. Why did it feel like something strange just floated through their minds? Everyone was bewildered. The captain looked at the few people flying away on swords in the sky, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But just at that moment, a strange wave came from afar. Everyone turned to look ahead. They saw a massive creature standing just a few meters in front of them. When they saw the blood-red scales, their expressions changed. A cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. Aliens! It's aliens! Remembering the enormous creature that had suddenly appeared and then vanished, combined with the pursuit of the aliens, even the most foolish among them realized what had happened. That creature was not a monster at all, but a beast of a beastmaster. The other party had attracted them here to evade the pursuit of the aliens behind them. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. There were already 2 aliens chasing from behind, and now there was one in front. Before the captain could think of a countermeasure, he saw an alien roaring and charging at him. Quick, water ball! Water ball! There was no choice. The alien was about to charge at them. Although it was only a few meters away, its massive size closed the distance rapidly with each step. Not to mention that there were still 2 aliens approaching from behind. This was a certain death situation. Damn Beastmaster, if I knew who you were, I would make you pay dearly when we get out. You ruined our team's chance, damn it. Faced with such a decision, the group was filled with unwillingness. They cursed Shin Tian-K incessantly, trying to balance their inner resentment through such means. If they had a chance to win against that monster earlier, now, facing the combined assault of 3 fifth-tier aliens, what could they do? Compared to the fear of facing death directly, they were more willing to preserve their own lives. Their team was already in shambles, with almost every squad having lost members, which was why they had come together. It was precisely because they had seen their teammates die around them that they had given up the pride that talented individuals should have. At this moment, survival is the most important. As one water ball after another was crushed, their bodies rippled with dark blue runes. These runes shimmered like waves of water. After a fleeting moment, several figures vanished from their original spot. Boom! 3 alien beings suddenly appeared. They paused where the humans had just disappeared, exchanging glances. Doubt flickered in their eyes. How did the humans suddenly vanish? Humans? Gone? Next. There are still traces of humans. The 3 aliens turned their gazes toward the horizon. Then, they chased after Qin Tianke and the others. Not far away in midair, a black-red golden-tailed eagle watched the scene unfold. On the flying sword, severing the visual link with Xiao Jin, Qin Tianke's heart tightened. This is bad, it's gone wrong. He had originally adhered to the philosophy of a dead friend is better than a living Taoist. But unexpectedly, these people decisively crushed the water balls. As long as the water balls were crushed, they could be teleported away. Throughout his journey, Qin Tianke had rarely seen anyone willing to crush the water balls. Now he had completely forgotten this point. He didn't expect to be taught a lesson instead. This was entirely unexpected. Qin Tianke's heart stirred. From the shadows, Lao He emerged once more. The three jumped from the flying sword onto Lao He's back. Lao He plummeted from the sky, causing the ground to tremble, leaving a series of cracks. The landing caused a commotion. Lao He did not pause at all, charging forward. Haha, finally seeing this guy take a hit. This person is truly malicious. He really brings shame to his team. Many spectators looked at Qin Tianke's scene of misfortune with disdain. On the high platform, the three major powers and 6 great families were divided into areas, representing their respective positions. What a vicious mind, thinking of sacrificing others to save himself. The speaker was a young member of the Zhuge family, gritting his teeth as he stared at Qin Tianke on the screen, filled with discontent. What's the big deal? A dead friend is not a loss to a Taoist. A young man replied, his clothing marked with the emblem of the Three Blades Alliance. Exactly, Brother Mo sees through it all. Another speaker, a delicately dressed man from the Endless Society, chimed in. Compared to the lives of others, one's own life is far more precious. Sacrificing a few unrelated people to escape pursuit is surely better, right? The delicate man continued. It seems Brother Ji has never been on a real battlefield, unaware of the treachery of human hearts. The delicate man teased while covering his mouth and chuckling, appearing quite feminine. Zhuge Ji was about to rise and say something when he was silenced by a cough from an elder beside him. With an elder speaking, the other two dared not jest any further and could only watch quietly. Zhuge Ji glanced at the two, snorted coldly, and began sipping his tea. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The voice was clear and ethereal, like a spirit bird in the mountains. I think this is quite a character. Since you all are silent, I, from the Qingyun Hall, will take him. The others turned to look at the speaker. It was a young woman, barely in her 20s, dressed in a qipao. Her figure was curvaceous, with a fair oval face and delicate features. A beauty mark adorned the corner of her eye, complemented by her striking makeup. She looked like a fox spirit, captivating and enchanting. Every smile and frown drew attention, evoking admiration and longing. As she spoke, the younger generation from the other great families all turned their gazes toward her. In their gazes, there was a hint of admiration and covetousness. However, they dared only to hide these emotions deep within their hearts, not daring to show any outward expression. Despite the woman's extraordinary beauty, her identity and reputation in the city were known to all. The phrase eats people without spitting out bones was synonymous with her. Though she was merely a woman, she was the young master of the Qingyun Hall. A few years ago, a young heir from a first-rate family had openly harassed her on the street. Just half a day later, that first-rate family was instantly annihilated. Over 1,000 members of that family, regardless of age or gender, were slaughtered to the last. It should be noted that the family was also quite renowned in the city. The other 6 major families would usually show them some respect, yet that family was now completely wiped out. It was said that this incident later caused quite a stir at the Alliance headquarters, ending in an unhappy resolution. No one knew the outcome of the matter, only that after that incident, Qingyun Hall seemed unaffected. The name Shu Changwei also gained prominence among the various family factions. Even young Master Shu has spoken. It seems there is an intention to recruit? Although the gathering was dominated by the 9 major families, only the Weiqi family could engage in conversation with Qingyun Hall. Shu Changwei glanced at the other party and lightly spat, her beautiful eyes casting a captivating glance. Such a brief action stirred the blood of the young men around her. There was no helping it. Despite being known for their ruthlessness, her charm was like that of a fox spirit, naturally attracting many young men. This time, that dual-class job changer seems to be performing exceptionally well. The speaker was no longer from the younger generation of those families but rather the elders representing their families sitting beside them. The voice came from the Nangong family, Brother Yangshu, who would reveal their trump card right from the start. That said, this dual-class job changer is indeed quite rare. A middle-aged man from the Duanmu family chimed in. Could it be that the Duanmu family wants to recruit him? Or does the Nangong family have such intentions? The elders from both families, who had initially prepared to continue the conversation, suddenly fell silent, wearing expressions of slight apology. The attitudes of the other major families changed similarly, becoming exceedingly flattering. The speaker was a middle-aged beauty, accompanied by a young woman. Both were dressed in vibrant kipeos, and their makeup seemed not to conceal their age but rather added a unique charm. Compared to the young woman beside the beauty, the middle-aged woman was even more stunning. Or rather, the aura of the two was entirely different. The young woman was exceptionally beautiful, even more so than Shu Qiangwei, with a heart-shaped face and a hint of baby fat that made her appear cute and pure rather than overweight. However, her figure seemed somewhat lacking. If the three stunning beauties present were compared, this young woman would be seen as pure and adorable, while the young master of Qingyun Hall, Shu Qiangwei, was enchanting and alluring. As for the middle-aged beauty, she exuded a unique charm that far surpassed the other two. When this beauty spoke, the 5 major families fell silent, seemingly in admiration and trepidation. The middle-aged woman proudly held her chest high, her phoenix eyes not showing disdain but rather adding to her allure. The head of the 6 major families, the Ouyang family, had a remarkable identity. She was Ouyang Weining, the current grand elder of the Ouyang family. I wonder how many good talents this generation will bring to supply fresh blood to my Ouyang family, Ouyang Weining said self-deprecatingly, completely ignoring the strange looks from those around her. Shu Qiangwei snorted softly, secretly thinking, old hag. The 2 representatives from the Three Blades Alliance and the Endless Society appeared particularly calm, sipping their tea without paying attention to the conversation. The Ouyang family has always produced geniuses, and this time's competition team truly shows that women are no less than men. At this moment, the elder from the Sima family, who had been silent, began to flatter. The other party seemed to enjoy it, nodding in satisfaction. Although this was just a brief exchange, it was enough to highlight the dynamics among the various powerful families in the city. The Three Blades Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Qingyun Hall were all later established foreign forces. They settled in the main city of the Alliance, and it took several generations of effort to establish a foothold and rapidly develop. Their rise to a position equal to the 6 great families demonstrates the amount of effort and dedication they invested. The 6 great families, on the other hand, were established because their ancestors were key figures in building the alliance. In gratitude, the alliance focused on nurturing their descendants, which led to the formation of the 6 great families. On the surface, there seemed to be an opposing relationship between the two sides, but behind the scenes, there were countless connections. For instance, the Sima family had always been a subordinate to the Ouyang family. The Duanmu family and the Nangong family had always maintained a good relationship, yet they occasionally found themselves at odds. Among the other families and forces, only the Qingyun Hall and the Weiqi family maintained a close relationship. It seemed that the young master of the Weiqi family was intentionally or unintentionally pursuing the other. This had become a topic of casual conversation among many residents after meals. Above the white mist in the square, Blood Sovereign was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he watched with interest as the red dots below transformed from 1 into 3, then began to chase after the 3 individuals. Previously, he had been playing cards and hadn't noticed this little fellow. Blood Sovereign narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of curiosity. How could he possess the aura of the undead? It seemed he was a rare type of special beast master. As Blood Sovereign pondered, he felt a playful urge arise. Although he had punished them, the pain of losing money had not yet been vented. Since that was the case, let's have some fun. Blood Sovereign was quite pleased with his idea. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes. The 3 dots that had been chasing suddenly stopped, seemingly expanding in size before continuing to pursue at an even faster speed. Blood Sovereign simultaneously glanced at the general distribution of people within the white mist. The flow of time in the simulated secret realm was different from that in the outside world. Although 2 days had passed, only 2 hours had elapsed outside. Moreover, within those 2 hours, over 100 people had been eliminated, all killed by one another. These were all arrogant individuals. Because it was a simulation, he wouldn't let these geniuses die so easily. This was merely a lesson for them. What followed would be the real beginning. Starting from the moment he released the foreign beings around each person, many had actively shattered their water balls to escape, leaving only about 120 people remaining on the field. It seemed it was time to set some points. Observing the general distribution of those individuals, he understood. He raised his finger and casually pointed downwards. In the next moment, a massive red light suddenly descended, like a blood-colored pillar, stirring up a super weather wave. After merging into the white mist, it instantly vanished, as if a bright light had suddenly swept past, with the blood light falling onto one point within the white mist. Meanwhile, the monitoring devices in the leaderboard began to change. The gaze of many turned to the blood-red pillar of light. In the simulated secret realm, Old Black felt the surging aura behind him. His speed unconsciously increased a bit. Qin Tianke anxiously watched the 3 alien creatures charging towards them from behind. Little Jean could fly and was scouting ahead. Originally, 1 alien creature was enough for the 2 of them to handle. Now, 3 alien creatures had appeared. Li Li looked at the alien creatures rushing towards them, his expression changing. The sword box behind him opened and closed. Extreme Shadow, Chase the Wind. 2 flying swords shot out in response, leaving 2 trails in the air as they flew towards the 3 alien creatures. During this period of training, his ability in long-range attacks had greatly improved. Extreme Sword Technique. The 2 flying swords were already extremely slender, and with the Extreme Sword Technique, their power could be significantly unleashed. At that moment, the slender flying swords moved at incredible speed. Even the tough-skinned 5th-tier alien creatures were pierced by these 2 swords. However, since their flesh was crimson, it seemed they didn't suffer any injuries. Seeing the attack was effective, the 2 flying swords began to swiftly dart and attack. Those alien creatures allowed the flying swords to strike them without any reaction, recklessly charging forward like robots. Just as Li Li was about to manipulate the flying swords to attack again, Shin Tian-K quickly stopped him. No need, these alien creatures will only chase and won't dodge the terrain. This will greatly delay their time. Even though these alien creatures were at the 5th tier, crashing into the trees in a straight line would inevitably waste their time. This significantly slowed their progress. Hearing this, Li Li finally retracted his thoughts. Chen Yang, beside them, watched the scene with gritted teeth. There was nothing he could do. He was just a melee class transferee and couldn't perform long-range attacks like Li Li. At this moment, Shin Tian-K began to share Little Jin's vision. There was nothing unusual within 30 meters ahead. Shin Tian-K glanced back at the alien creatures slowed down by their straight-line march and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a stroke of luck if they could escape. Although Li Li's flying swords were extremely fast for a short time, it was still not enough to support them until the selection point appeared. Moreover, Li Li's strength was limited. It would be better for him to recover more. Once the selection point appeared, they could rush over quickly. That was the top priority. For now, they could temporarily wait on Old Black. As Old Black's running speed increased, the 3 5th-tier alien creatures seemed to accelerate as well. Shin Tian-K keenly sensed this. His expression changed. Were these intelligent beings? Could they keep up with his increasing speed? Shin Tian-K even suspected that the creatures following them were machines. However, there was a tangible alien aura emanating from them. Bang! A sound of an explosion rang in his ears. Shin Tian-K instinctively turned his head to the side, narrowly avoiding this perilous attack. As the attack landed ahead, it left a massive crater, shattering the roots of a towering tree, which then crashed to the ground. Shin Tian-K looked back in astonishment. Among the 3 alien creatures, one was continuously launching attacks at them. It was not some kind of cannonball, but ancient arrows. Not good. His heart raced with alarm. That last attack was dodged purely out of the instinctive reaction of a beastmaster. If he hadn't dodged, he would have probably been teleported away by now. Old Black's speed increased even more. What incredible speed! And his attack power had also strengthened. Could it be that the difficulty is about to be increased? If that's the case, does that mean they are about to deploy the points? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, he saw a dazzling red light coming from the horizon. The red light flashed and vanished, swallowed by the distance, leaving only a blood-red pillar of light standing between heaven and earth. The real speed selection had begun. Poof! Li Li suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire aura was weak and dispirited. He had sustained considerable injuries. He had sent out 2 flying swords to attack the opponent, but one of them was now caught in the hands of an alien creature. The blood-red body was surging with immense power. Its armor seemed to be forged from condensed gas. The degree of materialization was increasing, and its momentum was growing stronger. Compared to the previous state of recklessly charging like a robot, it had undergone a complete transformation, exuding a more powerful aura. Li Li's sword was crushed in the opponent's hand. For a sword cultivator, a flying sword is a part of their life, nurtured through their blood and effort. Once shattered, it also meant that they would bear certain side effects. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air at high speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lao Hei continuously dodged and leaped, evading the barrage of arrows. Nevertheless, the arrows were incredibly fast, and given Lao Hei's large size, he was no different from a target. He was hit by several arrows in succession, blood streaming down. Not far behind him, the 3 alien creatures, which had only known how to charge recklessly, changed their tactics. Even with their over 2-meter-tall bodies, they could spin and leap through the jungle, using the towering trees to their advantage, continuously closing in on Shin Tian-K and his group. Their speed was significantly faster than before. In their hands, blood-red arrows were constantly being conjured from their bows and crossbows. Seeing this scene, Shin Tian-K was startled and issued orders to the 2 beside him. We need to spread out and reach the selection point as quickly as possible. Do not linger in battle. Upon hearing this, Li Li and Chen Zhenyang both nodded in agreement. With Chen Zhenyang's support, Lily opened his sword box behind him, and several flying swords shot out. The swords lined up in front, and with Lily's assistance, Chen Zhengyang stepped onto a flying sword. The two sped towards the blood-red pillar of light. At this moment, the flying swords assembled together, forming a massive platform. It seemed that the sword cultivator profession allowed for various combinations and assemblies of their flying swords. Qin Tianke had no time to focus on that now. After seeing them separate, the three alien creatures sent only one to pursue the two, while the other two rushed towards him. Qin Tianke's heart tightened. The two fifth-tier aliens seemed to have gone mad, as if they were going all out. It appeared that escape was no longer an option. As Qin Tianke gathered the power within him, he calculated the distance to the blood-red pillar. It didn't seem too far, but as the saying goes, a mountain looks closer than it is. From his current position to the blood-red pillar, it was estimated to be around 50 kilometers. At such a distance, with no clear idea of how many people were still alive on the field, he had no way of knowing what rank he could achieve. Hearing the roars of the two alien creatures behind him, Qin Tianke hesitated not at all. His mind was already made up. It was still daytime, and not far ahead was a vast shaded area. Once he reached that place, he could truly unleash his strength. The pursuit of the two alien creatures behind him grew tighter, with a continuous barrage of blood-red arrows flying through the air. Old Hay was already marked with numerous arrow wounds. Hearing the continuous sounds of painful groans, Qin Tianke's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately summoned Old Hay into the Beast Master space. However, he did not head towards the shaded area ahead. Instead, he leaped into the air. As his figure flipped, a peculiar curved knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Channeling all his strength, he swung it towards one of the two alien beings. He was actually going to fight the alien head-on. Outside the arena, many who were watching him gasped in astonishment. No way, this kid has gone mad, trying to take on a fifth-tier alien with his third-tier cultivation? He deserves it. This kid got our team eliminated, so he should suffer like this. The curved knife in Qin Tianke's hand gathered everyone's attention. They all wanted to see what this beast master, who was facing a fifth-tier alien with only third-tier cultivation, could do. The people from the 6 major families and 3 major forces all focused on the techniques Qin Tianke was about to display. Even the Blood Sovereign, who had been extremely relaxed above the white mist, now peered through the red light, entering the perspective of the alien beings, eager to see what special methods this kid had. As the distance between the two sides closed, a never-before-seen red-golden light burst forth from Qin Tianke's eyes. The red-golden glow flashed by. In the sky, the little golden creature that was circling also revealed the same brightness in its eyes. Both of them had red-golden light, flickering like flames. The alien being raised its side-like arm, charging towards Qin Tianke, the distance between them closing rapidly, about to collide. The alien's power could definitely crush Qin Tianke into dust in an instant. However, just as they were about to make contact, Qin Tianke's figure suddenly vanished from its original spot, fleeing wildly into the distance. When he reappeared, he was already behind the alien. The sound of death's wind howled past. In the next moment, a gash was cut open on the alien's back. The blade light continuously slashed across its back. Injured by such an attack, the alien let out a painful roar. It wanted to turn around, but had to endure the pain. Meanwhile, the other alien, sensing the danger, rushed towards Qin Tianke at high speed. Qin Tianke's body vanished again from its spot. When he appeared, he was not far away. The alien that had just been slashed with countless wounds let out a roar. In an instant, the roar stirred up gusts of wind. As the wind swirled, a figure, like a meteor falling from the sky, charged towards Qin Tianke. In contrast, the opponent did not dodge or evade. Boom! Qin Tianke took the hit head-on, his body thrown backward. After tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air, he quickly dissolved into the shadows of the mountains and forests. When he emerged again, he was not far away, and his figure disappeared into the shadows once more, continuously flashing away into the distance, feeling somewhat like a fish in water. The two alien beings exchanged glances, then accelerated to chase after him. Is this the ability of spatial traversal? Among the 6 major families and 3 major forces, Zhuge Ji couldn't help but exclaim. In the earlier idle chatter, Qin Tianke had already attracted some of their attention. Now, noticing the ability he had just displayed, they all unconsciously shifted their focus onto him. It wasn't that Zhuge Ji was overreacting, it was just that this ability was too rare. Even the elder beside him was somewhat astonished. The other family members also looked at the enlarged image of Qin Tianke on the small screen before them. As one of the 9 major family powers in the main city of the Alliance, their reputation and status are only beneath the Alliance headquarters and the military headquarters. How could they not have some privileges? The platform they occupy can be customized, and a barrier can rise around them at any time. This creates a space shrouded in a protective barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to see anything within. Naturally, there is also a small leaderboard in front of them. The image above can be enlarged or reduced at will, according to their thoughts. Zhugeji's words brought smiles to the faces of the others, stirring thoughts of recruiting talented individuals in their hearts. However, the elders of the other families paused their gazes on Ouyang Weining for a moment. If the head of the 6 major families, the Ouyang family, did not speak, who would dare? As elders of their respective families, how could they not understand the terrifying nature of such abilities? Just like the scene they had just witnessed, jumping dozens of meters from one place to another. This was too similar to spatial teleportation abilities. That's why they were so surprised. It should be known that anything related to spatial attributes is not simple. And, does that person really possess spatial attribute abilities? The girl beside Ouyang Weining showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Tianke on the screen, filled with curiosity. This question was like lighting a fuse. The people around cast glances at each other, seemingly seeking confirmation. Spatial attributes are extremely rare. Even in this generation at the Alliance headquarters, there is only one person with spatial attributes, just a small figure from a remote area. Perhaps, it's just a partial overlap with the powers of spatial attributes. Ouyang Weining was indifferent, but this attitude appeared differently in the eyes of the others. Each of them harbored their own suspicions. The girl seemed to have no other thoughts and spoke blankly. Sister Yuqing, your aunt's words are not without reason. Spatial attributes are indeed precious. Among the 9 young descendants present, only Xu Qiangwei from the Qingyun Hall had the ability to address Ouyang Yuqing in such a manner. Xu Qiangwei smiled slightly, speaking with a playful tone. There are rumors that this Haina Square is a legacy of a top-tier spatial mage, but no one has been able to receive its final inheritance. Some also say that Haina Square is a spatial treasure forged with great effort by the former alliance leader. Regardless of which version is true, if this person possesses spatial attributes, they would naturally be able to see through it. Why would they need to fight within it? Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression appeared on Ouyang Yuqing's chubby little face. Xu Qiangwei played with the petal-shaped weapon in her hand, lost in her thoughts. The people from the various family powers exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. In the simulated secret realm, the first place in the speed selection is Yuan Haoren from the Transmigrator Alliance headquarters. This announcement echoed from all directions, resonating throughout the square. The leaderboard in the sky also changed at this moment. A name suddenly appeared on the leaderboard. Yuan Haoren from the Transmigrator Alliance headquarters. The crowd erupted in excitement. It's here, first place, it's first. Yuan Haoren, I remember now. One of the favorites to win in the Transmigrator Alliance, a third-tier spatial mage. Wow, the first place is actually a spatial mage. Inside the simulated secret realm, the blood-red light pillar trembled suddenly, bursting forth with brightness. Then, a voice that resonated through heaven and earth echoed. Like a great bell, it shook the world. In the simulated secret realm, the first place in the speed selection is Yuan Haoren from the Alliance headquarters. Qin Tiang's body was swiftly traversing through these shadows. At this moment, his body resembled a stream of black water, constantly leaping within the shadows. The speed was astonishing, each leap covering an immense distance. Qin Tianke was running for his life while glancing at the weapon in his hand. The blade of Lu Yue had developed a slight curl. Although the curl was minimal, it made Qin Tiang's heart tighten. Lu Yue had spent a month and a half fusing that material before. After the fusion, Lu Yue not only became more powerful and sharper but also gained an additional characteristic. Yet, even so, it had still been slightly curled from that last strike. This was enough to show that the physical strength of a 5th-tier alien was extraordinary. Looking at the curled blade, Qin Tianke felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Lu Yue had fused the material, enhancing its rigidity. Otherwise, that last strike would have been more than just a simple curl. Qin Tiang's body leaped out of the shadows once more, and he looked up at the blood column in the distance. He felt even more anxious. The time was nearing noon. At this time, the sunlight was most abundant, and under the scorching sun, shadows were hard to maintain. He was now only a few kilometers away from the blood column. He could clearly see the red light refracting from it. The trees in front of him were in ruins, some broken, some fallen, with not even a thicket left. It was noon, and there wasn't a single shadow in this place. Seeing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why did it feel like he was being deliberately targeted? Before he could ponder further, he saw people continuously approaching within the blood-colored light column. Not good. Qin Tiang's legs moved swiftly as he hurried to catch up. Simulation Secret Realm, Speed Selection 3rd Place, Transcender Alliance Headquarters, Shanghai. Qin Tianke had already reached 10 meters in front of the blood column, his speed unabashedly unleashed. As long as he could secure a spot in the top 10, he could earn 10 points for his team. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could he dare to give up? As Chin Tianke sped forward, his body suddenly halted, and he sidestepped to evade. A long spear shot through the air from behind. His gaze caught sight of the spear, which came rushing at him like a fleeting shadow. As Chin Tianke dodged, Lao Hei howled out. Then came a thunderous explosion. A figure had bombarded the spot just moments ago, creating a sizable crater. The power was comparable to that of a small bomb. The shockwave from the explosion rolled outwards, stirring up dust in an instant. Chin Tianke turned to look. In the midst of the swirling dust, a large man stood tall. His aura was overwhelming. As the man reached for the spear, his momentum surged even more. The man emerged from the dust, his gaze fixed on Chin Tianke. Noticing the intensity of his stare, Chin Tianke's heart sank. That look could only mean trouble. Before Chin Tianke could react, a series of explosive sounds echoed around him. 3 more figures appeared nearby. They stared at Chin Tianke with piercing eyes, as if he were the enemy who had killed their father. Chin Tianke's heart sank further. His gaze swept over the 4 individuals. Excluding the spear-wielding giant, there were 3 others. One was cloaked in black robes, surrounded by visible malevolent spirits. In his hand, he held a bone banner swirling with countless gusts of dark wind. Beside him stood a man with his upper body bare, his fists wrapped in white strips. He exuded an extremely vigorous aura of blood and energy. The last was a woman clad in golden armor, wielding a long whip. A system prompt popped up before Chin Tianke. Jin Feng, Occupation, Evil Spirit Master. Level, Tier 3. Attribute, Undead. Ability, Soul Banner, Evil Spirit Possession, Soul Summoning Technique. Evil Spirit Master, Skinning and Flaying, Soul Snatching and Refining, using undead spirits as a means of attack, with the innate dark artifact, the Soul Banner. Shui Ping, Occupation, Boxer. Level, Tier 3. Attribute, Martial. Ability, Fist Wind Like a Gale, 32 styles of boxing. Shu Mo. Occupation, Valkyrie. Level, Tier 3. Attribute, Martial. Ability, High Fighting Spirit, Weapon Mastery, Surging Combat Will. Valkyrie, born for battle, capable of igniting potential and combat power. My goodness. Chin Tianke couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. The professions of these 3 individuals were not simple. There were actually pure martial attributes. Only melee-type job changers would possess martial attributes. Pure martial attribute job changers were rare. Unexpectedly, 2 appeared at once. Chin Tianke's gaze returned to the burly man holding a long spear. Ling Yu, Occupation, Elemental Gunner. Level, Tier 3. Attribute, Fire, Water, Wind. Ability, Fire Spirit, Water Rise, Wind Shock. Elemental Gunner, a profession that combines long-range elemental attacks and melee gun techniques, capable of merging elements and guns into one, indistinguishable. The long spear-wielding Ling Yu roared. 100-headed evil dog, it seems to be you. His aura surged forth in layers. This profession was an extremely rare elemental gunner. Compared to the Thunder Gun King Chin Tianke had encountered before, the 2 professions were evenly matched. However, this profession was slightly stronger in elemental manipulation. The so-called elemental gunner means being able to manipulate elements. Among the elemental powers, there was precisely thunder. In comparison, the opponent was stronger in elemental manipulation. However, this profession could attack from a distance or engage in melee. But in melee combat, it was significantly weaker than the Gun King. Chin Tianke looked at the few people. Seeing them all preparing to strike, with an expression of wanting to share life and death with him, his heart was filled with confusion. He clasped his fists and spoke solemnly. Brothers, may I ask where I have offended you? Please speak plainly. Even if I die, I want to die with clarity. As he spoke, Chin Tianke began to circulate his power around him. He did not want to reveal his trump card too early. At this moment, facing these 4 extremely powerful Tier 3 peers, even without using his trump card, he feared he would have no way to escape. The elemental gunner Ling Yu seemed to have heard the biggest joke. He scoffed. When you manipulated the beast to draw the disaster of the alien race eastward, you should have thought of today. I didn't expect you to be so malicious, wanting to draw that 5th-tier alien disaster and cause my teammates to lose their chance for promotion. Now, even if we have obtained this top-ranking spot, we will still slay you here. The woman in golden battle armor, holding a long spear, Shu Mo, shouted angrily. Even in such battle armor, she could not hide her proud figure. The evil Ghostmaster spoke, as if countless cold winds swept by, with fierce ghosts howling and screaming in the wind. Don't worry, after you die, I will refine your soul, turning you into the strongest evil ghost in my 10,000 souls banner. and I will make you suffer the torments of the world. I will make you watch as your bones shatter into pieces." Xue Ping roared, his aura surging. Hearing the words of these 4 people, Qin Tianke instantly understood. So that's how it is? These 4 were teammates of those he had drawn the disaster for. Unexpectedly, they had formed a team. There were actually teammates. Qin Tianke couldn't help but mutter a few words. There was no way to use any communication devices here, and he didn't know how they had transmitted the information. Despite being filled with confusion, Qin Tianke's expression remained unchanged. He just watched the few of them. His previously humble tone suddenly changed, becoming incredibly arrogant. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned a few people intently. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. What do their lives or deaths have to do with me? Since you insist on this, I will send you down to accompany them. As soon as the words fell, Qin Tianke was the first to strike. He charged straight towards Lingyu. However, in the next moment, Lingyu swung his spear, and the opponent inexplicably vanished from sight. Not good, this kid is strange. Be careful. Although the 4 of them were prepared, no one knew the special methods of this beast master before them, so they naturally had to remain vigilant. Lingyu's expression was tense, with 3 elemental powers swirling around him in defense. When Qin Tianke reappeared, he was already beside the martial artist. Qin Tianke calmly struck out with a palm. Although his hand appeared empty, in the instant he swung, a gleam of light flickered, gradually revealing a curved blade. This was a characteristic of his weapon, the curved blade of the moon flow. It could completely conceal the blade in the air, making it seem non-existent. The martial artist keenly sensed someone behind him. Foolish one, just a mere beast master, daring to. Before he could finish his words, a sharp sensation suddenly pierced his neck. In that instant, he dashed forward at high speed, simultaneously throwing a punch backward at the person behind him. However, that punch missed entirely. As soon as he landed, the familiar aura surged again from behind him. A cold light flashed at his neck once more. These 2 cold lights intertwined like 2 threads in an instant. With a cry of unwillingness and a whimper, he collapsed to the ground. His head was severed. Such speed! This method shocked the other 3. This person was extremely dangerous. They could no longer afford to delay. This person was a madman. The Valkyrie Shumo roared in anger. The golden armor shone brightly, bathing her in radiant light. Like a divine warrior, she swung her long whip and charged forward in fury. Old Hay roared, 100 heads howling. He lunged at this person. The 2 sides quickly engaged in battle. Golden light clashed with dark light, sending dust swirling in all directions. The Valkyrie was physically powerful, and the more she fought, the more her abilities increased. Old Hay, amidst continuous roars and howls, unleashed more attacks, but gradually lost any effective suppression against the Valkyrie. At first, he could maintain an advantage, but in just a few breaths, he was continuously whipped by a golden long whip, falling into despair. At this moment, Qin Tianke was engaged in battle with another person. Although this person was also a melee class, his physical strength was far greater than that of the previous martial artist. Meanwhile, the evil spirit master was quietly brewing something on the side. New powers surged from the soul banner in his hand. Countless ghostly souls roared around him, and evil spirits howled. Qin Tianke's curved blade shadowed his opponent, constantly slashing at him. The force of his attacks grew stronger, but they were easily blocked by the opponent. He even accidentally suffered from an elemental attack from the opponent, burning his body and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Shadow waves, Lingyu roared. His massive body followed the spear, continuously spinning in the air for several circles. He slammed down heavily with the spear. This strike was immensely powerful. Countless streams of water surged around him, the sound of water like waves crashing and overlapping. Coupled with his rolling posture in the air, it gathered the dual force of physical and elemental power. This strike had the force of 1,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds. Even Qin Tianke mobilized all his strength. A wound was still cut open on his chest by that shot. Damn it! Qin Tianke was startled. He continued to retreat. This is the elemental gunner. Indeed, he was different from those he had encountered before. This person's elemental powers, at the moment, seemed to be only wind, fire, and water. But even with just these 3 elemental powers, combined with that incomprehensible physique, the power had reached a peak state at this moment. This was troublesome. At the same time, Old Black let out a whimpering roar. Qin Tianke looked in the direction of the sound. Old Black was being relentlessly whipped by the opponent's golden whip, clearly in a state of defeat. The whip seemed to contain an aura that even Old Black feared. Could it be? Realizing this, Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. He immediately began to scan. No wonder! A holy attribute golden whip. No wonder this person, a mere mortal, could suppress Old Black so thoroughly. Qin Tianke wanted to do something again. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a gun blade slicing through the air. As he dodged, he saw a spark erupt from the gun's tip. Before he could react, the spark flared up with the wind, instantly covering the world before him, accompanied by flames swirling with the wind, fire and wind intertwined. Originally, there was just a tiny spark on the opponent's body, but under the wind's agitation, it instantly formed a red flame tornado, sweeping towards him. This was an entirely unexpected attack. Shin Tian-K could not evade. He could only endure it, flames engulfing his entire body. He was also struck aside by the opponent's gun. Old Black was being beaten back step by step by the Valkyrie Shuemo. He wanted to resist but had no strength left. He was clearly defeated. In the end, a whip struck him, and he collapsed to the side, unconscious. "I thought you were so arrogant, but it turns out you only have these tricks. Your beast tamer looks really disgusting, let me smash it." After saying this, the two were about to strike when they were stopped by the evil ghost master. "Leave this person to me. I want to strip his tendons and skin, seize his soul and refine it." The power in the evil ghost master's hands had already coalesced. With the wails from the 10,000 souls banner, countless vengeful spirits surged out, rushing towards Shin Tian-K. The other two retracted their weapons. If the beast tamer died, the beast would die too. In this situation, the opponent could no longer have the strength to stand up. It was impossible for him to fight them again. They had won this battle. If this person did not die, he would crush the water ball, so they had nothing to worry about. It was just a pity that this person had been knocked unconscious. He probably no longer had the strength to crush the water ball. As these few relaxed secretly, the evil ghost master suddenly changed his expression. Immediately after, his pupils constricted, revealing an incredulous look. Before he could finish his sentence, his 10,000 souls banner trembled. Countless vengeful spirits surged out from it. Even those that had just flown out returned, devouring him alive. Watching this bizarre scene, the two instantly sounded the alarm in their minds. They looked in unison at Shin Tian-K, who was lying nearby. No, it's impossible. They could feel it. A powerful aura was beginning to erupt from this person. So it really doesn't work? Shin Tian-K slowly stood up, sighing. The reason he had initially attacked that fist master was that he sensed the opponent's physical strength was far inferior to the perfect weapon in his hand. After all, although the fist master cultivated his body, how could a third-tier physique compare to a perfect weapon? That's why he had taken that approach. But he didn't expect the other two to be even more troublesome, especially that elemental gunner. The long spear in his hand was, surprisingly, also a weapon of perfect quality. Since that was the case, he decided to stop pretending. It was time to reveal his true self. He was going all out. Shin Tian-K slowly raised his head. Just a glance was enough to frighten the two into a state of panic. What kind of eyes were those? They couldn't describe it. It felt as if a demon from hell was crawling out, approaching them step by step, solely to claim their lives and souls. While the two were astonished, they quickly adjusted their states. They looked at Shin Tian-K, who was walking towards them. In his eyes burned flames of black and white. He had somehow donned a dark black robe. "Come!" A sharp command rang out. Instantly, powerful auras surged behind the two. Following that, under their shocked gazes, the vengeful spirits that had been gnawing at his corpse and the demon master's soul banner slowly floated up, staring directly at the two before them, their eyes filled with greed. "Annihilate!" These two words sounded like a command from hell. The souls went mad, wrapping around the two. No matter how powerful they were, it was difficult to resist the power of these souls. This was also why some individuals with soul-related attributes were deemed dangerous. Souls could ignore all physical attacks, only the sacred light could counter them. At this moment, the only one still capable of holding on was that Valkyrie. The six great families, the three major forces. Could this black and white be the power of yin and yang? The young man from the Nangong family, Nangong Linping, said with a serious expression. Currently, the only known class with yin and yang powers in the alliance seems to be the yin-yang walker. The young members of the six great families began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, the elders wore grave expressions. Shu Changwei looked at Shin Tian-K on the screen. His eyes were filled with two colors of brilliance, resembling flames burning, extremely dazzling. She did not participate in the arguments of others but instead sipped her tea. Her gaze lingered on Shin Tian-K for just a moment before shifting to Shu Mo, who was about to battle him. Looking at her, Shu Changwei's lips curled slightly. "This kid is quite interesting. Yuqing, after this selection ends, you should deliver this invitation for me." Ouyang's eldest casually placed an invitation on the table. The girl beside her quickly took it. "Yes, aunt." Watching this scene, the elders from the other families chose to remain silent. After all, this was a very clear statement. This person was wanted by the Ouyang family. Every time the alliance held a selection for class changers, participants who showcased their talents could potentially be taken under the wing of the family forces in the main city. This was a privilege granted by the headquarters among family forces. As the major families fell silent, a sudden voice broke the tension. In that case, I would like to see if this young brother will accept the invitation from my Chin Yun Hall. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, even the elders showing hints of surprise. Despite her young age, Shu Changwei's status, if truly calculated, could stand on equal footing with the elders present. After all, as the young master of Chin Yun Hall, her qualifications and the power behind her were not much inferior to that of the Ouyang family's elder. Among the 6 great families, the Ouyang family was at the forefront. Among the 3 major forces, Chin Yun Hall was the first. Ouyang Weiniang did not speak, but her disdain was unmistakable. After saying this, Shu Changwei also fell silent. The atmosphere between the 2 sides at that moment was tense, almost like drawn swords. Inside the simulated secret realm, the blood-red light pillar continued to emit dazzling brightness. Under its illumination, there was still a force that seemed to reach the heavens. The golden whip, radiating a sacred aura, continuously lashed at the surrounding vengeful spirits and wandering souls that dared to approach. The golden whip was unstoppable, acting like a protective barrier, sweeping away those malevolent spirits into dust. Shumo's expression grew increasingly grave. The golden armor she wore was bursting with golden light. Her will to fight intensified. As long as it was a battle, the Valkyrie profession would bring her convenience and benefits. The surrounding evil spirits surged endlessly, resembling an army of thousands. Despite Shumo's boiling fighting spirit, she dared not expend too much of her stamina. After all, not far away, there was still a person and a beast watching her intently. Fortunately, the golden whip in her hand possessed a sacred attribute, which had an absolute restraining effect on these evil spirits, including the 100-headed hellhound. Shu Mo still couldn't understand why that person would suddenly awaken in such a deadly situation. Could it be that he had another profession? Was he a dual-class job changer? Her heart was filled with uncertainty. However, in the next moment, Shu Mo was horrified to discover that the evil spirits that had been surrounding her suddenly froze in place, retreating with a loud crash. As the evil spirits all surged into the soul banner, everything returned to calm. Aside from the chaos left behind, there was likely no other presence to prove the dangers that had just transpired here. At that moment, Qin Tian-Ke slowly approached. His gaze towards her held no emotion. No, to be precise, his eyes were filled with a mix of black and white light. In such radiant eyes, there was naturally no emotion. Without any hesitation, beside Qin Tian-Ke, the old black beast, covered in wounds, looked at the woman before him with great caution. The golden whip in her hand exerted tremendous pressure on it, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so defeated just now. Qin Tian-Ke summoned another beast from his beast-taming space. With a loud cry, Shumo's expression changed. She then saw a fledgling eagle perched on his shoulder. Although it was just a fledgling, it was slightly larger than an average adult bird. Taking this opportunity, Shu Mo observed the fledgling on his shoulder, secretly recovering her lost stamina. Although the fledgling was in its juvenile form, its feathers were extremely peculiar. It had a special gray-red color, leaning towards darkness, as if it were a blend of 2 different palettes. Its tail feathers were brilliantly golden, and on its forehead, a tuft of white feathers floated. This fledgling eagle stood proudly on his shoulder, its wings slightly tucked in, chest out. Though it was an eagle, it exuded a certain cold and proud charm, almost human-like in its demeanor. Being close enough, Shu Mo could sense the unique aura emanating from the fledgling, seemingly sharing the same attributes as the previous 100-headed hellhound. Shu Mo furrowed her brow. The power within her was being restored by the pill she had just consumed. What kind of fledgling was this? A dark attribute eagle-type beast? If that were the case, it would be much simpler. It wasn't that Shu Mo was exaggerating. As long as the opponent's beast had a dark attribute, her exorcising whip could suppress it, just like dealing with that 100-headed hellhound. With this thought, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, little gold. Upon hearing this, the fledgling on his shoulder let out a sharp cry and then charged straight at her. Shu Mo watched the scene unfold before her. A cold smile lingered in her heart. As the fledgling eagle approached, she could increasingly sense the dark aura hidden within its body. At the same time, she also sensed its cultivation level. Indeed, was it a beast of this attribute? Or perhaps a second-tier beast? How foolish. Just based on this presale, it thought it could challenge her. Had it forgotten how she had suppressed that vicious dog just moments ago? Shu Mo had been injured in her battle with those evil spirits. Even with the nourishing pills, it would take time to recover. But even so, her current strength was not something this little second-tier beast could withstand. Moreover, this fledgling eagle's attribute was completely restrained. How could it possibly be her opponent? No. To be precise, it was restrained by the weapon in her hand. Her weapon, the exorcism whip, had an absolute suppressive effect on all dark attributes. As soon as the thought arose in her mind, Shuemo took the initiative to strike. The golden long whip in her hand trembled, waving through the air, leaving a graceful trace behind, like ripples on a blue wave. With a powerful swing, she struck the fledgling eagle hard. This blow would at least strip it of its skin, if not kill it. However, the scene she imagined of the opponent being struck did not occur. Instead, under Shumo's gaze, the fledgling eagle actually vanished from sight. Ha! At that moment, alarm bells rang in Shumo's heart. A weak enemy was not terrifying. What was terrifying was an enemy that vanished before her eyes. Born from battle, she quickly devised a countermeasure. In an instant, she wielded the golden whip, swirling it around her body, continuously sweeping through the surrounding air. Although she did not know why the opponent had disappeared, no matter where it was, as long as she left no openings around her, it could not approach. Moreover, her exorcism whip was completely restraining against such an existence. She did not believe the opponent could withstand it. But just then, a wave of scorching heat suddenly surged from all directions. Flames spread through the air, boiling in an instant. Foolish. As long as it was a dark, evil entity, it could be obliterated by my exorcism whip. Shuemo seemed to envision the scene of these flames being struck down by the whip. Since this was her life weapon, she could feel all its feedback. When the exorcism whip struck the flames, it not only failed to extinguish them but instead fueled their momentum, causing them to burn even higher upon the golden whip. Shuemo was taken aback. Anything related to dark attributes, whether it was dark ghostly fire or the waters of the moon, could be restrained by the exorcism whip. Yet, this flame had not been extinguished. Instead, it had grown in power. This meant that the attribute the opponent possessed could not simply be darkness. What kind of darkness could be immune to the holy light? A specter? Was it a specter? As this thought emerged in her mind, it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the flames around her surged upward, gradually engulfing her. Ultimately, she lost her life in this dark sea of fire. Xiao Jin flew back from the sea of flames, landing on Qin Tiang's shoulder, displaying a human-like expression of pride, as if seeking praise and recognition. Qin Tianke nodded, very satisfied with Xiao Jin's performance now. After all, during those 2 months of training, Xiao Jin had shown quite a few special techniques. It seemed that after being transformed by the spirit light, Xiao Jin's combat power could also reach beyond its level. Facing a third-tier opponent as a second-tier beast, it now appeared relaxed and at ease. Previously, when facing a third-tier opponent as a first-tier, it had seemed somewhat constrained. Back when Xiao Jin was only at first-tier cultivation, it often faced off against Su Jia, who had solid strength to back her up. Even though Xiao Jin could fight above his level, he was still under considerable pressure. Being in such battles for a long time had its benefits. It could increase Xiao Jin's immunity to the holy attribute. Accumulating combat experience would further enhance his flame resistance and power. That was why he felt at ease letting Xiao Jin deal with the Valkyrie Shumo before him. After all, although she was powerful, her combat instincts did not seem particularly strong. What she truly relied on was the golden whip in her hand. As long as that golden whip was restrained by Xiao Jin, she would be like someone whose fate was grasped by the throat, naturally without any power to resist. As her flames turned to ashes, Qin Tianke showed no emotional fluctuations. It was not that he was cold-blooded or heartless, but because this was merely a simulated battlefield, and there would be no real casualties. Moreover, if this were truly a battlefield, he would spare no effort. After all, it was the other party who had struck first. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will surely punish them. Back in Lingyun City, Qin Tianke adhered to this principle of life. He only regretted that he had no power at that time. Otherwise, the Chen family would have long been destroyed by him. With the other party's disappearance, it also meant that any obstacles before Qin Tianke vanished in an instant. Who? Come out! Qin Tianke did not rush to act but instead issued a reprimand. At the same time, Xiao Jin flew towards the other party, exhaling a mouthful of scorching ghostly flames at that position. The flames appeared in a strange ghostly blue color. Approaching from afar, they gradually grew larger, ultimately forming a sea of fire. It was as if countless flamethrowers had surged forth in an instant. It was hard to imagine that this little fledgling could spew forth such a sea of fire. Before the flames could touch her, a figure quickly jumped out from within, flustered and trying to stop it. Hey, wait, brother, don't just jump to fighting. Qin Tianke looked at the other party, his eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. It was known that although the other party was fast, she was still burned by Xiao Jin's flames. Logically speaking, at this moment, flames should be swirling around her. After all, Xiao Jin's flames were not ordinary fire, they could not be easily suppressed. Yet, a strange yet familiar golden light surged from the other party. As the golden light surged, it forcibly suppressed the flames that had just touched her. At the same time, as the flames were suppressed, some special runes appeared on her golden skin. Upon seeing the runes, Chin Tian-K confirmed his inner thoughts. This was the Buddha's golden body? Before Chin Tian-K could speak, the other party spoke first. I am Gao Woming, from Lingshan, and my profession is the angry-eyed Vidra. The newcomer was tall, bare-chested, and wore a pair of canvas pants. The golden light flashed across his skin and then retracted, revealing his original bronze color. He held a string of prayer beads in his hand, which he twirled around. His hands were clasped together in a gesture of reverence, and he recited words from the Buddhist scriptures. Behind him appeared a massive shadow of a Vajra. The Vajra was majestic, glaring fiercely. Its brilliance was dazzling, with runes and marks continuously appearing around it. As Chin Tian's eyes opened and closed, he immediately accessed the system to observe carefully. Gao Woming. Profession, Angry-Eyed Vajra. Cultivation, Tier 3. Attributes, Gold, Buddha. Abilities, Angry Eyes, Suppression, Buddha's golden body. Angry-Eyed Vajra, a profession unique to the Buddhist city of Lingshan, upholding the power of precepts and the boundless force of rhythm. Indeed, it was the Buddha's golden body. Chin Tian-K had only seen this ability once on a teammate. Compared to Qin Zhengyang's Buddha's golden body, the former seemed to shine a bit dimmer and was not as pure. What surprised Chin Tian-K was that the other party actually possessed the rare Buddha attribute. This attribute is as rare as the previous martial attribute. One is born from martial arts, and the other from Buddhism. It's no wonder this person comes from Ling Mountain. Within the jurisdiction of the Alliance, there are currently 44 cities. Among them, there are quite a few who have transitioned to Buddhist professions. However, the only city universally recognized as a Buddhist city is Ling Mountain. Yet, this differs from the impression Chin Tian-K had of Ling Mountain in his past life. The Ling Mountain from his past life was intricate and filled with conspiracies. In this world, it seems that the name Ling Mountain merely designates a city, without much deeper significance. It is likely a means to attract others to transition into Buddhist professions. Having been in this world for so long, he still has some understanding of this aspect. Those who transition to Buddhist professions have always taken pride in their origins from Ling Mountain. Moreover, Ling Mountain is recognized as the place with the most Buddhist profession transitions. This has even led to the emergence of several unique professions exclusive to this city, much like the one Chin Tian-K encountered earlier, the madman from Lanma City. I am Chin Tian-K, from Lingyun City, and my profession is beast tamer. Both parties slightly nodded, thus getting acquainted. Gao Woming stammered as he spoke. Brother, though it may be a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, what technique did you just use? Chin Tian-K looked at him without speaking. Generally speaking, although they were all from different professions, no one would directly ask another what technique they trained in right off the bat. Wasn't that akin to asking about their trump card? Chin Tian-K wanted to say something, but the other party hurriedly explained. No, I'm sorry, brother. To be honest, I've been watching from the side for a long time, since they started surrounding and attacking you four. Originally, I wanted to help, but I saw that you seemed to need no assistance from me, so I remained silent, intending to wait for you to go first, and then I would follow behind you. I just wanted to ask what unique technique you practiced, but I didn't expect to be seen in such a flustered state. I truly apologize for the disturbance, please forgive me. After hearing so many explanations, Chin Tian-K looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of peculiarity. It wasn't that he doubted the other person, after all, from his demeanor and actions, those words made him seem somewhat flustered and anxious. This guy seemed to have no ulterior motives. However, his words and actions gave off a vibe of a martial arts enthusiast. After all, he practiced Buddhism. Logically speaking, a Buddhist practitioner shouldn't have such a temperament. It felt somewhat akin to certain martial arts enthusiasts in some cultivation worlds who were obsessed with their training. Nevertheless, Chin Tian-K did not speak. After pondering for a moment, he said, in fact, this is just a characteristic of my profession. It's not a special technique, so I cannot teach it. Upon hearing this, Gao Woming sighed a bit and still cupped his fists respectfully towards Chin Tian-K. As I said before, I have disturbed you, brother. Once we're outside, I must treat you to a good drink. It was indeed an offense. Gao Woming's body stiffened. Just as he was about to explain something, Chin Tian's voice came through. I already said, my name is Chin Tian-K, not brother. Oh, alright, brother. Oh no, Chin Tian-K. Looking at this person, with such a tall stature yet making these gestures, there was an odd sense of incongruity. Shin Tian-K increasingly felt that he had a childlike innocence. Coupled with the fact that the other party's profession was Buddhist, it seemed he had no ill intentions. Shin Tian-K turned his body and opened his hand. Just to be clear, once we're outside, treat me to a drink. Gao Woming nodded repeatedly, of course, of course. Lao Hei silently lay down. Even after lying down, its height was still over 2 meters. But Shin Tian-K only grabbed a handful of fur and flipped himself up. At the same time, he turned back and waved to signal the other party to follow. Looking at the enormous monster in front of him, which had an unknown number of heads, to be honest, Gao Woming felt a bit intimidated. However, he still steeled himself and climbed on. In comparison, Lao Hei seemed like a wall to him. After all, he was already 2 meters tall, so it was quite easy for him. Furry, like a blanket, it was quite comfortable. This was Gao Woming's first impression. He sat there honestly, following the other party towards the selection point not far away. Although a battle of such scale had erupted here, no one had come to the selection point during this time. The selection point was only about 20 meters away from them, and there were no obstructions around. So it should be that those people were delayed by the 5th-tier alien race or by their own kind. However, the possibility of being delayed by the alien race was very small. For some reason, ever since Shin Tian-K had left that shadow, he had not felt the pursuit of the 5th-tier alien race behind him. At first, he was worried that the other party was playing hard to get, which was why he had run so far. Now it seemed he had worried too much. Those 5th-tier aliens should stop within a certain range, and then it would be their real competitive selection. Shin Tian-K had no hesitation. He immediately urged the 2 pre-sales to rush towards the blood-red light column. He was still only in 6th place. Fortunately, there was still time. Watching the blood-red light column getting closer, he felt even more invigorated. Gao Woming, who was sitting behind him, felt the same. As Lao Hei crossed the blood-red light column, their names echoed in the sky one after another. Simulation Secret Realm, Competitive Selection 7th place, Lingyun City Shin Tian-K. Simulation Secret Realm, Competitive Selection 8th place, Lingshan Gao Woming. As soon as they stepped into the blood column, the 2 fell off Lao Hei. However, this distance posed no harm to them. As soon as they landed, Shin Tian-K noticed several gazes watching them from around. Among them, a few people even unabashedly released their violent aura. Seeing this scene, Shin Tian-K stepped forward without any hesitation. His aura surged. Although he didn't know why Lao Hei and Xiao Jin couldn't be summoned here, his own 3rd-tier strength did not allow him to bow to these unknown opponents. Shin Tian's gaze swept over the 6 people. Among the 6, 5 were men and 1 was a woman. 2 of them were releasing their aura towards him without concealment, as if testing whether he had the qualifications. Shin Tian-K looked over. He had not seen those 2 in the data, but being in the top 10 already indicated a certain level of strength. Shin Tian's current momentum combined Lao Hei's ferocity with Xiao Jin's ghostly fire. With the intertwining of these 2 auras, his power was infinitely approaching the 4th tier. The 2 were very close and should know each other. Upon sensing Shin Tian's aura, they did not speak, merely glancing at him before turning away again. Noticing Shin Tian's actions, especially the gazes and released auras of the others lingering on him, Gao Woming clasped his hands together. The sound of chanting emerged from his mouth, and the golden phantom behind him appeared. In a daze, it seemed that a fearful sound echoed around. The probing auras had all retracted. Taking this opportunity, Shin Tian-K carefully observed the 6 people in front of him. Among them, he had seen 3 in the data. These 2 were Chen Hai and Chen Hu. The data showed that the 2 were twin brothers. They were the same height and had identical appearances, draped in blue cloaks. It looked as if she were a messenger from some special place. The other person, like Chen Hai and Chen Hu, was also one of the favorites to win this time. Among the favorites, she was one of the few female dual-class players. That dual-class player, Yang Ruoshi, held a specially made silver staff in her hand. She stood there, draped in a specially made starlight cloak. Beneath the cloak, only a few strands of hair could be seen. Wearing such a cloak, she still couldn't hide her remarkable figure. As soon as he entered, several auras began to swirl around him. Among those auras, aside from the 2 that were completely unmasked, others were secretly coveting, and Yang Ruoshi was one of them. This was not the second time Shin Tian-K had seen her, and it was at such a close distance. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her stunningly beautiful face. According to Shin Tian's investigation, she was known as the most beautiful woman in Yujin City. Being able to represent the city in the competition and being called the first beauty was enough to show how talented and beautiful she was. Truly a peerless beauty. Shin Tian-K wanted to see her face, but unfortunately, the starlight cloak around her seemed to have some special restraining effect, making it impossible to see her true appearance. He even felt that the distance between them fluctuated. Shin Tian's eyes moved. He accessed the system to check directly. That special starlight cloak seemed to shimmer with starlight, as if it contained a sea of stars. Item: starry robe. Grade: perfect level. Attribute: defense. Description: crafted by a star mage, the star map within the robe contains the power of the stars. While it cannot be compared, it can come infinitely close, providing ample defense. No wonder. A perfect level starry robe compared to Sujia's artifact was somewhat less powerful. After all, that holy robe could defend and also enhance attack power. This one, relatively speaking, only had defensive capabilities. However, it was still rare and precious. Moreover, mage robes are unique to each individual, so there was no real comparison between the two. As Qin Tianke walked along, he had only seen these two people with such robes. The last time he saw her, she didn't seem to be wearing it. Now it appeared to be used as a trump card. Taking this opportunity, Qin Tianke scanned the silver staff in her hand again. The last time he saw her, the staff she held didn't seem to be this one. That staff was entirely silver, emanating some special blue powder. It seemed this dual-class player had many secrets. The more he observed now, the better prepared he would be for future encounters. Item: Thousand Ice Condensing Staff. Grade: perfect level. Attribute: ice element amplification. My goodness, even Qin Tianke was somewhat shocked. A person actually had two perfect level items. Perfect level items, even just weapons, are extremely rare. Not to mention mage equipment. Mage equipment is notoriously expensive and not durable. After all, the mage profession is known for being quite wealthy, just like Su Jia, who was a true rich lady. So in Qin Tiang's view, someone like Su Jia would only have one perfect level robe for protection. Yet this person had two, one for attack and one for defense. No wonder she was a dual-class player, truly valued. To have two items at once. Qin Tianke clicked his tongue in amazement. It seemed she sensed Qin Tiang's gaze. The cloak swayed slightly. Qin Tianke caught a glimpse of the face beneath that cloak. How to describe it? Qin Tianke did not know. He only knew it felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. It was also as if a special thrill was rippling between his heart and mind. That face was the most perfect and beautiful he had ever seen. The skin was like, shimmering with a faint rosy hue, resembling precious mutton fat jade. On the small, oval face, the features were exquisite and delicate. Most striking were those pair of eyes, which seemed to contain stars, shining brilliantly. It was as if there were endless thoughts within them. This was a woman who would seem extraordinarily perfect at first sight. In her presence, any adjective would crumble and decay. It seemed there were no words to describe the stunning beauty of the woman before him. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. This was the first thought that sprang to Qin Tiang's mind. Then, a continuous stream of praise surged from within him. Truly, a beauty that could topple nations. Qin Tianke, Qin Tianke, Qin Tianke, brother. The incessant calls from beside him brought Qin Tianke back from his daze. He looked at Gao Woming beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. It seemed he did not understand why the other was pushing him or what had just happened to him. Seeing the other's expression, Gao Woming muttered softly, "You were staring at her just now," completely entranced. Only then did Qin Tianke recall his earlier lapse in composure, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. This was the first time he had seen such an extraordinary woman. Before seeing her, Su Jia was the most beautiful woman he had encountered. However, Su Jia had a certain childishness about her. The second most beautiful woman Qin Tianke had seen was the Valkyrie he had just fought against. Although she wore a golden battle robe, it could not conceal the curves of her figure and her utterly perfect face. If the three were compared together, Su Jia would be a wealthy young lady, while that Shu Mo would be a general on the battlefield. Finally, Yang Ruoshi was, for Qin Tianke, the true meaning of a beauty that could topple nations. No wonder she was called the first beauty. Such looks were indeed extraordinary. Qin Tianke took a long time to relax his mood. Brother Qin Tianke, it seems you are about to fall in love. Hearing the teasing from the person beside him, Qin Tianke looked at him and asked, "Does the master also have troubles?" This monk cannot bear to see such romantic entanglements. Seeing the other suddenly adopt such an emotional tone, Qin Tianke was speechless. Goodness, if one didn't know better, they would think you were a true master. At that moment, two more people had appeared among the 8 of them. However, he did not recognize those two. Suddenly, Qin Tianke remembered something very important. Wait a minute, where are Li Li and Chen Zhengyang? Weren't they supposed to be ahead of him? How did he arrive here while they had vanished without a trace? Could it be that they were eliminated? Qin Tianke suddenly recalled this matter. He then looked into the distance. The blood column appeared to reach the heavens from the outside. Its internal space was vast. Surrounding it was a scarlet barrier, like a piece of land enclosed. One could see the external scene from within. However, before Qin Tianke entered, he remembered that from the outside, one could only judge how many people were inside by the sounds, unable to see the detailed situation clearly. Just as Chin Tian-K was pondering, a commotion arose in the distance. Many people were coming from afar, like a wave. Although they could not secure a place in the top 10, as long as they could enter the top 50, it would increase the team score, and the more people who entered, the higher the score. At present, it seemed that his team only had him alone breaking into the top 10. He didn't know where his other 4 teammates were now. He had already added 10 points for the team. If his teammates could break into the top 50, the score would keep increasing. He wondered how high their team could rank. Chin Tian-K pondered internally. Gao Woming, who had just been by his side, had already found his teammates. Watching the group converse with each other, Chin Tian-K took the opportunity to observe them. After all, they came from the only Buddhist city, and he was naturally very curious. Their team had only 3 members, but the other 2 had both entered the top 50. This meant their current score was 14 points. The other 2 were both professions related to Buddhism. One of them was similar in build to Gao Woming, both standing at 2 meters tall with robust physiques. The other was much smaller and looked quite ill-fitting in his robes, which appeared excessively long. Chen Bolan, profession, Jie lawyer, level, 3rd stage, attribute, Buddha, abilities, discipline lock, discipline mantra, discipline array. One of the 2 classifications of many professions in Buddhism, Vajra, discipline, reaching the peak of cultivation, can speak the law at will. Jie lawyer? Chin Tian-K had never encountered this profession before. His eyes lit up at the system's explanation. Speak the law at will? This ability was absurdly powerful. Judging by its capabilities, this profession seemed to combine both ranged and melee attacks. Moreover, it didn't require the physical training of melee professions but instead delivered attacks through verbal means. Buddhist practitioners were indeed somewhat special. First, there was Chen Xingyang's Vajra Angry Buddha, then Gao Woming's Angry Vajra, and now this Jie lawyer before him. Based on the system's explanation, Buddhist practitioners could roughly be divided into 2 parts, Vajra and discipline. From current observations, Vajra seemed to refer to those with melee capabilities, like Gao Woming and Chen Zhangyang, while discipline referred to the Jie lawyer he had just seen, who was frail. His understanding of Buddhism deepened a bit more. The 3 were conversing with each other, but compared to Gao Woming, the other 2's auras were far weaker. It seemed that even among Buddhist profession transmuters, there were differences in strength. While Chin Tian-K was carefully observing his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a few familiar figures entering his line of sight. As soon as the 2 entered, they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. At the same time, Chin Tian-K heard voices coming from all directions in the sky. Simulation Secret Realm, Speed Selection Rank 44, Lingyun City Su Jia. Simulation Secret Realm, Speed Selection Rank 45, Lingyun City Lin Nua. Seeing these 2, Chin Tian-K immediately approached. The man and woman instinctively tensed up as someone approached. However, they soon relaxed upon recognizing him. Oh my, you scared me to death. I thought it was those few rascals. Hearing this familiar voice, Chin Tian-K showed a puzzled expression. Without a doubt, the man and woman in their team were Lin Nua and Su Jia. Lin Nua was currently sitting cross-legged, continuously regulating his breath. Even though he had reached the 3rd stage, running over was still a burden for him. Meanwhile, Su Jia was using the magical power from her staff to nourish herself. After not seeing each other for a long time, the 2 had come a long way, looking quite worn out. Remembering what they had said earlier, Chin Tian-K became curious. What exactly had these 2 experienced? After the 2 caught their breath for a moment, Chin Tian-K finally asked, "What happened to you 2?" Upon hearing this, Lin Nua's face turned bitter. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he had lost some weight over the past couple of days. When he used to smile, his eyes could only be seen as a narrow slit. Now, 2 small eyes were visible. What had he been through? Su Jia and I have had some bad luck, Lin Nua said to himself. We have a special legal decree granted by the Alliance branch that allows us to communicate over distances. We were supposed to meet up quickly, but unexpectedly, as soon as we did, we were ambushed by a small team. I don't know where they came from, but they came at us with everything they had. We fought back with all our might and managed to kill 2 of them, which allowed us to escape, but the remaining 3 chased us like madmen. As he spoke, Lin Nua extended his finger, looking deeply aggrieved. 2 days. They chased us for a full 2 days. Lin Nua pointed at himself. I feel like I've lost at least 10 pounds in these 2 days. They were inhuman. Tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing his state, Su Jia took over the conversation. Fortunately, those 5th-tier beings showed up just in time. Lin Nua and I accelerated our escape, and those pursuers, distracted by the chase, inadvertently helped us by holding back the 5th-tier beings, giving us a chance to break free. We didn't dare let our guard down and immediately headed towards the selection point. You have no idea how that group chased us like crazy. I don't even know who he offended. Lin Nua still looked furious. Hearing their ordeal, Jin Tiang's mouth twitched. Goodness, these two must have broken some heavenly rule. Even in the simulated secret realm, someone chased them for 2 days and nights. No wonder he couldn't find any trace of them. However, upon hearing their explanation, Jin Tianke began to speculate about why the 4 people who had delayed him had shown up. No wonder. Clearly, communication was impossible in that area, and even communication devices were affected. Yet those 4 knew that it was his teammate who had forced them to crush the water ball and give up their chance. It turned out there were some special legal decrees that could block these effects. The world truly is full of wonders. Jin Tianke then shared his experiences from the past 2 days. I encountered Chen Zhanyang and Li Li, who were facing an ambush from 3 fifth-tier beings. After we separated, they headed this way, but I don't know why I arrived first while they haven't reached yet. Jin Tianke began to calculate the points for their team this time. The 2 of them were in the top 50. Adding his own score, their team's current score was 14 points. He wondered what rank that would place them after this selection race ended. Based on his observations and their recent experiences, it seemed many team members had been wiped out. They didn't even have a chance to score. Even if they did, it might just be a stroke of luck to get 1 or 2 points. The scores were pitifully low. According to what he had heard earlier, the blood-red light pillar would announce every arrival. Aside from himself, it seemed that everyone else had quite a background. Jin Tianke looked around. The number of people was increasing, but he still remembered the faces of those few clearly. Soon, he spotted them. The top 3 were all from the headquarters of the Transmigrators Alliance, namely Yuan Haoren, Chen Hai, and Chen Hu. Following them was the well-known dual-class transmigrator girl, Yang Ruoshi. After them were the 2 who had previously released a violent aura towards Jin Tianke, trying to test whether he was qualified. If I remember correctly, these 2 are from the 6 great families. One is from the Zhuge family, and the other seems to belong to the Nangong family. Along with myself and Gao Wuming, there are also the last 2. One of them belongs to the Ouyang family, while the other comes from the Qing Yun Hall. Among the 6 great families, 3 families have members ranked in the top 10. Only Qing Yun Hall has made it into the bottom of the top 10 among the 3 major powers. As for the top 3, they come from the Transmigrators Alliance headquarters. There is also one person from Lingshan who has secured a spot in the top 10. In comparison, each of these individuals is a true prodigy in every sense. Jin Tianke felt a surge of excitement within. He has proven himself to be ranked in the top 10. This is living up to Uncle Chen's expectations. Achieving such a feat naturally brings him immense joy. However, he also knows that if those 4 had not obstructed him, he might have only ranked last. Those 4 could have contributed significantly to their team's score. Instead, they chose to eliminate him swiftly, giving up such a rare opportunity for advancement to surround and kill him. Jin Tianke felt pity for the 4 of them. Compared to the hatred from his teammates, Jin Tianke believed that rather than seeking revenge, it would be better to focus on raising the team's score and improving the team. What a pity! The 4 of them were blinded by anger, unable to discern what was truly important. It's not that they lacked loyalty, but they failed to consider the bigger picture. This speed selection was crucial. One must understand that the entire alliance's selection for transmigrators consists of only 3 rounds, held once every 10 years, with an age limit of 25. It can be said that each person can only participate in this grand event once in their lifetime. Such a precious opportunity made Jin Tianke feel pain for them. Moreover, when would be a good time to help teammates seek revenge? Must it be done this way? Besides, to put it simply, this is just a trial. There's no need to waste a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity over such a matter. Looking at it this way, aside from the 3 major powers of the 6 great families at the Transmigrators Alliance headquarters, the scores of the other city teams should not be too high overall. He had just seen that Gao Wuming's teammates seemed to have finished. Their entire team of 3 scored 14 points, equal to his side's score. It seemed that all 5 from the Transmigrators Alliance headquarters had gathered. Their score should be quite high. After all, they represent the highest department of the Transmigrators Alliance. If they hadn't gathered, wouldn't that be embarrassing? In every such competition, they have always been first. This is beyond doubt. He did not recognize the members of the 6 great families and was unclear about the total number of people in their team or their survival situation. He could only silently speculate. His team's score felt like it should be neither high nor low. He just didn't know where Li Li and Chen Zhanyang had gone. If they hadn't lost their qualifications, even if they arrived last and added a point, their team could surpass the Lingshan team, preventing them from ranking at the bottom among the teams he knew of. At this moment, there seemed to be some unusual movement outside the blood column. Jin Tianke and the others turned their heads to look. They saw several figures emerging in the distance, seemingly running for their lives. In the sky, some were flying towards them using beast taming techniques and their own abilities. Among the crowd, Shin Tian-K immediately spotted Lily flying with his sword. After all, the several flying swords surrounding him were too conspicuous, it was hard not to notice. Besides Lily, there were also many beast tamers flying with their flying beasts. Judging by their posture and speed, it seemed they were trying to escape from some extremely terrifying disaster. And behind them, a powerful fifth-tier alien race was chasing them, as if surrounding their prey. Among the crowd, Shin Zhangyang stood out. He was using the Buddha's golden body, running at high speed. It looked as if he had gone through some kind of encirclement. Many of them were injured to some extent. Those who were wounded were quickly caught up by the fifth-tier aliens and died on the spot, watching their chance for promotion slip away right before their eyes. Fortunately, the aliens devoured those who were injured, greatly slowing their advance. The remaining people had already surged into the fray. Lily moved swiftly, flying in on his sword. He ranked 75th. Shin Zhangyang, despite his desperate sprint, managed to arrive just in time, albeit in a sorry state. His rank was 87th, and the two of them each contributed a point to their team. Now their team's total score was 16 points, which meant they had surpassed the Ling Mountain team. This group of people surged in all at once. As the quota of 100 was filled, a blood-red pillar emitted a dazzling light. The space they were in began to invert. A special brightness appeared before them. The few of them felt as if the sky was spinning and the earth was turning. The scene before them rapidly receded, and at the same time, a sensation of weightlessness hit them. This meant they could finally leave. Shin Tian-K was extremely excited. His name had already sparked much debate and discussion in the outside world. The ancestors of the 6 great families were the highest-ranking powers formed by the Transmigrator Alliance. Their relationship with the Transmigrator Alliance was intricate and multifaceted. Thus, the 6 great families enjoyed a certain territory within the main city. It could be called territory, but in fact, it was merely a jurisdiction for them. The 6 great families were prosperous and each had their own means. It was not surprising that they could rank 3 in the top 10 this time. In contrast, the 3 major forces appeared somewhat beleaguered. They did not have exclusive territories and were involved in various regions with branches. Even their headquarters could only be set up within the territories of other families. Because they were a civilian force and all outsiders, they did not have fixed city gangs and could only rely on surviving within the territories of the 6 great families. However, even so, the existence of these 3 major forces should not be underestimated. Among these 3 major forces, the Qingyun Hall was the leader. It was no wonder that one of their members would take a spot in the bottom of the top 10. In this selection, each team had only 5 members. The Transmigrator Alliance headquarters had 3 teams occupying the top 10, even the top 3 positions, which showed how much importance was placed on it. Among the top 10 positions, one also belonged to Ling Mountain. Ling Mountain was a city exclusive to the Buddhist sect. This city's power had always been under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, yet every year, a steady stream of people moved in, seemingly to treat it as a so-called missionary endeavor. However, the Alliance neither stopped nor overly permitted this. Regardless of the Alliance's intentions, the people of Ling Mountain were known for their strength in Buddhism. Therefore, it was not surprising that they could secure a place in the top 10. In contrast, Shin Tian-K himself was somewhat unexpected. He came from a small border town, obscure and unknown, yet managed to achieve a top 10 ranking in the selection. This was indeed surprising to everyone. Many people also chose to place bets on the proportion of the top 10 spots. Among them, the 6 great families, the 3 major forces, and the Alliance headquarters held significant weight. Even if a person from Ling Mountain suddenly emerged, it would only be an unexpected situation. In comparison, Shin Tian-K, coming from a small border town, did not attract much attention, even though he had experienced many surprises in the past 2 days of survival. But that was merely limited to the realm of surprise. Few could believe that Shin Tian-K was qualified to secure a spot in the top 10. Yet now it seemed that he truly had the ability and qualifications. In the sky, only one leaderboard hung high. Yuan Haoren, Shan Hu, Shanghai. The leaderboard only displayed the names of the top 10. To be among the top 10 was akin to showcasing one's strength and potential to everyone present. Among these top 10 names, only Shin Tian-K was an unknown rookie. At this moment, opinions about Shin Tian-K were varied. Wow! This beast master actually made it into the top 10. Although it's just a speed selection, the first round is often crucial for demonstrating one's strength, thus being chosen by other family powers. If you ask me, this kid will definitely receive invitations from at least 3 of the 6 major families. The other 3 powers will probably only be the Qingyun Hall that won't invite him. The audience was abuzz with discussion. In a corner room nearby, several figures looked dejectedly at the leaderboard in the sky. Shin Tian-K would definitely recognize them. These were the 4 job changers who had just blocked his path to the blood-red light pillar. Damn it! Ling Yu shouted angrily. The elements around him stirred. The wind swirled, carrying the momentum of flames as it vibrated outward. Shumo's face was filled with fury. That person actually had a ghost attribute beast. Ghost attribute beasts weren't particularly strong, but they possessed a trait that all dark beasts lacked. They were unafraid of light. If they hadn't stopped him on the outside, their names would now be on the leaderboard. The evil ghost master wore a face of grief and anger. His aura had greatly improved compared to before, seemingly unaffected by the situation. In the corner, one person looked resentful, as if drained of all strength, appearing haggard. He hung his head low, his eyes filled with pain and regret. This person was the first to be killed by Shin Tian-K, the martial artist. His gaze was also filled with sorrow and anger. No one had expected him to be the first beast master to be eliminated. He was unfamiliar with the opponent's tactics and methods. One misstep led to his downfall. The 4 of them were filled with regret. If nothing unexpected had happened, their names should have been at the top of that leaderboard. Now, it should have been them receiving all the honors and accolades, not the remaining 4 on the list, especially the damned beast master. Just then, the world before them spun wildly. A powerful pulling sensation surged from their bodies. Their bodies began to twitch rapidly. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in the square. The white mist in the square was visibly dissipating towards the distance. Originally, it had been a unified state, but now, after dissipating, it seemed to return to that state again. Not a single wisp of mist leaked out. One by one, people appeared in the square. They stood there, maintaining the posture they had when they were teleported in. Among them were many who had perished in the secret realm. Looking at their deceased teammates, even the dullest among them understood that this simulation of the secret realm would not involve personal safety. It was merely that everyone would be uniformly teleported out after it ended. At this moment, only 2.5 hours had passed since they entered the simulation. The day had been tinted with a wine-red hue, the sunset slanting down. Upon seeing their lost teammates return, many let out cries. Some were so moved they trembled. These were comrades who had accompanied them for many days. Now that they had returned before them, how could they not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? Among these people, Shin Tian-K noticed some unfriendly gazes. They were the 4 individuals who had surrounded and attacked him before. At this moment, they were staring at him intently, seemingly wanting to continue the earlier battle. However, Shin Tian-K paid them no mind. To him, these people were merely clowns. They indeed had strength, but it was still insufficient. What he was thinking about now was something else. That 15-year-old prodigy had once told him that he could go to the treasure pavilion to find something. That item could help him break through to the 4th tier. He was unfamiliar with that person. Yet, this individual was willing to expend effort to personally seek him out, and without expecting anything in return. Therefore, regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to make a trip to the treasure pavilion. Just as Shin Tian-K was lost in thought, a solemn voice echoed from the sky, sounding like a great bell ringing in his ears. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and drums beat in succession. I am now announcing the top 10 of this speed selection. First place, the Transmigrators Alliance Headquarters Team, 34 points. Second place, the Ouyang Family Team, 18 points. Third place, the Nangong Family Team, 16 points. Fourth place, the Lingyun City Team, 16 points. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Among the top 10 teams, 5 were from the 6 great families, and 2 were from the 3 major powers. Adding the Transmigrators Alliance Headquarters and the Lingshan Team, the only exception was the Lingyun City Team, which ranked 4th. This team managed to surpass 3 other families from the 6 great families and a couple of major powers, showcasing the terrifying strength of this city's team. The reason this team achieved such results was entirely due to their captain. Thus, the name Shin Tian-K began to spread throughout the city. Almost all the participants looked towards the Lingyun City team, their eyes filled with envy, longing, jealousy, and hatred. Yet, these gazes did not instill fear in the captain. His eyes were filled with pride, as if achieving such success was only natural. The people around were whispering among themselves. The reputation of the Lingyun City team had been thoroughly established. This team would likely become a formidable rival in the future. Many from the 6 great families also cast their eyes towards this team. It was one of the few teams that managed to have all members advance. Their ability to unite and their individual skills were likely extraordinary. However, this was only the first round of selection. There would still be a second and third round. This team still needed to be closely watched. The Yujin City Team. The captain of the Yujin City Team cast a glance at the Lingyun City Team, his eyes filled with some scrutiny and contemplation. He wore a cloak and held a silver staff. Even so, it was hard to conceal his well-built figure and the aloof aura radiating from him. His gaze lingered on Shin Tian-K for a moment before quickly shifting away. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this moment, Blood Sovereign spoke again. This judge announces that the speed selection is over. The second selection will take place in a week. After saying this, Blood Sovereign turned his body, and the blood-colored dragon vanished from the spot. At this time, the crowd in the square began to disperse. No audience, regardless of their power or background, was allowed to enter the square. This was the competition venue, so they could only wait until they exited to see the bustling scene outside. Many people were frantically asking for autographs from the promising teams, especially the Transmigrators Alliance headquarters team. This team had consistently secured first place in the selections, and this time was no exception. So outside the door were almost all their mindless, fervent fans, shouting the names of each contestant. Shin Tian-K and the others followed the prompts. They walked out of the square. It is worth mentioning that this place is very close to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, just a 10-minute walk away. Dongjiang Grand Hotel. As soon as Shin Tian-K and his group arrived at the lobby, they saw two lines of people neatly arranged ahead. These individuals were well-trained. They stood there silently, but the aura they exuded caused a brief silence and stillness around them. Looking at these people, Shin Tian-K was taken aback. He merely glanced over, and among them were quite a few at the fourth stage of cultivation. Their postures suggested they were completely obedient to the two women in front of them. Judging by their attire, the two seemed to belong to two entirely different factions. One of the women was tall and slender, dressed in a qipao. Her figure was graceful, and beneath her eye was a beauty mark. Her small, oval face was flushed with color. Every frown and smile was filled with endless charm. A natural seductress, she could bring disaster to a nation. The other woman, however, had a more unique aura. With an oval face glowing with clarity, her appearance was purer, seemingly contrasting completely with the woman beside her. One was a natural seductress, while the other was extremely innocent. Upon seeing these two, Lin Nuo beside him was mesmerized. These were truly unparalleled beauties. It was rare to see even one, yet there were two now. Lin Nuo's infatuated expression made Su Jia move a little further away from him in disdain. Shin Tian's gaze lingered on the two for a moment, and relevant information popped up before him. Shu Qiangwei. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Cultivation, Early 4th Stage. Beasts, 4th Stage 9-tailed Spirit Fox, 3rd Stage Sky Wing Beast, 2nd Stage Water Spirit Fairy. Attributes, Charm, Wind, Water. Abilities, Fox Charm Technique, 9-tailed Spirit Body, Rapid Shadow, Wind Flight, Soundwave Shock, Water Spirit Body, Water Control Technique. Just one glance nearly overwhelmed Shin Tian-K. This was the second person he had seen with so many abilities, aside from Yang Ruoshi. Yang Ruoshi was understandable, as she was a dual-class awakened. Having two occupations naturally meant 6 abilities. This was quite common. However, the person before him was also a beast tamer like him, yet she had 3 beasts, a total of 7 abilities. This was the first time Shin Tian-K had encountered such a situation, and he was naturally astonished. He then turned his gaze to the other person. Ouyang Yuqing. Occupation, Sword Immortal, Bloodline Inheritance. Cultivation, Early 4th Stage. Attributes, Sword. Abilities, Sword Control Technique, All Swords Return to Origin, Extreme Shadow Chaotic Sword, Heavenly Void Sword, Bloodline Theft. Note, Bloodline Theft can take away the bloodline occupation of another through yin-yang union, thus achieving bloodline inheritance. Upon seeing the words Bloodline Theft, Shin Tian-K was shocked. What kind of special ability was this? It could actually steal someone else's bloodline? During the yin-yang union? Could it be that one engages in intimate relations and then takes away the other person's bloodline and occupation? Seeing such a note, Shin Tian-K was filled with doubt. Compared to the astonishment of the former, the latter was somewhat terrifying to him. He had never imagined that such a profession existed in the world. However, he only took a quick glance before leading his team to the side. This group was all at the 4th stage of cultivation, and the strongest among them was only at the 3rd stage. Moreover, he didn't believe the other party would come looking for them. His side couldn't provoke such powerful individuals. The two neatly aligned teams suddenly moved. Is it Mr. Shin? Shin Tian-K slowly raised his eyes to look at the other party. The gaze was filled with confusion and doubt. The newcomer wore a qipao, her figure graceful. She stood a few steps in front of him. Shin Tian-K could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from her, not overpowering, but rather refreshing. Shu Qiangwei? The name sounded somewhat familiar. However, he remembered this opportunity. He scrutinized her closely. He had to admit, this woman was indeed beautiful. The most striking feature was her pair of phoenix eyes. Such eyes were the most enchanting and captivating. The aura she exuded was full of charm and allure. Although Chin Tian-K was immersed in his cultivation, he had seen many women. This person, while not comparable to the true celestial beauty he had encountered in the simulated secret realm, possessed a certain grace. It could be said that this woman radiated an unimaginable charm from every aspect. She was practically a walking natural beauty. Since she had approached him, he could no longer pretend to be oblivious. He voiced his confusion. "I don't remember having met you." Although this statement lacked politeness, it was understandable. After all, if he didn't have a system, he wouldn't know her name. Moreover, mentioning her name now would only risk exposure. Thus, he chose this middle ground approach. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shu Changwei covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars, full of allure. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shu Changwei from Qingyun Hall. This is an invitation from Qingyun Hall. After this selection ends, I hope Mr. Qin will consider joining us." Looking at the invitation she handed over, fragments of realization flashed in Qin Tiang's mind. Qingyun Hall? Shu Changwei? He remembered. When he first arrived at the hotel, he had learned about the major forces in the city. Qingyun Hall, as the leading force among the three major powers, had a young hall master who was a woman, this very person before him. Her status was extraordinary. As a young hall master, she was a woman of considerable standing. Her position was comparable to that of certain direct descendants of prominent families, even rivaling the young masters within those families. That someone like her would personally deliver an invitation to him? He knew that during the selection period of the Transmigrators Alliance, after any selection ended, outstanding individuals ranked highly could receive recognition and appreciation from family forces, thus receiving invitations to serve them. Qin Tian-K was used to freedom. Even with this person personally approaching him, it wouldn't sway his thoughts. He clasped his hands in apology and stepped back, refusing the invitation. "So it is the young hall master. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope for your understanding." Qin Tian-K respectfully cupped his fists in apology. Shu Changwei still wore a smile. She stepped forward in her high heels. Because they were close enough, Qin Tian-K could even see a flash of white light in front of her. A delicate hand lifted his clothing, placing the invitation inside. As she withdrew her hand, she lightly caressed his abdomen for a moment. Qin Tiang's body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Just as he was about to refuse, a soft, delicate voice floated over. "In that case, I will send someone to pick up Mr. Qin at this time tomorrow to discuss at Chunfeng Tower." This was more of a command than a suggestion. After speaking, she turned on her heels and walked away. As she left, her enchanting phoenix eyes glanced back at the Ouyang family woman who had arrived late, her lips curling slightly, seemingly with a hint of mockery. "Ouyang's sister, you can come to Qingyun Hall to visit me whenever you have the chance." Ouyang Yuqing smiled gracefully, responding with poise. "Of course." At that moment, she approached, looking at Qin Tian-K before her. Her figure and face were completely different from the Shu Changwei just now. If the former could be likened to a fox reincarnated, then the latter resembled a pure little white lotus. There was no trace of impurity about her. Her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a special sense of purity. Like a lotus flower, she emerged untainted from the mud, and was not seductive despite being washed in clear water. Ouyang Yuqing looked at Qin Tian-K, her eyes carrying a hint of appraisal. "Mr. Qin, I am Ouyang Yuqing, and this is an invitation from the Ouyang family." Without needing the other party to say anything, Qin Tian-K bowed and spoke as he had before. "I have met Miss Ouyang." Since he did not know her identity or status, he could only address her this way. He looked at the invitation she was about to hand over. Qin Tiang's eyes flickered, and he did not refuse. "Thank you, Miss Ouyang." Seeing her demeanor, Ouyang Yuqing was quite pleased, her face beaming with a smile. "All right, since Sister Su has already invited Mr. Qin, I will arrange to meet you the day after tomorrow." "Ha!" Qin Tiang's eyelids involuntarily twitched. "What?" Before he could react, Ouyang Yuqing had already left with the people behind her. As they departed, Lin Nuo and the others excitedly approached Qin Tian-K. "Wow, first it was Qingyun Hall, then the Ouyang family. Captain, you're on the rise. If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the head of the 6 great families, and also the leader of the 3 major forces of Qingyun Hall?" In fact, it wasn't just them who were excited. Others in the hall were also buzzing. At the beginning, when the people from the Ouyang family and Qingyun Hall arrived, they had suppressed the atmosphere in the hall to a suffocating degree. No one dared to speak, all were filled with trepidation. Among them were several city teams and some dignitaries. When they saw the other party actually presenting an invitation to Qin Tian-K, they began to speculate. "Who is this person? I've never heard of his name." "Mr. Qin, when did a master with the surname Qin appear in the city?" This person is only at the 3rd level, he must be from some city team, right? Which city team could possibly have such a strong individual? Bro, your information is way outdated. This Mr. Shin is from Lingyun City, his full name is Shin Tian-K, and he is the captain of the representative team from Shin Lingyun City. In this speed selection, he ranks 7th among the top 10, and he is the only one in the top 10 who does not belong to the Alliance headquarters, the 6 great families, or the 2 mountains. Hearing the explanation from the person beside them, they finally understood why the 2 major forces, the 6 great families and the 3 major powers, would join forces to invite him. With such qualifications and means, combined with having no background, this person was indeed a hot commodity. Upon hearing the crowd's chatter, Shin Tian-K did not say much. After putting the 2 invitations into his storage ring, he glanced at the few people beside him. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Before Shin Tian-K could finish his sentence, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Bring them to me. The voice was authoritative and solemn. Uncle Chen. Shin Tian's heart stirred. He looked around but did not see Uncle Chen's figure. Could it be? Suppressing his thoughts, Shin Tian-K looked at the others and then instructed, let's not discuss this for now, let's go. The group playfully bantered as they took the elevator. Watching them leave, many other city teams in the hall were deep in thought. Within one team, the captain's expression turned serious as he cautioned those beside him. You need to pay special attention to this team, especially their captain. I heard even Ling Yu fell into his hands. That waste Ling Yu couldn't even make it into the top 10 and ended up in a ditch. How foolish. Beside the captain, a team member looked quite disdainful. Before he could finish his words, he was reprimanded by the captain next to him. Foolish. This person has gained the recognition of 2 major forces. He has the ability. Why don't you let those 2 forces recruit you? You. The team member's voice faltered. Seeing this, the captain sneered twice. Oof. The team member wanted to say something more, but no one around him spoke up, so he could only silently swallow his words. He watched as Shin Tian-K and his group left. Among the crowd, a cloaked woman's eyes flickered. Captain, the leader of the Lingyun City team is quite powerful. Powerful? Can he be stronger than our captain? Exactly, our captain's ranking is above his, and our captain is a dual-class job changer. With such a background and strength, I don't believe this kid can compare. So what? Don't you think their captain is handsome? The woman's eyes sparkled, a bit infatuated as she spoke. Hearing her teammates' conversation, the cloaked woman could no longer hold back and slowly spoke up. Enough, let's go back. We need to discuss the upcoming team battle together. One by one, her teammates stopped talking and nodded. In the conference room, a standard feature of every city team, Shin Tian-K stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Uncle Chen, who had been waiting for a long time. Commander Chen. Old Chen. Old Chen. 2 different ways of addressing Chen Xingfeng represented his status in the 2 respective forces. Commander Chen referred to the 2 from Lingyun City, while Old Chen referred to the 2 from the Job Changer Alliance branch. Shin Tian-K followed their lead in addressing him. Chen Xingfeng's expression was as cold as iron as he scanned the few people. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your performance this time was very good. To achieve such results under the siege of these family forces and other city teams, you did well. The other 4 rarely heard praise from this well-known senior, and smiles appeared on their faces. At that moment, the other party's voice slightly paused. But, it's still not good enough. To achieve such results, you relied on your captain. Your own performance is really quite unsatisfactory. Lili, hearing the reprimand, he trembled and quickly stood up straight. Your sword control technique, among your peers, there are only a few who can surpass you in this regard. With your own speed, you are fully capable of ranking in the top 50. But, Commander, I can't abandon my teammates? What about teammates? If he encounters a crisis, can't he crush a water ball to save himself? For the sake of your friendship, letting the team lose a point, do you think that's right? This, Lili, who originally wanted to argue, stiffened and silently lowered his head. Chen Zhengyang, here. His face was tense, already prepared to endure the commander's scolding. You did very well. At a critical moment, abandoning your teammates helped to avoid dragging him down. That's good. Within these 7 days, I want you to master a technique to enhance your speed. Chen Xingfeng had seen their performance clearly. He naturally noticed the scene at the last moment when Chen Zhengyang told the other party not to worry about him and to focus on leveling up. Yes, Chen Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jia, Lin Nuo, Old Chen. Chen Xingfeng's face was stern as he looked at the 2. His expression was as dark as water, and after a while, he finally asked leisurely, "Am I that old?" The 2 exchanged glances, not understanding what he meant. No, not at all. Then that's settled. From now on, call me Commander Chen, don't be like that silly deer of yours. They naturally understood who this silly roe deer was, It was just a nickname for their department head. Yes, Lin Nuo said with a grin, but the smile quickly faded. Laugh, what the hell? You two, clearly you could have separated from Su Jia and both escaped, but you chose to stay with her, Chen Qingfeng said, then suddenly changed his tone. Do you like her? The senior's abrupt change left Lin Nuo stunned, and once he realized what was being said, he looked flustered. Senior, please don't say that, I wouldn't. She's just. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? Su Jia retorted fiercely, but as soon as she finished speaking, she realized something, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Qin Tiankei and the others exchanged knowing smiles and began to tease. Ha ha ha. Lin Nuo looked at his friend who had been with him all this time, swallowing back the word beautiful. Su Jia lowered her head, her face as red as blood. Ha ha ha. Chen Qingfeng wore a knowing smile. Ahem, alright. According to the tradition of every selection for the league's transmuters, the real casualties will always occur in the final selection. In the first 2 rounds, for the sake of the team's victory, you must understand what is important. Yes, the smiles on their faces remained, and the atmosphere was quite cheerful. In the next couple of days, you should rest well and strive to improve your strength, aiming to reach the 4th tier as soon as possible. The second round of selection has been established. It will be a team brawl. The team brawl is divided into 2 parts, individual battles and team battles. The group sobered up, preparing for what was to come. The individual battles will take place before the team battles, with each team sending out 2 members to fight. 54 teams, a total of 108 participants, will engage in cross battles. First, the 108 will be divided into groups of 4, with 4 advancing to 1, and then they will face off in pairs, ultimately determining the rankings. The first place will earn 10 points for their team, the second place 9 points, the third place 8 points, and so on. Of course, those who perform exceptionally in the individual battles will also attract attention in the team matches and receive special treatment. However, team battles will test the cooperation between members, so there's no need to worry about that. Now, let's select who will participate in the individual battles from among you. The group exchanged glances. They shared a silent understanding and stepped back, making way for Qin Tiankei. There was no other choice. During the training over the past 2 months, Qin Tiankei often fought against 4 opponents at once. Even while controlling 2 beasts in battle, he could continuously turn the tables on them, never falling behind. Qin Tiankei was undoubtedly the one to take on the individual battle. Qin Tiankei was also straightforward. In that case, I will participate in the individual battle. The remaining few began to discuss among themselves. I'm a mage, and my advantages in individual battles are minimal, so I won't participate. Su Jia was well aware of the drawbacks of being a mage. In individual battles, mages were the most vulnerable to being besieged. Although their magical attack power was strong, the charging time required was too long. The opponents wouldn't give her that time. So, if she participated, she would likely be eliminated in the first round. My Bagua Walker isn't suited for one-on-one combat. It's better for controlling opponents in a team setting, so I'll sit this one out. Lin Nuo followed suit, calculating the flaws and advantages of his own profession. I can take a beating, but just being able to take hits is useless. I can't win against them, Chen Zhengyang said, scratching his head and revealing a simple smile. Finally, all eyes fell on Li Li. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Li's eyes. He stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. The Sword Master has the strongest single-target killing ability, so I will take the second spot in the individual battle. They didn't even need to select through battles like other teams. After all, during those 2 months prior, they had thoroughly understood each other's abilities, so it was clear who should fight. Very well, since that's the case, you 3 can go back first. I need to discuss the rules with them privately. Understood. The 3 left. Chen Qingfeng looked at Qin Tiankei and asked word by word, "What mistake did you make in this selection?" Being questioned like this by Uncle Chen, Qin Tiankei felt a bit confused but still followed his inner answer. I didn't make a mistake. Before Qin Tiankei could finish his sentence, he was reprimanded. When you were luring that he tried to surround those people, you should have thought that everyone has a water balloon and can withdraw at any time. But you overlooked this point. Such a low-level mistake should not occur with you. What situation blinded you at that time? As expected of Uncle Chen, his insight was sharp. Qin Tiankei instantly recalled what had happened then and couldn't help but marvel at the other's alertness. The people I fought before were not used to bursting water balloons, so you assumed they would never burst their water balloons and give up their dignity to admit defeat? Wrong. Completely wrong. This is the mistake you should never have made. To put it mildly, this is called carelessness, but to put it more seriously, what is it called? Pride and arrogance. In the first 2 rounds of selection, there won't be any casualties among you. However, the third round is particularly important. If something happens to you in that round, how can I face your father? How can I explain to your mother? Chin Tian-K suddenly understood why the other was so angry. Although Uncle Chen was still so strict, his starting point was for his own safety. Chin Tian-K felt a warm current surge in his heart. Uncle Chen, I know I was wrong. Uncle Chen? Lily's eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected Chin Tian's identity to be so special. Calling Commander Chen Uncle Chen. This was the first time he learned about their relationship. Previously, he had only heard that the other was recommended by the military, so he might be relatively close to this Commander Chen. After all, the other had never mentioned their relationship, and who would have thought there would be a connection between them? Chen Qingfeng calmed his heart. He patted Chin Tian's shoulder, speaking word by word, his tone full of concern. You need to pay more attention. Your shoulders carry not only hatred but also the future. During personal battles, don't be reckless, you must act cautiously. Hearing these words, Chin Tian-K silently nodded. At that moment, Chen Qingfeng turned to look beside Chin Tian-K. He stepped forward, and a special pressure suddenly surged down. The incident was sudden. Lily could only passively resist this overwhelming pressure that descended from the sky. The pressure was omnipresent, strong and domineering, crazily washing over his body. In the blink of an eye, Lily was drenched in sweat, painfully enduring it all. Chen Qingfeng watched the other, his eyes devoid of any emotion, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became increasingly difficult to conceal. With a wave of his hand, the overwhelming pressure instantly dissipated. Lily felt the pressure disappear, and his body staggered. He stumbled, his clothes already soaked with sweat, looking up at the other, filled with confusion and disbelief. But he didn't dare to say much. After all, this was the commander, and whatever the other did had its reasons. Chen Qingfeng reached out, and he was holding a sheepskin scroll in his hand, though he didn't know when it had appeared. This sword technique, take it and practice. Try to gain some understanding within 7 days. Chin Tian-K watched this scene, his eyes shimmering with light. The system then appeared, scanning Chen Qingfeng, but surprisingly, there was no information at all. A blank. Chen Qingfeng. Occupation, XGX, YBXFBCH. This was not the first time Chin Tian-K had seen garbled information. This meant that the system could not identify the strength of the person before him. This also indicated that Uncle Chen's cultivation was at least 5th tier, or perhaps even above that. But it made sense. They all referred to each other as Commander. No wonder he possessed such strength. Chin Tian-K had never thought of probing Uncle Chen with the system. Now it seemed that this Uncle Chen was not as simple as he had imagined. Yes, thank you, Commander. Seeing this scene, a slight smile crossed Chen Qingfeng's lips. However, within that smile, there was a hint of pride, as if he was hiding something. In personal battles, you too must be cautious, as you may face each other as opponents at any time. If teammates encounter each other, there should be no mercy. Giving it your all is the respect owed to your opponent. The list for the individual battles of other city teams has not yet been announced. Once this matter is released, I will inform you. Now, go back and rest. Yes. However, Chin Tian-K did not rush to leave. Instead, he stood quietly there. Lily had some guesses about Chin Tian's actions. At the moment the door closed, he saw Chin Tian-K take something out from his bosom. He did not pretend to linger. He was never curious about other people's matters. He had only one thought in his mind: understanding. Hurry back to comprehend. Even if he had only seen that sword technique for a moment, he could sense a chance for a breakthrough. This sword technique was very important to him. Perhaps he really could break through to the 4th tier within this 7-day deadline. Chin Tian-K took out the 2 invitation cards he had been holding and handed them to the other party. Uncle Chen, this. Chen Qingfeng didn't even glance at the invitation cards, speaking to himself. The 6 great families, as a deeply rooted force in the main city, have developed over a long time and possess great strength. They have countless intricate and inseparable connections with the Alliance headquarters, and any descendant of these families in the city will be admired and respected. This is partly due to the deeds of their ancestors, and partly due to their own abilities. Among the 6 great families, the Ouyang family stands at the top, both in heritage and strength. Chen Qingfeng recalled a rumor. It is said that within their family, there is a special ability that allows them to seize the bloodline and occupation of others during the union of yin and yang, passing it on to the next generation. Of course, this ability is merely a rumor. No one has ever truly witnessed it. However, every generation of the Ouyang family is exceptionally gifted. Chen Qingfeng spoke as he walked, unknowingly arriving in front of the huge map hanging in the conference room. This was the map of the Alliance's main city. The houses were densely packed, countless in number. The area was also extremely vast, roughly divided into 7 sections, each labeled with the name of the respective force. The 6 great families are said to have territories, but in fact they are just given places to manage. The 3 major forces do not have their own territories. Their headquarters are established within the territories of families they have good relations with, but their branches are everywhere. In fact, they even surpass the branches of the 6 great families. Among them, Chen Xingfeng pointed to a specific location on the map. Xingyun Hall is the latest to rise among the 3 major forces, yet it has achieved the highest success. Rumor has it that they have a close relationship with a senior executive at the headquarters of the Job Change Alliance, and some say they are backed by an immensely powerful entity. But regardless of which is true, one cannot deny that this force is very strong. It's not yet the final moment, so it's uncertain which side you will join. With the alliance's policies in place, they also dare not act rashly. In this place, where you are unfamiliar, you can use this to intimidate other lesser beings. Receiving such a response, Xin Tianke immediately nodded in thanks. Thank you, Uncle Chen, I will head back now. Go ahead. As Xin Tianke left, Chen Xingfeng sat there, sipping his tea. His gaze was distant, as if he was lost in thought. He murmured, "Big brother, back then during the first round of selections, it seems you only received an invitation from one family, right?" "Ha, indeed, the student surpasses the master." In the room, Xin Tianke sat cross-legged. A layer of faint azure lotus light rose and fell around his body. The radiance surged, seemingly gradually altering everything on his surface. At this moment, within his consciousness space, in the pitch-black darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face, countless wandering threads moved like spirit snakes, frantically converging towards a seed in the air. That seed, formed from condensed spirit, was gradually approaching perfection. It was only the size of a fingernail, yet the spiritual power contained within was unprecedentedly strong. If the seed that had previously formed was merely just planted, now it already showed signs of sprouting. In the dark space, countless dispersed powers began to continuously gather and then infused into the seed, causing it to exhibit signs of germination. As the power wildly converged, the essence within the seed seemed to surge forth along with this energy, until a crisp crack echoed. It was not the shell of the seed that shattered, but the surrounding darkness that was impenetrable. The dark space now shattered like a lens, forming a clear pool of water. In the pool, the water was crystal clear, and the seed was buried at the bottom, washed by the silt. The seed's radiance expanded even more, as if it was only a matter of time before it broke free from its shell. Xin Tiang's pupils burst with brilliance. His eyes shone brightly. At this moment, his aura began to rise. The azure light surrounding him infinitely converged into his dantian, then disappeared within, as if it had gone to an unknown place. With a thought, a detailed panel appeared before him. Xin Tianke. Occupation, Hell Calamity Beast Master. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Beasts, Tier 3 10,000-headed Ghost Mastiff, Tier 2 Ghost Fire Golden Feather Eagle. Abilities, Resurrection of the Dead, Transformation of Beasts, Dark Undead. Spiritual Power, 60 firsts. Xin Tiang's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Had he already met the requirement of 60 points of spiritual power? Unknowingly, he had actually cultivated to 61 points of spiritual power. It seemed that he was now ready to break through to Tier 4 at any moment. He had a premonition that as long as he broke through to Tier 4, that seed formed from condensed spirit would sprout and grow into the so-called Azure Lotus. This would mean he had successfully cultivated. Feeling the abundant power within him, Xin Tiang's heart leaped with joy. Only after breaking through to Tier 4 could a Beast Master smoothly integrate their breakthrough. Old Hay had been stuck at Tier 3 for a long time, unable to break through due to his spiritual power. Now, the opportunity to break through to Tier 4 was right before him. As long as he broke through to Tier 4 now, then in the personal battles in a few days, and even in the team battles, he could lead the team to a higher level. How could he not be excited? How could he not be thrilled? However, just as Xin Tianke was preparing to break through, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind, and something exploded within him. He couldn't help but stop the thought of breaking through. The power that had been gathering around him also paused at that moment. He was so close to breaking through, just a step away, but he recalled the words of that prodigy from back then. The other party's profession was a brilliant star collector. Although he didn't know what special effects this profession had, he could foresee the future, and he had gone to great lengths to meet him, just to inform him about the breakthrough. Although he didn't know the other party's true intentions, how could he not believe such sincerity? Now, with 60 points of mental strength, it was already sufficient. His eyes sparkled with determination. He wanted to see what the thing the other party mentioned was truly capable of. Even if it was useless, he could break through to the 4th level at any time. Better safe than sorry. The Alliance's main city covered a vast area, almost 3 to 4 times the size of an ordinary city. The population here numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Besides the residences of everyday citizens, there were many entertainment venues. For instance, the famous Judeo Flower Street in the Western District. This place was known for its indulgence in pleasures. It was not only a rare place for the city's residents to enjoy themselves but also a leisure spot for the nobility. If one were to mention the most imposing and recognizable buildings in the Alliance's main city, one of them would undoubtedly be the name of the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion, just from its appearance, was extremely unique. It was an ancient-style building made of exquisite golden silk-embroidered wood. This type of wood was sold by weight, with 1 gram valued at several hundred Alliance coins. The entire Treasure Pavilion was constructed from golden silk-embroidered wood, making it the most expensive building in the entire Alliance's main city. Due to its high price, it seemed completely out of place in the surrounding environment, giving rise to numerous rumors. Some said this place originated from an ancient relic but was forcibly relocated by someone with great power, making it look incongruous. Others claimed it was a money-making venue painstakingly built by a high-ranking official of the Alliance. Regardless of the rumors, they made this place extremely mysterious. Looking at the 3 golden characters on the plaque of the Treasure Pavilion, Qin Tiang's heart stirred. Although the surroundings were filled with places for seeking pleasure, the Treasure Pavilion was indeed of high value. A system prompt popped up in his eyes. Item: golden silk embroidered wood. Grade: common. Attribute: can survive in various environments, remains uncorrupted for 100 years. Just this one attribute was already rare. 100 years without corruption was merely the most ordinary golden silk embroidered wood. It was hard to imagine how precious it would be if it were elite or perfect grade golden silk embroidered wood. Qin Tianke had heard that this item was extremely valuable. He didn't expect the Treasure Pavilion to be so generous. Before coming, he had already inquired that this place could be considered a venue for the nobility. After all, the consumption amounts were extremely high. A single item could easily cost tens of thousands of Alliance coins. Such spending not only brought enormous profits to the Treasure Pavilion but also made many people aware of its name, spreading its fame far and wide. Therefore, the Treasure Pavilion could be said to represent a symbolic building of the Western District to some extent. The threshold of this Treasure Pavilion was not guarded by humans but by 2 beast tamers. The 2 beast tamers resembled a combination of lions and tigers. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, their bodies shone with golden light, as if forged from gold. They stood there, glaring fiercely. In his eyes, there was an air of majesty and solemnity, with a profound presence. Beast: Golden Gate Guardian Beast. Rank: Ordinary Level. Attribute: Guardian. Cultivation: 3rd stage. Description: the best choice for guarding homes and gates, capable of protecting a radius of 3 miles. My goodness! Even the gate's guardian beast is at the 3rd stage of cultivation. Qin Tianke clicked his tongue. No wonder this place is said to be, in some respects, not much different from a treasure trove. Just the guardian at the gate is extraordinary. The cultivation of this gate guardian beast is about the same as his. However, in a situation where the beasts are of equal strength, the outcome of their battle depends not only on the beast master's control but also on their rank. Even if they have the same cultivation level, as long as one is a rank higher, they can forcibly crush the other. Even if one has a higher cultivation level, if the rank gap cannot be crossed, they can still end up in a stalemate. If the rank is 2 levels higher, then they can forcibly slay the opponent. The rank of the beast determines the upper limit, while strength only determines the lower limit. Qin Tianke felt no fear. He stepped inside. The 2 Golden Gate Guardian beasts glanced at him and then continued to stand guard. They were only responsible for checking any crises that appeared at the entrance. The internal matters were handled by the overseers. As soon as Qin Tianke entered, he was awed by the luxury around him. In this place, every item could trigger a relevant explanation from the system. It could be said to be a true treasure trove. No wonder it is called the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Just as he entered, he saw a young servant walking towards him. With great respect, he spoke. "Sir, employee number 9507 at your service." Qin Tianke glanced over. Even this servant's cultivation was at the 2nd stage. Truly remarkable. He hurriedly looked around and casually asked, "It's my first time here. Could you give me a brief introduction?" "Of course." The servant felt a surge of pride, straightened his chest, and spoke confidently. "Sir, our Gathering Treasure Pavilion is renowned for its treasures. We both collect and sell treasures here. Generally speaking, the buying and selling of treasures are divided into 2 methods. The first is the free market, where you can freely choose what you want and sell at will. As long as the price is right and both parties agree, the transaction can be completed, but once you leave the counter, we take no responsibility, regardless of authenticity. The second method is through auctions. Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion holds an auction once a month, and this month's auction will start in 2 days. If you wish to attend, I can reserve a spot for you, but, seeing the other party's reaction, Shin Tian-K nodded. How much? It seems you really don't understand our rules. The requirement for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is that the spending amount must exceed 100,000 alliance coins. 100,000 alliance coins? That's enough to buy a large villa in their Lingyun city. Well, that was expected. Shin Tian-K nodded. Take me to the free market. As he spoke, he took out 2 100-value alliance coins from his storage ring. The servant's eyes widened at the sight. You see, here, although there are tips and gratuities, they completely depend on the other party's mood. Although this person was here for the first time, his demeanor was different from those nouveau riche. He was extremely reserved. During this time, the selection for the alliance's job changers had already begun. Given the other party's cultivation and age, it was likely that he was a participant in the alliance selection. Even if he didn't have much wealth, the power behind him was still a city. The servant had been through many ups and downs over the years. He had long developed a knack for reading people. He had his own guesses and assessments for everyone he encountered. Among the guests he had met, as soon as he made a move, it was such a large denomination. He had only seen this with those wealthy young masters who were chasing after girls. However, this person had little interest in gold and silver treasures. It was more like he regarded money as dirt. This way, sir. The young servant smiled as he led Shin Tian-K away from this place. The free trading zone. As they walked, Shin Tian-K began to understand. This was no treasure pavilion, it was clearly a treasure basin. This place was completely different from what he had seen outside. It looked like just a small pavilion, but inside it was vast and boundless. It was more like the high-rise buildings he had built in his past life, each floor absurdly large. Behind it were several other buildings, all part of the treasure pavilion. He was currently at the second building. Along the way, the young servant chattered incessantly, explaining things to Shin Tian-K. It seemed that after he took out those coins, the servant became even more attentive and excited. Shin Tian-K didn't mind. For him, anything that could be done with money was not a problem. After all, he had plenty of wealth on him. Of course, this wealth was not his own but had been dropped by the villains he had slain earlier. Each of those villains was a robber, and they naturally had a considerable amount of gold and silver treasures. The number of villains he had killed equated to the amount of treasure he had acquired. The combined wealth of these people was already enough to rival the total assets of any ordinary family in this alliance headquarters. So when Shin Tian-K tossed around money, he felt completely unburdened. Sir, we have a total of 3 buildings in the treasure pavilion. The first building, as you just saw, caters to some casual customers. Casual customers are those who come to stroll around occasionally but never buy anything. The second building is our free trading market, where you can buy anything. There's nothing we don't have, only what you can't think of. As he spoke, the servant's voice suddenly lowered. He whispered beside Shin Tian-K, even if you want to buy or sell beast tamers, we can sell those too. Seeing that the other party was not interested in this topic, the servant cleverly shifted the conversation. I wonder what you wish to buy this time. Our free trading zone has clear divisions. The first and second floors sell weapons, the third and fourth floors sell medicinal materials, and the fifth and sixth floors have some rare treasures. Let's go to the third and fourth floors. Seeing that the other party was interested, the servant quickly led the way. Along the way, he spoke little, occasionally saying a word or two. He knew this was a big spender and couldn't miss this opportunity. He had to curry favor well. As soon as Shin Tian-K stepped into this building, he saw many people engaged in trading. Although it was called a building, it felt more like a market stall. The entire first floor was filled with stalls. Some even hung items inside their clothes. When someone approached, they would take off their clothes to display their goods. Watching this scene, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Indeed, it was a free trading zone, too free. However, those people were only displaying small items. There were weapons that could stretch and enlarge, as well as high-tech weapons that could shoot lasers. This world had both cold weapons and high-tech arms. It could be said to be a mix of everything. Shin Tian-K was already used to this. After quickly passing through 2 floors, he arrived at the 3rd floor. As soon as he stepped in, he sensed a completely different atmosphere. Even the air was filled with a fragrant herbal aroma. This place was also quite large. Besides the main hall, there were 2 side halls. Shin Tian-K walked on, starting to search for the medicinal materials he wanted. With the system in hand, he could freely see the information about these medicinal herbs. Even the year of growth and their medicinal properties were clear as day. Dragon grass flower. Introduction: a herb generated after being stained with dragon's blood. The dragon's blood content is extremely low, but it has certain benefits for activating dragon's blood in the inner beasts of pythons. Year, 10 years. Condition, withered. This plant looked like the claw of some animal, somewhat shriveled. Even when these spiritual herbs were dug out from the ground, they could exist for a very long time. Clearly, this dragon grass flower must have been left for a long, long time, which is why it had withered. Chin Tian-K continued to search other stalls. However, he found nothing he wanted in several consecutive ones. His expression inevitably turned cold. He then continued to walk forward. The young servant followed closely behind. He dared not urge or say much. Suddenly, the person in front stopped. The servant, not paying attention, bumped into him. Realizing too late, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Before he could speak, the other party asked first, "Do you recognize medicinal herbs?" The servant nodded repeatedly. I understand a bit. Do you know about star soul grass?" As soon as this was said, the originally noisy atmosphere in the side hall suddenly froze. Everyone turned to look at Chin Tian-K. Their gazes were like they were looking at a monster. Not only that, but even the young servant showed a look of surprise. Noticing the surrounding people's gazes, Chin Tian-K felt no discomfort, but rather some confusion. "Little brother, why would you foolishly seek star soul grass? That thing grows in the land of fallen stars, its existence is extremely rare, and it has a strong hallucinogenic effect. I didn't expect you to be so young and think so foolishly, seeking your own death." Hearing these people explain half-understandingly, Chin Tiang's puzzled expression became a bit more serious. "Oh, it seems little brother really doesn't know." Saying this, an old man stepped forward. He began to explain to Chin Tian-K. This star soul grass is a very special herb that cannot be cultivated artificially. It only exists in the land of fallen stars, which is the place where meteors fall. That place has some extremely rare extraterrestrial materials that infect the surrounding weeds, and among countless infected weeds, only one can exist in a star soul state. Thus, it is called star soul grass. This herb has a very strong hallucinogenic effect, easily leading those with unstable minds astray. Although it has great drawbacks, for some beast tamers, especially those with dark attributes, it indeed has great benefits and conveniences, even able to enhance cultivation. Could it be that your beast is of this type? Chin Tian-K was still puzzled upon hearing the old man's initial explanation. Why would Yang Ming deceive him? Hearing the latter part of the conversation, he relaxed a bit. The other party had noticed his beast, which he was not surprised about. After all, he had emerged from darkness back then. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that. Chin Tian-K remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this point. The side hall returned to its usual calm. However, everyone's gaze still slightly shifted towards Chin Tian-K, seemingly surprised by this young man's beast. Just then, Chin Tiang's gaze caught sight of a figure standing by the stairs. The person held a folding fan in hand, dressed in an extremely flamboyant manner. A large pair of sunglasses adorned their face. Compared to their outfit, it did not seem out of place. Two magicians stood behind them. Such a lineup, Chin Tian-K had only seen once in a simulated secret realm. He recognized the person before him. Xian Yun Tower. By the window, the night was tranquil, and from this position, not much of the outside beauty could be seen. This pavilion was not very tall, but one could look out from here. A low-rise building came into view. The night was illuminated, the lights dazzling. Numerous patrol teams could be seen flying by at low altitudes. In the farthest reaches of sight, a towering structure stood amidst the night. Although the tower was not particularly tall, it exuded a sinister aura, as if it could connect with the heavens and the earth. Hiss! That place. Chin Tian-K felt a familiar presence emanating from within the tower. It was an indescribable sensation, as if a sea of corpses and rivers of blood were being released from within, continuously devouring everything around it. In a daze, everything before him suddenly changed. From the tower, an endless tide of blood began to spread towards the distance, instantly destroying and consuming the world before him. An endless, rolling sea of blood surged from afar, quickly arriving at his feet. The blood sea seemed poised to engulf him. Because it was so close, he could even smell the thick scent of blood in the air. Chin Tian-K couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. At that moment, a faint voice broke through the silence. "Break!" As soon as the words were spoken, everything around him vanished into thin air, as if the blood sea that had approached was merely an illusion. The scene before him returned to the harmonious perfection it had been moments ago. Observing this bizarre sight, Chin Tian-K turned to the one who had spoken, Yang Ming, his eyes filled with confusion. "That is the Slaughter Tower, also known as the Black Tower. It is the only forbidden place within the city, a location that the 6 great families and 3 major forces cannot touch. Every year, many from the 6 great families, 3 major forces, and external powerhouses challenge it." Yang Ming sipped his tea nonchalantly, his face revealing a depth and contemplation not typical for his age. Each time those who come to the Black Tower for trials either succumb to the Blood Sea's intimidation, suffering light injuries like broken limbs, or severe ones like shattered meridians, or they become tainted by the Blood Sea, turning into machines that know only slaughter, or they are assimilated by the Blood Sea, becoming guardians of the Black Tower. What you just witnessed was the aura released by the Black Tower, known as the Blood Sea Consciousness. Yang Ming looked at him, his eyes shimmering with a profound meaning. To be able to perceive the Blood Sea Consciousness, you are quite remarkable. At the very least, it proves that you now have the qualifications to challenge the Black Tower. As he spoke, Yang Ming murmured to himself. Every time, those challengers falsely claim to have seen the Black Tower, some die, some are injured, and most end up with that fate. The Black Tower? This was the first time Qin Tianke had heard the name of this tower. When he first entered, he had seen the Black Tower from a distance. However, at that time, he was in a hurry and did not pay much attention. Now, as he calmed down to appreciate the night view of the Alliance, he discovered the tower's uniqueness. The earlier overwhelming sea of blood seemed to want to erode him, as if an ancient will of slaughter had descended. What is so special about the Black Tower? He felt a familiar aura emanating from the tower, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall. The Black Tower is very special, its origins are unknown. Some say it was established by a 10th-tier existence. Others say it is a challenge left behind by several powerful figures from the dawn of the Alliance. Regardless of the claims, the Black Tower is extremely mysterious. Historically, challengers of the Black Tower have revealed that it consists of only 10 levels. Those who can conquer all 10 levels will be granted the title of Marquis by the Alliance headquarters. Throughout history, very few have managed to conquer the 10 levels of the Black Tower. Since the establishment of the Alliance, only 13 have succeeded. Each of these individuals has made indelible contributions to the Alliance. Of the 13 who have conquered the Black Tower, only 3 remain in the present day. Yang Ming's face revealed a look of reminiscence. The most recent one was someone who broke through 20 years ago. You've met that person too. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke suddenly thought of something and asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about Blood Sovereign?" That's right, Blood Sovereign broke through the Black Tower 20 years ago and was granted the title of Sovereign. Qin Tianke understood why he felt a familiar aura in this matter. The killing intent of Blood Sovereign had left a deep impression on him. Qin Tianke didn't dwell on it further but looked at the other person and asked word by word, "You mentioned that Star Soul Grass would help my beast, but there's nowhere to buy it here. Are you just toying with me?" Yang Ming's smile remained unchanged. Of course, Star Soul Grass comes from the land of fallen stars, so it's impossible to find it in ordinary places. But coincidentally, I happen to have a plant here. Yang Ming raised his hand, and a small, deep blue grass appeared in his palm. This grass was only the size of a palm, entirely deep blue with distinct roots and stems. Surrounding it was a faint blue glow, like starlight swirling around. One could also see shadows appearing beside the small grass, seeming both real and illusory. Qin Tianke glanced over, and the system activated. Spirit Plant, Star Soul Grass. Attributes, Illusion, Darkness. Current status, Fresh. Description, grown in the land of fallen stars, it has a strong hallucinogenic effect, with harsh growth conditions, difficult to harvest, short preservation time, and limited quantity in existence. It was unfortunate that he couldn't find it. This Star Soul Grass, named Star Soul, surprisingly didn't even have the most basic star attribute. Instead, it had the attributes of darkness and illusion. The growth, harvesting, and storage of this Star Soul Grass were all extremely difficult. No wonder he hadn't seen it. What are the conditions? He wasn't a fool, since the other party had brought it out. It was clear they wanted something in return. Qin Tianke preferred to be straightforward rather than play dumb. I like trading with straightforward people. If in the future you can find any precious life-extending elixirs, please save some for me. Qin Tianke looked at the other person, his gaze serious for the first time. It was important to note that Yang Ming was only 15 years old, at the prime of youth, yet he wanted a life-extending elixir? That was quite abnormal. Could it be his profession? In this world, he had only seen 2 individuals related to the ability to foresee the future. One was Lin Nuo, and the other was the person before him. However, Lin Nuo's profession could only be calculated and inferred through the method of divination. The person before him, on the other hand, had the ability of fortune-telling. Was there a difference between these 2 abilities? Could it be that one consumed lifespan? Qin Tianke was puzzled and noticed the gazes of the 3 people on him. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. But isn't this a rather unfair deal for you? Qin Tianke was somewhat confused. Throughout his journey, he had seen countless spiritual treasures and items. If he were to say the most precious, it would still be the 9,000-year-old gift from the manager during his first mission. Yang Ming let out a bitter laugh. A sense of discomfort for his age inexplicably surged within him, as if the person before him were an elderly man. Just consider it an investment I'm making. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianke asked with some speculation, I wonder, how about the 9,000-year-old? Before his words fell, Yang Ming's eyes widened, becoming excited. 9,000-year-old? This was the first time Shin Tianke had seen the other person in such a state. Although they hadn't spent much time together, this person had always given Shin Tianke the impression of a refined young gentleman. Now, such a scene unfolded. Ahem. Brother Chin, you may not know, but the 9,000-year-old is extremely precious, born in the great desolate silent prairie, a place surrounded by meteorite lands, storm sand eyes, and fire seas that are natural hazards. Yang Ming restored his initial expression. However, his neck was flushed, and his demeanor was excited. The great desolate silent prairie, as its name suggests, has a harsh environment, with unpredictable weather that is unsuitable for human survival, yet it nurtures a special kind of being known as the desolate spirit. Desolate spirits can survive in these 4 natural hazards, and most of the innate spiritual beings and plants you know of, Brother Chin, originate from these 4 great dangers. Among them is the 9,000-year-old you mentioned. The name of this 9,000-year-old has quite a story. 9,000, 9,000, and one step further is 10,000. Shin Tianke understood in his heart, so it was like this? Alright, I agree. Shin Tianke was straightforward. He immediately accepted the Star Soul Grass. I look forward to Brother Chin achieving even better results in the upcoming competition. Shin Tianke cupped his fists in return. Then I shall borrow your good words, Brother Yang, good luck. As soon as the other party left, the male mage could no longer hold back. I really don't understand, Xiao Ming. Why are you so determined to help him improve his cultivation? Isn't this just increasing the burden on our team? Qi Ge, this is an investment. In my view, although there are risks, it is definitely a profitable investment. Yang Ming looked in the direction of the departing figure. A rare depth and calculation appeared in his eyes. You don't know, this guy is the most special person I have ever seen. There is a layer of special haze around him that prevents me from seeing his true self, as if something of a higher level is obscuring him. I can't see through his body, but I can be sure that there is a power within him that even I cannot imagine. Perhaps he can help me break this curse. Upon mentioning the word curse, Yang Ming's expression dimmed unconsciously. A hint of regret appeared on his face. Seeing this scene, the other two wanted to say something, but they quickly recalled the other party's profession. The words they wanted to say got stuck in their throats, ultimately turning into regretful glances. To outsiders, breaking through to the 3rd level at the age of 15 might indicate an unlimited future, but they were all on the same team. Moreover, they knew the fatal flaws of the other party's profession. Yang Ming's heart stirred. Perhaps he really was worthy of trust? On the other side, Shin Tianke was quite excited. In his view, this Star Soul Grass should be able to help him enhance his mental strength, or it could be a good thing to break through barriers. Besides the growth conditions mentioned in the system earlier, the Star Soul Grass has other effects. If taken by an ordinary person, they would fall into an illusion, finding it hard to extricate themselves. They would either awaken through their own will or sink into it, losing consciousness. Another effect is that it can help dark attribute beast tamers enhance their cultivation to a certain extent. Dark attribute beast tamers are the most special existence among all beast tamers. There are many types of such beasts, such as undead beasts and ghost beasts. Generally speaking, beast tamers need some power or medicinal materials that match their attributes to enhance their strength. Clearly, the Star Soul Grass is the most suitable medicinal material for Old Hay. It could also be given to Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin has not yet broken through to the 3rd level. Using a Star Soul Grass just to help Xiao Jin break through would be too expensive. Moreover, the overall enhancement to his own strength would not be significant. Xiao Jin's strength improvement might help him resist beast tamers of the same level. But if Old Hay's strength improves, she could become the 3rd, 4th level beast tamer among the participants so far. In that case, his chances of winning would be greatly increased. And next would be the individual battles. The test of personal ability was complete, so he still needed to focus on developing this aspect. Shin Tiang's face was filled with excitement. Unknowingly, he was swept away by the thrill. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had somehow taken a wrong turn. This main city was many times larger than their Lingyun city. Moreover, the paths were intricate and complex. When he tried to use his communication device to search, he found there was no signal. There was no way around it. This place was too vast. Sometimes the signal inevitably deteriorated. All around him were identical buildings. He couldn't find a way out. Shin Tianke could only ask for directions while slowly exploring his way out. He searched step by step, gradually finding a way out. However, in the next moment, an unusual scene appeared before him. A large, mottled mirror reflected layers of light. The surface of the lake shimmered, reflecting a full moon. Surrounding it, he could even hear the sounds of insects and fireflies chirping in unison. The lake's surface reflected the round moon in the sky. Where the light shimmered, it looked more like twinkling stars. This was Xingyue Lake. If he remembered correctly, this was the only lake within the city, located at the junction of the West and South districts. It was also an important landmark dividing the two areas. Had he actually walked this far? Shin Tian-Kei was somewhat surprised. However, just as he was about to step away, he suddenly saw a figure standing by Xingyue Lake. The person seemed to be lost in thought, staring at the water. From the back, it appeared to be a woman. Shin Tian-Kei glanced at her, feeling puzzled. He felt as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't recall. Perhaps she was one of the contestants this time? He didn't pay much attention. As long as he reached Xingyue Lake, he knew which direction to head. After all, most of the buildings in the West District were identical. Only a few iconic structures could help him find his way out. And precisely where the graceful figure by the lake stood was the necessary path for him to return to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel. Shin Tian-Kei hurried over, passing by her. A gentle breeze brushed his face. For some reason, Shin Tian-Kei instinctively looked back. Years later, he still didn't understand what he was doing at that moment. Perhaps he was dazzled by the breeze, or maybe he felt a strange familiarity and wanted to take a look. As soon as he turned around, he saw an incredibly beautiful profile. Seeing that face again made his heart tremble. So beautiful. Such beauty could only be described as otherworldly. A true beauty that could topple cities. Shin Tian-Kei found himself mesmerized once more. The only person who could make him lose his composure like this, from the day he was born until now, was the captain of Yujing City, Yang Ruoshi, whom he had seen at the selection point. She seemed to sense his gaze. Her long hair swayed gracefully, and a pair of starry eyes were fixed on him. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Shin Tian-Kei didn't know how long he had been dazed. It wasn't until she called out to him several times that he finally came to his senses. Shin Tian-Kei snapped back to reality, and as he became aware of his own awkwardness, his face turned crimson. "I am Shin Tian-Kei." Before he could finish speaking, she had already walked over from the lakeside. Only then did Shin Tian-Kei see that she was wearing a white dress. Her long hair was styled in a high ponytail. Her delicate face, unadorned and unrefined, exuded an air of aloofness. She was quite tall for a girl, standing at 1.70 meters, which made the dress fit her perfectly without feeling out of place. In fact, it subtly highlighted her fresh and elegant demeanor, giving her an extraordinary presence. She suddenly spoke, "I've long heard of Mr. Shin's great name. Today, competing against two major forces, you truly are exceptional." Hearing the teasing in her words, Shin Tian-Kei could only manage a wry smile. "Miss Yang is truly flattering me." The only dual-class job changer in the world, Miss Yang's reputation is hardly inferior to that of Shin. Upon hearing this, the other party remained silent, simply looking at him. The two fell into a standoff atmosphere. It was unclear who broke the silence, but a voice floated out. "Mr. Shin, are we heading back?" Shin Tian-Kei did not answer but instead asked, "Miss Yang, would you like to join?" "Please." The two walked together. The distance to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel was over 10 minutes. Along the way, they chatted casually. For some reason, Shin Tian-Kei had never lost his composure in front of anyone like this before. Today, it happened twice, which was quite embarrassing. Meanwhile, Yang Ruoshi walked with her hands behind her back, looking quirky and lively, a stark contrast to the aloof demeanor Shin Tian-Kei had seen before. Suddenly, the figure beside Shin Tian-Kei paused. It seemed they had noticed something. "Mr. Shin, would you like a late-night snack?" Shin Tian-Kei followed the other's gaze and saw a barbecue stall by the roadside. The air was filled with the unique aroma of barbecue spices, even more enticing. It felt as if an invisible hand was stirring the cravings in his stomach. Upon reflection, since they participated in the selection in the morning, they had been busy. Although 2 days had passed in the simulated illusion, only 4 hours had gone by in the real world, just 8 hours. A whole day had quietly slipped away. After returning, they were invited by two major forces and then called by Uncle Chen to discuss some strategies, and only then did they come to the treasure pavilion to search for treasures. It turned out he hadn't eaten much all day. Now, with the smell of barbecue spices wafting in the air, he couldn't help but feel hungry. "Please." The two approached the barbecue stall, and it must be said that the prices here were indeed much higher than usual. A meal of barbecue would likely cost several times what a regular meal in Lingyun City would. It was even comparable to a high-end banquet at some grand restaurants. Shin Tian-Kei didn't mind the money, after all, it wasn't his. He casually ordered a few items, and Yang Ruoshi also ordered some without much thought. As the waiter opened the menu, the two fell into silence again, not speaking for a while. "Mr. Shin, I wonder who the individual combat team members from Lingyun City are? Yang Ruoshi asked while looking at him, seemingly feeling that her question was a bit inappropriate, and quickly corrected herself. Our team consists of me and the vice captain. Her earlier words had been too straightforward, as if she were inquiring about someone else's information. Shin Tianke didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they would find out eventually. He wasn't worried about them formulating strategies in advance. I have another teammate. Mr. Shin, you were really impressive today, taking on 4 opponents without losing ground. That is truly an overstatement. If those 4 hadn't fought me, I might not even be in the top 10 now. People only remember the first. Similarly, in this selection, only the top 10 would be remembered. Even though Shin Tianke ranked 7th, he was still in the top 10. If he hadn't made it into the top 10, even if he were 11th or 12th, it wouldn't attract the 2 major families to come and compete for him. Using this topic, the two began to discuss further. Listening to each other's insights, Shin Tianke couldn't help but feel admiration. He had always thought this dual-class job changer might be arrogant and dismissive. After all, such honors could easily make one restless and proud. Unexpectedly, after talking, he found her to be truly remarkable. The other party completely lacked the qualities he had imagined. Instead, she resembled an ordinary girl next door. She was entirely different from the first time they met, when she had seemed more like a cold goddess. They enjoyed a lively conversation until they finished the barbecue. It was only in the early hours of the morning that they returned to their respective rooms. Inside the room, the lights were bright. At 3 in the morning, it was unrealistic to think about sleeping. He could hardly wait any longer. He was ready to prepare for the breakthrough to the 4th level. What had just happened was merely a small interlude for Shin Tianke. He would not forget the true purpose of his night, to break through to the 4th level. As Shin Tianke took out the Star Soul Grass, he began to slowly refine it according to the method recorded in the system. The Star Soul Grass shimmered with starlight, its surface seemingly covered with countless shadows, constantly reflecting and refracting. Shin Tiang's mind stirred. Xiao Jin flew out from the beast space and landed steadily beside him. Looking at the medicinal herb before him, Xiao Jin's face lit up with excitement, and it opened its mouth to release a burst of ghostly fire. This was Xiao Jin's flame. Previously, it had only been ghostly fire, but since absorbing that fire attribute spirit object last time, it had seen a significant improvement. Although the flame was still ghostly fire, its quality had enhanced somewhat. However, the gap between reaching perfection and legendary status remained vast, but it was sufficient for refining the medicinal herb. In an instant, the Star Soul Grass was melted down. Once the Star Soul Grass was refined, a pungent medicinal scent and a special liquid gradually permeated the air, while dreamlike starlight shimmered within the flames. An extremely rich aura spread out. In a daze, Shin Tianke felt the world spinning, as if everything around him had flipped and reset. He seemed to be in a boundless grassland instead of a room. This grassland was incredibly vast, with only distant starlight and shooting stars falling from the sky. There were no living beings here. It seemed as if only weeds were growing in the world. With a loud bang, Shin Tianke then saw a series of meteors falling from the sky, crashing to the ground. His perspective now resembled that of an observer, or perhaps a creator deity, watching everything unfold before him. From the shattered stars, special light began to spread outward, seemingly contaminating the surrounding grasslands. However, in the next moment, the scene before him dissipated again, and he found himself back in the room. Everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting dream. Looking at the Star Soul Grass, which was still releasing that special scent with shimmering lights, Shin Tianke couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Was that just the so-called illusion? This illusion was indeed extraordinary. Everything that had just occurred felt as real as if it truly existed. He felt as if he had transformed into a creator of the universe, coldly observing everything that happened in that grassland. Watching the Star Soul Grass continue to melt, he realized that this thing was certainly not something an ordinary person could use. But he was not an ordinary person. Just as he began to refine it completely, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. When he saw the hint of dawn, Shin Tiang's heart jolted. How could it be that it was already dawn? It was completely impossible given the current season and weather. Only a few minutes had passed, and the sun was already rising? Could it be that this was just the moment he had felt earlier? A hint of confusion rose in his eyes. After all, he had seen the perspective of the vast grassland until now, and it had only been a brief moment. At this time, he looked at the time on the clock. It was already 6 a.m. He had only started refining this Star Soul Grass around 3 o'clock. How could it be 6 already? 3 hours had actually passed. Shin Tian-K doubted whether he was still in a hallucination. However, the real sensations and awareness were telling him that this was the true reality. The star soul grass was terrifyingly powerful? This hallucination could produce such a strong hallucinogenic effect. It even made him forget the passage of time. How frightening! He wondered if old Hei could gain this rare hallucination ability. The star soul grass had been completely melted down, ultimately floating in the flames, forming a stream that shimmered with starlight. Without any hesitation, Shin Tian-K tilted his head back and swallowed it. As soon as it went down his throat, a wave of icy frost hit him, as if he had swallowed a block of ice. But this was much colder than ice. It pierced through his skin like a north wind, almost freezing his internal organs together in an instant. How could it have such a terrifying temperature? Shin Tian's mind shook violently. His entire body began to mobilize its strength, continuously dispelling this cold sensation. The power flowed rapidly. The feeling of frost entering his body made Shin Tian-K tremble inside. How terrifying, this temperature! He could feel that as soon as this substance entered his body, a special power began to spread. Could this enhance his mental strength? As this thought emerged, he sensed that within his consciousness space, in a certain pool, a seed that had been buried deep in the mud was undergoing a series of special changes. The seed began to tremble incessantly, simultaneously emanating a series of unique auras. It seemed that frost was gradually taking root and sprouting from within the seed. As the coldness nurtured the seed's sprouting, its size was also continuously increasing. Indeed, it could really enhance his mental strength. Without any hesitation, Shin Tian-K exerted all his strength to suppress this power throughout his body. He didn't know what the star soul grass was made of, but the power within it could actually spread from his flesh to his consciousness. This feeling was too terrifying. A hint of caution arose in Shin Tian's heart. However, if this thing could indeed help him break through to the 4th level, then that was something to celebrate. As long as he could improve, it didn't matter how many hardships he endured. Feeling the power of the seed beginning to surge, Shin Tian's mind jolted. The initially icy and stimulating sensation vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. It felt as if he had taken a sip of ice water in an extremely hot desert. The temperature wasn't icy, instead, it perfectly ignited his thirst for water. It was like a timely rain after a long drought. Refreshing! Meanwhile, in his consciousness space, the seed was continuously undergoing explosive changes. After growing its first green leaf, the growth of the seed began to accelerate. A stem gradually sprouted from the seed, spreading and growing, the commotion becoming increasingly pronounced. The speed was picking up. Soon, a lotus root began to grow at the bottom of the pool. However, it was still growing. Although the growth of the seed's exterior appeared slow, its interior was erupting at an astonishing speed. Compared to the natural speed, it was far too slow. What Shin Tian-K didn't know was that after he consumed this liquid, his mental strength was rapidly climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 61, 62, 65, 67, 69, 72. The speed was increasing. His mental strength ultimately settled at 80 points. At this moment, the seed had already grown a special root. Although the root was not long, it emitted a faint blue light throughout. It was as if a natural frost had formed. The mental attribute is one of the rarest attributes among all job changers. Its rarity surpasses that of ghost, holy, and even spatial attributes. After all, the mind represents a special kind of power. Up until now, the Alliance's records on it have been extremely vague. Some say that after reaching a certain level of mental cultivation, one can condense it into a force. This force is also known as mental power. Those with profound cultivation can use mental power to cause the consciousness of others to collapse, leading to dementia. They can also use mental power to cause instant death. However, no matter the argument, it cannot be denied that the power of the mental attribute is indeed strong and terrifying. Among all professions, if one were to say which could be linked to the mental attribute, and which has the highest frequency of using and condensing mental power, it would undoubtedly be the Beast Master. All Beast Masters, when their cultivation reaches the 3rd tier and they face a breakthrough to the 4th tier, will cultivate mental power. This is an excellent method for them to control their beasts. They establish a connection with their beasts through chains of the mind, communicating to make the beasts their partners. This is a special ability. So far, the profession that has mastered this ability the most is the Beast Master. Moreover, during the cultivation process, especially when breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th tier, this is a critical juncture. The stronger the degree of mental power condensation at the moment of breakthrough, the more it represents limitless future growth. To control beasts, the most important thing is to connect the beasts' minds with one's own, allowing both sides to communicate and become one. Therefore, it can be said that the Beast Master is the profession that utilizes the mental attribute the most. Shin Tiang's 80 points of mental power rank among the top among ordinary third-tier Beast Masters, and he is one of the outstanding ones. After all, the mental power of a Beast Master is not described or adorned with points. Most use their own special methods. For example, Qinglian uses whether a seed sprouts to judge if the other has the potential to break through. But the higher the degree of mental power condensation, the easier it is to break through. Future achievements are destined to be limitless. And just within Shin Tiang's consciousness space, when the seed grew into a lotus root, his cultivation was undergoing extraordinary changes. Within Old Black's body, an unprecedented power began to surge continuously. A tremendous force emerged, accompanied by a roaring wave of frenzy raging and developing within him. Outside, a series of special changes were also occurring on Shin Tianke. A layer of shackles that had been trapped for a long time was now continuously shattering. Ding! Host's mental power 80 points, has met the requirements for breaking through to the 4th tier, condensing mental power to breakthrough. Accompanying the sound of the shackles breaking was the cold prompt from the system. It was unclear how much time had passed. Shin Tianke slowly opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of frost had spread over his body, and cold air was raging and spewing from his mouth. He looked at his palm. Although there was a layer of frost all over him, it was now melting with the rapid rise in body temperature. It seemed that when he concentrated all his consciousness in the consciousness space just now, his body had been frozen by the frost released from the star soul grass. But isn't the attribute of the star soul grass only illusion and stars? Where did this ice attribute power come from? Shin Tianke was quite puzzled, but now there was no good way to resolve it. He could only take it one step at a time. With a thought, a data panel appeared in his eyes. Host, Shin Tianke. Profession, Hell Calamity Beast Master. Cultivation, Early 4th Tier. Abilities, Resurrection of the Dead, Transformation of Beasts, Dark Undead, Frost Thorns. Shin Tiang's expression changed. He stared intently at his last ability, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. He had actually gained a new ability? Frost Thorn? It should be known that he was a Beast Master. The abilities of a Beast Master completely stem from their beasts. The power of the beasts can, to a certain extent, transform the power of the Beast Master for their own use. The Beast Master can also assimilate the 5 senses of their beasts to some degree. Of course, either way, it is extremely terrifying. He rarely gained what could be called power, aside from the 3 abilities that the Hell Calamity Beast Master actively carried. Now, he had actually obtained Frost Thorn. This inevitably sparked some speculation in his heart. It seemed that this power was somewhat different from what he had imagined, but the overall difference was not significant. Shin Tianke had already guessed the source of this power. He casually raised his hand and condensed a brilliant ice flower in his palm. The ice flower was crystal clear, completely formed from frost. Within this ice flower, there were still many air currents swirling and rising. This was still an ability he had actively acquired. It should be noted that previously, when he used his beast mastery abilities, he was subject to certain limitations of his physical body. For example, Old Black's shadow escape could generally be used 5 times every hour. Little Gold's shadow travel had to be within a range of 100 meters, with a maximum jump distance of about 30 meters. This was merely the application. If the beast used it, the range could be increased by 10 meters or even more. These were limitations formed by the Beast Master's physical body when using beast abilities. After all, the human body is extremely fragile and cannot compare to the physical bodies of beasts. However, one could accept part of the beast's power to strengthen their own body. In terms of abilities, if it were his own, like summoning the undead, this was something Shin Tianke inherently possessed and could summon at will. Similarly, the Ice Flower and Frost Thorn he had just manifested were also his own abilities. These abilities could accompany him throughout his cultivation and even grow alongside him. It seemed that Yang Ming's words were indeed useful. This time, he not only stepped into the 4th tier but also gained a brand new ability. It could be said that he had reaped a bountiful harvest. In a few days, during the personal battle, he had a greater hope of achieving a top ranking. Excited in his heart, Shin Tianke immediately called up Old Black's system panel. He wanted to see what kind of improvements Old Black had now. Beast, 10,000 head mastiff, incomplete, attributes, fire, darkness, wind, ice, undead. Grade, quality perfect. Strength, 4th tier. Abilities, fire, shadow escape, storm, frost spike array. Sure enough, Old Black had also received an upgrade in the ice attribute. Unfortunately, he did not gain the rare illusion attribute ability. This ability was considered rare, so not obtaining it was understandable. He wondered how Old Black had changed now. Although Shin Tianke knew about Old Black's changes, he had not seen them with his own eyes. which was not as shocking. Shin Tian-K sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that this room was too small, Old Black's size had doubled since his promotion. This meant that Old Black was now about 7 or 8 meters tall, and that was just the height. The room could not accommodate him. Old Black did not know how to shrink, so he could not change his size. He also did not want to shatter the room and incur financial losses. Knock, knock. Shin Tian-K immediately ended his cultivation. He peeked through the peephole and then opened the door. Outside the door stood 2 tall figures dressed in black. They looked like bodyguards at first glance. Shin Tian-K sensed the fluctuations of 4th-tier energy from the 2 of them. However, this time his information reception was more comprehensive. One of them was at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, while the other was at the early stage. It seemed that this was the reason why the 4th tier was a watershed. The 3rd tier had no early, mid, or late stages, but after the 4th tier, it began to condense into early, mid, and late stages. This represented the distance to promotion to the next stage. Shin Tian-K had some judgments in his heart. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he felt a bit puzzled. He did not recognize these so-called bodyguards, so he wanted to see what they were here for. But, Mr. Shin, upon hearing this address, Shin Tian-K immediately thought of someone. Seeing the other party nod, one of the bodyguards continued, "The young hall master requests your presence." The 2 bodyguards cleared a path for Shin Tian-K. Among the people he had encountered, only the young hall master of the Qingyun Hall could have 4th-tier cultivators as bodyguards and address him in such a manner. Shin Tian-K slightly nodded. At the same time, he glanced at his own attire and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "Please wait a moment, I'll tidy up." Although he did not intend to join any family forces, he could temporarily rely on the other party's reputation to establish a foothold. No matter where one was, standing firm was a necessary means of survival. To stand firm for survival, no matter how dirty or bright the means, was one's own ability. After a moment, he followed the 2 out of the room. After all, the fact that they had invited him was already known to everyone. Moreover, he did not believe that this young hall master could force him to join within the boundaries of the Alliance's main city. After all, he had never seen anyone cause trouble within the city. Turning east and west, they finally arrived in front of the Spring Breeze building. Looking at the words inscribed on the plaque above, it was truly a master level of calligraphy. Compared to the treasure pavilion he visited last night, the scale of the Spring Breeze building seemed a bit smaller. However, he also knew that the origin of the Spring Breeze building was a topic of much discussion in the city. Furthermore, the consumption here was not much lower than that of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Following the 2 bodyguards, they arrived at the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered, he saw the table set up in the private room. Although it was called a private room, it had sofas and a television, fully equipped. It looked more like a standard room than a dining place. Shin Tian-K quickly spotted the graceful figure standing by the window. Upon hearing someone enter, the figure turned her head. What Shin Tian-K saw was an extremely beautiful face. Although her beauty was not as stunning as Yang Ruoshi, whom he had seen before, she was still very pretty from any angle. She wore a large white robe and walked over step by step. The white robe swayed continuously, revealing glimpses of springtime beauty. Shin Tian-K stood still, quietly watching. The person had already sat down at the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at Shin Tian-K as if appraising him, or perhaps enchanting him. It was no exaggeration to say that the person in front of him was like a fox spirit. Every frown and smile, every move and gesture was extremely captivating, as if it could stir one's primal desires. "Mr. Shin, please sit down. Why are you still standing there?" Shin Tian-K stood in place, his eyes fixed on Shu Qiangwei, showing no sign of movement. Suddenly, Shin Tian-K walked to the table, picked up the tea, and drank it all in one go. "Let's get straight to the point. What are your conditions? Just say it." The other party clearly did not expect Shin Tian-K to propose conditions so directly. Her beautiful eyes blinked, seemingly hesitating and struggling. After a moment, she said, "How about this? We are willing to offer the highest reward to Mr. Shin's family, no matter how Mr. Shin performs in the next 2 rounds of selection. If he can rank among the top, the funding will naturally be higher. At the same time, he can also enjoy some exclusive privileges of my Qingyun Hall. Mr. Shin only needs to stay in my Qingyun Hall for 3 years. After 3 years, whether to stay or leave, we will not stop him." Upon hearing these so-called conditions, Shin Tian-K said nothing. Instead, he took another sip of tea. He remained silent, showing neither dissatisfaction nor satisfaction. Seeing this, Shu Qiangwei's expression changed. However, she had already stood up and walked to Shin Tian's side, leaning against him in a charming manner. Shin Tian-K did not glance sideways and spoke word by word. "Since you want to talk, why throw out the beast? Is this the sincerity of Qingyun Hall? After saying this, the aura around Qin Tianke erupted explosively. His fourth-tier cultivation intimidated Xu Qiangwei, who had been leaning beside him, causing her to retreat rapidly. Realizing she had been seen through, Xu Qiangwei's expression changed. Just as she was about to speak, the next moment, a voice came from behind the screen. Good eyesight. Upon hearing this, the Xu Qiangwei, who was about to erupt, returned to normal. There was a rustling behind the screen, and a figure appeared from nowhere. Xu Qiangwei had a strange expression as she approached the screen. Along the way, her body began to undergo a series of bizarre changes. Her figure gradually wilted, and her white robe fell, as if it had been instantly flattened. A white fox sprang out from the white robe, shaking its 9 tails, incredibly agile. Its pair of eyes looked at Qin Tianke with human-like expression. It proudly approached the figure that had just walked out from behind the screen. The person beside it looked exactly like the one that the fox had transformed into. Qin Tianke remained calm as ever, feeling no excessive surprise at all these changes. He had already seen the information prompt about the other party when he entered. It was not Xu Qiangwei herself, but her beast, a 4th-tier 9-tailed spirit fox. Qin Tianke looked at the system data appearing in the eyes of the 9-tailed spirit fox. Beast, 9-tailed spirit fox. Attribute, charm. Grade, perfect level. Cultivation, mid-4th tier. Abilities, charm, transformation, 9-tailed chain, 9-tailed ascension. Description: the top ruler among spirit foxes, the 9-tailed spirit fox. It has a natural bloodline suppression over the fox clan, so it turned out to be a beast with transformation ability. No wonder he sensed something was off from the beginning. That's why he used the system to identify it. While Qin Tianke was still pondering, Xu Qiangwei had already walked to the opposite side of the dining table. The 9-tailed spirit fox bounced into her arms. Mr. Qin is a smart person, so I will speak frankly. I know that you young people are proud and ambitious. You all want to achieve great things without relying on others. Since Mr. Qin can come here, I assume you also want to negotiate conditions with me. Qin Tianke nodded, signaling her to continue. In that case, let me first state my conditions. My Qin Yun Hall welcomes talents from all over the world, and I do not want to miss out on special talents like Mr. Qin. Xu Qiangwei's expression became extremely serious and solemn, as if she were a businessman starting negotiations. If Mr. Qin joins Qin Yun Hall, for 2 years, he will receive a salary according to the highest standards of Qin Yun Hall. I am confident that within 2 years, we can help Mr. Qin break through to the 5th tier.